Is this a transmutation? Well, if I must be transmigrated, why must it commence with an examination? Just a moment ago, Xiao Chun vividly recalled indulging in a game of chicken on his antiquated computer, a reward for his frugal lifestyle. However, just as he was entering the final circle, a sudden electrical surge caused his computer to malfunction. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in this peculiar classroom, the Jinlu continent, where martial prowess reigned supreme, the Tianxiang Kingdom, and I, the underachiever Xiao Chun of Longwu Academy? What on earth is this? Through the fragments of memory, Xiao Chun grasped the reality of his current existence. He had been thrust into a fantastical realm, a land where formidable warriors could obliterate the very heavens with a mere gesture. In contrast, the weak were nothing more than fish on a chopping block, awaiting their fate. I must be ensnared in a nightmare. I need to awaken. Xiao Chun pinched his thigh with fervor, only to discover the pain seeping to his core, eliciting a startled cry. Xiao Chun, what are you shouting about? The instructor, Fan Shi, who was distributing the examination papers, expressed his irritation. Xiao Chen's academic performance had consistently placed him at the bottom of the class, firmly establishing his reputation as the epitome of mediocrity. In the eyes of the faculty, he was the quintessential failure, often employed as a cautionary example whenever they sought to admonish students. Moreover, this time, Xiao Chun had willingly stepped into the line of fire. This fool probably knows he's destined for last place once more. Try and garner attention. A voice interjected. Xiao Chun turned to see that the speaker was his classmate, Lin Wu. This individual ranks among the top 3 in his class, yet possesses a cruel disposition, taking pleasure in tormenting others. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Lin Wu instinctively furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What are you looking at? Do you believe I won't pluck out your eyes? What did you say?" Xiao Chen's heart surged with indignation upon hearing this. You dare to retort? Are you asking for a beating? Lin Wu abruptly rose to his feet, ready to confront Xiao Chun. Teacher Fan, it's not that I wish to disregard classroom discipline, but someone here is clearly begging for a beating. Lin Wu sneered at Xiao Chun. Teacher Fan raised an eyebrow and said, Xiao Chun, why haven't you apologized to Lin Wu yet? Apologized to him? Xiao Chun felt a surge of resentment at this remark. Teacher Fan, it was he who provoked me first. Why should I apologize to him? Xiao Chun argued. Why? Simply because he is among the top 3 in our class, while you are at the bottom. Teacher Fan replied coldly. Is that the sole reason? Xiao Chun glared at Teacher Fan. The latter smiled icily and responded, Is that not sufficient? Lin Wu is 3rd in our class and among the top 50 in the entire grade. After graduation, he will be directly recruited into the National Guard, and within 10 years, he could attain the rank of general. And what about you? At the bottom of the class, even if you manage to graduate by some stroke of luck, you will likely only become a mere foot soldier, destined for a life of obscurity. Do you think that is enough? Hearing this, Xiao Chun finally grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase, might makes right in this world. Though the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, exists in every realm, its implications were made starkly clear to him. Yet in the previous life on Earth, such blatant disregard was simply inconceivable. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun recalled a phrase he had encountered in his past life and coldly stated, Teacher Fan, have you not heard the adage, do not underestimate the elderly, nor mock the impoverished youth? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Though my current performance may falter, do you truly believe I shall remain stagnant in my progress? In response, Teacher Fan merely scoffed, Is that so? Then do return to me in 30 years and share your thoughts. As it stands, you are nothing but refuse. With that, he tossed a test paper directly onto Xiao Chen's desk. This action incited a wave of laughter throughout the classroom. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen declared, You need not wait 30 years in this upcoming examination. I shall surpass Lin Wu and demonstrate to you all that you are mistaken. Xiao Chun, unless pigs fly, Your grades will never surpass Lin Wu's. Fan Chi retorted with a mocking laugh. This statement only amplified the ridicule surrounding him. Pathetic. I am eager to witness how you, a mere waste, intend to defeat me. Lin Wu scoffed dismissively at Xiao Chun. Infuriating. Listening to the laughter echoing around him, Xiao Chun could only remain silent. He understood that words held no power in this moment. The only way to silence these individuals was through tangible action. I must defeat Lin Wu, he resolved. In this second chance at life, I refuse to be the weakling that others trample upon. Oof. I have endured the trials of the college entrance examination. I refuse to believe that I shall falter in this test. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Chun unfurled the test paper. However, upon glimpsing the first question, he found himself utterly bewildered. The first question briefly explained the principle of the Jingtao palm in the realm of ordinary martial arts. The second question, after opening the fourth meridian, were the effects of different attribute techniques on the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption. The fifth question, following the foreshadow of the Gale sword technique, how must the spiritual energy circulate to evoke the fifth sword shadow without depleting additional spiritual energy? What on earth is this? Xiao Chun gazed at the questions on the exam paper, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. It is worth noting that he was a student who had undergone over a decade of exam-oriented education, focusing primarily on subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Yet, he had never encountered anything like this before. Moreover, when he attempted to search through the memories of this lifetime, he found no semblance of familiarity. You truly are a poor student, incapable of answering a single question. What can I do? I've already boasted if I end up with the lowest score again. Not only will it be embarrassing, but my future days will surely be even more arduous. At that moment, buzz. Within Xiao Chen's consciousness, a sudden resounding boom echoed. In the next instant, a golden light seemed to explode before his eyes. Following that, a translucent scroll of silk gently unfurled in front of him. Comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. Perceive the fortunes of all things. The seventh treasure of all realms. The martial god strategy. What is this? The martial god strategy? Could it really grant me the path to becoming a martial god? Let's take a look. Xiao Chun was momentarily stunned, then hastily used his thoughts to open the scroll. However, damn, it's empty. The scroll was devoid of any content, utterly blank without a single word. Alas, I thought I had encountered a turning point, only to realize it was a deception. What assistance can a book devoid of words provide me? Xiao Chun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His gaze fell upon the examination paper, only to suddenly notice that within the realm of his consciousness, the strategy for the martial god had astonishingly revealed its script. Principle of the surging wave's palm. The human Buddhist dantian resembles an ocean with spiritual energy akin to seawater. Within the dantian, this spiritual energy compresses continuously, forming a massive vortex, which then channels through the meridians, allowing the energy to surge forth like crashing waves. This is the surging wave's palm. Could this possibly be the answer? Xiao Chun was left utterly astonished by this revelation. Chapter 2. Copying answers. The once blank and cryptic tome suddenly manifested answers upon encountering the questions. This unforeseen occurrence left Xiao Chun in a state of astonishment. After a moment of bewilderment, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. This martial goddess strategy is indeed a lifesaver. Upon arriving in this realm, Xiao Chun was utterly ignorant of the so-called martial arts. Yet now, equipped with this martial goddess strategy, what could he possibly fear? This tool is nothing short of an academic aid. The young man has begun to write. He previously stared blankly for quite some time, not penning a single word. And now he writes with such speed. Undoubtedly, he has no understanding of the questions, thus scribbling aimlessly. Alas, a wastrel remains a wastrel, an uncarved block of what cannot be shaped. Meanwhile, Fan Chi observed Xiao Chun with a visage full of disdain. On the other side, Xiao Chun wrote swiftly. And in a mere moment, He had completed the first question, his gaze shifting to the second. Almost simultaneously, the answer to the second question materialized within the martial goddess strategy. The answer to the second question revealed that the martial veins are the foundation of the Dantian. Upon opening 4 martial veins, one can freely absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Among them, the metal attribute technique absorbs spiritual energy the quickest, yet its capacity is the least, wielding the greatest destructive power. The wood attribute technique absorbs energy at a slightly slower pace, but it offers the most transformations. The water attribute. The answer to the third question details the methods of blade intent. The answer to the fourth question. With the assistance of the martial goddess strategy for Xiaoqin, this was not an examination at all. It was merely a matter of copying homework. Without the need for contemplation, the complete answers crystallized in his mind, and he simply transcribed them. A sudden flurry of swift writing captured the attention of everyone present in the examination hall. Could it be that this inept individual had lost his mind? It seemed impossible. No one could possibly write at such a speed. He must be scribbling aimlessly. Little did they know about Xiaoqin's true circumstances. They mistakenly believed he was intentionally disrupting the atmosphere, sowing disarray among the examinees. Thus, their disdain for him grew ever more palpable. At last, a young woman could no longer contain herself. "Xiaoqin, that is enough," she exclaimed sharply. Yininger, what are you doing?" Xiaoqin turned to regard the speaker, her image immediately surfacing in his memory. Yininger was the belle of their class and ranked second in strength, even surpassing Lin Wu. With a scowl, Yininger retorted, "Xiaoqin, it is not shameful to lack understanding. Pretending to understand when you do not is the true disgrace. Who among us is unaware of your background? Your reckless scribbling is disrupting everyone's focus on the exam. Is that amusing to you? If your antics cause the rest of the class to underperform and drag down our average score, do you take pride in that?" Upon hearing her words, Xiaoqin furrowed his brow and replied, "What a farce. Are we not permitted to respond to the questions during an examination? Surely, such a rule does not exist at Longwu Academy. Furthermore, it appears you are the one distracting others from their answers, are you not? And you claim I am scribbling aimlessly? Have you been peeking at my paper?" Yininger was taken aback and hastily replied, "Of course not." Xiaoqin chuckled. "Then on what basis do you assert that I am writing aimlessly? You levy baseless accusations against me, asserting that I engage in reckless writing. This is nothing short of slander. Do you comprehend? You are a mere jest. Who is unaware of your past achievements?" Yininger was about to speak further when Xiaoqin raised his hand and declared, "The past is the past, and the present is the present. I have devoted myself to studying since last night, and today I have suddenly achieved enlightenment. Is that not reasonable? This is utterly absurd." Yininger gritted her teeth, ready to respond, but Lin Wu interjected, "Miss Yi, let him be. When the results are announced tomorrow, and he receives a failing grade, we shall see what he has to say." Even Fanqi urged, "Indeed, Yininger, why should you be vexed by someone like him? Focus on your examination. And when the results are revealed, the truth will naturally come to light. I shall ensure that justice is served." Upon hearing this, Yininger nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. When the results are out, I shall see what you have to say." Meanwhile, Xiaoqin paid no heed to the unfolding drama. He was entirely absorbed in transcribing the answers, diligently working through each question. In less than 15 minutes, he completed all 25 questions. "Oh, I did not anticipate finishing so swiftly. I wonder if this martial god strategy is truly reliable. Nevertheless, it is certainly more dependable than my own haphazard concoctions." Xiaoqin mused to himself. Unable to submit the paper early, he folded it and rested his head on the desk, lost in contemplation. It is astonishing to think that such a phenomenon as traversing worlds truly exists. Regardless, my parents are no longer here, and I hold no attachments to my previous life on Earth. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Xiaoqin gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Indeed, it seems that one cannot rise above their circumstances. Yininger, who had been secretly observing him, inwardly scoffed at the sight. Finally, after an hour, a resounding chime echoed from outside the window, signaling the commencement of the examination. Alas, why must this test be so arduous? I have barely managed to answer half of the questions. I fared slightly better, having tackled 17, yet 3 of those I completely guessed. I managed to respond to 19. Once the papers were collected, whispers began to circulate among the group. "Yininger, how many did you answer?" inquired a girl clad in yellow. 23. But the final question was a shot in the dark. I cannot discern its correctness. The last 2 questions were utterly incomprehensible. and I have no idea who set them. Well, 23? Truly impressive. It seems you have a chance at the top spot this time. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Hearing this, Yi Ninger forced a bitter smile and shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Xiao Chun exiting through the back door of the classroom. Xiao Chun halt. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ninger followed him out. What do you want? Upon noticing Yi Ninger chasing after him, Xiao Chun furrowed his brow, still feeling vexed about the earlier events. Observing his demeanor, Yi Ninger suppressed her discontent and said, Xiao Chun, I am aware of your family circumstances. The tuition at Longwu Academy is exorbitant. Your attendance here is solely due to your sister's arduous labor, correct? Sister? A tremor coursed through Xiao Chun as he recalled, through the recesses of his memory, that he indeed had an elder sister who was 3 years his senior. In this life, several years prior, his parents had vanished due to an unfortunate accident, and it was his sister who had raised him. Meanwhile, Yi Ninger continued, your sister's annual income likely falls short of covering even a single semester's tuition. One can only imagine the hardships she has endured for your sake. Yet, you exhibit such a lack of ambition, resorting to such actions during an examination. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Clearly, Yi Ninger remained convinced that Xiao Chun had intentionally disrupted the examination. Chapter 3. I aspire to be strong. First and foremost, I appreciate your kind intentions. In the past, I may have indeed been somewhat complacent, but I assure you, during this examination, I approached it with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell. Having spoken, Xiao Chun circumvented Yi Ninger and departed. Although her disbelief irked him, he also recognized that she harbored no malicious intent. However, given her preconceived notion of him as a failure, he understood that any defense he offered would be futile until the results were revealed. That boy, a waste, hypocritical, and full of lies. Apart from his handsome appearance, he is nothing but a scoundrel. I had hoped to offer him some genuine advice. Alas, as she watched Xiao Chun's retreating figure, Yi Ninger's opinion of him plummeted to an all-time low. On the other side, Xiao Chun had already stepped outside the classroom. I can only hope that the answers in the martial god strategy are correct. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament. At this moment, a sense of unease lingered in Xiao Chun's heart. Just as Xiao Chun was engulfed in unease, a familiar laughter suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning his head, he beheld Lin Wu, who was embracing a young girl as they strolled toward the academy's entrance. Upon catching sight of the girl's visage, Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. For the young woman was none other than his girlfriend, Yao Feifei. Yao Feifei was also a disciple of Longwu Academy and a junior to Xiao Chun. Last year, when she had just enrolled, Xiao Chun had been smitten at first glance, expending considerable effort to win her affection. His previous shortcomings stemmed largely from the distraction of his feelings for her, which had led to the neglect of his studies. However, he now found himself questioning how she had come to be in Lin Wu's embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Wu and Yao Feifei had noticed Xiao Chun as well. What are you staring at, fool? Yao Feifei is my woman now. If you dare look at her again, I won't hesitate to gouge out your eyes. Lin Wu uttered coldly upon seeing Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shot him a glare, but continued to fixate on Yao Feifei. Upon noticing him, Yao Feifei appeared momentarily stunned. But then a flicker of disdain crossed her features as she declared, "Did you not hear what Lin Wu said? I am his woman now. Our relationship is utterly over." Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and asked, why? Although the current Xiao Chun was no longer the person he once was and harbored no lingering feelings for Yao Feifei, the remnants of emotions inherited from this body stirred within him, prompting a desire for clarity. Yao Feifei huffed, pointing to the attire she wore, and said, "Do you see this outfit? The exquisite fabric woven by Tianxin is adorned with a second-tier formation, not only aesthetically pleasing but also capable of withstanding 10 attacks from individuals below the 5th level of the Qi martial realm. This was purchased for me by Lin Wu, valued at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to your living expenses for 3 years." Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, is it simply because I am impoverished?" Yao Feifei scoffed derisively. "Not only is your family destitute, but you are also utterly useless in terms of family background and martial talent. If you possessed even a modicum of worth, I might reluctantly consider being with you. But look at you, from head to toe, utterly devoid of merit. As for me, Yao Feifei, I am at least a beauty. What right do you have to be my man?" On the other side, Lin Wu sneered, "Fool, do you understand? A worthless individual like you, lacking both capability and lineage, will never triumph over me. Not only will I surpass you in achievements, but I will also claim your woman." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Feifei playfully retorted, "What do you mean, his woman? I am already yours." Blushing, she added, "I told you today I would give myself to you, so why the rush?" Observing the scene before him, Xiaochen scoffed, "Indeed, you two are a perfect match." Yao Feifei, interpreting his words as a sign of retreat, triumphantly declared, "Now you see, it's not that I, Yao Feifei, am heartless. Rather, you, Xiaochen, are just too incompetent." Xiaochen waved his hand dismissively and clarified, "That is not my meaning. I merely wish to convey that you two are indeed a match made in heaven, a shameless pair destined for eternity. However, Lin Wu, you two have picked up the scraps I have used. As someone who has been there, allow me to offer you a word of caution. During that time, Yao Feifei preferred to take the initiative. It might be quite interesting for you to occasionally let her take the lead." Xiaochen interjected, "You speak nonsense." Yao Feifei exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Fool, are you courting death?" Lin Wu's eyes glinted coldly upon hearing this. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending Xiaochen staggering backward by several steps, even from a distance of several meters. Lin Wu, at the 6th level of the Qi martial realm, practiced a mid-tier martial art known as the Ice Formula. His martial technique, the Ice Soul Palm, also belonged to the mid-tier category. The martial god strategy has such effects? Yet, Lin Wu's cultivation is surprisingly at the 6th level of the Qi martial realm? This poses quite a challenge. It is essential to note that although Xiaochen possesses the martial god strategy, he has not practiced since his arrival in this world, remaining at the 2nd level of the Qi martial realm, which places him at the bottom among his peers. Engaging Lin Wu in combat now would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Just then, what are you two doing over there? Are you unaware that private duels are strictly forbidden at the Longwu Academy? A teacher from the Longwu Academy, passing by, noticed the two and immediately spoke with an icy expression. Lin Wu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and retracted his aura. Though formidable, he had not yet reached the level of challenging the Academy's rules. Fool, while the Academy prohibits private duels, it does not forbid sparring. If you have the guts, do you dare to challenge me on the martial arts platform? Lin Wu looked at Xiaochen with disdain. The latter, upon hearing this, frowned and replied, "Very well. However, I have a condition." "What are the conditions? Speak." Lin Wu was taken aback. He initially intended to humiliate Xiaochen, yet he did not anticipate that his opponent would genuinely accept the challenge. "Grant me a month's time, and after that, we shall settle our scores on the martial arts arena, clearing all the grievances of the past 2 years." Xiaochen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu erupted into laughter. "A month? Over the past 2 years, the gap between you and me has only widened. Do you truly believe that you can bridge that divide in just a month? Such a foolish notion is beyond comprehension. Very well, I shall grant you this month. Afterward, I will bring you to your knees, forcing you to bark like a dog." Xiaochen replied indifferently, "Do as you wish." He then turned to Yao Feifei and added, "Though I harbor no feelings for you any longer, your actions today still disgust me. You will undoubtedly regret your behavior today." Hearing Xiaochen's words, Yao Feifei scoffed, "Regret? You, a worthless and impoverished fool?" Xiaochen chose not to engage further and simply turned away. Without strength, one is merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, subject to bullying. Very well. From this moment forth, I, Xiaochen, shall become a formidable force." He silently vowed. Chapter 4. The Mountain of Flesh. The Great Demon King. The students of Longwu Academy enjoy favorable treatment, each having an independent chamber. Well, the bravado has been declared, but defeating Lin Wu is no simple task. Xiaochen murmured to himself. In his memories, he had never triumphed over Lin Wu. Not even once. It seems he must rely on the power of the martial god strategy. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiaochen closed his eyes and opened the martial god strategy. "Martial god strategy, I must grow stronger," he silently declared. "I will strive diligently in my cultivation." He knew very well the importance of hard work. Did he really need to be reminded? Perhaps a different approach was warranted. How could he ascend from the 2nd level of the Qi martial realm to the 7th level within a month? He pondered this question, knowing that Lin Wu was at the 6th level, which meant he only needed to surpass him by 1 minor realm. However, after a brief pause, whoosh, the martial god strategy was filled with a dense array of text. What on earth? Over 16,000 methods? Xiaochen felt utterly bewildered. He recalled that in the annals of the Dragon Martial Academy, no one had ever achieved such a rapid breakthrough within a month. Yet here, within the martial god strategy, lay countless methods. Yet, as Xiao Chun began to read more carefully, he soon realized that the situation was far from straightforward. First, he needed to find a master above the heavenly martial realm to forcibly infuse his body with energy. Goodness! There was only one heavenly martial expert in the entire Dragon Martial Empire, the Emperor himself. If he could locate the Emperor for such aid, he needn't fear Lin Wu at all. Xiao Chun wore a gloomy expression. Second, he would need to bathe in the sea of spiritual essence for a quarter of an hour. Who on earth knew where the sea of spiritual essence was located? Third, as Xiao Chun continued to read, he discovered that while there were numerous methods, most were utterly impractical. In exasperation, he shook his head and murmured, "Is there a more economical approach? One that poses no future risks to my cultivation?" Buzz. The text in the martial god strategy shifted once more, leaving him with a mere 97 methods. Well, this makes things easier. Xiao Chun nodded with a hint of gloom, then began his search anew. Foundation Establishment Liquid? The cheapest variety still costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per bottle? Finally, Xiao Chun pinpointed a method. The martial god strategy offers numerous alternatives for spirit medicines at a more affordable price. However, those options often come with a plethora of side effects. Although Xiao Chun yearned to enhance his strength swiftly, he was unwilling to wager his future on such risks. This predicament left him with a headache. How truly impoverished I am. I find myself with merely 6 low-grade spirit stones left, which will barely suffice for a couple of meat dishes. Xiao Chun sighed helplessly. Penniless. So utterly destitute. Otherwise, Yao Feifei would not have left him so resolutely. Just as Xiao Chun was at a loss, a resounding tremor shook the floor, followed by the dormitory door being forcefully kicked open from the outside. "You little rascal, pay your dormitory fees." A thunderous voice boomed, sending shivers through Xiao Chun's ears. Recalling from memory, he recognized the speaker as the matron responsible for the dormitory, infamously nicknamed the Meat Mountain Demon King due to her stature and demeanor. She was the bane of all students residing at Longwu Academy. How much? Xiao Chun thought desperately to avoid dealing with such a person. 100 low-grade spirit stones. The Meat Mountain Demon King declared with an outstretched hand. What? This is robbery. Isn't the fee only 20 low-grade spirit stones per month? Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. The Meat Mountain Demon King shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "That's because you've been delinquent on your dormitory fees for 5 months. Today is the final deadline. If you can't pay, you're out." Originally, he had sufficient wealth to pay for his dormitory fees. However, due to the recent birthday celebration of Yao Feifei, he had expended nearly all of his savings, over 1,000 inferior spirit stones, on gifts for her. Who could have anticipated that? Immediately after presenting the gifts, she would cast him aside. "Madam, I truly have no money. Please grant me another 2 days," Xiao Chun implored, his face contorted in despair. Just as these words escaped his lips, the formidable figure known as the Meat Mountain Demon King clashed her fists together with a resounding thud. A powerful aura emanated from her being. "You insolent brat, spare me your excuses. Either pay up or get lost." The Meat Mountain Demon King displayed an utter lack of compassion. At that moment, sensing the overwhelming presence of a strong warrior, the martial god strategy automatically revealed information about the Meat Mountain Demon King. Hua Youyan, 25 years old, with a cultivation level of the 5th realm of Qi martial arts. What a waste, the Dragon Martial Academy. Even a mere dormitory overseer surpasses me in strength? Xiao Chun mused in disbelief. Furthermore, the true name of the Meat Mountain Demon King was Hua Youyan, and she was only 25 years old? The absurdity of it all left him bewildered, unsure of where to begin expressing his incredulity. Amidst his astonishment, he suddenly noticed additional information recorded in the martial god strategy. Cultivation technique, inferior grade upper tier technique. Xianzhongju. A slight deviation into madness had resulted in her distorted physique and volatile temperament. So, it was due to her madness that she became this way? Xiao Chun pondered quietly to himself. On the other side, the Meat Mountain Demon King, catching sight of Xiao Chun's gaze, bellowed, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" The formidable mountain demon, initially exuding an aura of menace, found herself momentarily stunned upon hearing Xiao Chun's words. "How did you come to know that I have been practicing the profound weight technique?" Due to her past failures in cultivation, she had always been reluctant to divulge her methods to outsiders. To her surprise, however, the academically challenged Xiao Chun had managed to unveil her secret. "I am a top scholar of the Dragon Martial Academy. I can see through any technique at a glance." Xiao Chun feigned confidence. "A scholar, you say? Do you think I am unaware that you are the underachiever, Xiaochen? The mountain demon retorted with a scoff. Cough, cough. That is of little importance. What I wish to inquire about is whether you have strayed into demonic cultivation. Xiaochen asked, slightly embarrassed. Indeed, what of it? The mountain demon fixed her gaze upon him. I came across a similar situation in an ancient tome, which also presented a method of resolution. Would you care to give it a try? Xiaochen ventured cautiously. The ancient tome he referred to was, of course, the martial god strategy. What? A method of resolution? You think to deceive me, don't you? This affliction has plagued me for over a decade, and even the head of our Dragon Martial Academy could not remedy it. What makes you believe you can? The mountain demon wore a skeptical expression. Xiaochen quickly asserted, Sister Hua, I am not claiming that I alone can resolve this. I merely read about it in an ancient text. It appears to be the cultivation notes of an esteemed elder from some academy. If you do not trust me, surely you must trust the wisdom of the ancients? Moreover, regardless of its efficacy, there is no harm in attempting it, is there? Observing Xiaochen's seemingly harmless demeanor, the mountain demon let out a hum of acknowledgement. Very well, then. Pray tell, what method do you propose? Chapter 5. The divine healer Xiaochen hastily procured paper and pen, meticulously transcribing the methods of the martial deity strategy, which he presented with a smile to the formidable Meat Mountain Demon King. Sister Hua, please accept this. The Meat Mountain Demon King received the document with a skeptical expression, furrowing her brows. You didn't even verify this? It isn't some fabrication, is it? Xiaochen promptly waved his hand, asserting, of course not. I possess an innate memory that is unparalleled. There can be no error. Follow the cultivation method as instructed, and should it prove ineffective, you may do with me as you please. The Meat Mountain Demon King pondered for a moment before huffing. Well, it's true that one can run from a monk, but not from the temple. I shall let you off this time. However, if I discover you have deceived me, not only will I demand you pay for your lodging, but I shall also reduce you to a meat paste. Agreed. Xiaochen replied with a grin. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Xiaochen bid farewell to the Meat Mountain Demon King. Phew. At last, I have dispatched this scourge. Yet, to my astonishment, the martial deity strategy possesses such remarkable potential. Wait a moment. If the martial deity strategy can remedy the affliction of being possessed by martial madness, could it also cure other ailments? If that is the case, I believe I have discovered a means to generate wealth. With this thought in mind, Xiaochen tidied up and immediately dashed out of the dormitory, making his way to the bustling marketplace. Finding a secluded corner, he propped up a freshly crafted sign before him. As the wind blew, the tattered fabric unfurled to reveal the dazzling inscription. What nonsense is this? With the existence of the martial deity strategy as an external aid, what ailment is beyond Xiaochen's healing? However, he had scarcely made his appearance in the street. A newcomer has arrived, a wandering physician? Where can one find such a young healer? Surely, he must be a charlatan. Do not believe him. Just days ago, someone attempted to deceive here, only to be exposed by the fair maiden of the Academy of Medicine. Indeed, to masquerade as a physician in Tianxiang City. Does he not realize we possess the finest medical institution in the land? Upon witnessing Xiaochen's fade, the crowd jeered and swiftly dispersed. For the next hour, Xiaochen encountered not a single patient. What on earth? How could they mistake me for a fraud? This is not at all what I envisioned. Xiaochen felt a surge of frustration. Though he possessed remarkable abilities, they were rendered futile without the opportunity to demonstrate them. No, I must devise a way to persuade at least one individual. With determination in his heart, he caught sight of a lady passing by. Fair maiden, might I have a word? He called out. What is it? I am not ill. Do not attempt to swindle me. The woman displayed keen vigilance. Martial goddess strategy. Xiaochen activated his ability, glancing at her only to discover she was indeed healthy, a picture of vitality. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed her face, adorned with a multitude of freckles. Just because you are healthy, does that mean I cannot treat something else? Contemplating, Xiaochen cleared his throat and said, Fair lady, I am aware you are not unwell, but would you care to remedy those freckles upon your face? The woman furrowed her brow and replied, I knew you were after my coin. These freckles are congenital. Even the professors at the Academy of Medicine cannot remedy them. And you think you can? I must inform you that I am not so naive as to be deceived for money. You have mistaken the person. With that, the woman turned to leave. Xiaochen hastily called out, Fair lady, please wait. I assure you, I am not attempting to swindle you. Allow me to propose this. I will provide you with a prescription, and the apothecary is just across the street. You may procure the medicine yourself. And regardless of whether it proves effective or not, I shall accept no payment. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall surprise you. What say you? Truly no cost? The woman asked, taken aback. Xiaochen nodded affirmatively, absolutely none. Initially, his intention was merely to promote his services. As for monetary gain, there would be other means to achieve that. Very well, I shall give it a try. After a moment's contemplation, the woman seated herself before Xiaochen. Meanwhile, Xiaochen activated his martial arts strategy, selected a solution, and diligently penned a prescription before handing it over. The apothecary is right across the street. Procure the ingredients. Grind them into powder and apply it to your face. Xiaochen instructed. All right, I shall give it a try. The woman accepted the prescription and turned to leave. During this exchange, several passers-by had taken notice of their conversation. Pray tell, do you think this fellow is for real? One inquired. I cannot say. Let us observe further. And thus, approximately a quarter of an hour later. Oh my heavens! A miraculous healer. A divine physician. A piercing exclamation erupted from the apothecary. Following that, a woman with a complexion as fair as jade, her face awash with tears of joy, rushed out and approached Xiaochen. Seeing that the martial arts strategy had indeed borne fruit, Xiaochen felt a sense of relief and feigned profundity, saying, Am I a charlatan? Certainly not. She replied, her eyes glistening with gratitude. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope the esteemed physician will accept it. The woman said as she produced 200 low-grade spirit stones and placed them before Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen furrowed his brow and waved his hand, replying, I have treated you out of our fateful connection. I have already stated that I will not accept any payment for your treatment. I simply refuse. Upon hearing this, the woman blushed deeply and exclaimed, But how can I possibly accept such kindness? The onlookers around them were left in stunned silence. Goodness, could he truly be a miraculous doctor? One murmured, while another scoffed, Nonsense. It's so obvious that this is a setup. That woman must be in cahoots with him. Despite the unfolding situation, the crowd remained skeptical. No, I assure you, I do not know this miraculous doctor at all. On the other side, the woman, grateful for Xiaochen's assistance, became increasingly anxious as she witnessed the persistent misunderstandings about him. When has a stooge ever admitted to being one? If you truly wish to acknowledge him, bring forth your medicine and let me see it. If it can cure me, I shall concede that he is indeed a miraculous doctor, declared another woman, her face adorned with freckles. The first woman eagerly nodded, saying, Very well. My medicinal powder is still here. Allow me to share it with you. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the freckled woman took the medicinal powder, disdainfully applying it to her face before huffing, See, I feel nothing at all. He is merely a charlatan. Yet at that moment, my goodness, beautiful lady, do you happen to have a mirror on you? A bystander exclaimed, pointing at the woman in astonishment. A mirror? The woman momentarily froze, retrieving a copper mirror from her bosom and presenting it before herself. Ah, divine healer. In an instant, she collapsed before Xiaochen. Chapter 6, Cured by Medicine. The freckles that once adorned her face had vanished without a trace. Remarkably, the entire process had left her with no sensation, as if under a spell. Am I a fraud? Xiaochen questioned coldly, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. No, absolutely not. It was I who spoke foolishly. I deserve to be punished. Please forgive me, divine healer. The woman repeatedly slapped her own face in remorse. Enough, ignorance is no sin. However, you must pay, Xiaochen replied in a frosty tone. No problem. Here are 200 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept them, divine healer. The woman readily produced the coins. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Xiaochen felt a tremor of excitement. Just 100 low-grade spirit stones had once nearly led to his expulsion from the dormitory due to his inability to gather them. Yet now, wealth had come to him so effortlessly. My heavens, truly a divine healer. Divine healer, please attend to my ailment. I arrived first, you back off. The once skeptical bystanders now nearly clashed in their eagerness to be treated. Witnessing this, Xiaochen felt a surge of pride. The promotional effect had indeed proven effective. Settle down. Maintain order. First come, first served. Line up properly, he declared nonchalantly, reclining with crossed legs. In an instant, the crowd fell silent and formed an orderly queue. Divine healer. I have a condition that is somewhat, you understand. A middle-aged man approached Xiaochen, his demeanor awkward and hesitant. Xiaochen cast a glance at him and scoffed. Impotent, are we? With that remark, laughter erupted around them. Old he. I wondered why you hesitated to visit the Yihong courtyard. Turns out you're suffering from impotence. Someone from the crowd mocked. After this, they turned back to Xiao Chun and said, as for the miraculous doctor, I've had this ailment before. However, the root cure pills are exorbitantly priced, beyond my means. The symptomatic remedies are affordable but only last a day. So, what do you suggest? Xiao Chun let out a cold chuckle and replied, rest assured. Do not compare me to those quacks. As a miraculous doctor, I will eradicate your ailment's root cause, and the herbs I prescribe will be basic ingredients, never beyond your financial reach. Upon hearing this, Old He beamed with joy, exclaiming, excellent, excellent. Please, miraculous doctor, prescribe the medicine. Following the guidance of the martial god strategy, Xiao Chun meticulously pinned the prescription and gestured towards the apothecary across the way, saying, get the medicine from there. After preparing the decoction, consume it, and by tonight, you shall regain your vigor. Thank you, miraculous doctor. Old He replied, his face beaming with delight as he paid and departed. I, the miraculous doctor, am next. The second patient was an elderly woman. Xiao Chun glanced at her and remarked, you have been suffering from rheumatism for a decade, haven't you? The old woman was taken aback and said, how did you know without me saying anything? Xiao Chun huffed, I am a miraculous doctor. Such trivial ailments are apparent at a glance. Indeed, indeed. How shall I be treated? She inquired. Follow the prescription, prepare the herbal solution, and soak in it for 15 minutes before sleep. In 3 days, your ailment will vanish. Xiao Chun wrote down the prescription. Thank you ever so much, miraculous doctor. The elderly woman nodded gratefully. The divine physician has arrived. While ordinary doctors rely on the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, Xiao Chun possesses the martial god strategy, rendering such practices unnecessary. He merely searches for the relevant content within the strategy and recites it with precision. Consequently, the speed at which he diagnoses ailments has significantly increased, and the efficacy of his remedies is astonishingly swift. Many patients have experienced miraculous recoveries from long-standing afflictions upon taking his prescribed medicines. Moreover, the herbs he utilizes are remarkably affordable. Word of this phenomenon spread rapidly, and soon the entire street was abuzz with news of the miraculous healer. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street, Yininger and a girl clad in white leisurely strolled about. Ninger, did you have exams today? How did it go? The girl in white inquired gently. Sigh. I could have performed better, but I was disturbed by a rather tiresome fellow. Yininger fumed at the mere thought of Xiao Chun's exam antics. Oh, someone was able to disrupt the esteemed Yininger? Who might that be? Lin Wu, or perhaps Li Tianjua? The girl asked. Neither, it was a useless fool. Yininger retorted vehemently. A useless fool? How could he possibly affect you? The girl in white appeared puzzled. Yininger, in a fit of frustration, declared, forget it. Let us not discuss it. However, today was merely a written exam. Let him deceive his way through this. When the practical exam arrives next month, he will undoubtedly reveal his true colors. And what of you? How is life at the Xinglin Academy? The girl in white smiled. Everything is splendid. You know how passionate I am about the medical arts. Xinglin Academy is the perfect place for me. Yininger stuck out her tongue playfully. I wasn't inquiring about that. I meant to ask, have you encountered any handsome fellows who caught your eye? The maiden, her cheeks flushed with a delicate rose, demurred. My constitution hardly lends itself to such inclinations. Yininger playfully retorted, fear not, should the handsome lads of Xinglin Academy fail to capture your fancy. I shall escort you to Dragon Martial Academy next time. Our Dragon Martial Academy's gentlemen are paragons of excellence indeed. As she spoke, the visage of Xiao Chun flickered in her mind's eye, and she harumphed, save for certain individuals. The maiden paused, a flicker of curiosity in her gaze, poised to inquire as to the identity of these certain individuals. Yet, in that very instant, hasten, hasten. The divine physician is dispensing his remedies, delay, and we shall be too late. A stentorian voice echoed down the thoroughfare. In a trice, scores of individuals surged forward with unrestrained fervor. A divine physician dispensing remedies? Who is this individual who commands such a spectacle? Could it be the esteemed Dean Sun Sixi of Xinglin Academy who has emerged? Yininger and the maiden exchanged perplexed glances. Entertaining this notion, Yininger intercepted a passerby, inquiring, pray tell, is it Dean Sun Sixi who is administering treatment yonder? The individual shook his head, replying, nay, 'tis rumored to be a youthful prodigy, possessed of uncanny diagnostic acumen, his remedies swift and efficacious, and remarkably affordable. I tarry no longer. I must secure my place in the queue. With these words, he disentangled himself from Yi Ning'er's grasp and hastened onward. A youthful prodigy? Within your Xinglin Academy. Are there others of such caliber besides yourself? Yi Ning'er mused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The maiden offered a rueful smile, confessing, within Xinglin Academy, I merely rank 5th. There are 4 who surpass me in skill. However, what? Yi Ning'er pressed, her curiosity piqued. However, even were those 4 to grace the scene, such a spectacle would scarcely be warranted. My curiosity is piqued, the maiden confessed. Yi Ning'er nodded and said, I too am intrigued. Let us go and discover who this person truly is. The girl in white replied, that suits me perfectly. As the two contemplated, they made their way to the other end of the long street. At that moment, there were already hundreds of individuals queued up. However, when Yi Ning'er caught sight of the divine doctor treating patients, she was instantly taken aback. What on earth? How can it be this fellow? She gritted her teeth. Ning'er, do you know him? The girl in white inquired, astonished. Yi Ning'er huffed, this guy is from the Dragon Martial Academy and is in my class. It is this very person who disrupted my examination. How infuriating. It was not enough for him to disgrace himself at the academy. He has now come out here to embarrass himself further. Just watch me as I dismantle his operation. With that, she made a move to charge forward. Chapter 7. Astonishment. Fortunately, the girl in white timely extended her hand to stop Yi Ning'er, saying, Ning'er, hold on. Do not act rashly, perhaps. He possesses genuine skills? Yi Ning'er scoffed. Genuine skills? Let me tell you, this fellow is utterly hopeless. You do not understand. The girl in white countered. One cannot say that. If he truly lacked talent, how would you explain the throngs of people in line? Yi Ning'er replied disdainfully, they are likely a bunch of fools, deceived and unaware. After a moment of contemplation, the girl in white said, I shall observe from the sidelines for a while. If I detect any deceit on his part, I will personally expose him to prevent any innocent from being harmed. However, if he is not a fraud, let us not wrongfully accuse him. Yi Ning'er sighed, Kuro, you possess the heart of a bodhisattva, treating everyone with such kindness. Enough, I cannot oppose you. I shall refrain from disrupting his practice, but I will stand in line to have him examine my ailment. That is permissible, is it not? The young woman in white, Kuro, nodded and said, very well. After Yi Ning'er concluded her words, she turned and walked away, taking her place at the end of the queue. Meanwhile, Kuro sat opposite Xiaochun, observing how he diagnosed patients. Each night at midnight and noon, you experience pain in the left side of your chest, persisting for a quarter of an hour before subsiding. Correct? A patient settled into the seat, and without even a glance, Xiaochun articulated the symptoms. Yes, yes, yes. Divine physician. You can even discern the timing of the affliction? What malady do I suffer from? The patient was rendered speechless. It is nothing serious. Merely a disturbance of liver energy during your training, which has affected your heart pulse. Here is a prescription. Take it half an hour prior to the onset of your symptoms for 7 days, and you shall be cured. Additionally, before your next session, it would be wise to recite the cleansing heart incantation twice. Xiaochun instructed as he handed over a prescription. Thank you, divine physician. The individual expressed profound gratitude and departed. Remarkable. On the other side, Kuro was utterly astounded by the scene. With her discerning eye, although she could not identify the patient's condition, she grasped the situation after Xiaochun's explanation. More importantly, she caught a glimpse of the prescription he had written. Initially, it appeared chaotic and nonsensical, but upon further contemplation, she discovered its hidden profundity. Xiaochun utilized only the most fundamental herbs. Yet in the combination and selection of their properties, he seemed to have distilled the very essence of pharmacological wisdom, leaving Kuro in awe. You suffer from a headache, do you not? It is of no great concern. Take this prescription, applying it both internally and externally, and it shall be eradicated within 10 days. The imbalance of the spleen and stomach is not a matter of great concern. A few days of medication will suffice for recovery. As the patients came and went, Kuro's heart grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Xiaochun, while attending to patients, was overwhelmed by the influx of payments, his hands growing weak from the sheer volume. He marveled at the sensation of earning to the point of exhaustion. Just then, another patient took a seat. Dysmenorrhea? Nothing to fret about. Just drink more warm water, Xiaochun remarked lazily. However, in an instant, he sensed a palpable aura of hostility. Looking up abruptly, he was met with a familiar visage. Yi Ning'er, you have dysmenorrhea? Out of consideration for our shared academic history, let me examine you properly, Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Who do you think you are? Yi Ninger erupted, flipping over Xiao Chen's stall in a fit of rage. As the pride of Lanwu Academy and the goddess in the hearts of countless male students, she could not bear to have her condition identified by Xiao Chen, prompting her indignation to boil over. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Chen narrowly evaded the collapsing stall with a backflip, his expression now one of anger as he faced Yi Ninger. Stop your nonsense, Yi Ninger retorted, her face flushed as she glared at Xiao Chen. Nonsense? Have I said anything incorrect? Your menstrual cycle began 3 days ago, and today marks the 4th day. Earlier, during the exam, you felt a twinge of pain, and just 15 minutes ago, it had persisted until now. Am I wrong? Xiao Chen questioned coldly. On the other side, Yi Ninger was momentarily taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. This young man, how could he possibly know when my monthly cycle is? Such matters are deeply private for a girl. Even among other girls, she would never disclose it, let alone to a man like Xiao Chen. However, what infuriated Yi Ning even more was the fact that he not only knew but had the audacity to announce it in front of everyone. Do I not deserve any dignity? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Yi Ninger's face flushed crimson with rage as she exclaimed, Perverse jerk, I shall slay you. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from her. Yi Ninger stood at the 7th level of the Qi martial realm, cultivating the upper-tier ordinary technique, the heavenly heart profound art, and employing the upper-tier ordinary martial skill, the torrential rain sword technique. The martial god strategy automatically presented information about Yi Ninger. How formidable. Stronger than Lin Wu. Is this the prowess of the second-best student in class? Xiao Chen gazed at Yi Ninger, utterly astonished. At present, Xiao Chen was merely at the 2nd level of the Qi martial realm. He could not even contend with Lin Wu, let alone someone even more powerful like Yi Ninger. Yet, just as Xiao Chen braced himself for an impending beating, whoosh, 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 in an instant, a dozen individuals rushed to stand before Xiao Chen and Yi Ninger. How dare you, young lady, show disrespect to the divine physician? Indeed, how can you, so young, bully others with your strength? It's utterly unreasonable. Several voices clamored together, beginning to reprimand Yi Ninger. Taken aback, Yi Ninger retorted furiously, You fools. He is not a divine physician at all. He is a student from the Lanwu Academy. You have been deceived. Oh, it turns out that the miracle doctor is an exceptional student from the Dragon Martial Academy, which explains his remarkable youth and excellence. Indeed, youth knows no bounds. However, after hearing Yi Ninger's explanation, the crowd's admiration for Xiao Chen grew even stronger. You all, I've already stated, he is not a miracle doctor, Yi Ninger exclaimed in anger. At this moment, the crowd around her became increasingly agitated. Young lady, you must not speak carelessly. The miracle doctor is here and has already healed countless individuals. We are not fools. Indeed, we are unaware of your grievances, but your actions seem rather excessive. I couldn't care less if he is a student of the Dragon Martial Academy. Being able to heal is what truly matters. Just like me, I once suffered from impotence. But after taking the medicine prescribed by the miracle doctor, I now find myself fully capable, just as I am now. Just after consuming the medicine, the old man he glanced at Yi Ninger, and suddenly, the hem of his robe stood erect like a tent. With a whoosh, a wave of hostility surged forth, causing those beside him to instinctively retreat. Pervert! Yi Ninger screamed in fury, swiftly turning her sword and sending the old man he flying. Boom! He landed beside Xiao Chen, groaning, Miracle doctor, save me. Xiao Chen wore a speechless expression, astonished that this old man dared to openly harass Yi Ninger. She had shown mercy, inflicting only minor injuries that could be easily treated with ordinary medicinal ointment. With a sigh, Xiao Chen remarked, Chapter 8, Expose him. On the other side, Yi Ninger trembled with rage. However, the crowd's criticism towards her intensified. Observing this, Yi Ninger clenched her teeth and suddenly felt a surge of realization. It was wrong of me to disrupt your affairs. I apologize. This revelation took Xiao Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated that the usually haughty Yi Ninger would offer him an apology. Well, I suppose it was my fault to mention your cycle, he admitted. Now understanding the reason behind her earlier anger, feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Ninger, hearing his words, almost choked with indignation. She thought to herself, if you already know, why must you reiterate it? With gritted teeth, she declared, however, everyone, this individual is certainly no miracle worker. The person beside me is an outstanding student from the Xinglin Academy, praised by Dean Sun Xiqiao himself. If you doubt my word, let her expose this charlatanesque tricks. What? Dean Sun Siqiao has praised her? It must be true. My goodness, isn't she the little fairy who recently uncovered several medical frauds right here? And she's back? Could it be that the miracle worker is indeed a fraud? Upon seeing Kuro, the onlookers began to waver once more. Yi Ninger, noticing their reaction, felt a surge of triumph. She swiftly approached Kuro and whispered, "Did you see that? This fellow is utterly devoid of knowledge and utterly unreasonable. You must have discerned his deceit, right? If you have, please do not spare my feelings. Expose him directly." However, a miracle worker, truly a miracle worker. Kuro gazed at Xiaochen, her eyes wide with astonishment. Boom. In an instant, the crowd erupted once again. Good heavens, even the little fairy is vouching for him? It seems the miracle worker is indeed extraordinary. Humph. Who just doubted that the miracle worker was a fraud? What a heartless betrayal. I have been foolish. I have blasphemed against the miracle worker. Public opinion has once again shifted. What? Even you? Yu Ningyo was left utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Kuro was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Ninger, he truly is." At this moment, Kuro's expression suddenly changed, and she began to cough violently. "Kuro, is your illness flaring up?" Yi Ninger exclaimed in frustration. "How could this happen at such a time? Did you bring your medication?" "It's in my arms," Kuro gasped. Yi Ninger hurriedly reached out, retrieving a vial from her embrace, pouring out a crimson pill, ready to place it in Kuro's mouth. "Wait. She cannot take this medication." Suddenly, Xiaochen interjected. Yi Ninger, infuriated by his interruption, retorted, "This is a life-saving remedy for Xiaoro. And you dare to prevent her from taking it? Are you even knowledgeable in medicine?" Xiaochen, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "Everyone present can attest to my medical expertise. If you truly wish to save her, follow my instructions." Yi Ninger found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Kuro reached out to stop Yi Ninger, saying, "Ninger, I trust the divine physician." With a sense of resignation, Yi Ninger conceded, "Very well. I cannot oppose you." Rising to her feet, she turned to Xiao Chun, declaring, "Xiao Chun, if anything happens to Xiao Rou, I will not spare you. As long as you do not interfere, there will be no mishaps." Xiao Chun replied coldly. With a huff, Yi Ninger fell silent. On the other side, Xiao Chun elegantly penned a prescription and handed it to Yi Ninger. "Prepare the medicine according to this prescription and do so swiftly. Otherwise, it may be too late," he instructed. Yi Ninger reluctantly accepted the prescription and rushed into the apothecary, soon emerging with a bowl of herbal concoction. "Xiaochen, are you certain this is safe to drink?" Doubt lingered in her voice. "Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences," Xiaochen replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. "Humph," Yi Ninger scoffed, administering the potion to Kuro. After consuming the medicine, Kuro exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually settling into a deep slumber. Seeing this, Yi Ninger felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, casting a complex glance at Xiao Chun. "Have you discerned what ailment she suffers from?" she inquired. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. "This is not merely an illness, it is an injury. Her heart meridian is compromised, severed at a young age by a sword. A formidable individual managed to forcefully reconnect a portion of her heart meridian, allowing her to cling to life. Alas, it remains too frail, causing her to hemorrhage with each episode." Upon hearing this, Yi Ninger's gaze toward Xiao Chun shifted dramatically. Initially, she thought Xiao Chun was merely deceiving others when he treated their ailments, but now, regarding Kuro's condition, his words resonated with undeniable accuracy. Could it be that he truly is a miraculous healer? This thought surfaced in her mind for the first time. "Can you cure her?" Yi Ninger pressed. Xiao Chun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, but it will require some effort. Anything you need, I will provide. Money is no object. I shall pay whatever it takes. Xiao Rou is my dearest friend. I implore you, you must save her," Yi Ninger exclaimed, her emotions surging. Xiao Chun sighed. "It's not a matter of money. Although I am aware of the method to reconnect her heart meridian, it requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. My current cultivation is too weak. I must at least reach the spiritual martial realm to have a 30% chance. After all, this concerns the heart meridian, and any slight misstep could lead to fatal consequences." "The spiritual martial realm?" Yi Ninger furrowed her brow. Her implication was clear. Someone like Xiao Chen, who had been studying in the Dragon Martial Academy for 2 years, had only attained the second level of the Qi martial realm. To reach the spiritual martial realm seemed a distant prospect. Xiao Chun perceived her thoughts and smiled lightly. "Do not worry. At the latest, within 3 months, I will surely break through to the spiritual martial realm. By then, I will have a way to treat her injuries. However, payment is still necessary. Whether in this world or on Earth, money is indeed a good thing, and I have a deep understanding of this. Humph. Of course, I will not shortchange you. Yuninga replied. Furthermore, do not consume that previous medicine again. While it can suppress her symptoms, it does so at the cost of her life force. If continued, she will be in danger within 6 months. Remember to use my prescription when her condition worsens. Xiaoqin instructed. Well, all right, thank you. Yi Ninger nodded, and then lifted the unconscious Kuro onto her back. How to resolve it? Xiaoqin responded coldly. For instance, the night before your duel. I could incapacitate him first. Yuninga suggested after a moment of thought. Xiaoqin's expression darkened as he replied, no need for that. I will handle my matters with him myself. If this statement were made in the past, Yuninger would undoubtedly have been filled with disdain, perceiving Xiaoqin as merely posturing. However, following the recent events, her attitude towards him has undergone a subtle transformation. For a fleeting moment, she even entertained the illusion that Xiaoqin might genuinely triumph. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she shook her head, casting aside such thoughts. In that case, I shall not concern myself further. Farewell. With that, she departed, carrying Kuro on her back. Wait, Divine Healer, you haven't treated my ailment yet. Divine Healer, please examine a few more cases. The crowd clamored. To say you will not treat us is to say that none of you suffer from grave illnesses. These are merely trifling ailments that will resolve in a few days. Xiaoqin replied coldly. When will the Divine Healer return next? Someone inquired. It depends on my mood. Xiaoqin responded as he hoisted the sack filled with spiritual stones. Goodness, how heavy it is. He mused inwardly. Chapter 9. Continuous breakthrough. A large sack of spiritual stones, dragged and pulled, was brought by Xiaoqin into the apothecary across the street. At this moment, the shopkeeper had long since come out to greet him. What a jest! Xiaoqin's south practice across the street had attracted a considerable amount of business for the apothecary, which the shopkeeper had keenly observed. Divine Healer, please take your time. Allow me to assist you, the shopkeeper said cautiously. Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase some medicinal materials. Xiaoqin declared. Divine Healer, how could you say such a thing? Whatever medicinal materials you desire, simply name them. The shopkeeper replied, his face adorned with a fawning smile. No, I shan't accept anything without due compensation. I shall pay the full price for what I receive. Just ensure you do not pass off inferior goods as quality. Xiaoqin insisted. Of course. Rest assured, Divine Healer. The shopkeeper patted his chest confidently. Xiaoqin extended his hand and inscribed a lengthy list of names on a piece of white paper, then remarked, prepare this array of spiritual herbs for me. The more, the better. The shopkeeper glanced at the prescription and furrowed his brow, stating, while these spiritual herbs are not of high grade, a few are exceedingly rare. Even with great effort, I can only gather 10 portions for the divine physician. Xiaoqin nodded. Very well, 10 portions it shall be. 10 portions of foundational spiritual liquid will suffice to elevate my cultivation by a notch. Before long, the 10 portions of spiritual herbs arrived. Divine physician, these herbs amount to a total of 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, since it is for you, I shall offer a discount. You may have them for 80,000. The shopkeeper chuckled. 80,000, you say? Very well. Xiaoqin nodded and retrieved 80,000 spirit stones from a burlap sack, handing them to the shopkeeper. Just this afternoon, he had earned 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. And now 2/3 of that sum had vanished in an instant. Divine physician, do you not possess a spatial ring? The shopkeeper inquired upon noticing that Xiaoqin still used a burlap sack to contain the spirit stones. A spatial ring? Xiaoqin searched his memory, realizing it was a storage artifact in this world, yet it bore a hefty price tag, beyond what his former self could afford. My spatial ring was lost. Xiaoqin fabricated an excuse. I see then. Someone, bring a new spatial ring. The shopkeeper gestured, and a brand new spatial ring was presented to Xiaoqin. Divine physician, please accept this. The shopkeeper beamed. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Xiaoqin inquired, somewhat astonished. To possess a spatial ring, one must often spend tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones. Thus, it is remarkable that the other party so readily bestowed one upon me. It is merely a gesture of goodwill, an attempt to forge a friendship with you, esteemed divine physician. Consider it a token of our initial meeting. I hope that during your next visit to our apothecary, you will grace us with your presence. The proprietor is no fool. With Xiaoqin's capabilities, he is akin to a veritable cash cow. Securing his allegiance with but a single spatial ring is truly a bargain. Xiao Chun discerned the other's intentions and, with a smile, nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed shopkeeper. I am Xiao Chun from Longwu Academy. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. This promise from Xiao Chun is undoubtedly worth more than the price of a spatial ring. An hour later, 10 vials of Foundation Establishment liquid were presented before Xiao Chun. I wonder how potent this elixir truly is. Well, I shall test it for myself. With that, he consumed the first vial of Foundation Establishment liquid. As the liquid coursed through his being, it transformed into spiritual energy, permeating his limbs and bones. His body felt akin to a parched land finally receiving the long-awaited rain, swiftly absorbing the elixir entirely. Remarkably, after drinking an entire vial, he felt no sensation of bloating. Instead, he sensed an increase in his strength. Indeed, this is a remarkable substance. I must continue. Without further hesitation, Xiao Chun began to consume the Foundation Establishment liquid voraciously. Upon reaching the third vial, a surge of spiritual light erupted, and Xiao Chun successfully broke through to a new realm. Over the past 2 years, I had only progressed from the first to the second level of Qi martial realm, yet now, the breakthrough came with such ease. Should outsiders learn of the simplicity of Xiao Chun's breakthrough, one cannot fathom their thoughts. Upon the ingestion of the 7th vial of foundational elixir, Xiao Chun ascended to the 4th level of Qi martial realm. With the consumption of the 10th vial, he reached the 5th level. Remarkable. How splendid it is that 10 vials of foundational elixir have elevated my cultivation to the 5th level of Qi martial realm. This is simply, a profound joy surged within Xiao Chun's heart. In contemplation of the martial god strategy, he pondered the outcome of a confrontation with Lin Wu, given his current prowess. The answer was evident: utter defeat. Xiao Chun sighed, acknowledging the truth. He understood that while his realm was only one tier below Lin Wu's, the disparity in their respective cultivation methods and martial techniques was vast. Over the past 2 years, Lin Wu had been a prodigy at the Dragon Martial Academy, with access to cultivation resources far beyond what Xiao Chun, an underachiever, could ever attain. To utterly vanquish that individual, Xiao Chun needed to possess formidable techniques and martial skills. Martial god strategy: grant me a celestial tier technique and several celestial tier martial skills. Xiao Chun silently invoked in his mind. Yet this time, the martial god strategy revealed naught but emptiness. What? Why has it failed? Could it be that even the martial god strategy lacks celestial tier techniques? Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. The martial god strategy, a treasure of profound knowledge, must surely encompass celestial tier techniques. However, as a unique artifact, it requires the user to possess commensurate strength to wield its power. The host currently possesses limited strength and, as such, is unable to obtain answers of this caliber, which serves as a form of protection. Otherwise, given the host's present cultivation level, forcibly practicing celestial tier techniques would undoubtedly lead to a rapid accumulation of spiritual energy, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the body. Moreover, as the saying goes, a common man is guilty of possessing a precious gem. Should the host possess such advanced martial arts, it would inevitably attract perilous consequences. This, too, is a measure of responsibility towards the host. Suddenly, a plethora of text materialized on the martial god strategy. Such a situation. Xiao Chun gazed at the words, his expression darkening. He harbored a sense that the martial god strategy was akin to a treasure trove, yet he found himself unable to seize the finest of its riches. It was simply, sigh, never mind, let me select techniques and skills that can decisively overpower Lin Wu. Xiao Chun silently mused. With a deep breath, the martial god strategy shimmered once more. To his astonishment, over 20,000 options appeared. Xiao Chun wiped the sweat from his brow. Chapter 10. A bloodline beyond comprehension. Assist me in selecting the most suitable techniques and skills for my cultivation, he declared. Sifting through such a vast array of martial arts was exceedingly arduous. It would be far more efficient to allow the martial god strategy to make the selection. Xiao Chun firmly believed that the strategy would not lead him astray. In the next moment, a profound martial technique materialized within Xiao Chun's consciousness. Dragon Battle Art, a superior spiritual tier technique? It seemed remarkably potent. Xiao Chun murmured to himself. In his recollection, the strongest technique within the entire Tianxiang kingdom was merely of the mid-spiritual tier. Yet this, indeed, is regarded as a closely guarded secret of the royal lineage. This martial art of mine is already exceedingly profound in its tier. The Dragon Battle Technique, an ancient cultivation method for dragon warriors, can activate the bloodline power within the host, allowing one to, at its pinnacle, crush opponents of the same realm solely with physical prowess. How formidable it seems. Furthermore, bloodline power? Do I possess such a thing? Xiaoqun was taken aback. Through the memories of this lifetime, he knew that in this world, there existed powerful families endowed with unique bloodline powers. However, such warriors are truly rare across the vast continent. Even the royal family of the Tianxiang kingdom lacks special bloodline powers. Yet today, within Xiaoqun, there exists bloodline power? What tier is my bloodline power? Xiaoqun inquired. It is important to note that even bloodline powers have their distinctions. The host is not authorized to know. Hiss. Xiaoqun could not help but draw in a sharp breath, while a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. The implication of being unauthorized to know suggests that, at his current level, he is unable to access such power. In other words, the tier of his bloodline power must indeed be exceedingly high. Otherwise, the martial god strategy would not have concealed it from him. Haha, splendid. As long as I am strong enough, the specifics of its tier will naturally be revealed to me when my strength increases. For now, I must focus on my cultivation. Contemplating this, Xiaoqun began to diligently practice the dragon battle technique in silence. During the process of cultivation, a wealth of profound insights regarding the battle dragon technique manifested directly within Xiaoqun's consciousness, allowing him to approach perfection in every step of his training. If a martial arts master were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left utterly astounded. For Xiaoqun's flawless state of cultivation bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary divine state. Training in the divine state yields results in a single day that surpass those achieved in a common state over the course of months or even years. Many martial artists may never attain such a state in their lifetimes, yet here was Xiaoqun, achieving it with such ease and grace, it was nothing short of terrifying. Meanwhile, within a lavish residence in Tianxiang City, Kuro, who had been in a deep slumber for half the day, finally awakened. Ah, where is the divine physician? Where could he be? The first thought that crossed her mind upon opening her eyes was to search for Xiaoqun. Do not look for him. He has long since departed. At her bedside stood Yininger, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, Kuro's face fell in disappointment as she lamented, "It is all my fault. Why did I have to fall ill at such a crucial moment?" Yininger observed her forlorn demeanor and suddenly inquired, "Little Ro, speak honestly with me. Is that fellow's medical skill truly remarkable?" Kuro paused for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. A physician must diagnose through observation, inquiry, and examination. Even the esteemed director is not exempt from this practice. However, that divine physician merely glanced at me and instantly discerned the ailment, its cause, and the onset time with astonishing clarity. Such brilliance is nothing short of extraordinary. What is even more crucial is the prescription he formulated. Before you, he had prescribed hundreds of remedies, none of which I had ever seen. Yet the exquisite combination of medicinal ingredients within them seemed almost otherworldly. I have a feeling that I have studied medicine since I was 6, and now, after a decade, my skills pale in comparison to the value of just one of his prescriptions. I even fear that in my lifetime, I may never reach the extraordinary realm of that divine physician. As I spoke these words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Kuro's eyes. Nearby, Yininger was taken aback by her words. She was most familiar with Kuro's medical prowess, renowned throughout Tianxiang City as a prodigy. Yet this prodigy held such high regard for Xiaoqun. Could it be that I have underestimated him all along? That fellow, is he truly a genius in the art of medicine? But if that is the case, why did he choose the Dragon Martial Academy over the Xinglin Academy? I cannot fathom what he is thinking. Doubt filled Yininger's heart. By the way, Ninger, you mentioned that the divine physician is your classmate, right? Kuro inquired. Indeed. What of it? Yininger replied. Would you be able to introduce me? I wish to take him as my master. Kuro said with utmost seriousness. What? You want to take him as your master? Yining nearly leaped up in surprise. Indeed, he is the most skilled physician I have ever encountered. I have a premonition that to approach the pinnacle of medicinal art, taking him as my mentor is my only option, Kuro declared earnestly. Yininger could not help but furrow her brow, saying, You must be feverish. To take a boy of merely a few years your junior as your master? If your parents were to find out, wouldn't they turn the entire Tianxiang kingdom upside down? No, Ninger, I am quite clear-headed. You must assist me, Kuro said with a serious expression. Yininger gazed at her for a while, and finally, gritting her teeth, she replied, Very well, but when the time comes, you must not say that I helped you. A promise is a promise. Let us seal it with a pinky swear. Kuro smiled and extended her little finger. Yuningo shook her head but also reached out her pinky to intertwine with Kuro's. The following morning, with a sigh, Xiaochen exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Did I truly cultivate for an entire night? Moreover, I feel no fatigue whatsoever. In a state of heightened perception, Xiaochen had practiced without even noticing the passage of time. However, unbeknownst to him, although his current realm appeared unchanged from the previous night, there lay a significant distinction between the two. Last night, while his cultivation had indeed advanced, it had been achieved through the aid of spiritual herbs. Such a foundation, though elevated, was inherently unstable and fraught with potential repercussions. To thoroughly solidify his realm, typically, a year of quiet refinement would be required to reach a level akin to that of an ordinary person. Yet today, after a night of cultivation, Xiaochen found his realm remarkably solidified. In terms of spiritual energy concentration and strength, it was at least doubled. Yet, Xiaochen himself remained entirely oblivious to this transformation. Chapter 11. The gamble. Let us see how my bloodline power has awakened. Xiaochen was far more concerned about his mysterious bloodline prowess. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and turned his inner gaze toward his meridians, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. The index finger of his right hand? Had he merely awakened the power of this one finger's bloodline? How utterly useless! Xiaochen shook his head with a sigh. With such a meager awakening of his lineage, he feared he could scarcely unleash even 1/10,000th of its true might. Thud, thud. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed from outside, signaling that the class at the Dragon Martial Academy was about to commence. The matter of bloodlines could wait for another day. For now, it was time to report to school. Furthermore, the results of yesterday's examination should be announced today, shouldn't they? A smile graced the corners of Xiaochen's lips as he hastily packed his belongings and made his way toward the academy. Look, here comes that fool. Have you heard? This dimwit wagered a bet with Lin Wu yesterday, arranging a duel a month from now. What? A duel with Lin Wu? Is this lad courting death? You don't know the half of it. This fool's girlfriend was snatched away by Lin Wu, which drove him mad with rage, leading him to seek a confrontation. However, mark my words, by the end of the month, he will undoubtedly be reduced to a pitiful state. Alas, a waste is a waste. As soon as he entered the classroom, whispers and pointed fingers surrounded Xiaochen, filled with derision. Yet, he remained unperturbed. When the results were announced, the true nature of the so-called waste would be revealed. Fei, today I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a genius, and what it means to be a failure. Just then, Lin Wu's voice echoed from the entrance. Xiaochen glanced over to find Lin Wu had brought Yao Fei into the classroom, wearing a mocking expression as he cast a glance in Xiaochen's direction. Alas, could you refrain from mentioning that wretched matter? The very thought of having associated with such an individual makes me feel nauseous. Yao Fei pouted, casting a jealous and disdainful glance at Xiaochen. All right. I shall not bring it up. Seeing Yao Fei's anger, Lin Wu hurriedly sought to placate her with a smile. However, upon turning, he noticed Xiaochen frowning at him, prompting Lin Wu to retort, "Useless, what are you staring at?" Xiaochen harbored a profound aversion for this pair of insufferable individuals. He had initially intended to disregard them, yet their incessant provocations compelled him to stand his ground. Otherwise, he feared he would lose all respect for himself. Lin Wu, you incessantly label me as worthless. Yet you remain oblivious to how you surpass me in any regard, Xiaochen stated coldly. Surpass you? My grades are superior. My family background is more distinguished. Even a single hair from me is thicker than your waist. Tell me, where do you excel over me? Lin Wu declared with unabashed arrogance. Xiaochen responded with indifference. Oh, is that so? Then dare you to wager with me? What is there to fear? How shall we wager? Lin Wu dismissed Xiaochen with disdain. Let us wager on the results of yesterday's examination. The loser must crawl out of the classroom barking like a dog. Do you dare? Xiaochen's voice was icy. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, surveying his classmates. Classmates, did you hear that? The biggest underachiever in our class wishes to compete with me in academics? The room erupted in laughter as the students questioned Xiaochen's sanity, considering his grades unworthy of comparison to Lin Wu's. I observed this individual, once again attempting to attract attention. Alas, indeed, a fool is beyond remedy. In the face of such ridicule, Xiaochen remains unfazed, merely fixing his gaze upon Lin Wu. So, do you dare to wager? Wager. You foolish one. Seeking your own humiliation, what do I have to lose? Lin Wu replied with a grin. Very well, let us establish a solemn vow to prevent anyone from reneging afterward. Xiaochen declared. He understood that in this realm, a vow signifies the bond between a warrior and the heavens. Thus, once a vow is made, none would dare to violate it lightly. It is settled, Lin Wu proclaimed, as he and Xiaochen formalized their vow. Sigh, when will Xiaochen ever mature? By competing with Lin Wu, is he not merely awaiting embarrassment? In a corner of the classroom, a girl observed Xiaochen with disdain. Beside her, Yi Ninger wore a complex expression. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps this time Xiaochen may not lose. She suddenly interjected. Following the events of yesterday, Yi Ninger's attitude toward Xiaochen had undergone a significant transformation. Ninger, have you come down with a fever? How could that guy possibly win? The girl exclaimed, startled. Yi Ninger chuckled softly, shaking her head. It's nothing. Just consider my words as mere nonsense. Amidst the commotion, Fan Shi entered the classroom with measured steps. Enough. Silence. Fan Shi called out, and gradually, the crowd quieted. The results from yesterday have been released and are contained within this jade disc, Fan Shi said with a smile, surveying the students. Oh, Teacher Fan, may I inquire who secured the first place this time? A voice inquired. Fan Shi chuckled. This result has been personally graded by Teacher Luo Shi. I have just received it and haven't had the chance to examine it yet. However, based on past experiences, it is naturally Li Tianjue who has excelled. In an instant, all eyes converged upon a resolute young man in the corner of the classroom. Li Tianjue, the top student of the class and a genius among the top 10 in the grade. Xiaochen gazed at the aloof youth and mused silently. This Li Tianjue possessed remarkable talent and was known for his proud demeanor, rarely engaging with his classmates, leaving Xiaochen not particularly familiar with him. At that moment, Lin Wu, smiling, inquired, Teacher Fan, I wonder whose score is better, mine or Xiaochen's? This question elicited another round of laughter from those around. Fan Shi furrowed his brow and replied, Lin Wu, you are a genius in your own right. Could you not aspire to greater things than to compare yourself with that waste? If you must compare, then measure yourself against Yi Ninger or Li Tianjue. Lin Wu retorted, Teacher Fan, it's not my desire to compete, but rather that someone insists on measuring themselves against me. He then recounted the wager he had made with Xiaochen. Upon hearing this, Fan Shi's expression turned displeased as he looked at Xiaochen and said, Xiaochen, what am I to say about you? Never mind. I can't be bothered to waste words on someone like you. Just hurry up and get out. Get out. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen raised an eyebrow and asked, Teacher Fan, what do you mean by that? Fan Shi scoffed, what do you mean? Was it not you who made the wager with Lin Wu? So, are you regretting it now? Why didn't you think of that earlier? Xiaochen gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, I did wager with Lin Wu. But how can you conclude my defeat without examining the results? Fan Shi sneered. Is it even necessary to check? You are well aware of your own character. Aren't you? Chapter 12, 1. Rage. At this moment, Xiaochen's emotions could only be encapsulated by these two words. Teacher Fan Shi, the results are in your hands. I suggest you take a glance before making any further statements. Xiaochen managed to suppress his fury. I see no need for that. You should leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall personally eject you. Fan Shi replied coldly. This man entirely disregarded Xiaochen. Teacher Fan, for the sake of fairness, perhaps we should first review the results? At that moment, Yi Ninger suddenly spoke up. Hearing her voice, Xiaochen turned to glance at Yi Ninger, astonished that she would come to his aid. With her prominent background, Fan Shi knew better than to offend her. Upon her interjection, he reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall announce the results now. It will surely dishearten some individuals. As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into the jade disc in his hand, activating it. Let us unveil the answer all at once and see who the last place contender is. Fan Shi cast a sidelong glance at Xiaochen as he activated the jade disc. Buzz. In an instant, a stream of textual information appeared upon the jade disc. Oh. The crowd gasped in unison upon witnessing the information. Holding the jade disc, Fan Shi didn't even glance at it. Instead, he coldly regarded Xiaochen and said, Xiaochen, do you have any last words? Are you not leaving? In his eyes, the last place contender was undoubtedly Xiaochen. At that moment, a trembling voice emerged from the corner. Teacher Fan, the last place, is me. Huh. Fan Shi paused, turning to glance at the jade disc in his hand. Yuan Tao, 28 points. How is that possible? Xiaochen isn't in the last position? Fan Qi was taken aback. Haha, Teacher Fan, I seem to have disappointed you, Xiao Chun remarked coolly, fixing a disdainful gaze upon Fan Qi. Humph, what are you so proud of? Even if you're not last, you're merely second to last. Fan Qi retorted. Is that so? Then, Teacher Fan, since you were so certain, why not place a wager? Xiao Chun proposed coldly. A wager? What sort of bet do you have in mind? Fan Qi inquired, brow furrowed. Let us wager on my score. Whether it surpasses Lin Wu's. If I lose, I shall accept any consequence you deem fit. However, if I win, you must publicly kneel and apologize. Xiao Chun declared with a frosty demeanor. Xiao Chun understood the importance of respecting one's teacher, yet the current Fan Qi hardly deserved the title. Time and again, he had humiliated and tormented Xiao Chun. Unless he was made to pay a price, Xiao Chun's indignation would remain unresolved. You. Fan Qi's anger flared upon hearing this. He was taken aback that the once timid Xiao Chun dared to speak to him in such a manner. What? Are you afraid? Xiao Chun challenged, his gaze piercing. Humph. What is there to fear? I accept your wager. Fan Qi, momentarily flustered by Xiao Chun's intense stare, conceded. Very well. Let the contest begin, Xiao Chun said with a smile, then boldly returned to his seat. Humph. This boy must be putting on an act. Even if he suddenly decides to study diligently, how could his results possibly surpass Lin Wu's? As I contemplate how to deal with that little rascal after his defeat, Fan Qi's heart seethes with determination, and he continues to channel his spiritual energy. Yan's family emerges with a score of 36 points, ranking second to last. And it is evident that Xiao Chun is not among them. He must surely be in the third to last position, Fan Qi muses. Zhang Hongtao scores 37 points. Du Lan 41 points. As time progresses, more than 20 names have been announced, yet Xiao Chun remains absent. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the classroom towards Xiao Chun have transformed. No one anticipated that this formerly steadfast last-place student would experience such remarkable progress. Could it be that his performance that day was not merely a stroke of luck? But how has he suddenly become so formidable? Meanwhile, Yi Ninger gazes at Xiao Chun in astonishment, her heart racing with disbelief. I refuse to believe it. Fan Qi grits his teeth, intensifying his focus. Chen Yao scores 71 points, Huang Xian 73 points. In the blink of an eye, several more names pass, leaving only 10 unannounced. Yet Xiao Chen's name is still missing. This can't be real. Is this some sort of joke? That academic underachiever, Xiao Chun, has actually entered the top 10? The expressions of the onlookers shift once more. Oh, even Li Tianjue in the corner displays a hint of surprise. Lin Wu. Beside Lin Wu, Yao Feifei appears increasingly anxious. Humph. There's no need for concern. Even if this brat defies the odds, he can only reach the top 10. To surpass me is nothing but a delusion. Lin Wu grits his teeth. The announcement of scores continues. Wang Feiyu, 80 points. Lu Chenxi, with a score of 81. As time elapsed, only the names of Xiao Chun, Lin Wu, Yi Ninger, and Li Tianjue remained in the class, unmentioned. In other words, Xiao Chun had remarkably secured a position among the top 4. In an instant, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Fan Qi's forehead. He never anticipated that Xiao Chun would achieve such a ranking. Regret washed over him for having wagered against Xiao Chun moments earlier. Come on, Fan Teacher. Are you running low on spiritual energy? Xiao Chun inquired, observing Fan Qi. Humph. You need not urge me. I shall continue on my own. Fan Qi gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy once more. Lin Wu, 86 points. Boom. In an instant, the classroom erupted with excitement. Lin Wu ranked 4th. This implied that the underachiever Xiao Chun had entered the top 3. In other words, Xiao Chun had won the bet? Impossible. This could not be. Lin Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Likewise, Fan Qi's complexion turned pale. Fan Teacher, we must proceed. Meanwhile, Yi Ninger, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Xiao Chun's success and urged Fan Qi to continue. Fan Qi clenched his teeth and pressed on with his spiritual energy. Yi Ninger, 88 points. Boom. Once again, the crowd was astounded. Yi Ninger ranked 3rd. This meant that Xiao Chun was now among the top 2. However, the astonishment did not end there. Li Tianjue, 91 points. The next name to be revealed was, astonishingly, Li Tianjue? What? Li Tianjue was only in 2nd place? No way. Could it be? Could it be? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Xiao Chun transformed entirely. Beside him, Li Tianjue's eyes flickered with a cold light, fixated on Xiao Chun's direction. Haha, I understand now. I comprehend. At that moment, Fan Shi unexpectedly burst into laughter. Teacher Fan, what are you laughing at? Lin Wu inquired, his face pale as he gazed at Fan Shi. Fan Shi suppressed his laughter and replied, during the examination, Xiao Chun must have written recklessly, undoubtedly inciting teacher Luo Shi's ire, which led to the cancellation of his score. Otherwise, how could he possibly surpass Li Tianjue? In his view, Xiao Chen's score must not have been recorded. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to harbor doubts. Teacher Fan, if that is the case, you only need to infuse one more strand of spiritual energy to unveil the truth, correct? Xiao Chen, seated, remarked with a cold smile. Humph. Very well, I shall ensure you concede convincingly. Fan Shi huffed, infusing the last strand of spiritual energy into the jade disc. However, in the next moment, the entire classroom fell silent. For on the jade disc appeared glaring characters. Xiao Chun, 1 point. Chapter 13, Cheating. Xiao Chun, 1 point. This indicated not only that Xiao Chen's score had not been annulled, but he had also achieved the highest possible score. He was undoubtedly the first without contest. Impossible. There must be some error. Fan Shi could hardly believe his eyes. Come now, the truth is evident. You too must admit defeat. Xiao Chun scoffed, slowly rising. Casting a glance at Lin Wu and Fan Shi. Xiao Chun, do not be overly arrogant. Lin Wu exclaimed, pointing at him. Xiao Chun responded with a cold smirk, saying, Lin Wu, accept your defeat. Do not forget the oath you swore. If you do not leave, be wary of divine retribution. Lin Wu's face paled instantly. Though he was not afraid of Xiao Chun, he dared not disregard the consequences of the oath. You must have cheated. How could a waste like you possibly achieve a higher score than Lin Wu? At that moment, Yao Feifei suddenly interjected. Cheating? Indeed, Xiao Chun. You have committed an egregious offense against the principles of Longwu Academy. I shall have you expelled. Fan Shi shouted furiously at Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Lin Wu's eyes lit up as he chimed in. Exactly. Xiao Chun, since you cheated, your score is void, and thus our wager cannot be counted. I have not lost. Observing the three of them, Xiao Chun felt a cold amusement within. He had not anticipated that Fan Shi and Lin Wu could be so shameless, turning the tables despite having clearly lost the bet. Nor had he expected Yao Feifei to be so underhanded, attempting to sully his reputation at this moment. Fan Shi, you accuse me of cheating. Do you possess any evidence? Xiao Chun asked icily. Evidence? Humph, your exam paper serves as evidence. Come with me. We shall seek out teacher Luo Shi. With her keen insight, she will undoubtedly uncover any signs of your deceit. Fan Shi declared. Indeed, let us consult teacher Luo Shi. Lin Wu nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go. Xiao Chun chuckled coldly as he followed Fan Shi towards the door. Meanwhile, deep within the confines of Longwu Academy, in a secluded courtyard, a young woman in her 20s gazed intently at an examination paper, lost in thought. Sierra, what captivates you so deeply? A voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with graying hair entered with a smile. This man was none other than Luo Sun, the vice president of Longwu Academy, and the young woman was Luo Shi, the academy's youngest instructor. Uncle, I am examining the third-grade examination papers. Luo Shi promptly replied. The vice president was indeed her uncle. Ah, this set of papers was personally crafted by the old president. I have reviewed it, and the difficulty is indeed somewhat elevated. I doubt many will score above 90, Luo Sun remarked with a chuckle. Luo Shi sighed and responded, not just somewhat elevated. Even I, before seeing the answers, could only achieve a score of 98. However, the results of this assessment have truly astonished me. Oh, what has transpired to astonish you so? Luo Sun inquired. A hint of surprise in his tone, Luo Shi casually handed him the examination paper. After a brief review, Luo Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? A perfect score? And it matches the standard answers word for word? Who is this Xiao Chun? Luo Shi lamented. I have just conducted an investigation into him. He is a poor student, having ranked last in his grade for the past 2 years. Yet this time, humph, that rascal must have cheated. Luo Sun retorted with a scoff. Luo Shi furrowed her brows and remarked, initially, I shared your thoughts, but as my uncle previously stated, this examination paper was personally crafted by the former dean, and the answers were sealed by him as well. I only learned the correct answers after the exam. How could that child possibly? Luo Sun waved his hand, saying, these questions shall be addressed once we locate that boy and interrogate him. The truth will undoubtedly be revealed. Our Longwu Academy, being the foremost martial arts institution of Tianxiang Fruit, will not tolerate any form of cheating. Luo Shi nodded in agreement. Very well. At that moment, teacher Luo Shi, Fan Shi, request an audience. Outside the door stood Fan Shi. Oh, teacher Fan Shi, please enter. Luo Shi beckoned. With a creak, Fan Shi and Xiao Chen stepped into the courtyard. Vice Dean, you are here as well? Fan Shi exclaimed, startled upon seeing Luo Sun. Yes, Fan Shi, what has transpired? Luo Sun inquired with a grave tone. Cheating? Huh. To think such unscrupulous conduct could arise within our Longwu Academy. We must expel him immediately, banish him forthwith. Luo Sun declared coldly. Hold on. At that moment, Luo Shi suddenly interjected. Xia, do you have an objection? Luo Sun frowned. Oh, you are the one who scored a perfect 100, Xiao Chen? Luo Shi exclaimed in surprise. What? It is he? Luo Sun's brow furrowed as he looked at Xiao Chen. Huh. Cheating aside, even managing to obtain the answers is a skill in itself. However, to replicate them verbatim is simply foolishness. To think such a thing could be associated with a student of our Longwu Academy is indeed a disgrace. He must be expelled. Within Luo Sun's heart, a resolution regarding Xiao Chen had already been made. Indeed, it is I. On the other hand, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to Luo Sun's thoughts. The vice dean, teacher Luo Shi, this lad has consistently ranked at the bottom for the past 2 years. Moreover, his character is questionable, with a history of misconduct. This time, he has committed an act that tarnishes the Academy's reputation and yet refuses to acknowledge it. I propose that we expel this individual from Longwu Academy and banish him from Tianxiang City. Fan Shi declared, his expression brimming with righteous indignation. Very well. Let it be so. Luo Sun waved his hand in agreement. Upon hearing this, Fan Shi felt a surge of joy. Wait a moment. At that instant, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly. What? Do you have any objections? Luo Sun replied with evident impatience. Of course I do. May I inquire? Esteemed Vice Dean, while Fan Shi holds a position as a teacher, he accuses me of cheating without any evidence. As the Vice Dean, how can you decide to expel me without conducting any investigation? Is this reasonable? Xiao Chen articulated with poise. Luo Sun scoffed and retorted, Investigation? You young man. Answered the exam paper word for word according to the standard answers. If it were not for cheating, how could you have achieved such precision? This is the best evidence. What further investigation is necessary? Chapter 14. Guidance from the teacher. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt utterly speechless. He had adhered strictly to the martial god strategy during the examination, initially aiming solely for high marks, never anticipating such troubles. Had he foreseen this, he would have intentionally provided some incorrect answers. However, at this point, retreat was no longer an option. With a deep breath, Xiao Chen addressed the Vice Dean, inquiring, Might I ask, do professors at Longwu Academy intentionally impart erroneous knowledge to their students? Luo Sun furrowed his brow and replied, Certainly not. Xiao Chen continued, If a student comprehensively grasps all the knowledge taught by the Academy, is that a transgression? Not at all. Luo Sun responded solemnly. Xiao Chen then smiled. If that is the case, I merely assimilated the knowledge imparted by the Academy in its entirety and documented it faithfully. What grounds do you have for expelling me? You are being unreasonable. Your expulsion is due to cheating. Who can reproduce all knowledge verbatim? Luo Sun retorted angrily. Xiao Chen scoffed. Your inability does not imply that others share the same limitation. You. Luo Sun was about to protest further when Luo Shi raised her hand and interjected. Uncle, allow me to handle this. With a huff, Luo Sun fell silent. Turning her gaze to Xiao Chen, Luo Shi asked, Are you asserting that you passed this examination through sheer ability? Indeed. Xiao Chen nodded, though he felt a twinge of trepidation. However, the martial god strategy had become an intrinsic part of him, so claiming it as his own prowess was not unwarranted. Very well. I shall pose a new question and challenge you once more. Do you dare to accept? Luo Shi fixed her gaze upon Xiao Chen. What is there to fear? He replied with a grin. The first question. If one cultivates the spiritual water technique with a fire attribute body and experiences a disruption in their chi flow, forcibly drawing in water attribute spiritual energy from the 12 meridians of the northern heavens, resulting in a reversal of their chi and blood, how might one remedy this predicament? Luo Shi began to articulate slowly. On the other side, Xiao Chen listened intently to the questions while operating the martial god strategy, and then replied with a smile. There are 3 solutions. The first is to utilize fire attribute techniques, reversing the flow of spiritual energy. Using the 3 celestial veins of Tiandu, Shenhu, and Ling Zhou as the foundation. After navigating through 32 cycles of the heavens, one can then channel the energy through the 12 veins of the Northern Territory to achieve resolution. The second method involves stabilizing the Tianshuan vein with external force and then consuming the Huoming pill to resolve the issue. The third option is to rupture the 12 veins of the Northern Territory, forcibly drawing spiritual energy into the Dantian to create a sea of fire, which can safeguard one's life. However, this approach would destroy the fire virtue body, hence it is not recommended. Xiaochen spoke with great assurance. In truth, there were thousands of other solutions within the martial god strategy, but those methods were far too profound. Even if articulated, the listeners would not comprehend them. Therefore, Xiaochen chose to present only these three options. Upon hearing this, Luo Sun and Luo Shi exchanged glances, astonished. From their perspective, Xiaochen's answers were flawless. The second inquiry pertained to the Xiaofengian palm, which comprises 32 forms. Luo Shi asked how to execute the sixth form, Tianbo Jidong, without suffering backlash. It's simple. One must employ the opposite mental method and reverse the flow of spiritual energy. As the questions continued, Xiao Chun responded to over a dozen inquiries without any hesitation, consistently providing accurate answers. This left both Luo Shi and Luo Sun in a state of shock. Could it be that this individual is truly a genius? Such thoughts simultaneously arose in their minds. At this moment, Xiaochen smiled and inquired, "Teacher Luo Shi, you have been practicing the heavenly martial sword technique recently, haven't you? How did you know?" Luo Shi was taken aback upon hearing his words. The heavenly martial sword technique is one of the most formidable martial arts at the Dragon Martial Academy, and aside from those close to her, very few knew of her training in this art. Because I observed that the meridians in your right arm are obstructed and have sustained damage. You might try circulating your spiritual energy to the spiritual platform, then to the celestial sphere, and finally to the wind pool, Xiaochen suggested with a smile. Luo Shi was momentarily stunned and instinctively followed Xiaochen's guidance to channel her spiritual energy. Clang! In the next instant, a surge of sword energy erupted forth from her. What? This is the heavenly martial sword energy? How could this be? Luo Shi was left utterly astonished. It is worth noting that over the past several days, despite enduring injuries, she had been unable to produce this sword energy. Yet, with just a few words of advice from Xiaochen, she had successfully achieved it, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Instantly, her gaze towards Xiaochen underwent a profound transformation. "Young man, how do you know the method for cultivating the heavenly martial sword energy?" Luo Sun, who stood nearby, also exclaimed in surprise. Well, perhaps it is due to extensive reading, Xiaochen dared not reveal the secrets of the martial god strategy. If you truly wish to pursue this technique, I happen to possess a medicinal formula that can serve as an alternative. While it may not accelerate your training, it will at least prevent further damage to your meridians. As he spoke, Xiaochen casually took out paper and pen, inscribing a prescription before handing it to Luo Sun. The latter, somewhat woodenly, accepted the prescription, yet gazed at Xiaochen with a look akin to that reserved for a monster, inquiring, "How did you discern this?" Xiaochen replied with a smile, having read extensively, certain knowledge naturally coalesces. He then turned to Vice-Dean Luo Shi and asked, "Might I inquire if our recent exchange can serve to attest to my innocence?" Luo Shi and Luo Sun exchanged glances, each discerning the thoughts mirrored in the other's eyes. Xiaochen's responses were impeccable, devoid of any errors. More crucially, in mere moments, he had assisted Luo Shi in cultivating her sword energy and had diagnosed Luo Sun's injuries with remarkable clarity. Such erudition would not only warrant a perfect score on any examination but might also surpass the capabilities of even the esteemed old dean. To suggest that someone of his caliber could resort to cheating was simply unfathomable. Uncle, purely from an academic standpoint, Xiaochen is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. It is entirely reasonable for someone of his talent to achieve full marks. Hence, I firmly believe he cannot possibly be guilty of cheating, Luo Shi stated solemnly. What? Teacher Luo Shi, please do not be swayed by this rascal's charade. He is nothing but an ignorant underachiever. Fan Shi interjected hastily. Chapter 15. The Strength Test. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi's displeasure was palpable as she retorted, "Teacher Fan Shi, were you not a witness to our recent dialogue? Xiaochen's knowledge is unparalleled among students. How can you dare to label such a student as an ignorant underachiever? I find myself questioning your qualifications to be a teacher." Fan Shi trembled all over and said, "Perhaps this lad has also cheated just now." Beside him, Luo Sun immediately retorted, "Fan Shi, do you take us all for blind fools? Xiaochen is right before our eyes, answering questions on the spot. How could he possibly cheat? Sighing, Xiao Chen's tone was filled with utter helplessness. However, in Luo Sun's ears, it sounded like sheer fury. Vice Dean, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. He is just an underachiever. How could I possibly target him? Moreover, if he were truly adept in martial arts, how could he only possess the cultivation of the second stage of Qi martial realm? This level is the weakest among his peers. While one may fabricate results in exams, one cannot feign their cultivation. Please do not be fooled by him. Fan Shi seemed to seize a lifeline, pointing at Xiao Chun as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Luo Shi and Luo Sun began to waver once more. However, boom. On the other side, Xiao Chun unleashed all his spiritual energy, revealing his authentic cultivation of the fifth stage of Qi martial realm without a doubt. Vice Dean, my cultivation has long since reached the fifth stage of Qi martial realm. It is merely that Fan Shi has persistently suppressed me, even hindering my training, which has led to my reputation as a worthless individual until this day. I implore you, Vice Dean, to take a stand for me. At this moment, Xiao Chun displayed all his acting prowess, wearing a look of grievance, with even tears welling in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Luo Sun's mind began to conjure numerous vivid images: unscrupulous teachers oppressing students, jealousy stifling talent. In a moment of seething anger, Luo Sun coldly declared, Fan Shi, as a teacher of the Dragon Martial Academy, you have brazenly violated the rules of the institution. Now, in my capacity as the vice president, I hereby revoke all your duties and expel you from the Dragon Martial Academy. What? Fan Shi trembled at the sound of these words. It is well known that teachers at the Dragon Martial Academy hold an esteemed position within the kingdom of Tianxiang. Not only do they receive a remarkably high salary annually, but they also enjoy numerous privileges within Tianxiang City. However, should he be dismissed, all these benefits would vanish, and he would be reduced to a laughingstock. Leave. Do not force my hand. Luo Sun fumed. Known for his fiery temper and unwavering disdain for evil, Luo Sun had garnered a notorious reputation within the academy. Years prior, when a teacher attempted to exploit a female student, Luo Sun had discovered the transgression and had mercilessly crippled the man, severing his limbs and casting him out. At this moment, Fan Shi's heart was gripped by terror. Yet, as he turned to his side, he noticed Xiao Chen, and a thought struck him. Vice President. This young man has always harbored ill intentions. He must have resorted to forbidden substances to forcibly enhance his cultivation. I request that we conduct a power assessment at once. If he has indeed used illicit drugs, he will surely fail the test, thereby vindicating my innocence. Martial arts cultivation is an arduous journey. While certain spiritual herbs can assist in the process and enhance outcomes, these herbs come with severe side effects. Once consumed, one may temporarily break through to a higher realm, but such actions irrevocably sever the path to achieving even greater heights in the future. Moreover, in comparison to realms attained through rigorous cultivation, those achieved through prohibited substances are significantly inferior. Hence, the Dragon Martial Academy has always maintained a stringent prohibition against the consumption of such substances by its students. Upon hearing this, Luo Sun hesitated momentarily before turning to Xiao Chun and inquiring, Young man, do you dare to participate in the strength test? Indeed. What is there to fear? Xiao Chun replied confidently. He was acutely aware that his current realm was indeed bolstered by the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Yet this elixir was vastly superior to those so-called forbidden drugs. Very well, let us commence the strength test. Luo Shi led the group to the testing stone tablet. Huh. Xiao Chun, go ahead and strike. I find it hard to believe that your punch can muster 500 gene. Fan Shi glared at Xiao Chun menacingly. Having taught Xiao Chun for 3 years, he felt he knew him intimately. Throughout these years, Xiao Chun had consistently ranked at the bottom of martial prowess, and he had yet to master even a single decent martial skill. How could he possibly pass the strength test? Unbeknownst to Fan Shi, Xiao Chun was feeling a twinge of uncertainty. After all, since his recent breakthrough in cultivation, he had yet to engage in combat, and he was unsure of his true strength. However, given the current circumstances, retreat was no longer an option. Come on, strike. Are you afraid? As he observed Xiao Chen's hesitation, Fan Shi felt increasingly convinced of his own correctness and swelled with pride. By the way, why not give this a try? Meanwhile, a thought sparked in Xiao Chen's mind, and he remarked with a smile, It's not that I'm afraid, but I find using fists to be an excessive measure. It's merely a strength test. A single digit of mine will suffice. Upon hearing this, Fan Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Luo Shi and Luo Sun furrowed their brows. How utterly ridiculous. A single finger? Xiao Chun, who do you think you are? If you can pass the strength test with one finger, I'll immediately kowtow and apologize. Fan Shi guffawed. You said it yourself. Xiao Chun retorted with a sneer, extending his right index finger. Power of bloodline, let me witness your might. Xiao Chun silently chanted, instantly channeling his spiritual energy as he pointed a finger toward the Power Stone tablet. Buzz. As his fingertip touched the stone tablet, a series of numbers materialized on its surface. Huh. I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Chun, I told you to stop pretending. With the cultivation of the 5th level of Qi martial realm, the power of a single finger is only a little over 100 pounds. You truly are a good-for-nothing. Vice Dean, this kid has merely elevated his realm with forbidden drugs. Expel him immediately. Fan Chi roared with laughter. However, silence. Open your eyes wide and look clearly. Luo Sun rebuked. The power of a single finger is actually over 1,000 pounds. Luo Shi, who was standing nearby, was also astonished. At the 5th level of the Qi martial realm, a punch that reaches 500 pounds is considered qualified. Exceeding 600 pounds is deemed excellent. Generally speaking, even the top 10 geniuses in the same grade can only muster around 700 pounds of force at most. And that's referring to the power of a fist. But what about Xiao Chun? Chapter 16. Kneeling Apology. The mere strength of a single finger can surpass 1,000 pounds? This is nearing the prowess of a master in the spiritual martial realm. What of academic underachievers? What of the inept? This is nothing short of monstrous. The group was astounded, yet at this moment, Xiao Chun was even more astonished. He had merely intended to test the awakened power of his bloodline, never anticipating such a grand display upon his first attempt. It is important to note that he had only awakened a fraction of his bloodline power, merely 1/10,000th of its full potential, and yet it manifested with such formidable strength. What, then, would be the spectacle if his bloodline power were to awaken completely? At that point, even with only the cultivation of the 5th layer of the martial Qi realm, he could potentially overpower superlative experts of the heavenly martial realm solely through the might of his bloodline. Now, Fan Shi, do you have anything to say? On the other side, even the usually amiable Luo Shi wore a stern expression. To have someone like Xiao Chun, who could achieve perfect scores in theoretical knowledge and possessed monstrous talent in martial arts, labeled as an underachiever by Fan Shi, was utterly ludicrous. Fan Shi was truly deserving of his fate. I. Fan Shi was utterly at a loss for words. What do you mean I? Fan Shi, as of now, you are expelled from the Longwu Academy. Furthermore, I will disseminate this information throughout Tianxiang City. From this day forth, you shall not be employed anywhere within Tianxiang City, you disgraceful wretch. Luo Sun admonished. What? In that moment, Fan Chi was rendered speechless. With Luo Sun's decree, not only had he lost his livelihood, but his chances of surviving in Tianxiang City were now obliterated. However, should he choose to stay, if Luo Sun were to become enraged, he might very well face dire consequences. In a moment of helplessness, I had no choice but to turn away. Just then, Xiao Chun suddenly spoke up. What do you intend to do? Fan Chi glared fiercely at Xiao Chun. If it weren't for Xiao Chun, he would never have found himself in such a predicament today. At this moment, his hatred for Xiao Chun was profound. Mr. Fan, you haven't forgotten our recent wager, have you? Xiao Chun inquired with a stern expression. What? You want me to kneel before you? You insolent brat, do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing this, Fan Chi's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Chun maintained his cold demeanor, declaring, Fan Chi, you have deceived me for 3 years. Demanding you kneel today is already showing my utmost mercy. Seeking death. Fan Chi's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to strike Xiao Chun. Seeking death? Huh. I believe it is you who is courting doom. On the other side, Luo Sun bellowed. In an instant, a tremendous wave of flames surged forth, encasing Fan Chi within. This was Luo Sun's signature move, the explosive fire flow. With his peak strength at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, a mere thought was sufficient to obliterate Fan Chi. Vice Dean, please. I was wrong. I will kneel. Fan Chi's complexion changed drastically as he immediately conceded. With a clenched jaw, Fan Chi bowed his head in Xiao Chen's direction and then rose, departing with his head lowered. Yet, no one noticed that at this moment. Fan Chi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted, resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Xiao Chun, I want you dead. I want you dead. Fan Chi muttered to himself as he walked away. Meanwhile, Luo Shi turned to Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, you have endured much over these 3 years. Rest assured, From this day forth, I shall personally assume the role of your homeroom teacher, ensuring that such incidents as those involving Fan Chi shall never transpire again. Homeroom teacher? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart stirred. Before him stood Luo Shi, in her early 20s, possessing breathtaking beauty. Having such a homeroom teacher was certainly far more pleasing to the eye than that greasy middle-aged man, Fan Chi. Thank you, Teacher Luo. However, I must mention that Fan Chi has slandered me in front of my classmates. I implore you, Teacher Luo, to restore my dignity. Xiao Chen clasped his hands respectfully. Fear not, I shall take care of it, Luo Shi declared, thumping her chest confidently. Wait a moment. At that moment, Luo Sun spoke up again. Vice Dean? Xiao Chen was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Chen, remember not to disclose the results of today's stone tablet test. Luo Sun regarded Xiao Chen with profound significance. The latter paused for a moment, then suddenly understood, saying, The Vice Dean is concerned that someone may target me? Luo Sun nodded. Precisely. When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be uprooted by the wind. You are exceptionally talented. Should outsiders learn of such a genius at our Longwu Academy, it is quite possible that someone may covet your life. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. However, regarding Fan Chi, Luo Sun waved his hand. Leave that to me. I will ensure he thinks twice before speaking carelessly. Thank you, Vice Dean. Xiao Chen bowed in gratitude. Xiao Chen, let us depart, Luo Shi suggested. Meanwhile, within the classroom, the students murmured, wondering why Teacher Fan Chi and that useless individual had not yet returned. It has been quite a while since Xiao Chen and his companion left. The classroom buzzed with speculation. I reckon that fool has already been expelled. Teacher Fan Chi must be kicking him out. Lin Wu chuckled triumphantly. Humph. That worthless individual dares to compare himself with you. I truly cannot fathom what occupies his mind. Yao Feifei chimed in from the side. Just as the two were conversing, a creak interrupted them. Teacher Luo Shi? Xiao Chen, where is Teacher Fan Chi? The crowd looked on in bewilderment. I have several announcements to make. At that moment, Luo Shi spoke with gravity. Whoosh. Instantly, everyone fell silent. First, from today onwards, I, Luo Shi, shall serve as the homeroom teacher for this class. Luo Shi declared. Boom. In that instant, the classroom erupted with excitement. My heavens, the goddess is going to be our homeroom teacher? How blissful. The boys were in a frenzy. However, Lin Wu seemed to sense an ominous undertone. Furrowing his brow as he inquired, Teacher Luo Shi, what about Teacher Fan Chi? This brings me to my second announcement. Fan Chi has been expelled for openly insulting, suppressing, and even slandering students, which is a grave violation of the regulations of Longwu Academy. Luo Shi stated. In that moment, the classroom fell into profound silence. Suppressing and slandering students? Which student is it? Lin Wu gritted his teeth and asked. It is he, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen achieved remarkable results in this theoretical examination, scoring a perfect mark. Yet, due to personal grievances, Fan Chi sought revenge, and the vice president has confirmed the expulsion from Longwu Academy permanently. Luo Shi proclaimed loudly. Chapter 17. Who are you, beautiful? Whoosh. In an instant, the classroom became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Xiao Chen. Outstanding results? Perfect score? These phrases seemed utterly incongruous to the students, especially Lin Wu. No, Teacher Luo Shi, you must be mistaken. This fool is the greatest waste in our class. A complete academic failure. Do not be deceived by him. Lin Wu shouted loudly. Indeed, Teacher Luo Shi, this individual is nothing but a disgrace to Longwu Academy. How could he possibly achieve a perfect score? Yao Feifei also shouted vehemently. She was unwilling to acknowledge that the boy she had discarded, whom she deemed worthless, might one day experience a resurgence. I recall, you do not appear to belong to this class, do you? Luo Shi inquired, frowning. During her investigation into Xiao Chen, she had also learned about Yao Feifei's circumstances. Luo Shi held a deep-seated contempt for those who were fickle and disdainful of the less fortunate. Yao Feifei was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Luo Shi, she is my girlfriend, and I brought her here. Lin Wu hastily attempted to defuse the situation. A girlfriend? If you wish to engage in romance, I cannot interfere outside of class. However, when did my classroom at Longwu Academy become a venue for your courtship? I hereby impose a punishment. You shall reflect in solitude for 7 days. Luo Shi stated coldly. Lin Wu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Teacher Luo Shi would assert her authority so decisively upon her arrival. However, the background of Teacher Luo Shi was beyond his capacity to provoke. Reluctantly, He prepared to head to the reflection room. Just then, Lin Wu, have you forgotten something? Xiao Chen suddenly interjected. Lin Wu trembled with anger and turned to glare fiercely at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, do not push me too far. Xiao Chun replied with a smile. It seems you have indeed forgotten. When we made our wager, we established a solemn oath. If you are unafraid of divine retribution, you may boldly walk out of this door. Otherwise, adhere to the wager and imitate a dog's bark to crawl out. Before Lin Wu, Xiao Chen harbored no intention of preserving any semblance of dignity. Xiao Chen, you have gone too far. Yao Feifei immediately pointed an accusatory finger at him. Silence. Xiao Chun turned sharply, his voice a thunderous reprimand that startled Yao Feifei. Yao Feifei, you have strayed in your affections. I can overlook that. Yet, since then, every time we meet, you feel compelled to insult me. What do you consider yourself? Merely a wretched person who trades her body for trivial wealth. Do you look down upon me? Huh. Let me tell you, having been with you is the greatest blemish on my life. Xiao Chen bellowed at Yao Feifei. You. Yao Feifei never imagined that the once timid Xiao Chun would dare to raise his voice against her. In a moment of trembling, she dramatically flicked her sleeves and fled in tears. Lin Wu, what are you still dawdling for? Xiao Chen remarked, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Lin Wu. The latter's face oscillated between hues of blue and white, yet he ultimately inhaled deeply, knelt on the ground, and imitated a dog's bark before scuttling out of the classroom on all fours. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that Lin Wu had indeed been compelled by Xiao Chun to bark like a dog. Though he did not actually crawl away, the humiliation was sufficiently staggering. Xiao Chun, I have fulfilled my part of the wager, but do not forget, there remains another wager between us. Outside the door, Lin Wu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. Remember, a month from now, at the martial arts arena, Xiao Chun proclaimed with his hands behind his back. At that time, I shall take your life. Lin Wu turned his head, casting a frosty gaze upon Xiao Chun. Mutual sentiments, Xiao Chun retorted with a cold smirk. Humph. Lin Wu flicked his sleeve and departed, leaving Xiao Chun and the students, who were all in a state of shock. Oh, not feeling well. Then you should take a rest. Luo Shi urged hastily. Farewell, Xiao Chun remarked, also exiting the classroom. Only a month remains. It seems I must expedite my strength enhancement. Xiao Chun contemplated silently. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming influx of information surged forth. Opt for something economical yet effective. Xiao Chen lamentably began to sift through the options. This time, on the martial god strategy, only 3 choices remained. First, cultivate a unique martial technique. Second, refine the body with the blood of formidable beasts. Third, consume rare celestial materials. My dragon battle technique qualifies as a unique martial method, doesn't it? That one is already in progress. As for the rare celestial materials, not to mention whether I have sufficient funds at present, even if I do, these elusive items are difficult to procure. It appears I must focus on the blood of the beasts. A plan began to form in Xiao Chen's mind. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from outside. Chen Chun, are you there? Who? Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Why would a girl come to his dormitory? And why address him so intimately? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a stunning beauty, standing coquettishly before him. Staring at her, Xiao Chun was left utterly astonished. You must have the wrong person, he said, bewildered. Oh dear, it's only been one night since we last met, and you've already forgotten me. How cruel of you. The girl replied in a teasing tone. Xiao Chun was suddenly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly exclaimed, My dear lady, one must not speak carelessly. May I inquire as to your identity? The woman immediately pouted and replied, It's me. Just yesterday, you affectionately referred to me as Sister Hua. How is it that you no longer recognize me today? Sister Hua? Hua Yulian? The formidable mountain of flesh? Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment. Oh dear, you still call me by that nickname. You truly are something else. The woman before him wore a distinctly displeased expression. Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Xiao Chen instinctively drew in a sharp breath. What on earth was happening? The former mountain of flesh had been an imposing figure, weighing several hundred pounds. Yet the woman before him stood at around 1.70 meters, weighing no more than 100 pounds, her figure slender and alluring. No matter how hard Xiao Chun racked his brain, he could not reconcile this transformation. What was even more perplexing was the mention of Chen Chun. The former mountain of flesh had possessed a tempestuous temperament. How could she have morphed into this visage? Sensing Xiao Chen's bewilderment, Hua Yulian sighed and said, It's no wonder you fail to recognize me. I have indeed shed a bit of weight since yesterday, all thanks to the cultivation techniques you imparted to me. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Sister Hua, this is not merely a matter of losing a little weight. You have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Furthermore, how is it that your character has transformed as well? This was the source of Xiao Chen's greatest confusion. Oh dear, I have always possessed this disposition. It was only when I became consumed by the perils of cultivation that I adopted that former demeanor. I was overly harsh towards you in the past. I apologize. Will you accept my contrition? Hua Yulian gently tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve and spoke. Chapter 18. The Assassination of Fan Qium. Sister Hua, let us not proceed in this manner. Xiao Chen replied, his expression darkening. It was only now that he comprehended the reason behind Hua Yulian's name. If she had indeed been like this before her downfall, there was indeed a sense of bittersweet sympathy. Do you not forgive me? Hua Yulian pouted. Xiao Chen let out a wry smile and said, Sister Hua, even in your former self, you possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Although you always appeared fierce when collecting the dormitory fees, had it been anyone else, they would have long expelled me for my 5-month delay. I have always been aware of your kindness towards me. These words came from the depths of Xiao Chen's heart. As long as Chunshen does not hold it against me. Hua Yulian's face lit up with joy. Sister Hua, you may simply call me by my name. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to being called Chunshen. Xiao Chen replied with a bitter smile. Very well, shall I call you Xiao Chun, my younger brother? Hua Yulian suggested. That will suffice. It is certainly preferable to Chunshen. Xiao Chen conceded with reluctance. My dear younger brother Xiao Chun, thanks to the method you provided, I experienced a remarkable transformation overnight in my physique. However, it has left me with a lingering concern, and I am at a loss as to how to address it. Hua Yulian pouted once more. What concern? Xiao Chun inquired, furrowing his brow. I shall show you. Hua Yulian declared, as she began to remove her clothing. What on earth? Sister Hua, what are you doing? Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. Do not misunderstand. Hua Yulian blushed and continued to disrobe. However, upon witnessing her actions, Xiao Chen could not help but gasp in astonishment. She gazed at the skin beneath the fabric, which appeared loose and distorted, resembling a mass of tree bark. Brother Xiao Chen, although the technique you bestowed upon me is remarkable, I have lost weight too rapidly, and my skin has become like this. How am I to face others? As she spoke, Hua Yulian began to weep. Xiao Chun hastily waved his hand. Sister Hua, do not cry. This is a trivial matter that I can resolve. What? You can solve it? Hua Yulian exclaimed in astonishment. Do you not believe me, Sister Hua? Xiao Chen replied with a smile. No, I believe you. From this moment forth, I shall trust whatever you say. But how will you resolve this? Hua Yulian blinked. Inquiring further. This is a lengthy explanation. First, Sister Hua, please lie down, and I shall naturally restore your skin to its former firmness. Moreover, I can assist you in breaking through to a new realm. Xiao Chen declared with confidence. Breakthrough? Is that truly possible? I have not made any progress in nearly a decade. Can I really? Upon hearing this, Hua Yulian became exhilarated. Of course it is possible. If I say it can be done, it will assuredly be done. Xiao Chen assured her. Very well, I shall lie down. Hua Yulian said, and without hesitation, she reclined on Xiao Chen's bed. Xiao Chun then reached into his drawer and retrieved a set of silver needles. The 9-dragon needle technique should pose no problem. He took a deep breath and, following the guidance of the martial god strategy, began to administer the needles on Hua Yulian's body. As the silver needles descended, Hua Yulian gasped. Xiao Chen steadied his mind and continued his work. With each needle that fell, Hua Yulian's exclamations echoed in the room. Those who understood the process recognized it as treatment, while those unaware would surely think something indecent was transpiring. Initially, Xiao Chen's acupuncture technique was somewhat clumsy, even exhibiting some errors and omissions. However, after a series of diligent practices, he swiftly became adept. Ultimately, his needlework flowed like the wind, each needle piercing accurately into Hua Yulian's vital points. Yet, due to the chronic nature of the ailment within Hua Yulian, even with Xiao Chen's prowess, it consumed several hours. When the final needle was inserted, with a soft hiss, Hua Yulian's skin began to recede like the retreating tide. In mere breaths, her once coarse skin transformed into a delicate, rosy, and lustrous texture, resembling a flawless piece of jade. Furthermore, a radiant aura emanated from within her, as her cultivation level continuously ascended. In an instant, she progressed from the 6th to the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of Qi martial realm. ultimately stabilizing at the 4th level of Spirit Martial Realm. What? My cultivation level? Hua Yulian was acutely aware of her advancement, overwhelmed with excitement. The 4th level of Spirit Martial Realm signifies a substantial achievement. One must note that at Longwu Academy, even the ordinary junior instructors often possess this level of cultivation. For instance, Fan Chi is merely at the 3rd level of Spirit Martial Realm. Even a prodigy like Luo Shi is only at the 8th level. Yet, Hua Yulian remarkably soared to this level in one breath, leaving her utterly exhilarated as she leapt up and embraced Xiao Chun. This is quite the turn of events, isn't it? Feeling the overwhelming rush, Xiao Chun thought he might faint from exhilaration. Just then, outside his dormitory, a knock was heard. Indeed, this is the room of that wretched Xiao Chun. You despicable brat, you have caused me to lose my livelihood. I shall take your head. The man, filled with malice, raised his head to reveal a grotesque visage. It was none other than Fan Chi. Bang! He lifted his foot and shattered Xiao Chun's door. Xiao Chun, prepare to meet your demise. Fan Chi roared. However, at the moment he broke through the door, he witnessed Hua Yulian cradling Xiao Chun in her embrace. Fan Chi was momentarily taken aback, for he beheld a disheveled, stunning beauty holding Xiao Chun, and in an instant, his hatred was eclipsed by a surge of frenzied jealousy. You vile brat, how could you? Ah, I will kill you. As Fan Chi bellowed, a glint of cold light erupted from his hand, aimed directly at Xiao Chun's throat. Boom. At that moment, the formidable aura of a 3rd-tier spirit martial realm radiated throughout the dormitory. Xiao Chun, be careful. Hua Yulian, witnessing the peril, swiftly pushed Xiao Chun aside, and, with 2 fingers, seized Fan Chi's long sword. Xiao Chun, I never expected you, a good-for-nothing, to be such a lecher. Today, I shall slay you, and it shall be considered an act of justice. Fan Chi shouted at Xiao Chun. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Hua Yulian. Heh, shameless old man. Perhaps you should wipe the blood from your nose before engaging me in conversation? Xiao Chun recognized Fan Chi at this moment and replied coldly. Fan Chi's face flushed, then he retorted icily. Brat, today I shall surely sever your head. Upon hearing this, before Xiao Chun could respond, Hua Yulian coldly interjected. You old fool, do you wish to harm my brother Xiao Chun? You must first pass through me. Fan Chi raised an eyebrow and declared, Woman, step aside. As he spoke, the sword in his hand trembled, effortlessly brushing aside Hua Yulian's delicate fingers. The frost blade technique manifested, the sword glistening like frost. Fan Chi declared, the sword shadows swept forward, akin to flurries of snow descending upon Xiao Chun's head. Heavenly Maiden's falling blossom palm. Hua Yulian retorted coldly, her palm's wind transforming into scintillating sparks, shielding Xiao Chun from harm, impervious to the tempest. Chapter 19. A single finger slays bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding clashes echoed as the two engaged in a fierce exchange within the confined space, trading dozens of blows. Xiao Chun, he is far too formidable. I will hold him off. You must flee. Hua Yulian gasped, struggling to withstand Fan Chi's relentless assault. Flee. Today, this pair of wretched lovers shall meet their demise. Fan Chi's eyes burned with fury. Yet, on the other side, Xiao Chun scoffed, declaring demise? Indeed. Someone shall perish today, but it shall not be us. It shall be you. Huarjia, I shall impart a technique to you. Utilize it against him. No? Hua Yulian was taken aback, bewildered by the notion of learning a technique in such haste. It appears you are truly a fool at heart. To devise a method of teaching martial skills in the midst of battle. Fan Chi cackled madly, accelerating the pace of his sword. Huarjia, do you still believe in me? Xiao Chun's expression was grave as he inquired. Yes, I believe in you. Hua Yulian nodded resolutely. Focus your energy in the dantian. Allow the chi to flow from above, accumulate strength, and unleash a punch as if a mountain were collapsing. Xiao Chun's demeanor remained stern as he slowly articulated. Upon hearing this, Hua Yulian inhaled deeply, following Xiao Chun's guidance, and unleashed a punch. What a farce. You even dare to share your heart technique with me. And you think such a punch could defeat me? Fan Chi displayed a look of disdain as he swung his sword towards Hua Yulian. However, with a resounding crash, Hua Yulian's fist unleashed a tremendous force, shattering Fan Chi's sword and sending him hurtling backward. Blood spewed from his mouth as he stared incredulously at Hua Yulian. How is this possible? This punch possesses a power of 10,000 pounds? Could you possibly be a formidable master of the Earth martial realm? Fan Chi exclaimed in shock. 10,000 pounds of strength. This is the hallmark of an Earth Martial Realm expert. What? My strength is truly this formidable? Hua Yulian was equally taken aback. Sister Hua, the technique you cultivate is the Xuanzhongju, which inherently emphasizes power. However, your martial arts, though not of low rank, are ethereal in nature. Therefore, when executed, they only manifest 30% of their potential. I just imparted to you a boxing technique known as the Tiger Burst Fist. Although it is merely a superior grade martial skill, it harmonizes perfectly with the Xuanzhongju, enabling you to unleash quintuple the power. Xiao Chen elucidated from the side. Quintuple the strength? No wonder it's so overwhelming. Hua Yulian finally grasped the situation. You insufferable brat, how could you master such high-level martial skills? Fan Qi, still spitting blood, glowered at Xiao Chen with resentment. High level? Huh. I possess as many of such skills as I desire. Furthermore, I am not lacking in even higher spiritual grade or earth grade martial techniques. Xiao Chen proclaimed with pride. You wretched waste, spouting nonsense. Die! Fan Qi suddenly erupted, charging directly at Xiao Chen. Ah, old man, get away from me. At this moment, Hua Yulian was some distance away from Xiao Chen, unable to intervene in time to stop Fan Qi, who was lunging toward him. Despair washed over her as she thought, it's over, my Xiao Chen is doomed. However, unbeknownst to her, upon seeing Fan Qi charging at him, Xiao Chen merely scoffed coldly and raised his right index finger. Fan Qi, do you really think you can kill me? A single finger is sufficient to deal with you, Xiao Chen declared in a frigid tone. You're talking nonsense. Die! Fan Qi roared in madness. Shimming finger break. On the other side, Xiao Chen bellowed as he thrust his finger toward Fan Qi. This technique was a high-level martial skill he had learned from the martial god strategy. Logically, he had not mastered this skill, making it challenging to strike an opponent in actual combat. Yet, with Fan Qi recklessly charging at him like a living target, Xiao Chen found it impossible to miss. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Xiao Chen's fingertip. His right index finger, already imbued with the power of a spirit martial realm expert, unleashed a force that surpassed even that of Hua Yulian. With a dull thud, the energy penetrated Fan Qi's forehead, creating a gaping wound. The latter didn't even have the chance to scream before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What? Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned by the sight. Xiao Chen, you are incredibly strong, Hua Yulian exclaimed from the side. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly and replied, I swear I only intended to push him back. Would you believe me? Indeed. Having never taken a life before, Xiao Chen had never imagined that this strike would result in Fan Qi's demise. Who would have thought that this individual would meet such an end? Xiao Chen, you are truly humble. Hua Yulian chuckled, covering her lips. Xiao Chen waved his hand, saying, let us not discuss that for now. What shall we do about this corpse? After all, it is a living person who has died right here in the dormitory. If this news gets out, it would be disastrous. It seemed there was a commotion outside. At that moment, others in the dormitory also heard the noise and were about to gather around. What are you all crowding for? Make way! Hua Yulian suddenly roared with ferocity. Oh no, it's the formidable mountain of flesh. She is about to unleash her wrath. Everyone flee. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If this matter were to spread, it would indeed pose significant trouble. Rest assured, Xiao Chen, I shall handle this matter and ensure that no one catches wind of it. Hua Yulian assured him with a smile. Thank you, Sister Hua. Xiao Chen replied with a respectful gesture. True to her reputation as a seasoned veteran of the underworld, Hua Yulian swiftly took care of Fan Qi's body and then arranged a new room for Xiao Chen. After completing these tasks, Xiao Chen turned to Hua Yulian and said, Sister Hua, I have a question to pose to you. What does Xiao Chen wish to inquire? Hua Yulian asked, her curiosity piqued. Sister Hua, in the past, due to your cultivation going awry, your progress was halted, leaving you to subsist as a mere dormitory matron. Yet now, with the hidden dangers within you resolved, the sea is vast for the fish to leap and the sky is high for the birds to soar. Do you still wish to languish in this manner? Xiao Chen queried. This, I hadn't considered it. What does Xiao Chen mean? Hua Yulian replied, somewhat bewildered. Sister Hua, I consider you a friend, and thus I wish to present you with an opportunity. If you agree to my request, I shall ensure a smooth journey on your martial path. Henceforth, in this vast world, none shall stand in your way. Would you be willing? Xiao Chen spoke in a solemn tone. Having just witnessed Fan Qi's predicament, he understood the cruelty of this world. Relying solely on oneself, he feared he lacked even the ability to protect himself. Therefore, he must find someone trustworthy, capable of safeguarding him, and Hua Yolian was the ideal candidate. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Hua Yolian blushed and playfully exclaimed, "Oh dear, Xiaochen. I am still an untouched flower. How can you speak so directly about such matters? However, your kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain. And for the sake of gratitude, I will agree to whatever you wish." Chapter 20. A Genius? The sip of tea Xiaochen had just taken was promptly spewed forth. "Sister Hua, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely wish to inquire whether you would be willing to become my follower in martial arts. If you consent, from this moment onward, be it martial techniques or elixirs and treasures, I shall provide you with them all. The only condition is that you never betray me." Xiaochen wiped the water from his mouth. "Oh, so that is what you meant?" Hua Yolian's face revealed a fleeting look of disappointment. "Indeed, Sister Hua. Will you accept?" Xiaochen asked again. "Of course, I am willing. From this day forth, I vow to stand by my master's side, never to betray. And should I transgress, let heaven and earth punish me, and may I meet a woeful end." Hua Yolian declared her oath resolutely. Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "Let us refrain from using the term master. If you so desire, you may address me as young master henceforth." "Indeed, young master," Hua Yolian replied. Xiaochen nodded and continued, "Very well. I shall now assign you your first task, Sister Hua." "Yes." Hua Yolian immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "I possess several tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones. I would be grateful if you could procure some beast blood for me. The more, the better. The stronger, the better." Xiaochen instructed. "Understood. I shall take my leave." Hua Yolian accepted the spirit stones and exited. "Now, it is time to commence today's cultivation," Xiaochen declared, shutting his eyes to begin practicing the dragon battle technique. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiaochen opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt his cultivation base had fortified considerably. At this rate, he anticipated a breakthrough in a few days. However, it was now time to report to school. With a swift motion, Xiaochen pushed open the classroom door, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. His gaze swept across the students. Those who had once mocked and bullied him instinctively turned away, unable to meet his eyes. "Xiaochen, why are you still here?" Only Yininger dared to speak. Am I not allowed to be here?" Xiaochen replied, taken aback. Yininger explained, "Today, the top 10 students from the last examination are to mentor the new students. It is a rule of the academy. Have you forgotten? Look, even Li Tianjue has already left. What are you still doing here?" "Ah, I had forgotten about that rule." Xiaochen suddenly realized. Indeed, in the past, I was regarded as an underachiever, and such opportunities were beyond my reach. Thus, it is only natural that I have no recollection of them. Thank you for the reminder. I shall take my leave now." As Xiaochen spoke, he made to depart. "Wait a moment." Yininger interjected once more. "What else is there?" Xiaochen inquired, furrowing his brow. "Do you have time after school? I would like you to accompany me." Yininger hesitated briefly before expressing her request. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos once again. No way. Could it be? The goddess Yininger is actually asking Xiaochen out? This former underachiever, no, now a top student, seemed to have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Many boys looked at Xiaochen with a mixture of envy and resentment. "I have no time," Xiaochen retorted, casting aside the words before he exited the classroom. "You." Yininger was momentarily taken aback. She had lowered herself to initiate an invitation, only to be rejected. How infuriating. If it weren't for Rower, I wouldn't bother with this stubborn and unyielding stone. She glared at Xiaochen's retreating figure, clenching her fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiaochen had arrived at the training ground, at Longwu Academy, to assist new students in their learning. The top 10 students from each grade are traditionally tasked with mentoring the newcomers after each assessment, a time-honored practice. Our esteemed first rank, historically the most hopeless, has finally graced us with his presence. Yet, as soon as he entered the training arena, Xiaochen was met with a discordant voice. "Qin Su, the 10th rank from this assessment?" Xiaochen turned his gaze to see the individual, his brow furrowing in response. Qin Su, much like Lin Wu, possesses a sharp and unsympathetic disposition. However, due to their separation into different classes, he had limited opportunities to bully Xiaochen in the past. Yet he is certainly not a commendable individual. Previously, Qin Su consistently ranked 9th in his grade, and with Xiaochen's recent ascent, he nearly fell out of the top 10, which has only intensified his animosity towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen, indifferent to such trivialities, found little reason to engage with him. Nevertheless, Witnessing Xiao Chun's blatant disregard for him only fueled Qin Su's ire further. "Allow me to introduce you all to our esteemed third-year top student," Qin Su exclaimed, emphasizing the word top with palpable sarcasm. "Our illustrious top student has a rather unique distinction. For 3 years since enrollment, he has consistently ranked last in every examination. Moreover, throughout this time, he has failed to master even a single respectable martial skill." Qin Su declared with an air of triumph. "What? He hasn't mastered a single martial skill? Does that not render him worthless? How could someone like that possibly claim the top spot?" A curious new female student remarked. In an instant, the gazes of all the new students towards Xiao Chun brimmed with contempt. This Xiao Chun, how utterly vain. Indeed, if he resorted to cheating, how foolish to have attained the first rank. Another chimed in. "Alas, Senior Qin Su is truly impressive. He hails from a distinguished family and possesses formidable skills." A group of new students critiqued the two. "Enough. Silence." A teacher from the Longwu Academy gestured for quiet. "Now that everyone is present, according to the previous lottery, you will be grouped into teams of 10. Please find your corresponding third-year seniors to guide you in your training." Upon hearing this, the new students immediately sought out their respective seniors. Just then, a newcomer with a refined appearance spoke up, his brow furrowed. "Oh my, is that Lin, the top scorer of this year's freshman assessment? What an extraordinary talent among our cohort." When he began to speak, even the instructors from Longwu Academy adorned their faces with smiles and inquired, "Lin, what is it that you wish to express?" Lin cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chun and stated, "The Academy has assigned this Xiao Chun to mentor my training, but I would like to request a change." The crowd fell into a momentary silence. "Why is that?" an instructor from Longwu Academy asked. Lin snorted disdainfully, glancing at Xiao Chun once more, and retorted, "To be blunt, I am a genius among the new students. How can a worthless individual possibly qualify to guide me?" Chapter 21. Li Dachui. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chun's pupils constricted. It turned out that he was being looked down upon. "Lin, is this really appropriate?" the instructor pondered, caught in a dilemma. At that moment, however, Qin Su interjected, "Teacher Wang, I wholeheartedly agree with Junior Situ's perspective. After all, he is a prodigy of our Longwu Academy and a future hope for the Tianxiang nation. If a non-entity were to instruct him, what if he inadvertently adopted some undesirable habits? Would that not be a tragedy?" Teacher Wang hesitated for a moment before turning to Xiao Chun and asking, "What are your thoughts on this? Opportunity? This fellow certainly knows how to flaunt himself. Does he truly believe himself to be some aloof sage? Alas, I have drawn the lot for him. It seems this time may be squandered." A chorus of murmurs arose among the newcomers. Meanwhile, Lin sneered, "At least you possess some discernment. Senior Qin Su, I wish to train under your guidance, if you would be so kind." Qin Su beamed with delight. "Of course. Senior Qin Su, I too have drawn Xiao Chun, but I would prefer to join your tutelage." A young woman interjected. "Splendid," Qin Su exclaimed joyfully. It is worth noting that the Dragon Martial Academy's choice to have them instruct the newcomers is imbued with the intent of cultivating their own influence. This serves as an exercise in another facet of their capabilities. Thus, the influx of eager students naturally elated Qin Su. Observing this, Xiao Chun turned to the young woman and inquired, "Are you not afraid of regretting your choice?" "Regret?" she retorted, her disdain evident. "Senior Qin Su is undeniably within the top 10 of our grade. Unlike certain individuals who rely on deceit to achieve their standing, how could I possibly regret?" Xiao Chun responded with a cold smile, "Very well. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave after drawing my name? Now is your chance." I do not wish to train with you." "Nor do I." "Me neither." In an instant, over a dozen newcomers declared their intent to switch allegiance to others. Ultimately, only a towering figure, a simpleton standing beside Xiao Chun, remained. "Junior, are you not coming over?" Qin Su inquired, having gained a multitude of new students and in high spirits. I think I shall pass. I find Senior Xiao Chun to be quite amiable, and I am content to train with him." The simpleton replied with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Su furrowed his brow in surprise. He did not expect anyone to choose to stay by Xiao Chun's side. "Senior Qin Su, ignore that fellow. He's the last among the new students in the assessment. Not very bright, merely a waste," a girl exclaimed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Su couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "So that's the case. Quite fitting, isn't it? A waste teaching another waste." At this moment, Xiao Chun could no longer contain himself. "Qin Su, if you claim we are both wastes, Then what does that make you? A genius? Xiao Chen asked coldly. Nonsense. Leaving myself aside, even junior Situ Lin surpasses you 1,000-fold. Qin Su retorted arrogantly. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and replied. Unfortunately, in my eyes, Situ Lin is merely of mediocre talent. In contrast, this junior here possesses extraordinary gifts. He patted the large, foolish individual beside him. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Huh, truly a fool, seeking attention again. Qin Su responded coldly. Situ Lin also regarded Xiao Chen with an icy gaze, perceiving his words as a grave insult. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Very well. I only require 2 hours to demonstrate that this junior can easily crush your so-called genius, Situ Lin, Xiao Chen declared with a cold demeanor. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. The next moment, laughter erupted throughout the room. Xiao Chen, are you out of your mind? Situ Lin is a super genius, having achieved the 4th realm of Qi martial at such a young age. That foolish giant has only reached the 2nd level of the martial spirit realm, and his martial techniques are utterly abysmal. How could he possibly defeat Situ Lin? Alas, I initially believed the accusations of cheating were mere slanders against you. Now it appears you truly are hopeless and incompetent. Your presence in the Dragon Martial Academy is nothing short of a disgrace. Fortunately, I have just distanced myself from him and chosen senior Qin Su instead. Even the new students have begun to disdain Xiao Chen vehemently. At this moment, Situ Lin's eyes gleamed with cold light as he gazed at Xiao Chen and coldly remarked, Good. 2 hours, is it? I shall grant you this opportunity. I am eager to see how you allow this waste to crush me. Just wait, follow me. After speaking, Xiao Chen took the foolish giant aside. Situ Lin, with a flick of his long sleeves, turned and departed. Witnessing this entire exchange, Teacher Wang furrowed his brow at Xiao Chen's retreating figure. This Xiao Chen is truly a hopeless case. How could Teacher Luoshi still hold him in such regard? It seems she is still young and has misjudged him. Teacher Wang sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen led the foolish giant to a corner of the training arena. Senior Xiao Chen, why are you putting me in such a predicament? The foolish giant lamented as soon as they arrived. Putting you in a predicament? How have I harmed you? Xiao Chen replied, frowning. You want me to fight Situ Lin? Isn't that endangering me? You have no idea how strong Situ Lin is. During the entrance examination, in the martial combat trials, he never used a second move in any of his battles. I engaged in but a single exchange with him, yet it left me incapacitated for 3 days. Upon uttering this, the towering figure appeared on the verge of tears. Xiao Chen regarded him and scoffed. What is your name? Li Dachui. The simpleton lamented, his face contorted in sorrow. Li Dachui, with such stature, how can you lack ambition? So what if he is the best? If you defeat him, you would seize that title for yourself. Xiao Chen asserted. Li Dachui rolled his eyes and replied, Senior Xiao Chen, you clearly have no inkling of how formidable Situ Lin truly is. Xiao Chen retorted, Situ Lin, a practitioner of the 4th level of Qi martial realm. His cultivation technique is the Iron Spirit Art, a metal attribute skill. His most powerful martial art is the Flowing Cloud Sword technique, an upper-grade common martial skill. Am I correct? You actually know this? Li Dachui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. It seems this Xiao Chen is not as inept as people claim. Of course I know, and I am aware of how to counter him, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Yet, Li Dachui's expression remained despondent, even if I know the method. What good does it do? I still cannot defeat him. Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation. This Li Dachui truly is a glum individual. However, an idea struck Xiao Chen, and he suddenly inquired, Li Dachui, tell me, do you have someone you admire? Li Dachui nodded, indeed. I have a crush on Wang Xiaohua from our class. I like her immensely. That name certainly seems fitting. And may I ask, does she harbor any feelings for you? Xiao Chen probed. It appears she does not. Li Dachui replied, his countenance filled with despair. Xiao Chen nodded knowingly. I suspected as much. If I were in her position, I would not be fond of you either. What did you say? Li Dazue was infuriated. Chapter 22. A single blow to the sky. Xiao Chen scoffed and remarked, is it even necessary to think about this? You are the last among the new students. But Situ Lin is undoubtedly the first among them. Which woman does not prefer an exceptional man? It seems to me that Wang Xiaohua would rather become Situ Lin's concubine than be with you. You, nonsense. Li Dazue exclaimed in anger. Upon seeing his reaction, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing he had struck the right chord. He continued with a derisive smile, you need not feel indignant. You, not only foolish but also lacking ambition, which woman would find you appealing? Very well, Since you have no desire to surpass Situ Lin, I shall not bother to assist you. You may wallow in your despair and watch as your goddess becomes Situ Lin's woman." With that, Xiao Chun waved his hand dismissively. As Li Dazue heard these words, images of Wang Xiaohua with Situ Lin flashed through his mind, and suddenly, his eyes blazed with fury. "No, I refuse to accept this. Situ Lin, I will crush you." On the other side of the training ground, Situ Lin was practicing under Qin Su's guidance. Upon hearing those words, he paused momentarily, puzzled. What is that guy going on about? Qin Su also wore a look of confusion. That waste? I could defeat him with a single move. Situ Lin declared with pride. Of course, two worthless individuals are not worth our attention. Qin Su replied with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun watched Li Dazue's frenzied state, feeling a twinge of admiration. Li Dazue's mind is rather simplistic. With just a few words, I have ignited his fighting spirit. Indeed, it is pressure that spurs motivation. Very well, Li Dazue. I shall impart to you a martial technique. However, before Xiao Chun could finish his sentence, Li Dazue interrupted. A martial technique? Senior Xiao Chun, are you jesting with me? To defeat Situ Lin, one must be well-versed in dozens of martial arts, surely? Xiao Chun let out a cold laugh and replied. The technique I am about to teach you is called the Heavenly Gang Hammer Method, comprising a total of 36 moves. If you master all 36, you shall be able to walk with pride throughout the entire Tianxiang Kingdom. A mere Situ Lin is not even worthy of my teaching you a second move. What? So formidable? Li Dazue exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. What, do you doubt it? Xiao Chun inquired. Indeed, I do. Li Dazue shook his head. Xiao Chun's words were indeed too enigmatic. Anyone would find them hard to believe. But doubt not, for in due time, you shall understand. For now, your sole task is to master my first move, the Heavenly Kuipa, within the span of 2 hours. Xiao Chun declared. Li Dazue felt a sense of helplessness. Yet he recognized the truth in Xiao Chun's words. It seemed there was no alternative but to comply with his instructions. Very well, I shall temporarily acquiesce to his arrangements. After all, the worst that could happen is enduring another beating. Li Dazue thought to himself. The 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Xiao Chun, the time has come. I offer you one last chance. Kneel down with that oath and apologize to us. At least you might avoid a beating. Qin Su approached with Situ Lin, a sly grin upon his face. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, gathered around. Apologize? Li Dazue would never concede defeat. Why should he apologize? Xiao Chun responded with a cold smile, still putting up a brave front. Brother Situ, feel free to unleash your full potential. Qin Su's voice was icy. No need for the senior to remind me. I shall do so. Situ Lin, with an air of confidence, strolled up to Li Dazue and commanded, Come here. Li Dazue wore a distressed expression and glanced at Xiao Chun, asking, Senior Xiao Chun, I've only learned one move. Is that truly sufficient? Xiao Chun nodded reassuringly. Fear not. Defeating him with a single move is entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? He claims he can defeat Situ Lin with just one technique? Huh. This fellow truly lacks awareness of his own limitations. There is no one of his age capable of besting Situ Lin with a single strike. What is there to fear? Once Li Dazue is defeated, he shall have no words left. The crowd murmured. Meanwhile, Situ Lin's eyes blazed with fury. Defeat me with one move? Huh. I am eager to experience the high-level techniques taught by Senior Xiao Chun. Li Dazue, I will hold nothing back. Should you be harmed, do not blame me. Situ Lin's voice dripped with malice. It's over. Li Dazue felt as if he might burst into tears. Yet, as his gaze shifted, he spotted Wang Xiaohua in the crowd, and suddenly, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. Situ Lin, I will not be defeated by you, Li Dazue declared. Steeling himself. Flowing cloud sword technique, slash. Situ Lin shouted, swinging his sword towards Li Dazue. In an instant, the sword energy surged like a rainbow, hurtling toward Li Dazue. What a flawless sword technique. Li Dazue is destined to lose. The onlookers thought in unison. Damn it, let us give it a shot. Heavenly break. On the other side, Li Dazue swung the hammer, eyes closed, aiming at Situ Lin. Ha ha. What a pathetic martial skill. No variation whatsoever. Utterly worthless. As expected from a technique taught by a failure, it is equally futile. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Yet, in the next instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. Whoosh. The seemingly unremarkable Li Dazue suddenly emanated an extraordinary aura. Particularly in Situ Lin's eyes, the hammer appeared to magnify several-fold, resembling a small mountain hurtling towards him. Although his sword energy was formidable, how could it possibly shake a mountain? Boom. In the next moment, Situ Lin's sword energy shattered piece by piece as Li Dachui's hammer struck him directly, sending him flying. A mouthful of blood spurted forth, and upon hitting the ground, Situ Lin fainted instantly. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena. All present, including the esteemed teacher Wang from the academy, stood with mouths agape. Wide enough to hold an egg. What a joke. The genius Situ Lin had actually been defeated by Li Dachui. Moreover, it was a single strike that ended the bout. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it. However, they all understood that the true terror did not lie with Li Dachui, but rather with Xiao Chun, who stood behind him. He had previously mentioned bestowing an opportunity upon Situ Lin, and the crowd had thought him boastful. Yet, it now seemed that the reality was far from it. Could it be that he was a genuine genius? Such a thought emerged in the minds of the onlookers. You dare to injure Junior Situ Lin? You are courting death. In the distance, Qin Su bellowed in anger. What? I defeated Situ Lin? At that moment, Li Dachui dared to open his eyes. Gazing at the fallen Situ Lin, he turned to the crowd and asked, Did I really do this? The crowd fell silent. Chapter 23. 3 fingers. Could it be that I truly triumphed over Situ Lin? Huh. Who dares to call me worthless? Li Dachui exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, his gaze shifted to the figure of Xiao Chen behind him, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, I owe this victory to Senior Xiao Chen's guidance. Without you, I would not be the person I am today. Fortune? At the mention of this word, a tremor coursed through the hearts of those present. Senior Xiao Chen, I too wish to seek your guidance. A female voice slowly spoke, casting flirtatious glances at Xiao Chen. He glanced at her, realizing she was the first girl to express a desire for his mentorship after Situ Lin's defeat. Upon hearing this, the girl, along with those who had previously chosen to distance themselves from Xiao Chen, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In just 2 hours, the student ranked last in the grade could annihilate Situ Lin with a single move. What if they had chosen to remain by Xiao Chen's side from the beginning? Yet, as Xiao Chen had said, all of this was now beyond possibility. How infuriating. It was all Qin Su's fault. He had misled me into believing that Senior Xiao Chen was indeed a worthless individual. Indeed, Qin Su must be envious of Senior Xiao Chen's talents, deliberately acting in such a manner. A duplicitous scoundrel. The new students immediately directed their ire towards Qin Su, igniting a blaze of fury within him. How dare this insufferable brat harm a fellow disciple? I shall not let this go unpunished. With a swift motion, Qin Su propelled himself towards Li Dachui. Senior, save me. Li Dachui cried out in alarm. It was important to note that Qin Su was no match for Situ Lin. He was a formidable third-year student, possessing the formidable prowess of the 8th level of the Qi martial realm. If that palm were to strike him, Li Dachui would be gravely injured, if not killed. Just then, a figure swiftly intervened, standing protectively in front of Li Dachui. It was Xiao Chun. With a resounding crash, Xiao Chen met Qin Su's attack with a palm strike of his own, causing both to stagger back several paces. What? Xiao Chun was actually able to withstand Qin Su's assault? This individual, not only excelling in theoretical studies, had truly reached a level of martial prowess among the top 10? The other third-year students could hardly contain their astonishment. Stop this at once. Came a thunderous command from Teacher Wang, compelling both Qin Su and Xiao Chun to halt their impending clash. Qin Su, what do you take the Academy's rules for? The recent freshman competition was permitted by me. Should you engage in combat now, it would be deemed a private duel. Do you wish to be expelled from the Academy? Teacher Wang's voice was frigid. Upon hearing this, Qin Su's expression soured. Teacher, I was reckless. He quickly bowed in apology, his gaze fixated on Xiao Chun. I have already guided the freshman. My task is complete. I shall take my leave. Xiao Chun then offered a respectful nod to Teacher Wang before turning to depart. Very well. Teacher Wang mechanically nodded, watching Xiao Chen's departing figure, his heart surging with emotions. I must have been blind. I never imagined this young man could be so formidable. It seems that once the esteemed dean returns, it will be necessary to report this matter to him, Wang thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qin Su gazed at the fallen Situ Lin, his lips twitching in frustration. He had intended to humiliate Xiao Chen today, but unexpectedly, he was not only slapped in the face, but also earned a reputation for jealousy and spite. His animosity towards Xiao Chen was palpable. However, in an instant, a smile crept onto his lips. Xiao Chen, even if you are a genius, what of it? This Situ Lin has suffered because of you. As long as I inform that individual about this incident, no matter your extraordinary abilities, you shall surely be crippled. With this thought, Qin Su turned to his two subordinates and commanded, bring Situ Lin to Hanzhan Courtyard. At that moment, Hua Yulian was already waiting there. Young master, I have procured the beast blood you requested. A total of 100 vials. Hua Yulian had been waiting eagerly. Thank you, Hua Jia, for your hard work. Xiao Chen accepted the beast blood with a nod. Oh, young master, you are still so polite to me. Hua Yulian playfully chided. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Chen found it difficult to maintain his composure. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he then inquired, Hua Jia, the cultivation method you practiced previously was the Xian Zhongju, correct? Upon mentioning cultivation, Hua Yulian immediately became serious. Indeed, Xiao Chen nodded. Hua Jia, your physique is of the earth attribute. Cultivating the Xian Zhongju suits you well. However, the Xuanzhongju is a profound and intricate technique, formidable yet challenging to master. I shall impart to you a new method known as the Lingshanju. This technique is also of the earth element, yet it differs significantly from the Xuanzhongju. It is a high-grade spiritual technique with power several times greater than that of the Xuanzhongju. Xiao Chen declared, several times more powerful than the Xuanzhongju. Hua Yulian's expression reflected disbelief. Xiao Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, once you cultivate it, you will understand. Very well, I shall retreat to my training. Hua Yulian gasped in astonishment and promptly exited Xiao Chen's chamber. It was now time to refine the beast blood. A slight smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as he began the process of refining the beast blood brought by Hua Yulian, one vial at a time. This refinement lasted a full 2 hours. Upon depleting all the beast blood, Xiao Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, followed by a bitter smile. Out of 100 vials of beast blood, he had only awakened the bloodlines of 2 fingers. He gazed at his hand, noting that only the bloodline powers of his right index, middle, and ring fingers had been fully awakened. Fortunately, with my current realm, combined with these 3 fingers, I am sufficiently capable of overwhelming Lin Wu. Yet, this remains insufficient. Xiao Chen was acutely aware that Lin Wu no longer posed a threat to him. However, Lin Wu's family held considerable power in Tianxiang City. If he could not grow stronger, defeating Lin Wu would ultimately lead to retribution from the Lin family. Should that time come, he feared the consequences would be dire. 100 vials of beast blood had already depleted his savings. It seems it is time to continue earning money. With a resolute determination, Xiao Chen rose and departed from his dormitory. Meanwhile, outside the cold mountain courtyard of Longwu Academy, Senior Situ Tian was approached by Qin Su, who respectfully announced, I seek an audience with you, Senior Situ. Situ Tian, the cousin of Situ Lin, was a prodigy ranked 3rd in his 5th year at Longwu Academy. In the past, he had even mentored Qin Su, taking him under his wing, which is why Situ Lin had proactively requested Qin Su's guidance. What brings you here? Situ Tian inquired solemnly within the cold mountain courtyard. What did you say? A thunderous voice echoed through the courtyard. Senior Situ, the matter is as follows. Qin Su recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing the details. In this narrative, he portrayed himself as an innocent bystander, devoid of any blame. You fool, why did you not simply dispose of those 2 wretches? Situ Tian bellowed again within the courtyard. Senior Situ, I own to. However, that fellow named Xiao Chen somehow ingratiated himself with the academy's instructors, leaving me with no opportunity to act. Moreover, there were even threats from the teachers, warning that should we engage, both Situ Lin and I would be expelled. Qin Su explained. What? Could it be that this brat hails from a prestigious family? Situ Tian questioned, visibly taken aback. No, I have investigated. He is merely a poor lad from Baishui City. Though he possesses some scholarly knowledge, his exceptional performance in the theoretical examination earned him recognition, Qin Su replied. With a disdainful smile, Situ Tian remarked, achieving 1st place in a theoretical examination? What significance does that hold? Ultimately, a martial artist must rely on practical combat. Qin Su nodded fervently. Indeed, that is the truth, but the academy's instructors adhere rigidly to their principles. I am currently unable to confront him, which is why I have come to ask Senior Situ for justice. Situ Tian paused momentarily and replied, had this been 3 days ago, I could have gone out and dealt with that scoundrel myself. However, now, it is not feasible. Huh, what does Senior Situ mean? Qin Su was taken aback. My cultivation is at a critical juncture. I cannot leave Han Mountain Courtyard. I shall spare that rascal for now. I anticipate that within a month, on the day I emerge from my seclusion, I will certainly take his head. He will learn that opposing the Situ family is tantamount to seeking death. Situ Tian spoke coldly. Qin Su's eyes brightened. Senior Situ, could it be that you? Situ Tian sneered, indeed. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. Congratulations, Senior Situ. Qin Su hurriedly bowed in respect. Yes, after acknowledging. Qin Su departed Han Mountain Courtyard with Situ Lin. Xiaochen, I am unaware of the fortuitous encounters that have enabled you to grow so formidable in such a short span. However, with Senior Situ taking action, you are undoubtedly doomed. Qin Su mused as he walked. Meanwhile, Xiaochen remained oblivious to all that was transpiring. At this moment, he had arrived at the commercial street of Tianxiang City. Standing before the apothecary he had visited days prior. This ailment is straightforward, a single ice condensation pill, accompanied by 3 doses of tranquil spirit powder, will suffice for your recovery within 3 days. An elderly man with a white beard was preparing the medicine. Thank you, Mr. Li. The patient, a robust man with a formidable physique, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the elder. However, upon casting a glance at the man, Xiaochen spoke up. The prescription is erroneous. Consuming this medication could be fatal. Who is spouting such nonsense? Mr. Li, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. When he caught sight of Xiaochen's appearance, his eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, You claim that I have prescribed the wrong medication? You must clarify this today. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. For a physician, reputation is of utmost importance, as it is the foundation of their livelihood. A misdiagnosis, if it occurs even once, could jeopardize their career, which is why Mr. Li held it in such high regard. Mr. Li, why stoop to engage in a dispute with a mere child? The patient interjected, forcing a smile. He then turned to Xiao Chun, rebuking, You insolent brat, while one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one must not speak recklessly. Shouldn't you bow and apologize to Mr. Li? Bow and apologize? Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. I initially intended to save your life, but if you choose not to appreciate my efforts, you expect me to bow in contrition? Very well, whether you live or die is of no concern to me, he replied, shaking his head. How dare you curse me? The robust man exclaimed, cracking his knuckles and preparing to confront Xiao Chun. Enough. Engaging in conflict with him would only tarnish my hands. You should focus on treating the patient. Mr. Li shot a glare at Xiao Chun, his voice icy. Yes, quickly fetch my medication. The robust man instantly donned a contrite expression. Very well, take the Ningbing pill first. I shall send someone to retrieve the Ningxin powder for you. Mr. Li exclaimed. Indeed. The burly man seized the ice condensation pill and swallowed it whole. However, scarcely had the miraculous elixir settled in his stomach when the patient's skin flushed a vivid crimson. Grasping his throat with one hand and pointing accusingly at Mr. Li with the other, he stammered, You poison me? With that, he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. An uproar ensued. A death has occurred. Someone shouted. How could this happen? How could it come to this? On the other side, Mr. Li was utterly bewildered. I had warned you long ago that consuming that ice condensation pill would lead to fatal consequences. You chose to ignore my counsel, and now, a life has been lost. Prepare for the repercussions. Mr. Xiao observed with his hands clasped behind his back. Mr. Li gasped, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Mr. Xiao? When did you arrive? At that moment, the apothecary's proprietor also emerged from the shop, having heard the commotion. Proprietor, Mr. Li found himself at a loss for words. This individual has been poisoned by the iron lich vine. Although the toxin is of the wood element, its symptoms closely resemble the fiery poison of the fire jade lotus. Your practice as a physician is lacking. You have confused the two and prescribed the potent ice condensation pill. Being of the water element, it exacerbates the effects of the iron lich vine's poison. I fear that within mere moments, this man will perish. Mr. Xiao elucidated calmly. What? The iron lich vine? How could I have overlooked that? Mr. Li trembled as the realization struck him. The rare plant known as iron calabash vine was something Mr. Li had only encountered in his medical studies years ago, having never seen it in person. Therefore, upon witnessing the symptoms today, he mistakenly assumed it was the poison of fire jade lotus, leading to a grievous error. Consequently, his astonishment towards Xiao Chun deepened. Despite his extensive observations and inquiries, he was unable to distinguish between the two poisons, while Xiao Chun, with but a single glance, discerned the difference with uncanny clarity. The only explanation was that the other's medical skills far surpassed his own. The apothecary shopkeeper, observing the situation, scratched his head and turned to Xiao Chun, inquiring, "Divine Doctor, may I ask if you could save this individual?" What a jest! A patient might perish in the apothecary due to a misdiagnosis. Should this news circulate, his business would be irreparably harmed. Huh, what do I, a mere youth, understand? It would be better to leave this to Mr. Li, Xiao Chun replied indifferently. Divine Doctor, it is indeed my folly for failing to recognize true talent. I implore you, please take action to save him. Mr. Li pleaded, kneeling before Xiao Chun. Chapter 25. A great transaction in truth, Mr. Li did not hold the life of the patient in high regard. However, if that person were to die, it would spell disaster for his own future. With a sigh, Xiao Chun turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Very well, consider this a favor repaid. Provide me with a set of silver needles." "Certainly," the shopkeeper exclaimed with delight, promptly sending for a set of silver needles to present to Xiao Chun. The latter accepted the needles and began to apply them, guided by the instructions from the martial goddess strategy. Once the 12th silver needle settled, the burly man suddenly convulsed and began to expel dark blood violently. After a prolonged period, he finally ceased and regained consciousness. You are now completely free of toxins, but having just utilized your vital energy. It may require a fortnight of rest for you to fully recuperate, Xiao Chun remarked. Divine Healer, was it you who saved me? The man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he bowed deeply to Xiao Chun. Oh, esteemed healer, I humbly implore your forgiveness for my earlier disrespect towards my savior. Please, punish me as you see fit. Though he had been partially unconscious, he was well aware of what transpired around him. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his earlier rudeness towards Xiao Chun, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Punishment is unnecessary. Yet I do have a question for you, Xiao Chun replied. Please, esteemed healer, I am here to answer truthfully and fully. The man responded with sincerity. Where did you encounter the poison of the iron lyci vine? Xiao Chun inquired. The iron lyci vine is merely a first-tier poisonous plant and lacks any extraordinary attributes. However, it is typically found in areas inhabited by the Qinglin bone serpent, a rare creature considered a branch of an ancient divine beast. According to the records in the martial god strategy, this creature can significantly awaken the bloodline power within you, which is what concerns me most, Xiao Chun thought. Black Wind Mountain, he mused, nodding silently. Indeed, Black Wind Mountain lies within the borders of Tianxiang Nation, where numerous beasts roam. Many martial artists rely on hunting these creatures in the mountains for their livelihood. The divine physician, I am Huang Wei. This life of mine is bestowed by you. From this day forth, I shall heed your every command, traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, unflinching in the face of death. After uttering these words, the burly Huang Wei bowed his head to Xiao Chun once more before taking his leave. Thank you, esteemed divine physician. At that moment, Mr. Li, looking rather awkward, also bowed to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun glanced at him and then addressed the apothecary shopkeeper. Might I have a moment of your time? Certainly, esteemed physician. The shopkeeper led Xiao Chun into the back room and offered him a seat. What instructions do you have, divine physician? Following today's events, the shopkeeper's respect for Xiao Chun had notably intensified. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I have an opportunity for wealth. Would you be interested? The shopkeeper paused for a moment before responding, Wealth? Naturally, I desire it, but I am uncertain what you mean by this opportunity for wealth. Xiao Chun replied, I possess a type of elixir that can enhance one's cultivation, beneficial for martial artists below the spirit martial realm. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow and said, Divine physician, elixirs that enhance cultivation are typically classified as forbidden substances. In the Tianxiang Kingdom, all elixirs used for cultivation enhancement carry significant side effects. Once consumed, they either diminish one's lifespan or impede future martial progression, which is why ordinary individuals seldom resort to such potions. Xiao Chun smiled and replied, What if I told you that my elixir has no side effects? Clatter. The teacup in the shopkeeper's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. An elixir with no side effects that can enhance cultivation? Does that not imply that, with sufficient wealth, one could easily produce a multitude of powerful individuals within the spirit martial realm? In the realm of Tianxiang, where numerous dignitaries and nobles reside, if such a miraculous elixir truly existed, one could surmise that an abundance of wealth would be offered by all to procure it for their progeny. The shopkeeper, having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for many years, was acutely aware of the immense business prospects hidden within this scenario, and he found himself exhilarated. "Divine Doctor, are you jesting?" he inquired with a trembling voice. "Do I appear to be one who jokes?" Xiao Chun retorted coldly. The shopkeeper hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "Not at all, not at all. Pray tell, what is the name of this wondrous elixir?" Xiao Chun replied, "It is called the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Just a single vial can elevate a practitioner from the first level of Qi martial realm to the second level." The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and stated, "Even if it only facilitates the ascent from the first to the second level of Qi martial realm, a price of 30,000 for a vial would be more than sufficient. However, considering its efficacy for martial artists below the spirit martial realm, it should be priced at no less than 100,000 per vial. No, if this elixir is exclusive to my establishment, the price could easily double, reaching 200,000 low-grade spirit stones per vial." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart quivered. Though he had anticipated a high price for his foundation establishment elixir, he was astounded by the exorbitance of the figure. The thought of having consumed a liquid worth 2 million low-grade spirit stones in one go caused him considerable distress. "Given this, I wish to entrust you with the sale of my foundation establishment elixir. You shall provide the raw materials for the elixir while I will handle the concoction. The profits will be divided in a 3-to-7 ratio, with you receiving the larger share. Are you amenable to this arrangement?" Xiao Chen feigned calmness as he proposed. 3-to-7. "You say?" The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, seemingly feeling a sense of loss. Opposite him, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Shopkeeper, you are undoubtedly more aware than I of the magnitude of this transaction. Even if we split the profits 30-to-70, the monthly revenue would surpass your pharmacy's annual earnings, wouldn't it? Moreover, the recipe resides with me. In this entire realm, I alone possess the capability to concoct spiritual elixirs. Should you refuse, I can readily seek other partners. In our Tianxiang kingdom, there are certainly many with greater prowess than yourself." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper suddenly came to his senses and quickly bowed, saying, "Indeed, the divine physician speaks wisely. It was my folly. We shall proceed as you suggest, with a profit split of 30-to-70. However, I still harbor doubts regarding the efficacy of the elixir." Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "If you are apprehensive, I possess some inferior stock. You may test it first." With that, he retrieved a vial and handed it to the shopkeeper. This contained remnants of the foundational elixir he had previously concocted, mixed together. The shopkeeper took the elixir and promptly administered it to a small white mouse specifically kept for testing. To his astonishment, as the mouse ingested the foundational elixir, a burst of spiritual light suddenly radiated from its body. This mere little creature unexpectedly broke through to the second level of Qi martial realm. Chapter 26. A narrow path between enemies. What? Am I seeing things? The shopkeeper was utterly bewildered. Xiao Chen glanced over and remarked, "A mouse does not require as much spiritual energy as a human. Thus, it is not surprising that a single vial of inferior elixir could facilitate its breakthrough. Had the complete foundation establishment elixir been used, this fellow might have directly advanced to the fourth level of the Qi martial realm." The shopkeeper trembled at the thought. "Rest assured, Dr. Xiao, I shall ensure this transaction is executed flawlessly," the apothecary owner declared earnestly. "Excellent. Here is the recipe for the foundation establishment elixir. Please prepare as much as you can. I shall begin the concoction now," Xiao Chen stated, handing over the recipe, having previously purchased the necessary spiritual herbs. The shopkeeper was well prepared and quickly gathered a substantial amount of materials to present to Xiao Chen. Requesting a private chamber, the latter commenced his preparations. Before long, he successfully produced 100 bottles of the foundation establishment elixir. "I shall retain 10 bottles for myself. The remaining can be sold," Xiao Chen remarked, securing his 10 bottles. Upon exiting the chamber, he entrusted the remaining 90 bottles to the shopkeeper. "My heavens, so many!" The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed greedily at the sight of the elixirs. He recognized that these represented a significant fortune. In a swift motion, he retrieved a spatial ring and presented it to Xiao Chen, saying, "Young divine doctor, here is your share, a total of 12,600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept." Though the goods had yet to be sold, he was already offering Xiao Chen a glimpse of the profits. Understanding that maintaining a favorable partnership with Xiao Chen required ensuring his satisfaction, the shopkeeper was quite thoughtful. Xiao Chen accepted the spirit stones with a composed demeanor, appearing nonchalant on the surface, yet internally, he was nearly bursting with joy. Over 12 million low-grade spirit stones. In the past, even if Xiao Chen had been sold, It would have been impossible to gather such a sum of money. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had amassed an impressive fortune in spirit stones. He entrusted the sales matter to you, as he had other affairs to attend to, promising to concoct a second batch of spiritual medicine in a few days. With the spirit stones securely in hand, Xiaochen turned and departed from the apothecary. Excellent. With this newfound wealth, it was time to continue purchasing beast blood, he contemplated. To enhance one's prowess, elevation in realm is one aspect, but more crucially, it lies in the advancement of one's bloodline. However, Xiaochen had scarcely walked away from the apothecary when, "Xiaochen, stop right there." A familiar voice called out to him. Yininger? Upon turning, he recognized the speaker as Yininger. He wondered what had brought her to this place. I guessed you would be here again. Yininger looked at Xiaochen with evident displeasure. What of it? Where I go is of no concern to you. Xiaochen replied, wishing to distance himself from her. You. Yininger, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth in frustration. It was well known that Yininger was exceptionally beautiful and came from a distinguished lineage. In the past, everyone would have revered her. Yet the Xiaochen, whom she had once looked down upon, always seemed indifferent towards her, which felt like an affront. Nevertheless, preoccupied with thoughts of Kuro, she suppressed her irritation. I came to find you regarding Xiaoro's matter. Yininger spoke softly. Oh, the girl from last time? As I mentioned, her ailment will be addressed once I break through to the spirit martial realm. Xiaochen responded. Yininger shook her head. It's not about healing. It's that Xiaoninger wishes to take you as her master. Would you take me as your disciple? Upon hearing this, Xiaochen was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I have no intention of accepting a disciple, and I am currently quite occupied. Could you please step aside? You. Yininger, momentarily speechless with frustration, felt a strong urge to subdue Xiaochen. However, for the sake of Kuro, she managed to restrain herself. What are you so busy with? She inquired, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing this, Yininger expressed her disdain. Beast blood? What do you need that for? Xiaochen shook his head. I cannot disclose that for now. If you choose not to understand, I shall go alone. Yininger, sensing his determination, retorted. Who says I don't know? While beast blood is available in various shops, to procure high-grade beast blood, there is only one location that can fulfill such a request. However, that place is generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Xiaochen paused for a moment, intrigued. Oh, can you gain entry? Yininger nodded. Of course, but if I were to take you there, would you agree to accept Xiaoro as your disciple? Surprised that she was negotiating terms, Xiaochen hesitated for a moment before nodding. If high-grade beast blood truly exists, I can consider it. Very well, I shall lead you there. Yininger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she guided Xiaochen towards the western part of Tianxiang City. After a short while, they arrived at the grand estate situated in the west of the city. This is the Beast Hall, the designated place in Tianxiang City for the trade of battle pets. If one seeks high-grade magical beasts, this is the only place to go, Yininger explained. Xiaochen nodded slightly, even from beyond the towering walls. He could sense the formidable aura of numerous powerful magical beasts within. It appears that coming here was indeed the right choice. Fei, this time, I shall introduce you to the wonders of the world. The Beast Hall houses the most formidable beasts of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. This time, I have brought ample funds to select a splendid mount for you. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind the two. Xiaochen turned to see. What a twist of fate. It was Lin Wu and Yao Fei who had arrived. Xiaochen. On the other side, Lin Wu and his companion instantly recognized Xiaochen, their eyes gleaming with hostility. What brings you here? The Beast Hall is hardly a place for someone of your means. Yao Fei remarked sharply upon seeing Xiaochen. Upon hearing her words, Xiaochen raised an eyebrow and replied, I am here, naturally, to make a purchase. Make a purchase? Lin Wu scoffed. Even the cheapest beast at the Beast Hall starts at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are you prepared to pay with your life? Not to mention the entrance fee, which is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Surely that constitutes your entire annual living expenses. Lin Wu, Xiaochen is with me. Yininger suddenly interjected. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, engrossed in his disdain for Xiaochen. He had overlooked Yininger standing beside him, and his expression shifted subtly. It was well known that Lin Wu harbored a sense of superiority over Xiaochen, yet Yininger's background was one he could not afford to provoke. Nevertheless, resentment simmered within him, and he retorted, so that as how a pauper like you dares to come here, by clinging to Miss Yi. Yao Fei chimed in, Xiaochen. It seems you remain as ineffectual as ever. coming to the Beast Hall and still relying on a woman to finance your endeavors. Chapter 27. Distinguished guests. Upon hearing the voice, Yuninger paused momentarily, recalling Xiaoqin's family background. The expenses at the Beast Hall indeed seemed rather exorbitant for him. However, she could not tolerate Yao Feifei's insinuations and retorted coldly, "What do you mean relying on women? Xiaoqin is my classmate. Is it not natural for me to treat him to a visit to the Beast Hall?" Xiaoqin, taken aback by her defense, gazed at Yuninger in surprise. He had previously regarded her as a spoiled and willful young lady, yet here she was, unexpectedly standing up for him. Humph. Useless is still useless. If he has the ability, he should buy his own ticket. Yao Feifei remained defiant. Xiaoqin, overhearing this exchange, smiled nonchalantly and declared, "Very well. Let this occasion be my treat to classmate Ninger for a visit to the Beast Hall." With that, he approached the entrance of the estate, retrieved 2,000 lower-grade spiritual stones, and tossed them aside. "This is our entry fee," he stated calmly. "Xiaoqin, you!" Yuninger exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Xiaoqin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. As you said, we are classmates. Treating you is only fitting, is it not?" After a moment's hesitation, Yuninger nodded and said, "All right then, consider this another favor I owe you." With that, she entered the Beast Hall alongside Xiaoqin. In the distance, Yao Feifei and Lin Wu watched in disbelief. Moments later, Yao Feifei scoffed. He truly is a pretentious individual, flaunting 2 years' worth of living expenses. Lin Wu coldly remarked, "Let him show off if he wishes. We will follow him and see just how long he can maintain this facade." Having spoken, he trailed behind Xiaoqin and the others, entering the Beast Hall. The Beast Hall primarily engages in 2 types of business: the sale of battle pets and mounts. As you may already know, a formidable battle pet signifies an additional source of immense combat power for a martial artist, Yuninger explained as they walked. "And what is the second type of business?" Xiaoqin inquired, feigning indifference. "The Beast Arena," Yuninger replied. "The Beast Arena?" Xiaoqin exclaimed in surprise. Yuninger nodded. "Indeed, there are those in this world who derive pleasure from witnessing the brutal clashes between beasts or between humans and beasts. Thus the Beast Hall established the Beast Arena." Understanding dawned upon Xiaoqin as he nodded silently. A server from the Beast Hall approached them, inquiring, "What might you wish to purchase today?" "I wish to acquire the blood of high-tier magical beasts," Xiaoqin stated. "Please follow me." The server promptly led Xiaoqin and Yuninger to a display stand. "Esteemed guest, the blood of first-tier magical beasts is priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones per vial, while the blood of second-tier magical beasts is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per vial. Which would you prefer?" The server beamed. Xiaoqin furrowed his brow and asked, "Are these the only options? Is there no blood from third-tier magical beasts?" As soon as he uttered these words, a scoff emerged from behind him. "Blood from third-tier magical beasts? How naive of you to even consider that. Third-tier magical beasts possess strength equivalent to that of a martial artist in the earth martial realm. The difficulty in hunting them is immense. Furthermore, even if there were any available, could you afford the price?" The speaker was none other than Lin Wu. "Humph. Do you not understand?" The fellow intentionally posed such a question, inquiring about a rare item, and when the other party responded in the negative, he declared that he would not purchase it. Ultimately, it boils down to his lack of funds, yet he insists on putting on a facade. How utterly hypocritical. Yao Feifei echoed this sentiment. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiaoqin furrowed his brow and remarked, "You too, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for mute." "What did you say?" Lin Wu's expression darkened instantly, his aura emanating with a palpable intensity as he fixated on Xiaoqin. "Guest, the Beast Pavilion prohibits violence. You surely are aware of this, are you not?" At that moment, an elderly man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a fierce glint akin to swords, as he coldly interjected, "A formidable warrior of the earth martial realm?" Xiaoqin glanced at the elder, a jolt of trepidation coursing through him. He had not anticipated such a powerful presence within the Beast Pavilion. Meanwhile, the attendant maintained his smile, stating, "Guest, we indeed possess the blood of third-tier demon beasts. However, the price is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones per vial." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You've made me laugh to the point of tears," attempting to find a way out, only to stumble into an abyss. "Young man, did you not seek the blood of third-tier demon beasts? Why not purchase it?" Xiaoqin, disregarding Lin Wu entirely, inquired of the attendant, "How many vials of third-tier beast blood do you have?" The attendant paused momentarily before replying, 10 vials. Xiao Chen nodded and declared, I will take them all. And I also want everything else at the counter. A sharp intake of breath escaped even the attendant at this proclamation. To purchase such an extensive quantity of beast blood in one go was indeed a considerable transaction, even within the beast pavilion. Xiao Chen, there must be limits to your ostentation. 10 bottles of third-tier beast blood amount to 3 million low-grade spirit stones. How could you possibly afford such a sum? Yao Feifei exclaimed in a piercing voice. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, growing increasingly impatient. Is it permissible for idle individuals to disrupt our patrons at the 100 Beasts Hall? He spoke coldly. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the elderly man in the hall also frowned and cast a cold glance at Lin Wu and his companion. Indeed, their repeated mockery of Xiao Chen was tarnishing the hall's reputation. Sensing the tension, Lin Wu shuddered and hastily addressed the elder. Senior, I assure you, I do not intend to harm the business of the 100 Beasts Hall. However, this fellow is nothing but a useless wretch from our Longwu Academy, a pauper. He cannot even afford a first-tier beast blood, let alone the third tier. I merely sought to caution you against being deceived by him. The elder regarded Xiao Chen with a discerning eye and replied, The 100 Beast Hall treats its guests with utmost respect. However, this courtesy is predicated on the assumption that you are indeed our guest. His implication was clear. He too harbored doubts about Xiao Chen's ability to pay. After all, 3 million low-grade spirit stones was a sum that even many scions of noble families could scarcely produce. Xiao Chen let out a cold snort and retorted, Please, do verify the price. 3,750,000 low-grade spirit stones, the attendant announced. With a swift motion, Xiao Chen produced a mountain of spirit stones that cascaded before the attendant. Am I not a guest of the 100 Beasts Hall? Xiao Chen proclaimed with pride. The attendant gasped in astonishment, while the elder's demeanor immediately transformed into one of affability. Indeed, young sir, you are undoubtedly a valued guest. Then, he suddenly turned his head to Lin Wu and his companion, saying, You two have repeatedly humiliated the esteemed guests of the Beast Hall, showing utter disregard for our establishment. Will you leave on your own, or shall I forcibly expel you? Chapter 28. Trouble at the Yi family. Old man, we. Lin Wu attempted to defend himself, but the elder coldly snorted, What do you mean we? From the very beginning, you two have been a nuisance. Are you here solely to disrupt our business? If that is the case, I believe I must detain you and give you a good lesson. Lin Wu's expression instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, Senior, it is our fault. We will leave at once. With that, he took hold of Yao Feifei and exited the exhibition hall. How infuriating. That Xiao Chen, despite his wealth, has deceived me all this time. I've never encountered someone so selfish. Yao Feifei fumed after leaving the hall. To her, everything was Xiao Chen's fault. Feifei, you wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Lin Wu inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Yao Feifei scoffed, How could that be? Even if that brat has some filthy riches, what of it? In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. With his pitiful capabilities, even if he possesses wealth, he likely won't live long enough to spend it. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's spirits soared as he exclaimed, Excellent. You are indeed the wise one. Feifei, rest assured, I shall allow him a moment of pride. In just over 20 days, it will be the day of our duel. At that time, I will personally incapacitate him before you, avenging you. How wonderful. Yao Feifei remained close to Lin Wu as they departed together. Meanwhile, inside the exhibition hall, the elderly man presented a distinguished guest card from the 100 Beasts Hall. Esteemed guest, this card grants you access without the entrance fee for any future needs. Furthermore, we at the 100 Beasts Hall will strive to fulfill your requests. Of course, this service is not complimentary. He extended a card toward Xiao Chen. Your kindness is appreciated. Senior, I do have a request I wish to entrust to the 100 Beasts Hall, Xiao Chen replied. Oh, what is it? The elder inquired, slightly taken aback. I seek higher-tier beast blood, preferably that of a divine beast. I am uncertain if the 100 Beasts Hall offers such, Xiao Chen stated. The elder and Yi Ninger both gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. You desire the blood of a fourth-tier divine beast? The elder squinted, contemplating. Indeed. Xiao Chen affirmed with a nod. To awaken my bloodline power, refining beast blood is the most expedient method, and among them, divine beast blood is unparalleled. However, divine beasts are seldom seen by ordinary individuals, let alone their blood. The elder scrutinized Xiao Chen for a long while before responding. It is indeed possible for the 100 Beasts Hall to procure divine beast blood of the heavenly martial realm caliber. but the price will be astronomical. At least 100 million low-grade spirit stones for a vial. Can you afford such an amount? 100 million? Xiao Chun was taken aback, his heart racing. He had only recently acquired over 10 million low-grade spirit stones, believing himself to be quite fortunate. To learn that a vial of divine beast blood commanded such a staggering price was beyond his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded resolutely. I can manage it, but I will require time. Grant me 3 months. I shall gather 100 million low-grade spirit stones for you. The old man, upon hearing the voice, felt a renewed sense of emotion. He had initially believed that after stating the price, Xiao Chun would reconsider. To his astonishment, however, the young man genuinely seemed intent on making the purchase. Could it be that this lad was merely putting on a facade? Yet, it did not appear so. The old man found himself increasingly perplexed by Xiao Chun. Very well, I shall report this to my superiors. In 3 months, I shall await your esteemed guest to collect the goods, he declared, squinting his eyes. Indeed, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Xiao Chun replied, rising to exit the exhibition hall. Xiao Chun, have you lost your mind? As soon as they stepped out of the exhibition's entrance, Yi Ninger confronted him. What is it? Xiao Chun regarded her with an expression of indifference. 100 million low-grade spirit stones could purchase a small estate in Tianxiang City. Where do you intend to procure such a sum? Yi Ninger inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Xiao Chun chuckled. The road will reveal itself when the cart reaches the mountain. Yi Ninger was left speechless as they exited the 100 Beasts Hall. Miss, a grave matter has arisen. At that moment, a man resembling a steward rushed towards Yi Ninger. Steward Yi Fu? What has transpired? Yi Ninger asked in surprise, recognizing him as the steward of her family, clearly bearing urgent news. At this juncture, tears streamed down Yi Fu's face uncontrollably. What? Grandfather? Yi Ninger gasped, her body trembling as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Only then did Yi Fu notice Xiao Chun standing beside Yi Ninger, and he immediately became alert. As Yi Ninger heard Xiao Chun's voice, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Xiao Chun, I know your medical skills are extraordinary. You must be able to save my grandfather. I implore you, will you accompany me? Upon hearing this, Yi Fu furrowed his brows and remarked, Miss, the old master's illness is confidential. It would not be wise to disclose it to outsiders. He then turned to Xiao Chun and added, I beseech you. Or perhaps I should kneel. With that, he prepared to lower himself to the ground. Observing this, Xiao Chun swiftly raised his hand, lifting Yi Ninger. Nonsense. You assisted me earlier. I shall accompany you this time. Consider it a favor returned. Xiao Chun declared. Wonderful. Yi Fu, lead the way. Yi Ninger exclaimed with immense joy, turning to Yi Fu. Mississippi. Yi Fu hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Xiao Chun as if to voice a concern. Before long, the carriage halted in front of a grand estate. Peering through the window, Xiao Chun was taken aback. The Yi general's residence? To think that Yi Ninger is of noble lineage. Xiao Chun was inwardly astonished. What has happened to my grandfather? As soon as they disembarked from the carriage, Yi Ninger anxiously inquired. Wang Tao? Why is it not Director Sun Xixiao? Yi Ninger frowned. Sun Xixiao, the esteemed head of the Xinglin Academy and the most renowned physician in the Tianxiang Kingdom, would typically be summoned for someone of her grandfather's standing. Is that so? Never mind. Xiao Chun, follow me inside, she said, leading Xiao Chun into the inner courtyard. Father, I have brought a classmate. He is proficient in medicine and should be able to save grandfather. Upon seeing her father, Yi Ninger hastily introduced Xiao Chun. Classmate? Proficient in medicine? However, upon seeing Xiao Chun, Yi Ninger's father's countenance immediately darkened. Ninger, what time is it? Are you still here fooling around? He reprimanded. I am not fooling around. Xiao Chun's medical skills are truly remarkable. Yi Ninger attempted to defend herself. At that moment, a cold snort resonated. Miss Yi, your experience in the world is still too shallow. A mere novice can easily deceive you. As these words were spoken, a middle-aged man in white, accompanied by several young individuals, strode purposefully toward them. Master Wang Tao, are you prepared? Please come in. Yi Ninger's father immediately bowed in welcome. Rest assured, with me here, old Yi will certainly be fine, Wang Tao declared with an air of arrogance. Indeed. I still have faith in Master Wang Tao's medical expertise. Please, Master, save my father. Yi Ninger's father echoed. Wang Tao nodded and sauntered toward the courtyard. As he passed by Xiao Chun, he frowned and remarked, Young man, judging by your attire, you seem to be from the Dragon Martial Academy, correct? As a member of the Dragon Martial Academy, You should focus on honing your martial skills and refrain from harboring any misguided thoughts. The art of medicine is vast and profound, not something a mere martial artist like you can comprehend. Consider this a warning. Should you dare to flaunt yourself and deceive again, do not blame me for being merciless." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow but chose not to retort. Wang Tao, seeing Xiao Chen's silence, assumed he was intimidated and let out a cold laugh as he entered the courtyard. Yi Ning'er's father observed this and felt a wave of displeasure. Ning'er, this girl. How can she be so naive as to associate with such a fool? Alas, it seems I must impose stricter guidance upon her. Contemplating this, I cast a sideways glance at Xiao Chen and followed Wang Tao into the room. Xiao Chen, I am truly sorry. My father remains unaware of your capabilities. So please do not take offense. Yi Ning'er felt a pang of grievance, yet continued to persuade Xiao Chen. The latter, with a calm smile, replied, "As I have mentioned, I am here to repay a favor. As for the affairs of others, they are of no concern to me. Let us proceed inside." Very well. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning'er felt a surge of joy. Despite her earlier prejudices against Xiao Chen, she now found him increasingly agreeable. The two arrived before the sick room, where Wang Tao was already seated beside the ailing patriarch. The old master Yi lay frail and emaciated upon the sickbed, his eyes half closed and devoid of spirit, clearly at the brink of expiration. "Master Wang Tao, is there still hope?" Yi Ning'er's father inquired with deep concern. "What?" The room's occupants trembled at this utterance, and many from the Yi family burst into tears. At that moment, "Please, everyone, step aside. I wish to take a look." Xiao Chen sighed, pushing through the crowd to approach the old man's bedside. What do you intend to do?" Wang Tao furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. "What do you think? I am here to treat and save lives. Surely, we cannot allow a quack to bring about the demise of the elderly gentleman." Xiao Chen shot back with a disdainful glance. "Do you dare to call me a quack?" General Yi exclaimed. "I, Wang Tao, have practiced medicine for decades. When have I ever endured such indignity? Today, if you do not grant me justice, henceforth, I, Wang Tao, shall sever all ties with the Yi family." Wang Tao declared sternly. Yi Ning'er's father, already in a state of agitation, felt his anger intensify upon hearing these words. "Come, seize this insolent brat and administer 100 lashes." He bellowed. Yes. In that moment, several guards rushed in, intending to drag Xiao Chen away. "General Yi, I have come to repay a debt of gratitude to Yi Ning." Xiao Chen coldly addressed General Yi. "If you wish to prevent your father from perishing before your very eyes, I strongly advise you to remain silent and observe." At this moment, Xiao Chen was also incensed. He had initially acted with good intentions, yet the other party not only failed to express gratitude, but sought to punish him instead. General Yi paused, taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. Though his mood was foul, he had not completely lost his composure. "Young man, do you mean to say my father still has a chance?" General Yi squinted, questioning. "Is that even a question? Would you truly wish for your father's demise?" Xiao Chen shot back with a glare. "I." General Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. "What are the odds that you can save my father?" After a brief pause, he inquired. "Preposterous." Wang Tao seethed, his voice icy. "Do not delude yourself. Even the esteemed director Sun Xiqiao would never dare claim 100% certainty in such matters. You are merely seeking to attract attention." Xiao Chen regarded him with growing impatience. "If you doubt my words, shall we make a wager?" "A wager? How do you propose we wager?" Wang Tao furrowed his brow. "If I am able to save old Yi, you will owe me 1 million low-grade spirit stones," Xiao Chen asserted. "At present, I find myself in dire need of funds. If I do not take advantage of this opportunity, would it not be a loss? What if you fail to save him?" Wang Tao squinted at Xiao Chen. "I offer my life to you," Xiao Chen declared. A gasp rippled through the crowd. They were astonished that Xiao Chen would wager his very life. "So, do you dare or not?" Xiao Chen inquired, gazing at Wang Tao with a calm demeanor. Today, I shall stake my claim against you. However, as a physician with a compassionate heart, I have no desire for your life. But if you cannot save old Master Yi, you shall serve me as a slave for eternity." Wang Tao replied coldly. "Agreed." Xiao Chen chuckled and approached old Master Yi's bedside. With a swift motion, he yanked off the blanket covering the old man and took a deep breath before delivering a powerful punch to old Master Yi's chest. "What are you doing? You fool. Are you seeking death? I will kill you." The onlookers erupted in outrage, particularly General Yi, who, witnessing Xiao Chen's assault on his father, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Boom! The forceful gusts of energy swept through the room, causing many to be knocked to the ground, unable to rise. A martial artist at the Earth martial realm? Xiaoqun glanced at General Yi, secretly admiring him. Truly, a man of his rank possesses remarkable strength. Boy, how do you wish to die? General Yi asked coldly. Oh, you impudent brat. Are you trying to shock me to death with your externalized energy? Suddenly, a frail voice emerged from the sickbed. Old Master Yes. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the unexpected sound. As I shifted my gaze, I was astonished to see the seemingly lifeless elder Yi rising unaided. This, father? You have returned to life? General Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Wang Tao was equally dumbfounded. What a joke. A man on the brink of death, revived by a single punch from Xiaoqun? Such occurrences are unimaginable. What are you staring at? Pay up. Meanwhile, Xiaoqun extended his hand towards Wang Tao. Chapter 30. Heart-devouring Guai. Wang Tao glanced at Xiaoqun and then at Elder Yi, still wearing an expression of incredulity. I must examine Elder Yi's condition. Reluctant to accept the situation, he approached Elder Yi, extending his hand and saying, Elder Yi, I beg your pardon. With that, he pressed down on Elder Yi's pulse point. What is the verdict? General Yi and the members of the Yi family gazed at Wang Tao with concern. Unbelievable. Absolutely unfathomable. Although Elder Yi's body remained frail, he was no longer in danger of death. How could this be? Wang Tao exclaimed in shock. Father, this is wonderful. General Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he wept by Elder Yi's bedside. Elder Yi furrowed his brow and retorted, What is this nonsense? Am I not still alive? Indeed, father, you are right. I let my emotions get the better of me. General Yi wiped away his tears. Young friend, the gratitude I owe you is beyond measure. May I ask your name? Elder Yi turned to Xiaoqun and inquired. Though gravely ill before, he had retained a semblance of awareness, thus recognizing that Xiaoqun was the one who had saved his life. I am Xiaoqun, a classmate of you Ninger. Xiaoqun replied. Oh, so you are Ninger's classmate? Such youth possesses such divine medical skills. It truly exemplifies that heroes emerge in their youth. Elder Yi nodded in admiration. Xiaoqun smiled and replied, I dare not claim to be a hero. I merely hope that General Yi will refrain from punishing me. He recounted the incident where General Yi intended to take him outside for a beating. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi was instantly enraged, exclaiming, Yi-chun, how dare you commit such an act of ingratitude? Shouldn't you apologize to young Master Xiao? Xiaoqun was his savior. Yet the Yi family not only failed to treat him with respect, but nearly harmed him, which incensed Elder Yi even more. Young Master Xiao, it is I who failed to recognize a true deity and nearly offended you. Please, I implore you to mete out punishment. General Yi-chun's attitude of contrition was, at least, sincere. Xiaoqun scoffed and remarked, a punishment will suffice. But I had previously mentioned that I came to treat Elder Yi solely because of my regard for Yi Ninger. He then turned to Wang Tao and inquired, Master Wang, you are reputed to be a master. Surely you will not default on the wager of 10 million low-grade spirit stones? Wang Tao, astounded, replied, Of course I would not default. But how did you manage to restore Elder Yi to his former self? He was on the brink of death. Yet you revived him with a single blow. Xiaoqun cast a meaningful glance at Elder Yi and explained. It was because Elder Yi had an old injury atop his heart. His heart meridians were merely in a state of false death. I stimulated him from the outside. And naturally, he revived. You couldn't discern this? False death? How is that possible? Wang Tao gazed at Elder Yi, still wearing an expression of disbelief. Master Wang Tao, it is rather unbecoming for one of your stature, a renowned figure in the medical realm of Tianxiang City, to engage in wagers. If you were to retract your words, it would not reflect well on you, Li Chun remarked with a smile. In an effort to mend the relationship with Xiaoqun, Li Chun resolved to lend him assistance. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's expression darkened, and he retorted, What sort of talk is this, General Leaf? Am I, Wang Tao, a man who goes back on his word? I shall certainly provide the wager of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. However, I presently lack such funds. I shall deliver them to your General's residence tomorrow, for you to pass on to him. Furthermore, since your esteemed residence boasts a distinguished physician, it appears my services are no longer required. Henceforth, should any matters arise concerning the Leaf family, I suggest seeking out someone more capable. This statement served as a veiled threat to the Leaf family. It is known that while Tianxiang City boasts numerous esteemed physicians, Wang Tao's medical prowess is second only to that of Sun Xiqiao. To offend Wang Tao would result in a loss that even the Leaf family could scarcely bear. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Leaf Chun hesitated. However, Elder Leaf chuckled. Very well, then we shall not trouble Master Wang Tao any further. You very well, Elder Leaf, you have bested me. Wang Tao huffed, sweeping his long sleeves as he strode towards the exit. Father, is it wise to offend Wang Tao in such a manner? Leaf Chun murmured, witnessing the scene. Alas, Wang Tao is but a petty person. What harm can come from offending him? The Apricot Grove Academy is still a realm where he holds sway. Elder Leaf shook his head. Well, if you say so, Leaf Chun replied, nodding slightly, though doubt lingered in his heart. Elder Leaf, I have one more word to impart. May we dismiss the others? At that moment, Xiao Chen spoke up. Oh, aside from Yi Chun and Ning Er, everyone else, please leave. Elder Yi responded. Soon, only Xiao Chun and 3 others remained in the room. Young Master Xiao, do you have any advice? Elder Yi inquired. Xiao Chen sighed and said, Elder Yi, what do you see here? As he spoke, he opened his palm. The others looked up and saw a small, lifeless insect resting in Xiao Chen's hand. What is this? They asked, puzzled. General Yi, do you know why my punch to Elder Yi awakened him? Xiao Chen, however, responded with a question. Wasn't my father in a state of false death? General Yi was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Xiao Chen already explained this matter? Xiao Chen shook his head, saying, that was merely a ruse to mislead. The truth is, the force of my punch directly reached Elder Yi's heart, intended to expel this insect. You were also concerned that you failed to notice Elder Yi expelling it. Wait, are you saying this creature is something within my father's heart? General Yi and the others were immediately astonished. Xiao Chen nodded, affirming, indeed, this creature is known as the heart-devouring goo, an extraordinarily obscure type of insect. Once implanted, it infiltrates the heart's meridians, gradually leading the host to demise. Throughout the entire process, there are virtually no other symptoms. To outsiders, it merely appears as heart failure. As he spoke, Xiao Chen cast a glance at Elder Yi and asked, Elder Yi, have you offended someone? The meaning of young master implies that someone has deliberately harmed my father? Yi Chun's composure faltered. Xiao Chen nodded and remarked, the heart-devouring goo is a type of parasitic insect. Such creatures hardly exist in the wild. Aside from being deliberately inflicted upon someone, I cannot fathom any other possibility. Yi Chun gasped in shock, exclaiming, what kind of person could be so malicious? At that moment, Yi Lao's eyes twitched, and he replied, in my youth, I fought battles across the south and north. There were countless individuals both within and outside the Tianxiang kingdom who wished for my demise. As he spoke, he cupped his hands towards Xiao Chun and said, young Master Xiao, I have a request. Please, speak, Elder Yi. Xiao Chen responded, regarding this matter of the goo, I hope it remains confidential and is not disclosed to outsiders, including the 2 of you. To the outside world, we shall simply state that my old ailment has recurred. Yi Lao's expression grew solemn. Chapter 31, The Demonic Embryo. Father. Yi Chun still wished to say more, yet she observed Yi Lao waving his hand, saying, no need to elaborate, just follow my instructions. Seeing this, Yi Chun could only nod in resignation. Elder Yi, the matters at the estate have been settled. I shall take my leave. Xiao Chen declared. He had ventured out this time with great difficulty, having acquired beast blood, yet had not yet had the chance to refine it. Well, I shall not accompany you out, young master. I hope you understand. Yi Lao replied. Your words are too grave, Elder. Xiao Chen said before departing in the company of Yi Ninger. As Yi Lao watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure, a look of deep sorrow suddenly crossed his face, and he instructed Yi Chun, from today onwards, discreetly transfer the family assets and activate the hidden line buried in Beijun, preparing to evacuate the members of the Yi family at any moment. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun was taken aback and asked, Father, what do you mean by that? Yi Lao sighed and replied, I had thought that fellow was dead, but with the emergence of the heart-devouring goo, I realized my mistake. Yi Chun, bewildered, inquired, who is father referring to? Yi Lao cast a deep glance at him and said, have you truly forgotten so easily? It has only been 30 years. Yet you seem to have erased all memory. At this, Yi Chun inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Father means the black. Silence. If you know, do not utter that name. Yi Lao interjected sharply. Yes, I apologize. But father, is that person truly so formidable? Now that you are a noble of the Tianxiang kingdom and I command an army of 100,000, can we truly fear just one individual? Yi Chun furrowed his brows. Yi Lao chuckled bitterly, saying, what do you understand? That individual, 30 years ago, defeated the elites of the Tianxiang kingdom single-handedly, with none able to withstand more than 3 of his strikes. And now, after 30 years, his power has likely ascended beyond the celestial martial realm. More critically, there exists a terrifying force behind him. That is what truly instills fear in me. Yi Chun frowned and asked, "What is this fearsome force?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lao articulated slowly, "The Blood Demon Hall." The utterance of these 3 words seemed to drain Yi Lao of his strength, leaving him visibly weakened. Yi Chun was left in stunned silence, unable to articulate a response. After a long pause, Old Yi let out a bitter smile and said, "It is entirely my fault for being too greedy back in the day, leading to that ill-fated transaction. Now, I can only hope that after this calamity, my Yi family will not face annihilation." Hearing this, Yi Chun felt a profound discomfort in his heart. Yet he understood that if their adversary was indeed the Blood Demon Hall, then it would not only be him, but the entire Tianxiang kingdom would be obliterated should they offend their foe. Oh heavens, will my Yi family truly be doomed? Yi Chun's heart was heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Yi residence, Xiao Chun and his companion remained oblivious to the concerns of the Yi father and son. "Xiao Chun, I sincerely thank you for your help this time," Yi Ninger said, taking a deep breath. If the events prior had shifted her perception of Xiao Chun, then today, his act of saving Old Yi had moved her to tears of gratitude. It was merely a trivial effort. "You are too courteous," Xiao Chun replied nonchalantly. Regarding the matter of Xiao Rou becoming your disciple, I hope you will reconsider." After a moment of hesitation, Yi Ninger finally spoke. Initially filled with regret upon hearing that Xiao Chun was unwilling to take on disciples, her spirits soared when she learned that he was willing to mentor Kuro. "Wonderful. I will relay this news to Xiao Rou. She will surely be delighted." Xiao Chun nodded and then departed from the Yi residence. Unbeknownst to them, 2 pairs of eyes were secretly watching the pair. "Is that the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, Yi Ninger?" one of them whispered. "Indeed, her aura is extraordinary. No wonder the young master has chosen her. Otherwise, should we not seize her first and plant a demonic seed?" The other chuckled. "Fool, do you wish to court death? The young master will emerge from his seclusion no later than 6 months from now. If, at that time, he discovers that you have usurped the furnace he has chosen, no matter how far you flee, your path will inevitably lead to demise." The first individual, startled by the words, expressed shock. The other, with a playful flick of his tongue, replied, "I was merely jesting. Such jesting is ill-timed. Our task is solely to keep watch over the members of the Yi family. Your recent actions with the poison may have inadvertently alarmed them. Do not act rashly." The first spoke in a cold tone. The other nodded, acknowledging, "I understand." As he spoke, he could not help but cast a glance at Yi Ninger, shaking his head. What a pity that such a vibrant woman is destined to be drained to death by the demonic fetus. This outing yielded considerable gains. First, 10 vials of foundational spirit liquid, followed by a substantial amount of beast blood. An undeniable surge in strength was imminent. First, I shall refine the beast blood to awaken my bloodline and stabilize my realm. With determination, Xiao Chun commenced the refining process. 1 vial. 2 vials after a day had passed. Having refined hundreds of vials of beast blood, Xiao Chun found that only 5 of his fingers had awakened. Alas, it is utterly insufficient. With a bitter smile, he focused his gaze upon the final vial of Earth Martial Realm beast blood. "May it not disappoint me," he declared, retrieving the last and highest grade vial of beast blood to begin refining. Although it was merely a single vial, it consumed an entire day of Xiao Chun's time to complete the process. Upon the final drop of beast blood being refined, a powerful aura erupted from within him. Buzz. As spiritual light flickered, Xiao Chun unexpectedly elevated his realm through the refining of the beast blood. Has the 6th level of the Qi martial realm been attained? The refining of beast blood not only activates the bloodline, but also enhances one's cultivation level. This is indeed an unexpected delight. Furthermore, has the power of my bloodline in my entire right hand fully awakened? While the elevation of my realm does not bring me overwhelming joy, the awakening of my bloodline power fills me with immense surprise. Previously, having awakened only a single finger, I could only cultivate certain finger strength techniques, which, though formidable, lacked completeness. Now, with an entire hand awakened, I have access to a greater array of advanced martial techniques, which will significantly bolster my strength. It is time to elevate my realm. Turning to gaze at the remaining foundation establishment elixir, a smile crept upon Xiao Chen's face. The following day, with a resonating hum, Xiao Chen rose to his feet. Is it merely the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Qi martial realm? Alas, there is still too little of the foundation establishment elixir. Xiaochen mused to himself. However, since the Foundation Establishment elixir was concocted by Xiaochen himself, its absence is easily remedied. Thus, Xiaochen set forth once more to the commercial street. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed that something was amiss. Why are there so many people? Xiaochen gazed at the throngs on the long street, momentarily bewildered. Young man, such a significant event has transpired in Tianxiang City, and you remain oblivious? An elderly figure clad in gray remarked with evident disdain. What has happened? Xiaochen inquired, his expression one of utter confusion. I must inform you that the spirit apothecary has developed a new elixir known as the Foundation Establishment Liquid. This extraordinary potion enhances one's cultivation without any adverse effects. The entire Tianxiang City is in a frenzy, with everyone clamoring to purchase it. However, the apothecary has declared that supplies are limited, selling only 100 bottles per day, each priced at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Currently, all present are queuing to acquire the elixir. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen found himself momentarily stunned. They were indeed here to procure the Foundation Establishment Liquid? It seems I have underestimated its market demand. Yet, only 100 bottles a day. Something feels amiss. Where could the shopkeeper possibly obtain such a quantity? Confused, Xiaochen pondered. At that moment, a shifty-eyed man nudged Xiaochen and inquired, Are you here to queue for the Foundation Establishment Liquid? And what if I am? Xiaochen replied, I happen to have a bottle of the elixir available right now, for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Will you buy it? The man whispered. This. Could there actually be scalpers reselling it? Xiaochen was utterly speechless. Your price has doubled just like that. Isn't that a bit unscrupulous? Xiaochen frowned. What do you know? This Foundation Establishment Liquid is said to be derived from a recipe discovered by a formidable Heaven Martial Realm expert in an ancient tomb. Just 5 bottles can enable a Qi Martial Realm practitioner to break through to a higher minor realm. Listening to the scalper's words, Xiaochen's brows furrowed. 5 bottles for a breakthrough to a higher minor realm? His own Foundation Establishment Liquid boasts remarkable efficacy, sufficient for the lower 3 stages of the Qi Martial Realm with just 1 bottle. How could it possibly require 5 bottles? What's the matter? Do you not believe me? Today, allow me to broaden your horizons. The scalper, noticing Xiaochen's hesitation, assumed he was skeptical and cautiously retrieved a small vial from his sleeve. Waving it before Xiaochen, do you see this? This is the renowned Foundation Establishment Elixir. However, upon glimpsing the vial, Xiaochen could not suppress a bemused chuckle. So that's how it is. I was indeed naive, and the shopkeeper truly knows the art of commerce, he mused inwardly. The Foundation Establishment elixir in the scalper's possession was authentic, without a doubt, yet its volume was merely 1/5 of what Xiaochen possessed. No wonder he claimed 5 vials were necessary for a breakthrough. Thank you. Xiaochen smiled at the scalper before turning to leave. Damn, you poor wretch. If you can't afford it, don't waste my time. The scalper cursed at Xiaochen's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Xiaochen had arrived at the entrance of the spirit-connecting apothecary. It was only then that he noticed a long line of people waiting outside, countless voices clamoring for attention. Shopkeeper, please commence sales. Yes. I've been waiting for 2 days. Why the delay? Hearing the commotion, Xiaochen shook his head helplessly and prepared to step into the apothecary. That brat. Halt right there. How dare you cut in line? Do you believe I want to deal with you? The crowd erupted in anger upon seeing Xiaochen. Xiaochen, it's you? At that moment, a familiar voice caught his attention. Turning around, he was astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than Lin Wu. Behind him stood Yao Feifei as well. Truly, what a small world. Wuer, do you know him? At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. Father. This is the audacious Xiaochen. He was nothing but a pauper, and suddenly, without warning, he has transformed into a nouveau riche. Lin Wu gritted his teeth in anger. The middle-aged man was none other than Lin Wu's father, Lin Zhengfan. So it is this brat? Lin Zhengfan sneered. It seems he is aware that he stands no chance against you in combat and wishes to rely on the Foundation Establishment elixir to elevate his cultivation level. How utterly foolish. With a cold smile, Lin Zhengfan continued to regard Xiaochen with disdain. Young man, I am oblivious to the origins of your wealth. But let me impart a crucial truth. In this world, money is essential, yet mere wealth is insufficient. There exists something far more significant, status. For instance, you intend to use the Foundation Establishment elixir to reverse your disadvantage against my son, correct? Alas, I, Lin Zhengfan, may not possess omnipotent influence in Tianxiang City. Yet a single word from me could render your wealth powerless. Do you dare to believe it? As he finished speaking, he cast a scornful glance at Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun observed the father-son duo and sighed with resignation. Indeed, like father, like son. No wonder Lin Wu is such a scoundrel. The roots of his behavior lie with you. Xiao Chun shook his head in dismay. Are you seeking death? Lin Zhengfan roared in fury, preparing to strike at Xiao Chun. At that moment, the door of the spirit apothecary swung open, and the shopkeeper emerged. What is all this commotion? Haven't I instructed everyone to keep the peace? Whoever dares to make a move here will find that the spirit apothecary will no longer sell them the Foundation Establishment elixir. The shopkeeper bellowed. Upon hearing his words, an immediate silence enveloped the front of the apothecary. It is essential to understand that the Foundation liquid is exceedingly rare in Tianxiang City, and no one dares to offend this shopkeeper lightly. Shopkeeper Liu, it is not I who am causing a disturbance, but rather this fellow who brazenly cuts in line and insults my father and me. Lin Zhengfan exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Chun. Indeed, shopkeeper Liu, this scoundrel holds our spirit medicine shop in utter contempt. You should not sell him the Foundation liquid. Lin Wu chimed in. With a cold sneer, shopkeeper Liu remarked. Let us see who possesses the audacity to challenge me. I shall promptly throw him out. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Xiao Chun's face. What is it, shopkeeper Liu? Are you planning to throw me out? Xiao Chun inquired, regarding the shopkeeper intently. The shopkeeper gasped and immediately turned to Lin Zhengfan and his companions, instructing, You three, get out. The trio stood in stunned silence. Shopkeeper Liu, you must be mistaken. The troublemaker is this brat. Lin Zhengfan exclaimed, bewildered. I am not mistaken. I am indeed reprimanding you. I find your appearance repulsive, and I demand you leave. Otherwise, I shall not sell you the Foundation liquid tomorrow. Shopkeeper Liu rebuked furiously. What nonsense is this? To offend Xiao Chun and then expect him to treat us favorably? That is sheer folly. Chapter 33. Greedy money shopkeeper Liu. What do you mean by that? Although our relationship is not particularly deep, we have conducted considerable business together. I come to support your establishment, and this is how you treat me? Lin Zhengfan retorted angrily. Shopkeeper Liu scoffed and declared, from this moment forth, let our business ties be severed. My spirit medicine shop cannot afford your Lin family's patronage. Now, please leave. After speaking, he waved his long sleeves, and guards promptly arrived to drive them away. You despicable Liu, do not regret this. Lin Zhengfan exclaimed furiously, amid his indignant outburst. The guards of the spirit pharmacy expelled the trio from the entrance. Meanwhile, Manager Liu, with a beaming smile, addressed Xiao Chun. Divine Doctor, please come inside. Xiao Chun nodded in acknowledgement and was about to step into the pharmacy when a voice from the queue interrupted. Wait a moment, Manager Liu. What do you mean by this? Why is he allowed to enter while we are not? At that moment, someone from the line shouted in discontent. Manager Liu glared, stating, because he is. Just as he was about to reveal Xiao Chun's identity, he caught a glance from the latter and promptly changed his words. He is my relative. Is that not sufficient reason for a visit? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. At that moment, the Lin father and son had not yet departed, and upon hearing this exchange, they wore expressions of disbelief. Haha, I was wondering how this fellow became a nouveau riche. Turns out he has Manager Liu as a relative. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. Lin Wu, if he truly is Manager Liu's relative, does that not mean he could acquire substantial foundational elixirs? Yao Feifei remarked anxiously. Lin Wu furrowed his brow at her words. However, after a brief moment, he scoffed. Even if his realm were to rise, what of it? Without superior cultivation techniques and martial skills, he remains a mere waste in my eyes, regardless of his level. Lin Zhengfan, with a grave expression, cautioned, Wooer, do not underestimate him. If Manager Liu were to invest heavily in his advancement, he might very well reach the 9th level of the Qi martial realm, and that would pose a significant challenge. The 9th level of the Qi martial realm? Upon hearing those words, Lin Wu's expression indeed changed. What a despicable scoundrel, relying solely on such underhanded tactics. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. Lin Zhengfan chuckled. What of underhanded tactics? Rest assured, my son, I shall ensure that your cultivation reaches the 9th level of the Qi martial realm within a month. What? Father. But Manager Liu said he would no longer sell us the Foundation Establishment elixir. Lin Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Zhengfan replied with a smile. If he won't sell, surely others will. In terms of financial strength, our Lin family still possesses some leverage. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, Father, thank you. Meanwhile, in the apothecary, Manager Liu, you truly are cunning. Xiao Chen remarked with a wry smile, observing Manager Lu. Manager Lu trembled slightly. His face contorted in distress. Dr. Xiao, I had no choice. I never anticipated the demand for the Foundation establishment elixir would be so high. And with the supply being so scarce, I could only resort to this method. However, rest assured, I shall compensate you for the profit margin. Xiao Chen replied with a grin. I appreciate your efforts. How many bottles of the Foundation establishment elixir remain? Only 300 small bottles are left. Even if I were to sell them at a premium, they would last at most 3 days. However, I have procured 500 more units of the raw materials. Manager Lu informed. Xiao Chen nodded. Very well, please bring me those 300 small bottles of the Foundation establishment elixir. Oh, does Dr. Xiao wish to consume them himself? Without hesitation, Manager Lu handed over the remaining Foundation establishment elixirs to Xiao Chen. This gentleman is indeed his benefactor, regardless of the requests made by Xiao Chen. Manager Lu would readily acquiesce. However, after Xiao Chen accepted the Foundation establishment elixir, he beckoned a servant and instructed, You. Take this and sell it to the Lin father and son. What? The servant, along with Manager Lu, was utterly taken aback. Master Xiao, are you mistaken? Isn't that fellow your adversary? Why would you still? Manager Lu was left speechless. Xiao Chen chuckled. Do you truly believe that even if you refuse to sell to him, the Lin family would be unable to procure it? If he desires it, he can certainly acquire it from elsewhere, albeit at a premium, rather than allowing those scalpers to profit from the price difference. It is far better for us to benefit instead. With that, Xiao Chen turned to the servant and instructed, When you meet Lin Feng, convey this. Understood. The servant nodded and discreetly exited through the back door with the elixir. Meanwhile, the Lin father and son trudged along the long street, their faces etched with frustration. Father. The quantity of Foundation establishment elixirs in the hands of those scalpers is exceedingly scarce. It is utterly insufficient for my needs. After leaving Tongling Pharmacy, the Lin father and son sought out scalpers to purchase the elixir at inflated prices. Alas, after a lengthy search, they managed to acquire only 5 bottles. Woefully inadequate for his breakthrough. Do not fret. We shall search slowly. There will surely be someone willing to sell. Lin Feng feigned calmness as he spoke. At that moment, the shop assistant from the pharmacy approached the two from behind and inquired, Gentlemen, are you looking to purchase Foundation establishment elixirs? Oh, another scalper? How many bottles do you possess? I shall take them all. Lin Feng replied eagerly. In order to enable his son to swiftly ascend to the 9th level of the Qi martial realm, no expense is too great. Is that really necessary? Can you consume all of that? The young attendant regarded him with a skeptical expression. Oh, so you possess quite a lot then? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with interest upon hearing this. Not much, merely 300 bottles. The young attendant replied with a hint of pride. Hiss. Both Lin Wu and his father inhaled sharply in astonishment. Young man, are you speaking the truth? Lin Feng's voice quivered with anticipation. 300 bottles would be sufficient for Lin Wu to break through to the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. Of course, would I lie to you? The young attendant retorted. Very well, I will take them all. Here are 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and produced a storage ring. However, upon seeing this, the young attendant frowned and said, 30 million low-grade spirit stones? Are you attempting to insult me? Lin Feng was taken aback and responded. Aren't the prices set by scalpers 100,000 per bottle? The young attendant scoffed. I don't care what others charge. Here, it is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. What? 200,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Lin Feng exclaimed incredulously. The ordinary scalpers have already doubled the price, but this one has doubled it again. This is simply, haha, if you can't afford it, just say so. There's no need to put on such airs. Inquiring around Tianxiang City, aside from me, who else possesses such an ample stock? If you refuse to buy at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, believe me when I say I could shout, and countless others would rush to purchase. Don't believe me? The young attendant feigned a shout. Wait a moment. Lin Feng waved his hand, gritting his teeth before declaring, Very well. 200,000 for a bottle. I will take them all. With this decisive agreement, both parties exchanged money and goods. A total of 60 million low-grade spirit stones was involved, nearly half of the Lin family's fortune. Lin Wu was acutely aware that his father had made a significant sacrifice this time, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng, however, offered a reassuring smile, saying, My son, as long as you can break through to the 9th level of the Qi martial realm within a month, This sum will be considered a worthy investment. Lin Wu was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "Father, do you mean that by next month?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's face lit up with joy. "Rest assured, Father, I will not let you down." On one side, the father and son were filled with fervor, while on the other, Xiao Chun had already secured the 60 million low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, ill-gotten gains are the easiest to acquire. Xiao Chun chuckled. "I have had quite a few personal matters to attend to these past few days, but they will soon come to an end. After the 14th, I shall resume my routine of 3 sessions a day." Chapter 34. The mysterious armory manager Lu gazed at Xiao Chun with a face full of flattery, saying, "Xiao Shini, you truly know how to make money. You're too kind, manager." Xiao Shini replied modestly. After their mutual compliments, Xiao Chun proceeded to concoct the remaining spirit herbs into foundation-building elixirs, producing a total of 500 large bottles. After taking 10 bottles for himself, he entrusted the rest to manager Lu. "Xiao Shini, our shop is currently facing a cash flow issue, so the share from this batch will take 10 days to settle." Manager Lu informed him. This is the final breakthrough. Having imbibed 5 vials of foundation establishment elixir in quick succession, a formidable power erupted from within Xiao Chun. "I've finally achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi martial realm," Xiao Chun exclaimed with elation. "Now that my cultivation has reached its zenith, it's time to hone my martial skills." With this thought, Xiao Chun began to peruse the martial god compendium, seeking suitable techniques. The spirit rank, mid-grade movement technique, dragon flash stride, and the spirit rank, mid-grade sword technique, starburst sword art. These 2 should suffice for my needs. Xiao Chun swiftly made his selections. Starburst sword art. First form, meteor descent. Xiao Chun, with his sword in hand, ventured into a secluded forest within Dragon Martial Academy and unleashed a strike. However, boom, a deafening roar ensued as terrifying sword energy detonated, sending Xiao Chun reeling several yards away. He lowered his gaze, examining the remnants of his sword, now reduced to fragments, and wryly stuck out his tongue. "The sword energy is too potent. My sword couldn't withstand it," Xiao Chun lamented. Xiao Chun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The starburst sword art was inherently powerful, and his previous financial constraints had forced him to use a subpar, unranked iron sword. Now, the sword had succumbed to the force of his sword energy, shattering upon impact. "I suppose I should acquire a sword of higher quality first," Xiao Chun mused inwardly. The armory. Junior sister Pan Shi. This armory is the most esteemed weapons emporium in Sky Fragrance City. Its armaments boast the finest quality and power, though their prices are equally lofty. If any particular item catches your eye, simply inform me, and I shall present it to you." A young man clad in Dragon Martial Academy robes declared with an air of pride. Beside him stood a rather charming young lady. "Senior Zhang Han." "Isn't this rather inappropriate?" The girl, Pan Chi, said shyly. "Oh, it's nothing. You have recently enrolled in the Longwu Academy and require a suitable weapon. As your senior and fellow townsman, it is only right that I look after you. From now on, should you encounter any challenges in martial arts, feel free to consult me. I rank 100 in our comprehensive examination." Zhang Han replied with a smile. "Thank you very much, Senior Zhang Han." Pan Chi responded with a graceful bow. At that moment, outside the door, Xiao Chun entered with measured steps. "Oh, Senior Xiao Chun," the girl exclaimed upon seeing him. You know him?" Zhang Han asked, glancing at Xiao Chun with a furrowed brow. "Of course. He is the top scorer in the 3rd-year theory examination, a true genius." The girl gazed at Xiao Chun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhang Han and Pan Chi hailed from the same hometown. Ever since she entered Longwu Academy, he had developed feelings for her, which was why he brought her to the Xianbing Hall to purchase a weapon. Thus, upon hearing her praise another man, he felt a surge of anger. Junior Pan Chi, don't be deceived by this fellow. Xiao Chun is the greatest waste in our grade. Not only does he possess the weakest abilities, but he also comes from the most impoverished background, destined to remain a lowly failure for life." Zhang Han said coldly. Pan Chi frowned and replied, "That's impossible. Isn't he the top of your examination? This is not right. Previously, when he instructed us newcomers, he only taught one technique, which allowed the weakest among us to defeat the top student, Sita Lin." Pan Chi continued to argue. That was likely a mere coincidence. Or perhaps, Li Dachui was inherently skilled, but merely faltered during the assessment. In any case, it cannot possibly have any connection to this good-for-nothing. Zhang Han asserted vehemently. Is that so? This made Pan Chi puzzled. Observing this, Zhang Han scoffed, "Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you." With that, he strode confidently toward Xiao Chun and coldly declared, "Xiao Chun, the Xianbing Hall is not a place for you, so be quick and leave." Xiao Chun, who was examining weapons at the counter, was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Han's words. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get out." Zhang Han continued coldly. "Are you speaking to me?" Xiao Chun furrowed his brows, bewildered by this sudden confrontation. "Otherwise, what do you think?" Zhang Han replied with indifference. "Is the Xianbing Hall your family's establishment?" Xiao Chun retorted. Zhang Han clenched his fists and said, "Of course, it's not my family's, but I find you intolerable. If you don't leave, I will force you out." With that, he lunged toward Xiao Chun. "Pan Chi, let me show you the true nature of this useless fool," Zhang Han shouted. Annoyed, Xiao Chun couldn't be bothered to look at him, casually swatting him away. Slap. The sound resonated as Xiao Chun's palm struck Zhang Han's face, sending him spinning through the air for several rotations before crashing out of the Xianbing Hall. Zhang Han, a senior, was taken aback. Meanwhile, Pan Chi hurried to Zhang Han's side. "See, I told you that Senior Xiao Chun is a genius. Why did you refuse to believe me?" Pan Chi expressed with a look of exasperation. Zhang Han, feeling humiliated before his beloved, was consumed by fury. "You worthless fool, how dare you strike me? I will kill you." As he spoke, he prepared to attack Xiao Chun once more. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword echoed, interposing itself between Xiao Chun and Zhang Han. "The Xianbing Hall forbids violence. Are you challenging our authority by engaging in combat here?" A white-clad guard glared at the two. With a gulp, Zhang Han swallowed hard. It was crucial to understand that the Xianbing Hall was a vast organization spanning several empires, with a formidable background. Even nobles dared not provoke it lightly. He could not afford to bear the accusation of challenging the Xianbing Hall. "Senior, I do not dare," he stammered. "But he struck me first." Zhang Han pointed at Xiao Chun. "Esteemed senior, I merely came to purchase a sword." He unleashed his spiritual energy and attempted to attack me. I merely deflected him in self-defense. Surely, I cannot be blamed for that? Xiao Chun furrowed his brow in agreement. Chapter 35. I rent for a day. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, the white-clad swordsman was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "At such a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm? Moreover, his aura is steady, showing no signs of leakage. I had not noticed his presence before." With these thoughts in mind, he regarded Xiao Chun with renewed respect. "Indeed, this time I shall overlook your actions. But let it be known that it shall not happen again. Should anyone dare to strike again, do not blame me for being merciless." The white-clad swordsman cast a cold glance at Zhang Han as he spoke. Zhang Han gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring at Xiao Chun. "You worthless fool. Remember this." Xiao Chun shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "A defeated foe is not worth my remembrance." "You." Zhang Han seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. Meanwhile, the swordsman in white regarded Xiao Chun and inquired, "Young man, what is it that you wish to purchase?" "I seek to acquire a sword, the higher the grade, the better," Xiao Chun replied. "Haha, how utterly laughable. The lowest grade weapon typically costs upwards of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you truly believe you can afford such luxury?" Zhang Han continued to mock him. The swordsman in white cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Han, his brow furrowing. "I shall take you to the renowned sword section." With that, he turned and strode away. "Pan Chi, we shall go as well. However, I am here to buy you a sword. Unlike certain impoverished individuals who, despite their destitution, dare to flaunt themselves in the Xianbing Hall." Zhang Han sneered. Pan Chi hesitated momentarily, casting a doubtful glance at Xiao Chun, but ultimately allowed herself to be dragged along by Zhang Han. Before long, they arrived at the prestigious sword section of the Xianbing Hall. Here, all the swords were of the first grade, while most were of the middle tier. They were sufficiently sharp, with many hunting teams utilizing such weapons. The average price hovered around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the swordsman in white explained. "Well, a middle-tier, first-grade sword. My father's sword is of the same grade," Pan Chi exclaimed, her face filled with envy. "Haha, Pan Chi, if you desire it, I shall purchase it for you," Zhang Han proclaimed with pride. "That is out of the question. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it," Pan Chi replied earnestly. Zhang Han shook his head and said, "Though it is indeed a bit expensive, I am not like certain individuals who are not bothered by such trifles." He cast a glance at Xiao Chun, who, however, seemed disinterested in his remarks. "Are there swords of a higher grade?" Xiao Chun inquired. This question left the others momentarily speechless. The white-clad swordsman nodded and stated, "Indeed, follow me." He then turned towards the second counter. A first-tier superior sword significantly enhances sword chi potency by over 30%, making it notably more powerful than a first-tier medium-grade sword. However, the price is steep. Starting at no less than 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, the white-clad swordsman explained. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's heart skipped a beat. He could manage 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but 300,000. Even for him, it would be quite a strain. Yet, he pressed on. Is there nothing higher? Xiaochen shook his head. No? Come on, Xiaochen, are you being overly pretentious? Can you even afford something of a higher grade? Zhang Han retorted angrily. Can you kindly keep your mouth shut? Am I even conversing with you? Xiaochen shot back with a glare. You humph. Very well. I shall see just how long you can maintain this facade. Zhang Han scoffed, watching from the sidelines with a cold gaze. Meanwhile, the white-clad swordsman furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, as Xiaochen was a guest, he felt obliged to accommodate him. In the Xianbing Hall of Tianxiang City, we have 5 second-tier inferior-grade renowned swords, all housed in the sword case. However, each sword is priced above 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Do you wish to see them, young man? The white-clad swordsman inquired. Certainly. Xiaochen nodded slightly. Very well, I shall show you. The swordsman in white suppressed his annoyance and led Xiaochen to 5 sword chests. These are the 5, he declared. Xiaochen glanced over and noted that all 5 swords were of the second-tier low grade, displaying decent craftsmanship. However, after simulating with the martial god strategy, he realized that without having cultivated his swordsmanship to a minor completion, he could not wield his sword energy freely. These 5 swords were likely to be rendered useless after merely a dozen strikes, he mused. Senior, do you possess any swords of a higher grade? Xiaochen inquired. At this, the swordsman in white's expression darkened. Young man, are you jesting with me? He asked in a low voice. What do you mean? Xiaochen responded, taken aback. The swords used by the various generals of Tianxiang City are merely of the second-tier low grade. Many lower-ranked military officers wield nothing but first-tier upper-grade swords. And you still find this insufficient? The swordsman questioned icily. Haha, senior, do not doubt it. This fellow is indeed mocking you, since he is not from our Longwu Academy. He likely lacks awareness. This brat not only possesses pathetic cultivation, but he is also a miser. He probably cannot even produce 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, let alone 1,000,000. His words are merely an excuse to avoid purchasing from your Xianbing Hall, Zhang Han declared with a smug expression. As a result, the swordsman's demeanor grew increasingly severe. He was well aware of his standing in the Xianbing Hall. Few dared to mock him so brazenly. Meanwhile, Xiaochen furrowed his brow and said, Senior, I only seek to purchase weapons of a higher grade. Feigning ignorance, are we? Zhang Han remarked with a sneer from the side. The swordsman clad in white snorted disdainfully, asserting, the highest grade sword of the Xianbing Hall is right here. However, should you truly possess the means, you may commission a weapon crafted by a master artisan. Yet, be forewarned. The cost for bespoke weaponry starts at no less than 30 million, and the wait time is a minimum of 3 months. Xiaochen furrowed his brow, contemplating, 3 months? That is rather protracted. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. By the way, could the Xianbing Hall lend me a forging furnace? If others can forge weapons, why should he be unable to? With the divine weapon strategy at his disposal, what could Xiaochen not achieve? The white-clad swordsman cast a glance at Xiaochen, increasingly looking down upon him. Indeed, but do you possess the artisan's emblem? He inquired coldly. The artisan's emblem, issued by the Artisan Guild, serves as a professional certification akin to a vocational license from Xiaochen's previous life. Once recognized by the Artisan Guild and bestowed the title of artisan, one would become a coveted guest among various factions, securing a life free from financial worries. Shaking his head, Xiaochen replied, I do not possess one. Does that mean I cannot borrow the forging furnace without the artisan's emblem? Suppressing his ire, the swordsman stated, the forging furnace of the Xianbing Hall may be borrowed free of charge by those artisans who hold the artisan's emblem. However, for those lacking such credentials, a fee is required. As for the price, it is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per day. Do you still wish to borrow it? The refining furnace is undoubtedly a costly resource. The rules established by the Xianbing Hall serve to deter idle individuals from exploiting the refining furnace without due cause. Haha. Sister Panchi, did you see that? This arrogant fellow has bitten off more than he can chew. 1 million low-grade spirit stones for a single day. Young man, are you not wealthy? Why not show it? Zhang Han guffawed uncontrollably from the side. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Qin chuckled. Just 1 million low-grade spirit stones? Very well. I shall rent it for a day. Chapter 36. The cold sword. The swordsman in white, wearing a frosty expression, declared, if you cannot afford the rent, then you shall give me. What did you just say? The white-clad swordsman was taken aback. I said I would rent it for a day. Here is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, I believe the Xianbing Hall also sells various materials and resources, correct? I have a few items I wish to procure. So consider this an additional million as a deposit. As he spoke, Xiao Qin tossed out 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Witnessing the mountain of spirit stones before them, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Impossible. How could this impoverished wretch possess such wealth? Zhang Han could hardly fathom the scene unfolding before him. Even the swordsman in white furrowed his brow. To be frank, he could also afford 2 million low-grade spirit stones. But he could never act so nonchalantly as Xiao Qin did. Are you certain you wish to rent the refining furnace? The swordsman inquired. Of course. Are there any other conditions? Xiao Qin responded. The swordsman shook his head. None at all. If you wish to squander your money, that is of no concern to me. The earth character, a refining room, is now yours. As he spoke, he took away Xiao Qin's spirit stones. In his perspective, Xiao Qin, who was not an instrument maker, could not possibly forge anything. Those 2 million lower-grade spirit stones were merely a waste. You poor wretch, halt. Zhang Han shouted at Xiao Qin sternly. Tell me, did you steal that money? Xiao Qin's expression grew slightly cold as he replied. Zhang Han, I have tolerated you long enough. If you continue to provoke me, do you believe I will not cripple you? This fellow had been challenging him from the very beginning. When he wasn't purchasing anything, he called himself a poor wretch. Now that he had made a purchase, he accused Xiao Qin of theft. Such a person would likely not learn his lesson unless he received a severe beating. How dare you threaten to cripple me? Huh? Just because you happened to hit me once, you think you are a master? Zhang Han retorted provocatively. Aren't you going to cripple me? Come on. Xiao Qin furrowed his brow, about to speak, when the swordsman in white interjected. Gentlemen, I have already stated. Dueling is prohibited within the Mystic Weapon Hall. Zhang Han's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Xiao Qin and said, Fine. I will spare you here out of respect for the Mystic Weapon Hall. But if you have the guts, remain in the hall for the rest of your life. Otherwise. Hee. Fool. Xiao Qin shot him a disdainful glance before accompanying the swordsman in white to the forging chamber. How despicable. Pan Qi, did you see that? This fellow is nothing but a petty person. Zhang Han turned to Pan Qi, expressing his disdain. However, having witnessed the entire exchange, Pan Qi's appraisal of Zhang Han had plummeted. Senior brother Zhang Han, you have utterly disappointed me, Pan Qi said with a frosty expression. What do you mean? Junior sister? Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. Has brother Xiao Qin offended you in some way? Why do you constantly provoke him? Moreover, despite having lost, you refuse to acknowledge it and persist in slandering him. Junior sister Pan Qi, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Xiao Qin is truly a useless individual. Zhang Han reached out, attempting to stop Pan Qi, but she had already walked away. Cursed be Xiao Qin, that good for nothing. No, I must personally defeat him and drag him before junior sister Pan Qi. Only then can I clear my name. Zhang Han, instead of reflecting on his own faults, shifted all blame onto Xiao Qin. On another front, the white-clad swordsman spoke coldly. This refining chamber is now yours. The time limit is 1 day. Someone will come to collect it afterward. You may freely choose the materials during this period, and we shall settle the costs in the end. Thank you. Xiao Qin nodded and stepped into the refining chamber. A prodigal. The white-clad swordsman shook his head and sighed as he watched Xiao Qin's retreating figure. To him, it was sheer waste for someone who was not a refiner to spend 2 million low-grade spirit stones here, thus lowering his opinion of Xiao Qin even further. Meanwhile, upon entering the refining chamber, Xiao Qin approached the refining furnace directly. War God strategy. I wish to learn refining and forge a sword. He pondered within himself. With a deep breath, a multitude of refining techniques and explanations suddenly appeared on the War God strategy. So much. I shall select the best and start with this one. Xiao Qin chose a method and began to immerse himself in study. After a considerable pause, having thoroughly internalized all the steps, Xiao Qin turned towards the ore rack. For his inaugural attempt at forging, he decided to keep the grade modest and began with a first-tier weapon. With this thought in mind, he selected a dozen first-tier ores and cast them into the furnace. With a whoosh, flames erupted, and Xiao Qin diligently followed the guidance outlined in the Divine Weapon Manual. Smelting, purifying, merging and quenching. After an hour of intense labor, his first forging endeavor finally concluded. Yet, upon gazing at the creation before him, Xiao Qin's expression darkened. What in the world is this? Before him lay a sword, dark and twisted. If one did not know it was meant to be a sword, they might easily mistake it for a mere scrap of iron. Sigh, indeed, the knowledge gleaned from books feels so superficial. Clearly, further practice is essential. With that, Xiao Qin cast the failed sword aside and commenced his second attempt at forging. Compared to his previous effort, this time Xiao Qin found the process considerably smoother, and the outcome bore a more discernible resemblance to a sword. Excellent, let us proceed. With his progress fueling his motivation, the sword he forged on his third attempt was no longer an eyesore. However, in comparison to the exquisite swords sold at the Xianin Pavilion, it still paled in comparison. All right, practice has concluded. Now it is time for serious forging. Xiao Qin inhaled deeply and declared. He then retrieved over 20 varieties of second-tier ores from the shelf. The Tai Xian Yin Yang 9 refining technique? This forging method appears to be quite profound. I wonder who devised it. Nevertheless, it should work. Resolute, Xiao Qin began his final forging attempt. The recent forging process took considerably longer, spanning a full 3 hours before it finally concluded. With a clang, as the last forging furnace opened, a cold light burst forth, instantly reducing the previously stifling heat of the smithy. Had success finally been achieved? Xiao Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight. This second-tier sword had indeed been successfully crafted. Although its design appeared somewhat rudimentary, the blade gleamed sharply, emanating an intimidating chill. I shall name you the Celestial Cold Sword, Xiao Qin remarked as he gazed upon his creation. Yet, he pondered about its grade. With a thought, he activated the martial god strategy. The Celestial Cold Sword, second-tier superior quality, with a sword aura amplification of 70%, crafted by Xiao Qin of the Dragon Martial Academy, appeared in the strategy's text. Superior quality of the second tier? What does that signify? Xiao Qin mused, momentarily perplexed. Wasn't it the case that weapons were categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower? How could a superior quality emerge? He stood there, astonished. Aside from the basic 3 grades, there also existed superior and extraordinary classifications. However, it was generally understood that only weapons of the 5th tier or above had the potential to be classified as superior. The martial god strategy elucidated. Oh, so that's how it is. A second-tier superior quality. Yes, this will suffice for my needs. It's time to practice my swordsmanship, Xiao Qin silently affirmed, rising to his feet and stepping out of the room. Have you emerged? Did you manage to forge the weapon you desired? At that moment, the white-clad swordsman, still waiting outside the smithy, coldly inquired upon seeing Xiao Qin. Indeed, it has been forged, Xiao Qin replied with a smile. Still boasting. The swordsman in white harbored a silent mockery within, instructing someone to inventory the ore consumed in the forging chamber and settling the accounts with Xiao Qin before allowing him to depart. Lord Feng, that guest just now left this behind in the forging chamber. At that moment, a servant from the Xianbing Hall, responsible for cleaning, presented the sword that Xiao Qin had ruined during his first attempt at forging to the swordsman in white. Chapter 37. A miracle. Indeed, the swordsman in white, who was Lord Feng, cast a glance at the pitch-black broken sword, further solidifying his thoughts. This young man is indeed a fool. After spending such a significant sum, he managed to produce this worthless scrap. He said coldly, "What should be done with this?" The attendant inquired. "What else can be done? Dispose of it." Lord Feng waved his hand dismissively. However, at that moment, creak. The door of the forging chamber made a slight sound as a figure emerged. "Oh, Feng Bai. What brings you here?" The person spoke. Upon seeing this individual, Feng Bai and the others immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Master Wang." This Master Wang was a venerated figure in their Xianbing Hall, holding an esteemed position that even he dared not treat with any disrespect. "Master, a presumptuous young man just rented our forging chamber, which is why I am here to take a look," Feng Bai explained. "A young man? What did he forge?" Master Wang inquired curiously. "Just a piece of rubbish, which I was just about to discard," Feng Bai replied with a smile. Master Wang glanced at the lump of scrap iron and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is worthless, but after all, it is something forged from spiritual ore. It would be too wasteful to throw it away. Just as I had forged a second-tier inferior sword, let this lump of scrap metal be my testing ground," he said, revealing a sword that shimmered with cold light. "What? Master Wang has succeeded?" Our Xianying Hall has gained another second-tier sword? Feng Bai's eyes lit up at the sight. Well, it did take me several days, and if I failed again, it would be quite embarrassing. Come, let me test the sharpness of this sword. Master Wang chuckled. Excellent. Feng Bai laughed and threw the lump of scrap metal that Xiaochen had forged directly at him. Break for me. With a flash of the sword in Master Wang's hand, it struck the lump of scrap metal. However, clang, with a crisp sound, a segment of the sword shattered and flew away. Yet, it was not the scrap metal forged by Xiaochen that broke. Rather, it was the second-tier sword just crafted by Master Wang. What? Upon witnessing this scene, both Feng Bai and Master Wang were left dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? That is a second-tier inferior sword. Such a grade of sword should be as effortless as slicing through mud. How could it possibly break? Feng Bai, what trickery have you employed? Master Wang's first thought was that Feng Bai was trying to sabotage him. Thud. Feng Bai was nearly in tears. Despite his formidable strength, Master Wang was not someone he could afford to offend. Or rather, how many in the entire Tianxiang city could dare to cross Master Wang? Master Wang paused, realizing that Feng Bai had a point. But since it wasn't his doing, it must surely be the fault of that lump of scrap metal. Swish. Master Wang extended his hand, grasping the lump of scrap metal and scrutinizing it closely. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Heavens! This is a miracle! Master Wang exclaimed. What did you say, Master Wang? Feng Bai asked, looking bewildered. I demand to know who forged this sword. Master Wang suddenly turned to Feng Bai with intensity. A presumptuous youth. Feng Bai responded. Nonsense. What presumptuous youth? This is undoubtedly the work of a master craftsman. Master Wang retorted sharply. What? Feng Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Which master craftsman could possibly have created such a thing? You insolent brat. Why don't you infuse it with sword energy and see for yourself? With a huff, Master Wang tossed the scrap metal back to Feng Bai. Reluctantly, though with great reluctance, Feng Bai complied and infused the sword with energy. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted forth. What? The amplification of the sword energy is nearly 40%? How is this possible? Feng Bai was left utterly dumbfounded. Even a typical second-grade low-tier sword might not achieve such an enhancement. That is because this is a first-grade supreme sword. In terms of power, it surpasses even second-grade low-tier. My heavens, to forge such a divine sword using only first-grade spiritual, or what extraordinary craftsmanship must one possess to attain such a level? Master Wang's eyes were fixed intently on the lump of scrap metal, unable to look away. Master Wang, could it be just a coincidence? If that fellow truly possessed extraordinary crafting skills, why did he create something so unsightly? Feng Bai queried, furrowing his brow. Master Wang sighed, impossible. Though this divine sword appears coarse, every inch of its iron has been meticulously polished to near perfection, far from mere coincidence. Its unseemly appearance may suggest that the master has grasped the profound truths of weapon forging, no longer fixated on external aesthetics, deliberately crafting it in such an unsightly manner. This represents the pinnacle of an artisan's mastery. If Master Wang's remarks were to reach Xiaochen's ears, he would undoubtedly feel a wave of embarrassment. For this haphazard blade was merely a result of Xiaochen's inexperience leading to its ruin. He has departed. Feng Bai exclaimed. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately. Startled by the urgency in Wang's voice, Feng Bai knew the gravity of the situation. If Master Wang truly left the Xianbing Hall over this matter, the repercussions would be dire. In a flash, Feng Bai dashed out of the Xianbing Hall. A miracle indeed. Meanwhile, Master Wang continued to lament over Xiao Chen's discarded scrap iron. Outside the Xianbing Hall, on the long street, a hostile figure emerged. You worthless fool, hiding in the Xianbing Hall for so long. Have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself? The earlier departed Zhang Han, flanked by a dozen ruffians, obstructed Xiao Chen's path. It's you? Upon seeing Zhang Han, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed. Were you not quite audacious just moments ago? Now that you've left the sanctuary of the Xianbing Hall, let's see you maintain that bravado. Zhang Han cackled. Good dogs do not block the way, clear off. Xiao Chen retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Han. Damn it, even now, you dare to act tough? Brother Qin, break this insufferable brat's limbs. Zhang Han commanded, turning to a bald, tattooed giant. Brother Qin frowned upon hearing this. Zhang Han, have you no sense of honor? What a worthless fool. Does he expect us to take action? Zhang Han chuckled. Brother Qin, in terms of cultivation, I could crush him with a mere finger. However, he is a student of the Dragon Martial Academy. and if the academy learns that I have incapacitated him, they would expel me. Brother Qin furrowed his brow and replied, so if we incapacitate him, the Dragon Martial Academy won't come after us? Zhang Han shook his head, certainly not. You are not students of the academy. How could the Dragon Martial Academy take up for a worthless individual? Brother Qin nodded in agreement. True. Malur, as you are new here, I entrust this fellow to you for practice. If you cannot disable his limbs within 10 moves, beware of the whip. Among the crowd, a thin, frail man laughed. Rest assured, Brother Qin, against such a worthless opponent, 10 moves are unnecessary. 3 will suffice. With that, he surged towards Xiao Chun, stinky brat. Receive a palm strike from Master Ma. Chapter 38. Master Xiao as he spoke. Ma Luer's palm energy surged forth, manifesting as 3 waves of force directed at Xiao Chun. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Han exclaimed in astonishment, the surging tide palm? I never expected that one of Brother Qin's subordinates would possess such strength. Brother Qin, filled with pride, responded, Brother Zhang, although our Green Fish Gang may not rival the Dragon Martial Academy's assembly of prodigies, we certainly hold considerable influence in the Tianxiang city. There are many formidable individuals like Ma Luer among us. Understanding dawned on Zhang Han. He discreetly nodded, a flicker of respect blossoming within him. Meanwhile, Ma Luer's palm energy had already reached Xiao Chun. Get lost. Xiao Chun let out a cold snort, swiftly striking out with a palm. With a resounding crash, Ma Luer was sent flying like a kite with its string severed, soaring dozens of feet before crashing to the ground. What? On the other side. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the scene. Oh, it seems I underestimated you. Ma Luer, at the 5th level of Qi martial realm, could not withstand a single blow? Brother Zhang Han, this fellow appears to be far from the uselessness that was claimed. Qin Laoda gazed at Zhang Han with a face full of skepticism. This is impossible. It must be a coincidence. Qin Laoda, send someone else to test him. Zhang Han shook his head. Humph. Very well, Huang Qi. You go and give it a try. Qin Laoda commanded coldly. Understood. In the midst of their conversation, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. You little brat. I am not the useless Ma Luer. My cultivation stands at the 7th level of Qi martial realm. You are simply no match for me. If you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy immediately, and then we might give you a beating to vent our frustrations. Perhaps that will be the end of this matter. Huang Qi sneered menacingly at Xiao Chun. However, get lost. With a swift motion, Xiao Chun sent Huang Qi flying as well. Hiss. At this moment, the crowd began to realize that something was amiss. If Ma Luer's defeat could be chalked up to mere coincidence, then Huang Qi's similar fate seemed a tad too fortuitous. Zhang Han, are you mocking me? Qin Laoda's expression darkened. He could not comprehend how this so-called useless Xiao Chun had suddenly become so formidable. It turned out, this group of individuals were hired thugs procured by Zhang Han. Zhang Han's face turned slightly awkward as he said, I understand, Boss Qin. Then I shall add another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there is something I forgot to inform you. What is it? Boss Qin furrowed his brows. This young man had previously expended 2 million low-grade spirit stones at the Xianbing Hall with a mere flick of his hand, so. Zhang Han gestured subtly with his eyes. Boss Qin instantly grasped the implication and remarked, oh, so he is indeed a prime target, is he? I see. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, he stepped forward to stand before Xiao Chun. Kid, hand over your spatial ring, and I might spare your cultivation. Boss Qin declared brazenly. Requesting my spatial ring? That depends on whether you have the life to claim it. Xiao Chun retorted coldly. You insolent brat, you dare to refuse? Boss Qin's eyes widened in fury. Boom. The energy surrounding him erupted with full force. The 4th level of the spirit martial realm? Not a bad level of strength. Xiao Chun discerned his opponent's cultivation with a single glance. In the past, Boss Qin could have easily extinguished Xiao Chun with a mere finger. However, Xiao Chun had undergone significant transformation since then. Despite the considerable disparity in their realms, Xiao Chun remained confident in his ability to prevail. Yet at that moment, Boss Qin, you are quite bold. A cold voice rang out from behind Xiao Chun. The crowd turned to see a swordsman in white, approaching with measured steps. Oh, Lord Feng, what brings you here? The once menacing expression on Boss Qin's face transformed into a smile upon seeing the swordsman in white. Indeed, this swordsman was none other than Feng Bai from the Xianbing Hall. After emerging from the Xianbing Hall, he followed the path towards Longwu Academy and, astonishingly, managed to catch up with Xiao Chun. Qin, you possess quite the prowess. daring to take action against Master Xiao. However, Feng Bai showed no regard for Qin's dignity. His face a mask of frost. What? Master Xiao? Where is this master? Qin was momentarily taken aback. Feng Bai cast a glance at him, then promptly approached Xiao Chun, cupping his hands in respect. Master Xiao, I apologize for the late arrival and safeguarding you. Please forgive my transgression. At this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qin and his companions were well aware of Feng Bai's formidable strength. He was one of the leaders of the Xianbing Hall, a superlative powerhouse of the Earth martial realm. Even with their assistance, they would not dare to offend him. Yet, this very Feng Bai bowed in deference to Xiao Chen. Did this not imply that Xiao Chen's status surpassed that of Feng Bai? What brings you here? Xiao Chun glared frostily at Feng Bai. It was not that he genuinely acknowledged Xiao Chen's capabilities. Rather, it was a task entrusted to him by Master Wang, and he dared not neglect it. Esteemed senior, you must be mistaken. This fellow is merely a mediocre student from our Longwu Academy. How could he possibly be a master? Zhang Han interjected, his face etched with shock. I almost forgot about you all. Feng Bai's voice turned icy. Qin, elucidate the meaning behind your actions. In the realm of martial arts, Master Qin, a seasoned veteran, quickly discerned the shifting tides of the situation. He pivoted and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Han, exclaiming, Master Feng, it is this scoundrel who has incited me to act against Master Xiao. We were unaware of his connection to you. We are but victims in this affair. With that, he deftly absolved himself of any blame. What? Master Qin, you betray me? Zhang Han began to protest, but was swiftly silenced. Silence. With a swift motion, Master Qin struck Zhang Han, sending him sprawling to the ground. You insolent wretch, I have long held a disdain for you. How dare you attempt to incite us against Master Xiao? Brothers, teach him a lesson. At his command, the group behind him descended upon Zhang Han, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. This brutal assault persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Initially, Zhang Han still possessed the strength to lament his fate, but as time wore on, he could muster no more than a whimper, ultimately collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated, his body a shattered remnant, akin to a lifeless dog. Master Xiao, are you satisfied? Master Qin inquired, a smile plastered across his face as he addressed Xiao Chun. Chapter 39. Tremors of the martial prison. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Master Qin, stating, I had initially intended to eradicate you all. But since you have recognized your errors and have so thoroughly punished this fool, I shall spare you. Take this wretch and depart far from here. Upon hearing this, Master Qin felt a surge of displeasure, yet, in deference to Master Feng's reputation, he refrained from further objections. With a respectful gesture, he replied, in that case, we shall take our leave. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Zhang Han to be carried away as they exited. Big brother Qin, that brat is exceedingly arrogant, isn't he? Who does he think he is? He merely relies on his connections with the Xianbing Hall and dares to assert his superiority as if his strength surpasses ours. One of Qin's subordinates expressed his indignation. Qin responded with a huff, there's nothing we can do. Although that young man has become somewhat arrogant, he is indeed close to Feng Bai. That individual is not someone we can afford to offend. Let him bask in his moment of arrogance for now. Understood. The group replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, Feng Bai approached Xiao Chun and bowed again. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and asked, Master Wang? Who is that? Feng Bai smiled awkwardly and explained, Master Wang is a revered elder of our Xianbing Hall and the president of the Tianxiang National Blacksmith Association. Even His Majesty holds him in high regard. As Feng Bai spoke, his pride was evident. However, I haven't heard of him and have no interest. Xiao Chun waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave. What? Master Xiao, did you not hear clearly? That is Master Wang, Master Wang. Feng Bai called after him. Xiao Chun waved his hand again, stating, I don't care whether he is Master Wang or Master Li. I have matters to attend to and no time to meet anyone. If he truly wishes to see me, let him come to Longwu Academy in 20 days. What? Feng Bai was left dumbfounded. Asking Master Wang to visit Longwu Academy? It seemed that few would dare to speak in such a manner within Tianxiang. Yet, recalling Master Wang's previous demeanor, he hesitated to take action. Initially, he believed that Master Wang would surely be enraged upon hearing such words. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the whole story, Master Wang nodded and remarked, Master Xiao is indeed correct. It was I who acted impulsively. It is only fitting that I pay my respects to him. What? Feng Bai, momentarily bewildered, paused for a moment before inquiring, Master Wang, is this not overly indulgent towards that young man? Presumptuous. Master Wang's demeanor instantly hardened as he retorted sharply. You, a mere warrior, dare to address Master Xiao in such a manner? I warn you, this is your final notice. Should I hear such disrespect again, do not expect me to treat you kindly. Feng Bai promptly bowed and replied, yes, I shall not dare again. Master Wang huffed, you go prepare. In 20 days, I shall personally visit the Longwu Academy to pay my respects to Master Xiao Chun. This time, all formalities must be meticulously observed. We cannot afford to cause Master Xiao even the slightest displeasure. Understood, I shall comply. Feng Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to leave. Senior Xiao Chun. However, as soon as he entered Longwu Academy, Xiao Chun was halted by a familiar voice. Li Dachui. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Chun looked over to find it was the new student, Li Dachui. Senior Xiao Chun, I finally found you. Li Dachui exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. What do you seek me for? Xiao Chun inquired, furrowing his brow. Senior, thanks to the technique you taught me that day, I am now not only a prodigy among the new students, but I also confessed my feelings to Wang Xiaohua, and she accepted, Li Dachui declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Chun nodded, if that is the case, why have you come to seek me? Hearing the voice, Li Dachui's face turned awkward as he said, Senior Xiao Chun, did you not mention that the Tiangang hammer technique consists of 36 moves? I have only learned one so far. What about the remaining 35? Xiao Chun immediately understood and replied with a nonchalant smile. So you wish to learn martial arts from me? But why should I teach you? The last time he taught Li Dachui a move was merely to quell the arrogance of Situ Lin and Qin Su. However, it seemed there was no compelling reason to continue indulging Li Dachui now. Senior Xiao Chun, I can pay, Li Dachui exclaimed. Xiao Chun scoffed, pay? Setting aside the fact that I am not in need of money at the moment. Do you really think a technique capable of rendering one invincible in the Tianshan Kingdom would have a price tag that could be met? Li Dachui was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if the Tiangang hammer technique could truly make him invincible in Tianshan Kingdom, it would be unfair to expect Xiao Chun to part with such a treasure without an equivalent exchange. However, a thought struck Li Dachui, and he hurriedly suggested, Senior Xiao Chun, allow me to be your subordinate. I have seen your profile, and we are fellow townsmen. If you let me be your subordinate, I swear to follow you forever. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun felt a stir in his heart. Although he possessed the extraordinary martial god strategy, he still felt somewhat isolated in this world. Currently, his only companion was Hua Yulian, which felt rather insufficient. Having a few more subordinates by his side would undoubtedly be beneficial. Contemplating this, Xiao Chun nodded and remarked, this is indeed a commendable suggestion. However, I must now enter seclusion for cultivation and presently lack the time to guide you. Let us defer the discussion of imparting martial arts techniques until my return from seclusion. Li Dachui's eyes brightened as he replied, thank you, Senior Xiao Chun, but are you truly going to the Zhenwu prison? Although it is an exceptional locale for cultivating martial skills, it is also exceedingly perilous. Please exercise caution. Zhenwu prison? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun's heart stirred. Delving into his memories, he recalled that it was a hidden realm beneath the Longwu Academy, characterized by its extraordinary gravitational conditions, making it an ideal site for martial training. Indeed, I am bound for Zhenwu prison. However, I implore you not to disclose my whereabouts to others. I wish to remain undisturbed. Xiao Chun asserted. The duel with Lin Wu was imminent, and prior to that, he wished to concentrate on his cultivation, free from distractions. Yes, my brother commands, and I shall faithfully obey. Li Dachui replied earnestly. Indeed, he exclaimed joyously. Chapter 40. The Black-Scaled Wolf. Before long, Xiao Chun arrived at the entrance of Zhenwu prison. Xiao Chun from Class 6, 3rd year, seeks entry into Zhenwu prison for cultivation. He announced to the person in charge. 3rd year? Have you never visited Zhenwu prison? The official furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is there a problem? Xiao Chun inquired. The official shook his head and replied, no, allow me to explain the rules. Zhenwu prison is divided into 7 levels. The first level features double gravity, the second quadruple, the third octuple, and so forth, culminating with the 7th level, which imposes a staggering 128 times the normal gravity. Given that this is your first time in the Zhenwu prison, your access is limited to the first level. Within the confines of Zhenwu prison, there is no restriction on training time. However, any resources obtained must be surrendered to the academy half. Is it only the first level? Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. If it is merely double gravity, it would be of little significance to him. Teacher, how may one access the subsequent levels? Xiao Chun inquired. The overseer cast a cold glance at Xiaochen and remarked, "Young man, do not aspire too high. You must realize that even the top 10 geniuses in your third year took at least 6 months to advance to the second level. Of course, if you are not afraid of death, you may certainly give it a try." With that, he extended his hand and tossed a token to Xiaochen. Xiaochen caught it without further explanation and stepped into the Jinwu prison. Upon entering, Xiaochen was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. He gazed around, finding the sky shrouded in a gray haze, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. So this is Jinwu prison? It was Xiaochen's first visit, and he felt a sense of awe. Sister Wen, this time, if we join forces, we shall undoubtedly break through to the 4th level of Jinwu prison. A voice echoed from afar. Xiaochen turned to see a group of 4 slowly approaching from the entrance of the prison. The leader was a woman clad in yellow, her expression stern. Following her were another woman and 2 men. One of them was particularly familiar to Xiaochen. It was his classmate, Li Tianjue. Xiaochen. Li Tianjue was taken aback upon seeing him. Li Tianjue, do you know him? The leading woman furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is it true that Xiaochen, our classmate, secured the top position in this year's 3rd grade theoretical examination?" Li Tianjue hesitated for a moment before responding. "Is he the one accused of cheating? How brazen of him to even show his face in the Jinwu prison." Beside Li Tianjue, another man cast a disdainful glance at Xiaochen and remarked, "Oh, is that really him?" Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze towards Xiaochen transformed entirely. "You, young man, should merely cultivate at the periphery of Jinwu prison and then leave promptly. After all, there is no room for your deceitful antics here," she said with an air of superiority. Xiaochen frowned at her words and retorted, "What I do in my own space is of no concern to you. How dare you show such disrespect to senior sister Wensi? Do you even comprehend her status?" The man exclaimed angrily. Xiaochen turned to him and replied, "And who do you think you are to speak to me? You insolent brat, are you courting death?" The man shouted fiercely, "Han Qing, cease this at once. Do not forget the academy's rules. Engaging in private disputes within Jinwu prison may result in expulsion, and you would be barred from reentry for 6 months. Is it worth facing such consequences over a worthless fool?" Wensi said coldly. Han Qing scoffed in response, "Senior sister Wensi is right. I shall let him off this time." Wensi shot a disdainful glance at Xiaochen before addressing the group. "Let us proceed. This time, we aim to challenge the 4th level of Jinwu prison. It is only there that we may find the Xianling heavy water, a crucial material for breaking through to the spirit martial realm." Indeed, upon hearing this, Han Qing and the others were instantly filled with excitement. The Xianling heavy water? Upon hearing this, Xiaochen's heart stirred as well. The martial god strategy unfolded, and he immediately comprehended the information regarding Xianling heavy water. It is a unique 2nd-tier spiritual medicine. If consumed, it can enhance the chances of breaking through to the spirit martial realm by 20%. Moreover, it serves as the primary ingredient for crafting the spiritual water pill. One spiritual water pill can elevate the chances of a breakthrough to over 80%. "Is there Xianling heavy water in the 4th level of the Jinwu prison?" Xiaochen exclaimed in astonishment. "Haha, and what does that have to do with you? Don't even mention the 4th level of Jinwu prison. Even in the 2nd level, you worthless fool, you will have no opportunity within the next decade." Han Qing jeered. "Enough of this nonsense, let us depart." Wensi interjected, taking the lead to leave. Indeed, Xiaochen nodded in agreement. "Be cautious of the beasts beyond the 2nd level," Li Tianjue remarked before making his exit. "This fellow, he is not a bad person." Xiaochen mused as he observed Li Tianjue's retreating figure. "This gravity is quite favorable. I can practice the dragon flash step here for the time being." Deciding firmly, Xiaochen began to cultivate methodically according to the records of the martial god strategy. Half a day later, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind howled as Xiaochen left 3 afterimages in his wake. "Finally, I have achieved minor success." Xiaochen nodded. Training martial arts techniques under intense gravity yields the best results. Once I leave this place, my agility will surely ascend to a higher level. Next, it's time to practice the starburst sword technique. Taking a deep breath, Xiaochen unsheathed the Tianan sword and began to channel his energy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the ground around Xiaochen was left pockmarked with deep craters. "Ah, the cold sky sword indeed withstands my sword aura." A wave of satisfaction washed over Xiaochen. However, at that moment, a roar from a beast suddenly echoed from a distance. Xiaochen paused at the sound, turning his gaze to see a black-scaled wolf racing towards him. "Hey, fellow student, help us subdue this beast. We shall share the spoils," shouted two students from the Dragon Martial Academy behind the creature. "A black-scaled wolf, you say? What a perfect opportunity to test the extent of my newfound strength." Observing the scene, Xiao Chen swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a strike towards the black-scaled wolf. Falling meteor. Thunderous energy surged as Xiao Chen's sword descended. A powerful wave of sword aura exploded forth, striking the black-scaled wolf directly and shattering countless bones in an instant. The wolf emitted a wretched howl, propelled backward. Thud, thud. Moments later, two muffled thuds resounded as two swords pierced through the wolf's body, delivering a fatal blow. The black-scaled wolf fell lifelessly to the ground. "Huh. After chasing this creature for 3 days, we finally managed to hunt it," one of the students exclaimed with glee. He then turned to Xiao Chun and remarked, "You can scram now." Chapter 41. Who is the underachiever? You say I should leave? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. They had previously agreed to share the spoils after defeating the prey, yet here they were, dismissing him immediately after the black-scaled wolf was slain. Xiao Chun looked down upon the black-scaled wolf, considering it merely a first-tier beast. However, the demeanor of the two individuals before him ignited a profound anger within him. What do you expect? We have pursued this black-scaled wolf for 10 days, exhausting its stamina. You merely intervened briefly, yet we ultimately delivered the fatal blow ourselves. With such minimal contribution, you dare to claim an equal share? Utterly delusional. One of the students sneered, taken aback by these words. Xiao Chen paused for a moment before responding. Wait a second. You chased after this pitiful creature for an entire 10 days? Surely you jest? The other individual immediately retorted with indignation. Pitiful creature? You speak so lightly. This is a first-tier black-scaled wolf, possessing strength at least equivalent to a 6th-level Qi martial realm practitioner, comparable to an average 4th-year student. It was beyond their comprehension that the beast they had diligently pursued for 10 days could be so easily dismissed by Xiao Chun. The first speaker squinted at Xiao Chun and remarked, You seem somewhat familiar. Ah, I remember now. Aren't you the infamous underachiever, Xiao Chen? How dare you show your face in the Jinwu prison? Xiao Chen. It was indeed him. No wonder he failed to recognize even the black-scaled wolf. He was merely a foolish, academically challenged student. Upon realizing Xiao Chen's identity, the two erupted in derision. An underachiever? Are you referring to me? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Of course. Who else could it be? Since entering the Longwu Academy, haven't you always ranked at the bottom in every examination? One of them retorted coldly. Xiao Chen scoffed. Unfortunately, that is a matter of the past. In this theoretical examination, I have secured the top position in my grade. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, the two individuals across from him exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Xiao Chen, have you lost your mind? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own abilities. Do you truly believe you could be first in the grade? I suspect he is merely the perennial last. His wits must have fled. Let us disregard him and hasten to sell the carcasses of the demon beasts. Xiao Chun paused momentarily, then realization dawned upon him. These two had spent the past 10 days hunting the black-scaled wolf in the Jinwu prison and had not participated in the previous examination. Thus, they were unaware of the latest results. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden howl pierced the air from the distant forest. Soon after, a chorus of howls echoed around them. Upon hearing the sounds, the two men's expressions shifted dramatically. Oh no, is that the voice of the black-scaled wolf? Are we surrounded? What? How could this be? They were momentarily taken aback. It had taken them 10 grueling days, with Xiao Chun's assistance, to barely defeat a single black-scaled wolf. If there were a dozen, the consequences would be dire. The black-scaled wolf, though merely a first-tier demon beast, possessed some utility if enough blood were gathered. However, upon hearing the howls, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. After all, to awaken the power of his bloodline, he required the essence of beast blood. Indeed, what a fool you are. You have no comprehension of the gravity of the situation. Over there, one person gritted his teeth and said, Fan Ming, ignore him. We must find a way to notify the teacher guarding Jinwu prison to come and assist us. Another person added. However, before they could finish their conversation, dozens of dark figures appeared in the distance, rushing towards them with remarkable speed. What? So many of them? We're doomed. Fan Ming's face turned pale, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Just then, Xiao Chun brandished his sword, standing resolutely before the two. What are you up to, kid? Fan Ming remarked in astonishment. You foolish underachiever, stop struggling. You have no idea how terrifying the black-scaled wolves are. Their skin is covered with impenetrable scales. Even with both our strengths, it would take us dozens of strikes to breach their armor, and for you, it would be impossible even after 100 attempts. Another student said, his expression blank. You too, if you do not wish to fight, then silence yourselves. Xiaochen replied coldly. You, the student glared fiercely. Forget it. If he wishes to die first, let him. Fan Ming interjected. At that moment, the fastest black-scaled wolf charged directly at Xiaochen. Meteor descends. At the same time, Xiaochen swung his sword in a swift motion. A thunderous roar echoed as the sword energy howled, sending the black-scaled wolf flying. Huh, just watch. Your sword cannot possibly breach the black-scaled wolf's defenses, Fan Ming stated with icy indifference. However, in the next instant, he sensed something was amiss. What? How is this possible? Jin Tang was momentarily stunned, but upon observing the black-scaled wolf that had been propelled by Xiaochen, he indeed lay motionless on the ground. On the other side, the celestial alignment of dual stars, meteoric sword burst, heavenly dance of sword rain. Xiaochen executed each strike with precision, and with every swing of his sword, a black-scaled wolf was obliterated on the spot. In just a matter of moments, he had completely annihilated dozens of these formidable beasts. Could it be? Both Fan Ming and Jin Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Even a single black-scaled wolf had left them in utter disarray. Yet Xiaochen had effortlessly dispatched an entire pack in an instant. The disparity between the two sides had grown insurmountably vast. Academic underachiever? Who is the underachiever? Alas, the scarcity and weakness of these demonic beasts render it impossible for me to ascertain my true limits. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Xiaochen lamented. These words left the two in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Very well, I shan't waste this opportunity. Let us collect the beast's blood. As Xiaochen spoke, he gathered the blood of all the black-scaled wolves into his spatial ring. Xiaochen. At that moment, Fan Ming stood awkwardly beside him. Is there something you need? Xiaochen inquired, frowning. Earlier, the two of us were just rambling, and we hope you won't take it to heart. Fan Ming replied with a pained expression. What a jest, given the strength Xiaochen had just displayed. Were he to seek retribution, these two would likely perish without even comprehending their demise. Yes. We were merely being foolish. Xiaochen, please forgive our indiscretion. Jin Tang added, forcing a smile. Chapter 42, The Assessment. Begone, and remember not to provoke me next time. Xiaochen cast a cold glance at the two individuals and remarked, I can hardly be bothered to engage with such small-minded people. The two, as if granted a reprieve, immediately turned and fled. The first level no longer held any value for me. It was time to ascend to the second level. Having made up his mind, Xiaochen approached the entrance to the second level. Brother, when will I be able to break through to the second level? A young girl stood before the entrance, lost in thought. Linner, if you put in the effort, you should have the opportunity within 6 months. A boy replied softly. 6 months? Must it take that long? The girl pouted. Well, not everyone is as talented as your brother, who managed to break through in just 3 months. My speed of advancement ranks within the top 100 among the students at the Dragon Martial Academy. The boy spoke with an air of pride. Wow, that's impressive. Linner gazed at him with admiration. At that moment, Xiaochen arrived at the entrance to the second level. I wish to enter the second level. May I inquire as to who the person in charge here is? Xiaochen inquired. Oh, another individual seeking to break through? The boy who had just spoken wore a haughty expression. Hand me your token. Xiaochen glanced at him and quickly understood. The Jinwu prison was austere. Not all instructors were willing to remain stationed there long-term. Thus, certain special positions were entrusted to students, a practice not uncommon in his previous life. With a swift motion, he tossed his token over and quietly awaited his turn. Is today your first time entering the Jinwu prison? The youth infused a stream of spiritual energy into Xiaochen's token, furrowing his brow instantly. Is there a problem? Xiaochen inquired. Get lost. I have no time to waste with your nonsense. The youth's expression turned cold as he cast Xiaochen's token disdainfully to the ground. What do you mean? Xiaochen frowned at the sight. He had not offended this individual. Yet, his token was carelessly discarded. What was the meaning of this? Since you are new here, allow me to enlighten you, the youth continued. In the Jinwu prison, to ascend to the next level, one must undergo a rigorous assessment, the difficulty of which is beyond the imagination of a novice like you. For instance, to pass the examination for the second level of Jinwu prison, the average trainee requires 7 months of preparation. The current record holder is Zhou Lianyi from the 5th grade, who, despite her prowess, took 9 days to succeed. And you have only been in Jinwu prison for a day. Do you truly believe you surpassed Zhou Lianyi? Upon hearing this, Xiaochen frowned and replied, "How can one know without trying? Preposterous. I warn you not to cause trouble here. I am the one in charge, and even if I were to strike you, I would face no repercussions." The youth's demeanor grew even more severe. "Cousin, this isn't very fair, is it? Perhaps this senior truly possesses remarkable talent?" Linger tugged at the hem of his garment. "Huh, cousin, you are far too naive. The world is filled with mediocrity. Not everyone is a genius like your cousin." The youth spoke with an air of condescension. "No, I must participate in the assessment today," Xiaochen replied coldly. "Kid, don't push your luck, otherwise. Do you believe I will expel you from the Jinwu prison?" The youth's voice was sharp. Xiaochen's patience had been utterly depleted at this moment. Just as he was about to erupt, a voice from the distance called out, "Cheng Sun, what is happening here?" Is it Teacher Qin? What brings you here?" The young Cheng Sun asked in surprise. "Ah, I have matters to discuss with the old dean, so I came to Jinwu prison to take a look," Teacher Qin replied. "The old dean? Is he in seclusion within Jinwu prison?" Cheng Sun exclaimed in astonishment. "Teacher Qin, there is someone causing trouble." Cheng Sun glanced at Xiao Chun and said coldly, Causing trouble? Who is so audacious?" Teacher Qin furrowed his brow. "It is him." Cheng Sun pointed at Xiao Chun. "Oh, young man, you possess quite a bit of audacity." Teacher Qin gazed at Xiao Chun with a frosty expression. "Teacher Qin, I am not causing trouble. Rather, someone is deliberately making things difficult for me." Xiao Chun explained the previous events. Teacher Qin waved his hand towards Xiao Chun, signaling him to leave. However, Xiao Chen's frown deepened as he said, "Esteemed teacher, am I not allowed to even attempt a trial?" Teacher Qin snorted, "You little rascal, how can you be so ungrateful? If you insist on trying, you may. But if you fail, I shall impose a punishment of a month's prohibition from entering Jinwu prison. Do you still wish to proceed?" Teacher Qin's intent was merely to intimidate Xiao Chun, hoping he would retreat in the face of difficulty. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun replied without hesitation, "Of course, I shall proceed." "You, obstinately stubborn. In that case, Cheng Sun, send him to the arena." Teacher Qin waved his robe. "Very well." Cheng Sun replied with a cold smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Chun. "Follow me." Xiao Chun complied, trailing behind him to a vast arena. The assessment entails combat. If you can slay a black-scaled wolf within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, you shall be deemed successful, Cheng Sun declared icily. From a distance, Ling Er observed the proceedings and quietly remarked to Teacher Qin, "Teacher Qin, aren't there 4 types of assessments? Is it not somewhat perilous for this senior to face the most challenging trial during his first evaluation?" With a calm smile, Teacher Qin reassured her, "Do not worry. If there is any life-threatening danger, I shall intervene. Sending him to the arena is merely to impart a lesson, otherwise. Should he venture into the world beyond Longwu Academy with such a temperament, he would not survive long." Understanding dawned on Ling Er. Meanwhile, Xiaochen stood outside the arena, utterly bewildered. So now you feel fear?" Cheng Sun jeered, misinterpreting Xiaochen's expression as trepidation. Unfortunately, once the assessment commences, there is no turning back. However, Xiaochen took a deep breath and replied, "Didn't you say the assessment was exceedingly difficult? Yet this seems rather simple, does it not?" "Simple?" Cheng Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he scoffed. "It appears you truly grasp nothing. Within the confines of the Jinwu prison, the amplified gravity affects both movement and the flow of spiritual energy. If one cannot fully adapt, they would be unable to unleash even a fraction of their potential against the external forces. The black-scaled wolf, having existed in such an environment, remains utterly unaffected. This interplay of strengths makes it exceedingly challenging to conquer the black-scaled wolf. Even a genius like myself required several months to achieve this. As for you." Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on and remarked, "After all this discussion, can we commence now?" "You." Cheng Sun raised an eyebrow, and with a cold snort, declared, "Very well, begin your test. I am eager to see how this genius of yours fares." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Roar. At that moment, the black-scaled wolf was released into the arena. Wow, someone is about to participate in the assessment. It has been quite some time since anyone has broken through to the 2nd tier. Could it be that today someone will finally succeed? I find that unlikely. I just heard that this fellow is entering the Jinwu prison for the first time today. Is that so? Alas, the world is never short of those who seek to attract attention. The crowd murmured among themselves. The timer began, with a combat limit of 1 incense stick. Cheng Sun shouted, "Roar!" In the next instant, the black-scaled wolf sprang forward, charging directly at Xiao Chun. How swift! This black-scaled wolf's prowess must be comparable to the 7th level of the Qi martial realm, right? Such a formidable beast. I estimate it won't last even 10 moves. This lad is indeed unfortunate. Yet amidst the whispers, Xiao Chun showed no inclination to draw his sword. Begone! With a swift motion, a resounding slap landed squarely on the cheek of the black-scaled wolf. A dull thud echoed through the air as the formidable creature was sent hurtling backward, soaring a distance of several tens of feet. Whimpering on the ground, the once mighty black-scaled wolf emitted a series of pitiful, dog-like whines, unable to rise for an extended period. What transpired here? The onlookers were rendered speechless, grappling with the incredulity of the scene before them. In the Jinwu prison, a powerful black-scaled wolf had been effortlessly subdued by a mere newcomer. How could this be fathomed? Teacher Qin, does this mean I have passed? At that moment, Xiao Chun turned to Teacher Qin, inquiring earnestly. Meanwhile, Teacher Qin stood in stunned silence, having dropped his teacup in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Surely, that black-scaled wolf must be unwell. Otherwise, it could not have been defeated so swiftly, Cheng Sun remarked, furrowing his brow, reluctant to acknowledge Xiao Chen's formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to nod in agreement. I knew it. No matter how strong he is, he could not possibly reach such heights. I thought we had witnessed the emergence of a true genius, only to discover that the wolf was the one at fault. Xiao Chun, upon hearing the murmurs, also frowned. Yet, he understood that explanations would be futile at this juncture. The spectators had already formed their conclusions regarding the wolf's illness and would not be swayed by his clarifications. Just then, as the gate swung open, a second black-scaled wolf emerged. The examination resumed. Cheng Sun proclaimed with fervor. This time, without waiting for the black-scaled wolf to strike, Xiao Chun darted forward with a swift motion. Get lost. In the next instant, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the black-scaled wolf flying without even a moment's reaction. A swift execution. Once again, it was a decisive victory. This black-scaled wolf must be unwell. Its assessment results are invalid, Cheng Sun remarked with a frown. However, the onlookers began to waver in their convictions. While they could understand if the first black-scaled wolf was ill, it was rather peculiar for 2 consecutive wolves to be unwell. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun was rapidly losing patience. Teacher Qin, there's no need for such fuss. Release all the black-scaled wolves here. I shall deal with them all at once, lest you continue to claim they are unwell. Xiao Chun said coldly. Deal with them all at once. Who do you think you are? Even I cannot confront more than 3 black-scaled wolves simultaneously, yet you dare to suggest such a thing? Cheng Sun retorted angrily. That can only mean you are utterly useless, Xiao Chun replied, his expression devoid of warmth. How dare you label me as useless? You insolent brat. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Cheng Sun scoffed, then forcefully dispelled the barriers. Suddenly, the surrounding railings of the arena opened, releasing dozens of black-scaled wolves. This is disastrous. Cheng Sun, how could you act so recklessly? Teacher Qin gasped in shock. It was important to note that Cheng Sun's actions were in violation of the Dragon Martial Academy's regulations. If Xiao Chun were to perish at the hands of the black-scaled wolves, Teacher Qin would also bear responsibility. At this moment, Cheng Sun had also regained his composure. Contemplating the potential repercussions ahead, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. I shall deal with you shortly. First, I must rescue that young. Teacher Qin had just intended to save Xiao Chun. However, upon turning around, he was met with the sight of dozens of black-scaled wolves sprawled across the ground. In the very center of the arena, Xiao Chun stood proudly with his sword in hand. What had just transpired? Teacher Qin wore a dazed expression. Having just reprimanded Cheng Sun, and thus failing to notice the unfolding events in the arena. So formidable. Truly formidable. Meanwhile, Ling Er's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Qin, this senior is extraordinary. He defeated so many black-scaled wolves with merely 3 moves. Ling Er exclaimed excitedly. What? Only 3 moves? Teacher Qin's heart raced at the revelation. To vanquish such a multitude of black-scaled wolves within the Jinwu prison with just 3 moves. What level of cultivation must one possess to achieve that? At this moment, he was compelled to regard Xiao Chun with newfound seriousness. Could it be that he is an even more monstrous genius than Zhou Lianyi and the others? Teacher Qin was astounded. Teacher Qin, have I now passed the assessment? At that moment, Xiao Chun turned to inquire. Yes. Teacher Qin nodded, somewhat dazed. Excellent. Then I shall proceed to the second level. As Xiao Chun spoke, he prepared to advance. Wait a moment. Teacher Qin suddenly interjected. Is there something else? Xiao Chun frowned and asked. Young man, take this token. With it, you should face no difficulties when participating in the assessment for the second level. Teacher Qin spoke as he tossed out a token. Chapter 44, Shameless? Thank you. Xiao Chun accepted the token and turned to enter the second level of the Jinwu prison. To think that in my lifetime, I would witness such a prodigious talent. It seems the day of the Dragon Martial Academy's rise is not far off. This young man's accomplishments must surely be reported to the old dean. Teacher Qin squinted his eyes and murmured to himself. Teacher Qin, I. At that moment, Chung Sun looked at him with a face full of trepidation. Chung Sun, due to your personal grievances, you nearly abused your power to harm another. It appears you are unfit to continue in this position. Leave the Jinwu prison at once, and do not return for 6 months. Teacher Qin said coldly. Yes. Although Chang Sun felt reluctant, he realized that this punishment was already lenient, so he had no choice but to leave the Jinwu prison in disgrace. Meanwhile, after entering the second level, Xiao Chun did not linger and proceeded directly to the assessment area of the third level. The gravity of this level posed little challenge for him now. With Teacher Qin's token in hand, Xiao Chun faced no difficulties during the assessment and easily defeated a demonic beast, thus smoothly advancing to the third level. Upon arriving at the third level, the doubled gravity finally allowed Xiao Chun to feel a hint of pressure. Excellent. Training under this gravity should quickly lead to mastery of both my movement and sword techniques. Resolving to do so, Xiao Chun began to cultivate amidst the yellow sands. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. Several afterimages of Xiao Chun flashed through the air. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Well, now both martial arts techniques have reached their pinnacle. Xiao Chun felt quite satisfied with his own strength. With ample time before the duel with Lin Wu, it would be prudent to venture into the next level in hopes of discovering the mysterious Xianling heavy water. Xiao Chun mused. If he could find the Xianling heavy water, he was confident that he could break through to the spirit martial realm in a short period. Once he entered the spirit martial realm, his personal safety would be virtually assured. With these thoughts in mind, he approached the entrance to the fourth level of the Jinwu prison. Curse it! Yet another failure. A familiar voice echoed. Xiao Chun looked up to find none other than Li Tianjue and his 3 companions, whom he had encountered upon entering the Jinwu prison. At this moment, each of them bore injuries, evidently having endured a fierce battle. We shall rest for a day and continue the challenge tomorrow. This time, I must obtain the Xianling heavy water at all costs. The leader, Wen Si, declared with a stern expression. Agreed. The others echoed in unison. Xiao Chun. At that moment, Li Tianjue's gaze shifted and landed on Xiao Chun, prompting an exclamation of surprise. What? The others gasped in unison, particularly Han Qing, who, upon seeing Xiao Chun, initially froze before coldly remarking, how is it possible that a cheater has been allowed into the Jinwu prison? Xiao Chun's brow furrowed immediately. Who are you calling a cheater? Xiao Chun questioned coldly. Is there anyone else here? Have you inquired about the Dragon Martial Academy? Who is unaware that a shameless cheater from the 3rd year has emerged, securing the top rank in the grade? However, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. How did you manage to deceive everyone in the 3rd layer of the Jinwu prison today? Could it be that you assumed another's identity? Han Qing inquired with a furrowed brow. Assuming an identity. You, young man, are truly audacious. She commanded. Immediately leave the Jinwu prison and kneel before the Academy's Hall of Reflection, awaiting my return for further adjudication. Wen Si, overhearing Han Qing's remarks, interjected vehemently. Adjudication? Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Xiao Chun retorted with a bitter smile. You dare to issue commands? You are nothing but a pretentious figure. He was genuinely furious. The woman before him had spoken harshly upon their first encounter, and now, in a tone befitting a superior, she ordered him to kneel before the Hall of Reflection. A sheer humiliation. Impudent wretch. How dare you show disrespect to senior sister Wen Si? I must remind you, she serves as the steward of our Dragon Martial Academy's Hall of Reflection. To defy her commands is to defy the very edicts of the Academy. Han Qing chastised fiercely. Xiao Chun scoffed. A steward of the Hall of Reflection? One who readily believes hearsay and hastily condemns others based on mere whispers? It appears this Hall of Reflection is indeed a den of corruption. Young man, You seek your own demise? Wen Si's fury ignited, her spiritual energy surging dramatically. Xiaochun quickly apologized to senior sister Wen Si. Her cultivation level is at the 9th stage of Qi martial realm. Should she strike, it would spell your doom. Li Tianjue stood nearby, whispering to Xiaochun, is he truly at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm? Such arrogance. I had presumed him to be at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Xiaochun let out a cold laugh and replied, Ha. Junior brother Li Tianjue, you may consider your classmate, yet he remains ungrateful. Han Qing chuckled mockingly, gradually rising to his feet. He addressed Wen Si, saying, Senior Wen Si, your well-being is precious. Allow me to teach this young lad a lesson on your behalf. Wen Si frowned and remarked, your injuries have yet to fully heal. It may be unwise to confront him. Han Qing laughed heartily, asserting, even with one hand, I could easily dispatch him. Wen Si nodded in agreement, very well, proceed. After all, this lad has violated the Academy's regulations. Should you injure him, I can ensure your safety. Excellent. Han Qing grinned, cracking his knuckles as he approached Xiaochun. Listen here, if you wish to avoid dire consequences, kneel and apologize to both me and Senior Wen Si. Otherwise, you shall suffer grievous harm. Xiaochun regarded him with a cold stare, retorting, I advise you, should you choose to strike, there will be no turning back. What a display of the little mountains and rivers palm. It seems junior brother Han has mastered this move to a degree, and victory appears assured. Wen Si observed from behind, nodding in silent approval. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaochun merely extended a single finger, interposing it before him. With a resounding crash, Han Qing's initially formidable palm struck Xiaochun's finger, instantly dissipating all its vigor. What? Han Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend why this worthless individual before him could effortlessly thwart his most formidable strike with merely a finger. Did you not claim you would annihilate me? Make your move. Xiaochun inquired, gazing at Han Qing. Han Qing's face flushed red with indignation, and as he attempted to channel his energy, he found himself utterly unable to do so. If you refuse to strike, then allow me. Xiaochun's voice dripped with cold intent. Chapter 45, the super genius with a mere flick of his finger, Xiaochun unleashed the shimming finger. Boom. Han Qing was launched backward, hurtling several yards away. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled on the ground, unable to rise. Han Qing looked at Xiaochun as though he were witnessing a malevolent spirit. How could I be sent flying so far? I was clearly holding back. Meanwhile, Xiaochun watched in astonishment. To Han Qing, this spectacle was nothing short of utter humiliation. A mere flick had propelled him away. Did this not imply that he was inferior to Xiaochun's single finger? Cough. Han Qing, overwhelmed with shame and fury, spewed another mouthful of blood and promptly fainted. Little did he know, Xiaochun spoke the truth. That finger had indeed been merciful. After all, it was the finger empowered by awakened bloodline strength. Even Fan Qi had been utterly obliterated under Xiaochun's full force. Had Xiaochun exerted even a modicum more power, Han Qing would have met the same grim fate. Xiaochun, you are despicable. At that moment, Wen Si suddenly cried out sharply. Despicable? You dare accuse me? Xiaochun's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed. You only triumphed over Han Shidi because he was grievously injured. Is that not despicable? Wen Si reproached vehemently. Xiaochun, suppressing his fury, retorted. Are you implying that I should merely stand here and allow him to strike me for it to be deemed honorable? As she spoke, her aura surged once more. Xiaochun, today you shall learn what it means to be overshadowed by others, to recognize that there are realms beyond your own. Luo Shan's sword technique, slash. As she declared this, Wen Si flicked her sword, unleashing a stream of sword energy aimed directly at Xiaochun. Luo Shan's sword technique. Merely a trivial display. Xiaochun scoffed, his Tian Han flashing forth as he shattered Wen Si's sword energy effortlessly. What? You actually managed to withstand my technique? This is just the beginning. Wen Si exclaimed, her sword swirling again. Tempest sword energy. In an instant, multiple streams of sword energy transformed into a tempest, surging towards Xiaochun. Is that all the strength you possess? If so, there is no need for this battle to continue, Xiaochun proclaimed as he prepared to conclude the confrontation. However, at that moment, halt. A thunderous voice suddenly echoed from afar. Following this, an overwhelming pressure enveloped both Xiaochun and Wen Si. A formidable figure from the Earth martial realm, Xiaochun felt a chill as he registered the presence, immediately ceasing his actions. With his current strength, coupled with the assistance of the martial god strategy, he could contend against warriors of the spiritual martial realm. But if his opponent was from the Earth martial realm, the situation was entirely different. You two juniors, Are you unaware of the Academy's regulations? Engaging in combat within the Zhenwu prison, do you wish to be expelled? As he spoke, an elderly man with a long beard descended from the sky. Elder Zhuge? Upon seeing the elderly figure, Wen Xi's expression instantly altered. It is worth noting that this esteemed Elder Zhuge, though not holding a particularly high official position within the Dragon Martial Academy, ranks among the upper echelons in terms of strength. For many years, he has secluded himself in the Zhenwu prison for rigorous cultivation. Thus, his reputation remains understated. However, individuals like Wen Xi are inherently aware of the significance of the other's identity. Elder Zhuge, I do not intend to violate the Academy's regulations. Rather, I am enforcing the law on behalf of our Dragon Martial Academy. Wen Xi declared through gritted teeth. Enforcing the law on behalf of the Dragon Martial Academy? What do you mean by that? Elder Zhuge inquired, furrowing his brow. Elder Zhuge, this individual has committed fraud during the Academy's theoretical examination, rising from the very bottom to the top. Not only that, but he also impersonated another's identity to infiltrate the third level of Zhenwu prison, and even launched a surprise attack injuring a fellow student. Wen Xi presented a case against Xiao Chun with an air of righteous indignation, painting him as a nefarious character. Such an occurrence? If true, it is indeed disgraceful for the Dragon Martial Academy. Elder Zhuge's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Chen. Young man, is what you just said true? Xiao Chen responded with calm indifference. It is all false. What did you say? Wen Xi exclaimed in fury. Elder Zhuge raised a hand, silencing Wen Xi. I may not concern myself with other matters, but one thing piques my interest. You entered Zhenwu prison for the first time merely 3 days ago, correct? Elder Zhuge questioned Xiao Chen. Indeed. In just 3 days. You have reached the third level of Zhenwu prison? Elder Zhuge's countenance gradually darkened. Absolutely. Xiao Chen declared with pride. Young man, you must understand that within the Dragon Martial Academy, few dare to deceive me. Elder Zhuge's voice gradually turned colder. The disciple's conscience is clear. Deception cannot be spoken of. Xiao Chen raised his head defiantly and replied. Clear conscience? Elder Zhuge, please retrieve his identity token for inspection. The truth will soon be revealed. Wen Xi fanned the flames from the side. Elder Zhuge nodded and said, Young man, do you dare to allow me to examine your identity token? Why would I hesitate? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, tossing his identity token to Elder Zhuge. Elder Zhuge, this young man is named Xiao Chen, a third-year student. Wen Xi, anxious that Elder Zhuge might not recognize Xiao Chen's identity, interjected with an explanation. Elder Zhuge nodded, infusing Xiao Chen's token with spiritual energy. Buzz. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, revealing Xiao Chen's information upon the token. Xiao Chen, this is your end, isn't it? I have never encountered such a foolish individual. Impersonating another's identity and still daring to be so arrogant. Once this evidence is in Elder Zhuge's hands, I shall see how you escape. Wen Xi said with a smug expression. But who could have guessed that upon seeing Xiao Chen's identity token, Elder Zhuge would gasp in astonishment. Young man, repeat your name once more, he asked in a deep voice. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen reiterated. Elder Zhuge, do you need my assistance in apprehending this deceiver? Wen Xi inquired from the side. However, Elder Zhuge's expression darkened as he replied. The one deceiving me is you, isn't it? What? Wen Xi's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at Elder Zhuge in astonishment, exclaiming, Elder Zhuge, I fail to comprehend your meaning. If you do not understand, then observe for yourself. Elder Zhuge huffed, casting aside Xiao Chen's identity token. Wen Xi was momentarily taken aback, but soon infused the token with a surge of spiritual energy. This is impossible. Wen Xi was rendered speechless, for the information inscribed on the identity token unequivocally belonged to Xiao Chen. It detailed Xiao Chen's participation in the assessment, revealing that he had neither impersonated another nor misrepresented himself. The data clearly indicated that he was an extraordinary genius. In just 3 days, he had ascended to the third level of the Zhenwu prison. This was utterly inconceivable. There must be a flaw in the testing process. Wen Xi clenched his teeth as he spoke. Elder Zhuge furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you casting doubt upon the integrity of the Longwu Academy? Wen Xi suddenly shivered and vehemently shook his head, declaring, Of course not. I merely wish to suggest that even the wisest can err. Perhaps there was indeed an issue during the initial assessment. He continued, I strongly recommend that Elder Zhuge conduct a thorough investigation into Xiao Chen's circumstances. Before Elder Zhuge could respond, Xiao Chen interjected, Elder Zhuge, I kindly request that any investigations be postponed. At present, I wish to participate in the assessment for entry into the 4th level. Might I implore you, Elder Zhuge, to serve as a witness? What? You still wish to enter the 4th level? Elder Zhuge was genuinely unsettled by this revelation. Achieving the 3rd level of Jinwu prison in merely 3 days was already astonishing. Yet Xiaochen appeared dissatisfied, intent on delving deeper into the 4th level. Indeed, I request Elder Zhuge's approval. If I am able to pass the assessment, perhaps the rumors alleging my dishonesty will naturally dissipate, Xiaochen remarked, casting a glance at Wenxi. Elder Zhuge nodded in agreement, saying, very well. I consent to your participation in the evaluation. Have you assembled your teammates? Teammates? Xiaochen replied with a puzzled expression. Huh. Not even aware of the rules for the 4th level of assessment, yet you claim you are not cheating? Allow me to enlighten you. The 4th level presents challenges that are entirely distinct from the previous 3. The environment within the 4th layer of the Jinwu prison is exceedingly harsh, and the demonic beasts therein are remarkably formidable. Thus, to enter the 4th layer, one must possess the capability to vanquish spirit martial realm demonic beasts. For the sake of fairness, disciples below the spirit martial realm may form teams of 4 to participate in the assessment together. Otherwise, attempting to defeat spirit martial realm demonic beasts with merely the chi martial realm cultivation would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing her explanation, Elder Zhuge nodded in acknowledgement, stating, indeed, Xiaochen, you may now seek out your teammates. Once you have found them, you may commence the assessment immediately. However, Xiaochen shook his head and replied, there is no need. I am sufficient on my own. As these words escaped his lips, a hush fell over the gathering. After a moment, Wenxi, filled with rage, laughed bitterly. Elder Zhuge, the situation is now quite clear, is it not? This fellow is utterly nonsensical. Li Tianjue, too, quietly urged, Xiaochen, this is unwise. If you truly cannot find a teammate, once I have recovered, I can accompany you. But if you venture forth alone, you may well lose your life. Elder Zhuge's heart sank at this. Could it be that this young man truly has issues? As he pondered this, his demeanor towards Xiaochen grew somewhat colder. Xiaochen, do not act recklessly. The beasts of the spirit martial realm are not to be trifled with. Elder Zhuge admonished. Xiaochen shook his head and replied, Elder Zhuge, I am fully aware of my capabilities. I kindly ask Elder Zhao to permit me to participate in the assessment. You. Elder Zhuge raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Xiaochen's audacity. He had already cautioned him, yet the young man remained resolute in his decision. Very well, if you insist on going, I shall not hinder you. However, should any misfortune befall you, I shall bear no responsibility. Elder Zhuge stated firmly. Thank you. Xiaochen clasped his hands in gratitude and then joined the others as they approached a towering structure. Spirit Martial Tower. Upon your entry, the beasts of the spirit martial realm will emerge. If you find yourself in peril, simply crush this jade crystal, and the tower's array will transport you out. Elder Zhuge said with a stern expression. Understood, Xiaochen responded, pushing open the door to the spirit martial tower. Sister One, how long do you think this young man can endure? At that moment, Han Qing, having regained his senses, leaned against the stone wall and inquired of Wenxi. Although the beasts within the spirit martial tower are merely of the 1st level, they are exceptionally formidable. Even I, in a one-on-one confrontation, could last at most 20 breaths. For him, I doubt he could survive even 5 breaths before being eliminated. Perhaps he won't even have the chance to crush the crystal and escape. Wenxi replied coldly. A glimmer of malice flickered in Han Qing's eyes as he remarked, it would be best if he perished within. Meanwhile, Elder Zhuge gazed at the entrance of the spirit martial tower, his heart filled with irritation. With a bemused chuckle, I initially believed that my Dragon Martial Academy had gained yet another prodigy. Yet, it appears that such hopes were misplaced, given the nature of this individual. As the thoughts of the onlookers varied, the grand doors of the spirit martial tower suddenly swung open from within. One need not inquire further. It was evidently a sight of the spirit martial realm's monstrous beasts that instilled such terror that the courage to fight was utterly obliterated, leading to an immediate shattering of the crystal and a hasty escape. Wenxi scoffed disdainfully, labeling the individual a coward. How could my Dragon Martial Academy harbor someone like you? Han Qing rebuked vehemently. Elder Zhuge sighed, attempting to quell the tension. Let us refrain from further disparagement. Recognizing one's limitations and choosing to withdraw is, in itself, a form of progress. He then turned to Xiaochen, remarking, Young man, consider this a stroke of wisdom. Your decision to retreat was astute. Otherwise, given your current capabilities, had you engaged in a one-on-one with a beast of the spirit martial realm, the outcome would likely have been fatal. Now, depart from the Jinwu prison. Do not return until your character has been sufficiently tempered. With a dismissive wave, he gestured for Xiao Chen to leave. However, Xiao Chen stood momentarily stunned, asking, Elder Zhuge, why must I vacate the Jinwu prison? Elder Zhuge let out a cold snort, his dissatisfaction with Xiao Chen growing. Do you not comprehend why you should depart? Knowing full well that you could not pass the spirit martial tower, you still insisted on a reckless challenge. Yet, after the fact, you lacked even the will to engage in battle. What merit is there in honing such a temperament within the Jinwu prison for a decade? Elder Zhuge retorted sharply. At this, Xiao Chen's patience frayed, and he exclaimed, Who says I lack the courage to fight? I have already faced it. Elder Zhuge, of course, was incredulous, sneering. Faced it? Then enlighten me. How many moves did you withstand? To which Xiao Chen replied, Just one. Elder Zhuge snorted, You only made one move and fled. What distinguishes that from a mere retreat? Xiao Chen wore an innocent expression and replied, I wish to engage further, but that beast was simply too feeble. I severed its head with a single strike. What was I to do? As he continued to argue, Elder Zhuge interjected, Even if you are inferior to the beast. Wait a moment. What did you just say? You severed the beast's head? Elder Zhuge fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen, brow furrowed in inquiry. Indeed. I brought the head specifically for your inspection, Elder Zhuge, Xiao Chen proclaimed, as he tossed a massive beast's head from behind him. What? Elder Zhuge's eyes widened in shock. The beast had truly been slain by Xiao Chen. Impossible. Is this not the earth-shattering bear? We, in our combined efforts, were unable to vanquish it. How could it possibly be dead? Wen Si exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 47. The Water Spirit Valley. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, appeared astounded. You all were unable to defeat this wretched creature together? What transpired? The group could only remain silent. If the earth-shattering bear was deemed wretched, what did that make them? Suddenly, Wen Si seemed to grasp something. Elder Zhuge, I understand now. Xiao Chen did not pass the assessment. Both Xiao Chen and Elder Zhuge turned their attention towards her. Clarify your statement. Elder Zhuge demanded. It is true that Xiao Chen did not cheat. Rather, his fortune was simply extraordinary. Upon entering the Spirit Martial Tower, he encountered an already gravely injured earth-shattering bear. On the surface, it appears he has indeed passed the assessment. However, such an assessment is utterly devoid of significance. Thus, I assert that he has not passed. Otherwise, how does one explain his ability to vanquish the earth-shattering bear of the Spirit Martial realm with a single blow? Wen Si gazed at Xiao Chen, her expression brimming with confidence, as if she had witnessed the battle with her own eyes. Elder Zhuge, upon hearing this, felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, a youth of the Qi martial realm eliminating a beast of the Spirit Martial realm with one strike is, in every sense, somewhat incredible. Is Xiao Chen truly capable of such a feat? Elder Zhuge furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, filled with indignation, retorted with a smile. Elder Zhuge, the Spirit Martial Tower is a formation established by the esteemed predecessors of the Dragon Martial Academy. The beasts matched for each assessment are selected by the formation itself. Do you truly believe that the Spirit Martial Tower's formation would commit such a fundamental error? Xiao Chen countered. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuge hesitated once more. Indeed, Xiao Chen's reasoning held merit. What is there to fear? Xiao Chen spoke coldly. Elder Zhuge nodded, stating, for the sake of fairness, we shall accompany you into the tower this time. However, you shall engage in combat alone. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. Meanwhile, Han Qing gritted his teeth and remarked, what a foolish boy, so audacious simply because he encountered a hapless bear. This time, I shall witness how you are ruthlessly defeated by the earth-shattering bear. Subsequently, Elder Zhuge personally unlocked the restrictions of the Spirit Martial Tower, leading several individuals into the tower. Xiao Chen, are you prepared? Elder Zhuge inquired solemnly. I am ready at any moment. Xiao Chen declared proudly. Buzz. In the next moment, a spark of inspiration struck, and another earth-breaking bear appeared at the center of the Spirit Martial Tower. Remarkably, this earth-breaking bear was unscathed, in peak condition. Xiao Chen was doomed this time. Wen Si declared with an air of triumph. On the other side, the earth-breaking bear, having been confined within the Spirit Martial Tower for a considerable duration, was already brimming with agitation. Upon suddenly spotting a human before it, it lunged forward without hesitation. Be careful, Li Tianjue cautioned from a distance. However, in the blink of an eye, whoosh, At the heart of the Spirit Marshal Tower, a fleeting shadow zipped past as Xiao Chen seemingly teleported from his original position to the bear's rear. His agility is commendable. Yet mere evasion will not secure victory against the earth-breaking bear. Wen Si remarked with a smile, convinced that Xiao Chen stood no chance in this battle. Nevertheless, I declare that Xiao Chen has passed the assessment. Elder Zhuge interjected firmly. What? Elder Zhuge? Are you jesting? He merely dodged one attack from the earth-breaking bear. And that suffices to pass the assessment? I could have done that. Wen Si exclaimed in a flurry of disbelief. You could. Young lady, take another look at the battlefield. Elder Zhuge retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. Hearing this, Wen Si turned her gaze towards Xiao Chen. To her astonishment, the massive head of the earth-breaking bear unexpectedly slid forward and thudded onto the ground. Gasp! A collective intake of breath escaped the lips of Wen Si and the others. How could this be? She exclaimed, utterly stunned. The truth was that at the moment Xiao Chen had evaded the bear's attack, he had executed a swift strike, severing the bear's head in one fluid motion. But he had acted with such speed that it was difficult for anyone to comprehend what had transpired. Elder Zhuge elucidated. Although his words were spoken with an air of simplicity, within his heart surged a tempest of emotions. What? He is indeed that formidable? Upon hearing this, Wen Si's countenance turned ashen. She recalled her earlier thoughts of reprimanding Xiao Chen, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. It is crucial to recognize that in terms of strength, she was no match for the earth-shattering bear. Since Xiao Chen could effortlessly sever the head of the earth-shattering bear with a single sword strike, he could certainly do the same to her. How utterly foolish she had been to consider making an enemy of such a person. Similarly, Han Xing, in fright, stuck out his tongue and recoiled, fearing that Xiao Chen might spot him and seek retribution. Elder Zhuge, may I now ascend to the 4th level? Xiao Chen inquired, turning to him. Indeed. Elder Zhuge nodded affirmatively. Farewell. Xiao Chen clasped his hands in respect and proceeded towards the exit of the Lingwu Tower. Xiao Chen, I never imagined you would be this powerful, Li Tianju amused as he observed Xiao Chen's departing figure, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Once, they had been classmates. Yet one was at the pinnacle while the other languished at the nadir. Li Tianju had never envisioned a day when Xiao Chen would surpass him. And to such an extent. Alas, I have squandered half my life and nearly overlooked such a prodigy. It is truly. Elder Zhuge too felt a profound sense of shame as he watched Xiao Chen's silhouette fade away. At that moment, Xiao Chen had already arrived in the 4th level of the Jinwu prison. Ah, the gravity here is doubled again. At last, there is some pressure. Xiao Chen reflected inwardly as he felt the weight pressing down around him. This was the 4th level of the Jinwu prison, the sole source of the mysterious spirit heavy water. The Xianling heavy water is an exceedingly vital treasure of heaven and earth, existing in the Tianxiang kingdom as a highly coveted yet scarce commodity. Should one manage to acquire even a small quantity, whether for personal consumption or sale, immense profits could be garnered. Consequently, numerous senior students linger within the Longwu Academy, tirelessly excavating Xianling heavy water to amass extra income. Today is no exception. Senior Chen Feng, how long have you been here this time? Any luck? Inquired a diminutive student, wiping the sweat from his brow. Alas, do not even mention it. I have spent 14 days in the Jinwu prison and have managed to extract only 3 drops. It is utterly insufficient. Chen Feng lamented with a look of despair. Senior Chen Feng is already quite remarkable. I've only been here for 9 days and have managed to procure a single drop. The plump student replied with a woeful expression. As the two exchanged their grievances, a scornful voice suddenly pierced the air. Haha, 2 useless fools. You are merely squandering resources in the Water Spirit Valley. It would be better for you to leave at once. What insolence! Who dares to speak so brazenly? Chen Feng and his companion erupted in fury, turning to confront the speaker. However, upon shifting their gaze, they were taken aback. The speaker was none other than Jiang Qi, one of the top 50 geniuses of the 5th year. A chill ran down their spines. Jiang Qi, a prodigious figure in his own right, was not only formidable in strength, but also a subordinate of Sidu Tian, who ranked among the top 3 of the 5th year. With his prowess and prestigious lineage, he was destined to rise as a formidable force within the Tianxiang kingdom. Such an individual was not one they dared to provoke. What's wrong? I called you worthless, and you still refuse to accept it? Jiang Qi coldly questioned the two. Jiang Qi, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but to label us as worthless is rather excessive, don't you think? Chen Feng retorted through gritted teeth, feeling indignant. Worthless indeed. Yet you still refuse to admit it. Very well. Today I shall make you acknowledge the truth. As Jiangqi spoke, he casually revealed 37 drops of profound spiritual heavy water. What? So much? Chen Feng and his companion gasped in astonishment. Much? Huh. If I were to tell you that this is merely what I unearthed in the span of 2 days? Jiangqi sneered. In just 2 days. The two were once again taken aback. The amount of profound spiritual heavy water they had excavated over several days combined was still less than a fraction of what Jiangqi had gathered in just 2 days. The disparity was simply too immense. Is that not Brother Chen Feng? You are here too? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the group. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng turned around and exclaimed, Xiao Chen? How could it be you? Indeed, the newcomer was Xiao Chen, a fellow townsman of Chen Feng. Chen Feng was 2 years older than Xiao Chen and had entered the Dragon Martial Academy 2 years prior. During his time at the academy, Xiao Chen had received considerable care from Chen Feng. However, as graduation approached this year, Chen Feng found himself facing the daunting challenge of not being able to pass the graduation assessments. Thus he had been tirelessly striving to enhance his cultivation, leaving him little time to look after Xiao Chen, which was why they had not seen each other for quite some time. Although Xiao Chen was no longer the same person he once was, the memories and sentiments they shared remained intact. Xiao Chen? The name, how familiar it sounds. It seems to belong to the individual who injured Sidu Lin. Meanwhile, Jiangqi secretly mused, casting a sharp glance at Xiao Chen. Brother Chen Feng, it is indeed I? Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. Chen Feng was taken aback, scrutinizing Xiao Chen from head to toe. Xiao Chen, how did you manage to enter this place? This is the 4th level of Zhenwu Prison. He knew Xiao Chen all too well, the notorious underachiever from Longwu Academy, consistently ranked last in every examination. How could such a student possibly find himself in the elite confines of Zhenwu Prison's 4th level? Well, the situation is rather intricate. In brief, my strength has significantly improved recently, and I specifically came to Zhenwu Prison for training, Xiao Chen casually replied. Is that truly the case? This is indeed a remarkable turn of events. If your sister were to learn of your newfound strength, she would surely weep tears of joy. Chen Feng exclaimed with palpable excitement. My sister. A fleeting image crossed Xiao Chen's mind, stirring a wave of longing within him. Brother Chen, have you been here all this time? He inquired, shifting the conversation. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression turned grim. Alas, I lack the ability. With merely 6 months until graduation, I have yet to accumulate enough credits. If I remain in this situation after half a year, I shall face expulsion. Thus, I have been tirelessly mining Xianling heavy water to exchange for credits, but regrettably, Chen Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Chen, how much more Xianling heavy water do you require? Chen Feng, with a pained expression, replied, including what I have saved. I still need at least 100 drops, but I only have 6 months left. It's utterly impossible to extract 100 drops in that time. It seems I must resign myself to my fate. However, Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and remarked, I thought it was a significant matter. It's merely 100 drops of Xianling heavy water. Leave it to me. Chen Feng was taken aback and exclaimed, Xiao Chen, it's 100 drops, not just one. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I understand. Just wait a moment. I will extract them for you. This left Chen Feng speechless. 100 drops? You'll get them in a moment? After toiling relentlessly for over 10 days, he had managed to procure only 3 drops. Yet Xiao Chen claimed he would gather 100 drops in no time. Chen Feng could only smile wryly and shake his head, thinking to himself, this child, Xiao Chen, has a good heart, but is far too boastful. Meanwhile, Jiangqi raised an eyebrow and said, I've encountered many useless individuals, but a braggart like you is a first for me. Are you the infamous Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, you know me? Jiangqi sneered. The greatest waste in the history of Longwu Academy. Who doesn't know you? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. He recalled that he had no prior conflict with Jiangqi and was perplexed as to why she targeted him. You say I am useless? Xiao Chen squinted his eyes in response. Isn't that the truth? You may call yourself useless, but you must also boast about extracting 100 drops of Xianling heavy water. Today, I shall lay it down. If you can unearth a drop of Xianling heavy water, I shall take your surname. Jiangqi scoffed. What a farce. Xianling heavy water is an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth. To discover such a substance within the vast expanse of the Water Spirit Valley requires profound knowledge and experience. Even seasoned veterans who frequent this region, such as Lin Feng, often return empty-handed after days of searching. How could a newcomer like Xiao Qin possibly find Xianling heavy water on his very first day? At least, that is what Jiang Qi believed. However, with a swift motion, Xiao Qin drew his sword, performed a deft maneuver, and a drop of crystal-clear water, resembling a pearl, ascended into the air. With a thud, Xiao Qin caught the pearl with his hand and remarked nonchalantly, "This is Xianling heavy water. It's rather easy to extract, wouldn't you agree, Xiao Qi?" In an instant, the water spirit valley erupted with astonishment. My heavens, who was that lad? How could he possibly uncover Xianling heavy water on his very first attempt? What extraordinary fortune. It is simply divine. Huh. Jiang Qi must be feeling quite embarrassed now. Or rather, he should now be referred to as Xiao Qi. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi's face turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to that of a liver. "You wretched boy, you've stumbled upon sheer luck." Jiang Qi fumed. Chapter 49. The spirit water array. Xiao Qin shot him a glance and said, "Call it what you will." Then, turning to Lin Feng, he flicked the drop of Xianling heavy water towards him. "Brother Lin Feng, this is the first drop. Please take it." "Aye." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, Xiao Qin, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it." A single drop of Xianling heavy water could fetch a substantial price in the market. However, Xiao Qin merely shook his head and replied, "Brother Lin Feng, it is merely a drop of Xianling heavy water. There is no need for such formality." After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng carefully stored the drop of Xianling heavy water away. Meanwhile, as Xiao Qin turned to leave, he was abruptly halted by Jiang Qi. "Stop." She blocked his path. What do you intend to do? Surely you do not mean to act within the confines of Zhenwu prison?" Xiao Qin's expression turned frosty. Jiang Qi furrowed her brow and asserted, "Of course, I would not be foolish enough to strike within Zhenwu prison. However, do you dare to engage in another wager with me? Having just lost to Xiao Qin." She did not attribute her defeat to his prowess, but rather to his sheer luck. If they were to face off again, Jiang Qi was utterly confident in her ability to best Xiao Qin. "A wager? What do you propose?" Xiao Qin inquired. "Since we are in the Water Spirit Valley, let us see who can extract more Xianling heavy water. Should I win, our previous bet shall be rendered null and void." Jiang Qi declared, her expression icy. The thought of outsiders discovering that she had even lost her surname was unacceptable to her. Xiao Qin frowned and asked, "And what if you were to lose?" Jiang Qi scoffed, "Lose? That is simply impossible." Pointing to the drop of Xianling heavy water in Lin Feng's hand, Xiao Qin remarked, "What do you call that, then?" Jiang Qi's face flushed as she retorted, "That was merely a stroke of luck on your part." "Enough, since this is a wager. It would be unfair not to present a stake." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing over 30 drops of profound spiritual water cradled within. "If I were to lose, these drops of profound spiritual water, along with those I might unearth shortly, shall all belong to you. Do you dare to gamble?" Jiang Qi challenged with a provocative expression. "Well, what a grand gesture. Over 30 drops of profound spiritual water could fetch several million low-grade spirit stones if sold." Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Qin glanced at the offering and nodded, stating, "It seems fair enough. I accept your wager. But I am curious about the terms of the contest." With Xiao Qin's agreement, Jiang Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied with a smile, "We shall set a time limit of 1 hour. Whoever retrieves the most profound spiritual water shall be declared the victor. To prevent any foul play, I ask all present to act as witnesses." With so many eyes from the Water Spirit Valley upon them, the likelihood of cheating was virtually non-existent. "Very well, I accept." Xiao Qin nodded. "Excellent, Xiao Qin. Prepare to witness what true talent looks like. Merely relying on a stroke of luck will not suffice to defeat me." Jiang Qi smirked coldly and leapt several dozen feet away. Spirit Water Array, activate. Jiang Qi used his spiritual energy to inscribe an array diagram on the ground, and then seated himself cross-legged at its center. Heavens! Jiang Qi is actually a master of formations? The Spirit Water Array is a mid-tier first-grade formation, and he can set it up with such ease. Is this the prowess of a fifth-grade genius? Haha, little do you know, in terms of martial arts cultivation, Jiang Qi ranks within the top 50 at most among fifth-grade students. However, when it comes to the mastery of formations, he undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Otherwise, C2 Tian would not place such trust in him. This fellow's spiritual prowess is already formidable, and now, with the invocation of the spirit water formation. It seems that Jiang Qi is destined for victory in this wager. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Before long found it. Open for me, Jiang Qi bellowed, striking his palm against the rugged cliffside of the ravine. Boom. Debris cascaded down as a drop of profound spiritual heavy water landed in his grasp. Remarkable. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had managed to unearth a drop of profound spiritual heavy water. Alas, it appears that relying solely on luck will not suffice against a genius. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Xiaochen, who stood with arms crossed, seemingly indifferent. Oh. Xiaochen, do not lose heart. After all, Jiang Qi is a prodigy. There is no shame in being bested by him. However, let this serve as a lesson for you in the future. Do not engage in wagers so casually. While this time, even if you lose, you have not incurred significant loss. Future opportunities may not be as fortuitous. Lin Feng, sensing Xiaochen's despondence, spoke to console him. Yet, Xiaochen turned to Lin Feng and remarked, Brother Lin Feng, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over merely unearthing a drop of profound spiritual heavy water? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, a fourth-year girl nearby scoffed, saying, Is it merely a drop of profound spiritual heavy water? Humph. It seems you truly live up to the reputation of being the renowned wastrel of the Longwu Academy, lacking even this basic understanding. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. The profound spiritual heavy water is a rare treasure of the water element, buried deep beneath the earth, imperceptible to outsiders. There exist two methods of extraction. 1. Akin to the genius Jiang Qi, relies on water elemental formations to resonate with the profound spiritual heavy water, thereby discerning its location. The second method, employed by most in the Water Spirit Valley, involves a more rudimentary approach, digging deep in a chosen spot, hoping for the fortunate chance of uncovering a drop or two. Yet, in terms of efficiency, this method pales in comparison to Jiang Qi's. Now, do you comprehend the disparity between you and Jiang Qi? As the girl spoke, Jiang Qi moved in the distance. Come forth. With a decisive strike, the second drop of profound spiritual heavy water landed in his palm. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Then she cast a scornful glance at Xiaochen, saying, Did you see that? Jiang Qi has already extracted his second drop. What about you? Do you plan to merely stand by and watch? Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to Xiaochen, suggesting, Perhaps we should concede? Concede? Why should we concede? This is only the beginning. Xiaochen replied, furrowing his brow. Truly foolish. Even after my explanation, you still fail to grasp the chasm between you and Jiang Qi? Do you genuinely believe your luck will remain this fortuitous? That you can carelessly unearth a drop of profound spiritual heavy water? The girl scoffed. However, before her words had fully escaped her lips, with a swift motion, Xiaochen wielded his sword and struck the ground. Another drop of profound spiritual heavy water fell into his grasp. Chapter 50, Overwhelming Advantage in the preceding moment. The girl who had mocked Xiaochen now stood with her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. The single drop of profound spiritual heavy water that Xiaochen produced struck her like a stinging slap, leaving her in disbelief. How is this possible? Your luck is incredible, she exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment as she gazed at Xiaochen. Luck? If that's how you wish to interpret it, so be it. Xiaochen replied with indifference. Humph. What are you pretending to be, a master of the secluded world, even if by chance you manage to extract another drop? Senior Jiang Qi is still ahead of you by one, the girl retorted. At that moment, Xiaochen, wielding the Tianan sword, began to approach her step by step. You intend to make a move? The girl felt a surge of anxiety at his approach. However, Xiaochen merely glanced at her, frowning slightly. Could you please step aside? You are obstructing my path. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then promptly turned to clear the way. With a swift motion, Xiaochen's sword struck the very spot she had just vacated. In the next instant, 2 drops of profound spiritual heavy water flew into his hand. Now I am ahead of him by 1 drop, Xiaochen declared. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No way. He managed to extract 2 drops in one go. His luck is truly terrifying. Luck, including the initial drop. He had made 3 attempts and extracted 4 drops of profound spiritual heavy water. Was this mere luck? Yet, he had not set up any formations. How had he located them? Perhaps he possessed some artifact that could detect rare treasures? It was becoming clear, and no wonder he dared to compete with Jiang Qi. As the crowd speculated, the previously mocking girl felt a deep sense of regret, wishing she could turn back time. At this moment, a resonant hum echoed as the spirit water array surged with brilliance. Jiangqi struck once more, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. With a swift motion, his sword sliced through the air, and a patch of earth hundreds of feet away erupted violently, revealing a drop of profound spirit-heavy water that soared into his grasp. The score was now 3-3. It appeared these two were evenly matched, leaving spectators uncertain of who would ultimately prevail. However, to their surprise, Xiao Qin seemed to stroll casually, taking a few steps before delivering another strike, securing the fourth drop of profound spirit-heavy water. An observer murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that this isn't as evenly matched as it appears." Indeed, while Jiangqi meticulously arranged the formation to sense the profound spirit-heavy water, each attempt drained an immense amount of spiritual energy. After several tries, he was left pale and drenched in sweat from the exertion. In stark contrast, Xiao Qin appeared to be merely taking a leisurely walk, effortlessly extracting a drop of profound spirit-heavy water with every few steps, seemingly with far less effort than Jiangqi. With a decisive swing, Xiao Qin obtained yet another drop. Frustrated, Jiangqi's eyes widened as he activated the spirit water array once again. However, despite the tumultuous waves of energy and the flying debris, no trace of the profound spirit-heavy water could be found. Jiangqi had missed. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. "It's impossible. I distinctly sensed a reaction in that direction," Jiangqi exclaimed, bewildered by his failure. "How could I have missed?" Meanwhile, Xiao Qin shook his head and approached the deep pit left by Jiangqi's earlier strike, standing merely half a foot away before executing another precise strike. With a resounding clang, he secured yet another drop of profound spirit-heavy water. "You are stealing my profound spirit-heavy water," Jiangqi exclaimed furiously. "Your Xianling heavy water? I dug it up myself, mind you. It's still half a foot away from the pit you created." Xiao Qin furrowed his brow and replied, "You." Although Jiangqi was seething with anger, he recognized the truth in Xiao Qin's words. The Xianling heavy water remained in the ground. Therefore, whoever unearthed it would rightfully claim it. This was the rule of the Water Spirit Valley, and he dared not contravene it. "Humph. Let us continue," Jiangqi huffed, resuming his sensing. However, due to the depletion of spiritual energy, his attempts yielded no results. Moreover, the intervals between his efforts had lengthened considerably. In the subsequent quarter of an hour, he managed to locate only 3 drops of Xianling heavy water. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin ambled leisurely, akin to browsing a market. With every few steps, he unleashed a sword strike, and each stroke resulted in a drop of Xianling heavy water emerging. Before long, an hour had slipped by. "All right, time's up. Please present your Xianling heavy water," shouted a senior student. With a flourish, Jiangqi spread his hands, revealing 12 crystalline droplets of liquid. In an hour, he excavated 12 drops of Xianling heavy water. Truly a prodigy, someone marveled. However, despite their admiration, none were particularly surprised, as all eyes were fixated on Xiao Qin. With a similar flourish, Xiao Qin revealed a substantial collection of Xianling heavy water before him. 214 drops. He declared confidently. It was evident to all that 214 far surpassed 12. "I hereby announce the victor of this contest is Xiao." The senior student was just about to proclaim the outcome. "Wait a moment." At this juncture, Jiangqi suddenly interjected. Jiangqi, do you have something to say?" inquired a student, Wen Dao. "Of course I have something to say. In our contest of excavating the mysterious spiritual heavy water, we should rely on our own abilities, correct?" he stated gravely. Indeed, another student nodded in agreement. "But this fellow has utilized external forces to discern the location of the spiritual heavy water. How is that any different from cheating? Therefore, the victor of this contest should be me," Jiangqi proclaimed angrily. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast complex glances at Xiao Qin, having previously speculated that he must have employed some special artifact to sense the presence of such a large quantity of spiritual heavy water. Thus, they harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Xiao Qin's victory. However, upon hearing their remarks, Xiao Qin furrowed his brow and retorted, "Jiangqi, are you accusing me of cheating? I am quite curious as to how you believe I have cheated." Hearing the name Xiao Qi, Jiangqi's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Humph. Coward. Do you dare to act yet deny it? To extract over 200 drops of spiritual heavy water within an hour is something even the Academy's instructors could not accomplish. If you did not cheat, are you implying that you achieved this solely through your own abilities?" Xiao Qin scoffed, "What nonsense. If it wasn't through skill, Then what was it? Haha. Did you all hear that? This fellow is still stubbornly refusing to admit the truth. Very well, let me ask you. How did you locate so much spiritual heavy water? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall report you to the academy and demand your expulsion for being a deceitful and morally corrupt student. Jiangqi's face contorted with malice. Indeed, we can all testify against Jiangqi. The previously slapped girl indignantly spoke up. Chapter 51. This is common knowledge. This is a rare opportunity to curry favor with Jiangqi, and the girl naturally did not want to let it slip away. After all, if she could truly leverage this chance to ally herself with a genius of formations, her future would be secured without worry. Alas, very well, I shall clarify matters today, Xiao Chen declared, extending his hand to pinch a drop of Xianling heavy water, and asked, "Who can tell me what this is?" The crowd immediately regarded Xiao Chen as if he were a fool. Xiao Chen, must you engage in such theatrics here? This is Xianling heavy water. Who does not know that? The girl further scolded him in anger. Xiao Chen shot her a glance and retorted, "If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut to avoid embarrassment." You. The girl glared with wide eyes, poised to speak. Yet Xiao Chen interjected once more. What I am asking is, what exactly is Xianling heavy water? This question genuinely stumped everyone. They all knew that Xianling heavy water was a rare treasure of the earth, but they did not grasp what it truly was. Observing their silence, Xiao Chen continued, Xianling heavy water is the essence of the earth, deeply embedded beneath the surface, which, after being evaporated by lava, condenses into droplets. Thus, the true essence of Xianling heavy water lies within the earth's essence, which consists of the residual particles suspended within it. As for the water itself, it is merely influenced by the earth's essence, becoming denser, yet it remains ordinary water. Therefore, even if you were to investigate it using a formation, one should employ an earth attribute formation to ensure accurate results. To probe using the water spirit array, as Xiaoqi does, is a feat so taxing that he is fortunate to endure it. After Xiao Chen's remarks, the crowd was left speechless. You speak nonsense. How could the mystic spirit heavy water possibly be of the earth attribute? Jiangqi refused to believe it. I recall from the Academy's textbooks a century ago that it indeed stated mystic spirit heavy water belonged to the earth attribute. However, when the Academy revised the curriculum, they deemed that erroneous and classified it under water instead. A tall woman interjected. Is that Li Yao, the genius ranked among the top 10 in the 4th year? Upon hearing of her extensive knowledge and consistent first-place finishes in theoretical exams, the crowd regarded her words with increased credence. Yet even so, this does not prove you did not cheat. Knowing the attribute is meaningless otherwise, Jiangqi remained unconvinced. Xiao Chen sighed and said, How foolish can you be? I have laid it all out for you, yet you still do not comprehend? Li Yao then bowed towards Xiao Chen and said, Actually, I am not entirely clear either. I hope you can enlighten me. The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen sighed once more. Very well. Let me be more explicit. The earth spirit essence is an exceedingly powerful treasure of the earth attribute. One of its characteristics is the doubling of gravity. Although the essence contained within mystic spirit heavy water is scarce, it nonetheless possesses the ability to influence the surrounding gravity. Thus, one need only wander freely within the valley, attuning oneself to the fluctuations of gravity in order to locate the core where gravity is the most potent. By delving deeper, one shall naturally uncover the elusive Xianling heavy water. This is common knowledge regarding its extraction. Have you all never heard of it? Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Although Xiao Chen referred to it as common knowledge, none had previously encountered this method. Allow me to give it a try. On another side, Li Yao, following Xiao Chen's guidance, ventured several hundred steps into the valley. This is the spot. With a swift stroke of her sword, she descended. Whoosh! At that moment, a droplet of Xianling heavy water floated upward, landing delicately in her hand. It works. It truly works. Stars sparkled in her eyes. I must try as well. Let me attempt it. The crowd immediately surged into the water spirit valley. Before long, I have found some. I too have unearthed it. Thanks to Xiao Chen's guidance, nearly everyone experienced success in their endeavors. Consequently, all doubts regarding Xiao Chen dissipated, replaced by boundless gratitude. Young Master Xiao Chen, you are indeed a genius. How did you come to possess such common knowledge? Li Yao inquired with an expression of excitement. Perhaps it is due to my penchant for reading. Xiao Chen refrained from mentioning that it was the result of the martial god strategy. Reading, you say? It appears I shall have to seek your wisdom more often. Li Yao, a fervent admirer of literature, immediately regarded Xiao Chen as a kindred spirit upon hearing his words. Now, I wonder, who do you all believe emerged victorious in this wager? Xiao Chen's gaze shifted as he addressed the crowd, declaring, "It is undoubtedly young Master Xiao Chun who has emerged victorious. Indeed, young Master Xiao Chun has decisively triumphed over Jiang Qi. No, it is Xiao Qi. Anyone who dares to deny this shall face my wrath." Such fervor ignited the crowd. In stark contrast, Jiang Qi's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. At this juncture, even if he wished to contest the outcome, it was an impossible endeavor. With a swift motion, Xiao Chun seized the Xianling heavy water from Jiang Qi's grasp. "A bet must be honored. This now belongs to me." Upon concluding his statement, he approached Qin Feng. "Brother Qin Feng, here are 100 drops of Xianling heavy water. You may exchange it for credits. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do remember to seek me out." Xiao Qin remarked with a smile. "Young brother Xiao, this gift is far too precious." Yet, when they turned to seek Xiao Qin again, he had already vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, or rather Xiao Qi, having exhausted too much spiritual energy and suffering from a powerful shock, felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of crimson, leaving him grievously wounded. Xiao Chun, remember this," he vowed fiercely within his mind. Concurrently, atop a distant mountain peak, an ethereal elder and a stunningly beautiful young woman stood side by side. Having witnessed all that transpired in the Water Spirit Valley, "Lian Yi, what are your thoughts on these two individuals?" the elder inquired. The maiden, Lian Yi, pondered for a moment before responding. "Jiang Qi is indeed a genius in formations. His future accomplishments within the Tianxiang Kingdom shall be significant. As for the youth named Xiao Qin, his knowledge is commendable, yet it can only be deemed as a mere diversion from the true path." The elder, upon hearing this, nodded and said, "Therefore, you intend to bestow this opportunity upon Jiang Qi?" Lian Yi pondered for a moment before replying. "If Situ Tian is willing to release him, he is undoubtedly the best choice. If not, we might consider Xiao Chun. He could potentially prove useful." The elder reflected for a brief while and then consented. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Should this endeavor succeed, you will undoubtedly break through to the Earth Martial Realm within 3 years. At that time, you shall have the chance to enter the Martial God Temple." Chapter 52, The Birthday Banquet. The Martial God Temple? Upon hearing that name, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lian Yi's eyes. "With 2 months remaining, I shall exert every effort," she declared, clenching her fist resolutely. However, as she reached the dormitory entrance, she found Yu Ninger waiting there. "Xiao Chen, I have waited for you for an entire day and night. Where have you been?" Yu Ninger exclaimed, visibly annoyed. "You waited for me? A whole day and night? For what purpose? Do you harbor some ulterior motive?" Xiao Chen responded, taken aback. Yu Ninger blushed and retorted, "Stop with the banter. I have a place I must take you." Where is that?" Xiao Chen inquired, brow furrowed. "Do not question. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Once this chance passes, it shall not return." Without allowing for further discussion, she seized Xiao Chen's hand and pulled him away, where a carriage awaited them. "Where exactly are you taking me?" Xiao Chen asked, bewildered. "Today is your disciple's birthday," Yu Ninger replied. "My disciple?" Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Kuro. "You mean that girl from Xinglin Academy? But I have no intention of taking her as my disciple," he remarked, furrowing his brow. Yu Ninger shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "Regardless of whether you plan to accept her as a disciple, you must attend Xiao Rou's birthday gathering." "Why?" Xiao Chun continued to frown. "Because this time, the sword god of Pingu will be attending Xiao Rou's birthday event. Moreover, he will offer guidance to junior disciples regarding their martial arts cultivation on the spot. In just a few days, you are set to duel with Lin Wu. While your medical skills are exceptional, your martial arts may not be up to par. If you could receive even a fraction of the sword god's instruction, it would significantly enhance your swordsmanship. Consequently, your chances of defeating Lin Wu would be greatly improved." Yu Ninger explained to Xiao Chun. "The sword god of Pingu?" Xiao Chun was momentarily stunned, recalling that this individual was renowned as the foremost sword master in Tianxiang Kingdom, basking in great fame. "Well, to be honest, my martial skills are quite competent. I don't require any guidance." In terms of martial skills, Xiao Chun felt no one could surpass him. So why would he need someone else's instruction? Don't be so modest with me. Rest assured, my grandfather has some connections with the sword god of Pingu. Out of respect for me, he will certainly offer you guidance." Yuningo assumed Xiaochen was concerned about the sword goddess' willingness to assist and comforted him. Seeing the earnestness of her invitation, Xiaochen reluctantly nodded and agreed to accompany her. Before long, the two arrived before a grand estate in the northern part of Tianxiang City. Is this the residence of Miss Kuro? It is astonishing that she hails from a prestigious family of Tianxiang country. Xiaochen exclaimed upon witnessing this revelation. A prestigious family? Yininger responded with a wry smile, choosing to say little more. Soon, the two arrived at the back garden of the estate. Within the garden's long pavilion, Kuro had already arranged a banquet. Ninger, you have finally arrived, Kuro exclaimed as she spotted Yininger from afar, rushing to greet her. Upon noticing Xiaochen beside Yininger, Kuro was taken aback and immediately bowed, addressing him with reverence. Kuro pays her respects to the master. Master. Xiaochen was momentarily at a loss for words. Miss Ku, I have already informed Yininger that the matter of apprenticeship can be set aside. However, if you truly wish to learn the art of medicine, we can certainly engage in mutual exchange, Xiaochen suggested. Very well, then please take your seat, young Master Xiao. Kuro replied, still maintaining an air of respect. Young Master Bai, who is that young man? It seems that senior sister Kuro holds him in great esteem, inquired a lad in gray, observing Xiaochen, who was flanked by Kuro and Yininger with a detached demeanor. I do not know him. However, since he is able to attend Miss Kuro's gathering, he must possess an extraordinary background, young Master Bai pondered aloud. Is that so? The gray-clad youth narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiaochen. At that moment, Kuro had already led Xiaochen into the pavilion. In an instant, Xiaochen became the center of attention. Miss Kuro, we are acquainted with Miss Yi, but may I inquire as to the identity of this young gentleman? The gray-clad youth spoke up. Kuro quickly replied, Oh dear, I've completely forgotten. Allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, Mr. Xiaochen. She hesitated momentarily, struggling to find the appropriate words, before finally stating, he is my friend. A friend? To befriend Miss Ku surely indicates an extraordinary status. However, I cannot recall any notable figures with the surname Xiao in Tianxiang City, remarked the gentleman in gray, furrowing his brow. I am not a native of Tianxiang City. I hail from Yunwu City and am currently studying at Longwu Academy, Xiaochen replied nonchalantly. Huh, I see now. It is no wonder you dress so plainly. You are merely a country bumpkin. The gentleman in gray immediately displayed a look of disdain towards Xiaochen. Master Fan Shaoan, I implore you to be mindful of your words. Mr. Xiaochen is a very important friend of mine. Upon hearing this, Kuro immediately adopted a stern expression, her voice cold. Fan Shaoan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he forced a smile. Yes, I was rude. Since he is a friend of Miss Kuro, even if he were a mere dog, I must show him respect. Kuro's countenance changed dramatically, and she was about to retort. No matter, I have come here to celebrate Miss Ku's birthday. As for other trivial matters, I care not. Xiaochen addressed Kuro. Who do you call trivial? Fan Shaoan immediately bristled with anger. Young Master Fan, are you intentionally trying to create trouble for me? If you continue to cause a scene, I must ask you to leave. Kuro's expression grew cold. She held a deep admiration for Xiaochen. After much effort to invite him here under the pretext of her birthday, she could not afford for Fan Shaoan to upset him and ruin everything. Xiaochen, the name sounds rather familiar. I recall that before I graduated from the Dragon Martial Academy last year, there was a notorious waste bearing the same name. It seems he was also from Yunwu City. At that moment, the young Master Bai spoke up. Now that you mention it, I too have been reminded. Indeed, there was such a character. After entering the Dragon Martial Academy, he consistently ranked at the bottom in every subject, quite renowned for it. I encountered him once, and it appears this is the young Master Xiaochen. Another youth chimed in. Hearing this, Fan Shaoan burst into laughter, exclaiming, Oh, is that so? I had thought him to be a significant figure, but it turns out he is merely a bumpkin and a failure. No matter, I, young Master Fan, am magnanimous enough not to stoop to the level of a mere wastrel. Chapter 53, A Proposal? You all. Kuro's face turned pale with rage, her whole body trembling. Miss Ku, fret not. During my years at the Dragon Martial Academy, I've heard all manners of barking. A few more barks do not faze me, Xiaochen declared, proceeding directly to take a seat. Fool, you dare to. Fan Shaoan began to rise against Xiaochen, but the young Master Bai waved a hand, compelling him to restrain himself. Miss Ku, might I inquire where the esteemed sword god of Pingu is? The young Master Bai asked. The esteemed sword god of Pingu has just sent word. He is visiting Dean Sunsitio and will arrive a bit later. Let us begin in the meantime. Kuro managed to compose herself and replied, I see. With that, the young master fell silent. At that moment, a young lady suddenly spoke up. Everyone, please do not rush to commence the banquet. Today marks the birthday of the talented Kuda from our esteemed Xinglin Academy. Since you all have gathered for the banquet, might I suggest that you present your prepared gifts? Upon hearing this, Fan Shaoan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, the talented Kuda is destined to become the great healer of our Tianxiang kingdom. Thus, we guests must offer suitably substantial gifts. Otherwise, would we not appear as mere country bumpkins seeking to indulge in food and drink? As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance in Xiao Qin's direction. Fan Shaoan, will you ever cease? Yininger, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain herself and immediately rose with determination. Fan Shaoan furrowed his brow and replied, I am merely speaking the truth. He dared to mock Xiao Qin without reservation, but would not confront Yininger, for her lineage was indeed extraordinary. I shall go first. My birthday gift for Kuro is a hairpin made of Blue River Jade, declared a girl dressed in the Academy's robes. Blue River Jade is a renowned gem in Tianxiang Kingdom, known for its calming and restorative properties, coupled with the exquisite craftsmanship of this hairpin. It must be worth at least 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Someone gasped in admiration. I have a spirit jade pill for senior sister Kuro. Another girl chimed in. A spirit jade pill? Although it is a first-tier inferior product, it retains a 6/10 efficacy valued at a minimum of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Subsequently, many attendees presented their gifts, the majority of which were treasures worth thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that even the simplest of these presents would equate to Xiao Qin's living expenses over several years, underscoring the distinguished status of those who had come. At that moment, Fan Shaoan let out a hearty laugh and remarked, Your gifts are truly rather petty. What do you mean by that, Fan Shaoan? Are you suggesting that your gift surpasses ours? The moment those words escaped, many felt a twinge of displeasure. Fan Shaoan nodded confidently, Of course. Once I unveil my gift, yours will pale in comparison. Such grandiose claims. Why don't you present it then? A girl from Xinglin Academy retorted defiantly. Young Master cast a glance at the girl and replied indifferently, Brother Fan is an accomplished weaponsmith, and just a month ago, he became a closed-door disciple of Master Wang. What? A weaponsmith? And a disciple of Master Wang? It suddenly made sense why Brother Fan had been absent for some time. He had been under the tutelage of Master Wang. My apologies for my earlier remarks. In an instant, the crowd's demeanor toward Fan Shaoan shifted dramatically, for everyone understood the significance of being a disciple of Master Wang in the kingdom of Tianxiang. Sensing the change in their attitudes, Fan Shaoan felt immensely gratified. Since Brother Fan is a weaponsmith, could it be that his gift is a weapon? Someone inquired. Fan Shaoan smiled and replied, I had indeed intended to personally forge a weapon as a gift. However, considering that Miss Ku is a master of healing arts, such combative items would not befit her, so I opted for something even more exquisite. As he spoke, Fan Shaoan revealed a jade vial in his hand. This is... The crowd gazed at the vial, their expressions filled with puzzlement. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Fan Shaoan smiled and said, Esteemed guests, you may not have encountered this item before, yet I am certain you have heard its illustrious name. For the past month, this item has taken Tianxiang City by storm. Countless dignitaries and affluent individuals have spared no expense, offering vast sums in their quest for a single vial. For instance, this very vial in my possession cost me 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with considerable favors to procure. It is solely for today, as a birthday gift for Miss Ku. Once he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings for a considerable time. Eventually, someone exclaimed in astonishment, 300,000 low-grade spirit stones? Young Master Fan is indeed generous. Of course, young Master Fan is a distinguished disciple of Master Wang. Such an expenditure is well within his means. Yet, the question lingered in the air, what precisely is this item? Upon hearing this, Fan Shaoan, with an air of pride, replied, As I mentioned earlier, the name of this item should be familiar to you all. It is none other than the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Boom. At the utterance of this name, a wave of astonishment rippled through the entire pavilion. What? This is the Foundation Establishment Elixir? I have heard of it. It is said to be personally concocted by a great master, capable of enhancing the cultivation of Qi martial realm practitioners without any side effects. Indeed, I have also heard of it. I even contemplated purchasing it. However, the spirit communication apothecary sells it in limited quantities, and even with wealth, one cannot acquire it. Exactly. My father previously attempted to procure it at a high price, but was unsuccessful. I never imagined that Brother Fan would manage to obtain a vial. It appears Brother Fan truly possesses extraordinary connections. The crowd erupted in exclamations of admiration. However, standing nearby, Xiao Chen wore an expression of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that after such a lengthy embellishment, the final gift presented by Fan Shaoan was, in fact, a self-formulated foundation establishment elixir. What was more, it was merely contained in a small vial. Moreover, it commanded a staggering price of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. Had the value of the foundation establishment elixir escalated to such an extent? Xiao Chen felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. This, young Master Fan, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. On the other side, Kuro, upon seeing the elixir, immediately rose to decline the offer. Fan Shaoan responded with a calm smile, saying, Miss Ku, you are destined to be the future leader of the medicinal realm in Tianxiang Nation, while I aspire to be a master craftsman in the same realm. This vial of foundation establishment elixir serves two purposes. Firstly, to celebrate your birthday. Secondly, I wish to propose to you. I, Fan Shaoan, have long admired you, and I hope you can be my partner. Upon hearing this declaration, those surrounding them nodded in agreement. One is a future renowned physician, and the other, a future master of crafting. This pair, blessed with talent and beauty, truly seemed like a match made in heaven. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen inadvertently spewed a mouthful of tea. Huh? Country bumpkin. What do you mean by that? Fan Shaoan's eyes widened in anger as he glared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen wiped his mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, It's nothing. I am merely curious as to how you, Fan Shaoan, possess such audacity to propose with nothing more than this meager vial. Is that not rather shabby? Chapter 54, Xiao Chen's Gift. Upon hearing this, Fan Shaoan's expression darkened instantly. A meager vial? Fan Shaoan narrowed his eyes. Not only he, but even the onlookers began to regard Xiao Chen with increasingly unfriendly glares. Alas, you unsophisticated simpleton, what do you truly comprehend? This foundational elixir is a peerless divine medicine, and yet you dare to speak of it so dismissively? Indeed, this mere vial is worth more than what you could ever acquire, even should you sell yourself. The efficacy of this potion is unparalleled, undoubtedly crafted by a masterful being, and I shall not permit you to profane it. Sigh, trash is indeed trash, capable only of seeking attention without any genuine merit. The crowd regarded Xiao Chen with disdain, shaking their heads in disapproval. However, as Xiao Chen absorbed their criticisms, he found himself uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement, for while they derided him, they simultaneously elevated him. Meanwhile, Fan Shaoan sneered, Had you not spoken, I might have nearly forgotten your presence. Everyone here has already presented gifts to Miss Ku. What of yours? Surely, you have not come merely to partake in the festivities? Upon hearing this, Yuninga felt a weight in her heart. Due to the haste of the occasion, Xiao Chen had not had time to prepare a gift, just as she intended to offer her own present to him. She noticed Xiao Chen's calm smile as he proclaimed, Rest assured, I have indeed prepared a gift. What? Even Yuninga was taken aback. A gift? How could he possibly have arranged one in advance? Fan Shaoan scoffed, Oh, is that so? I wonder, what kind of gift have you prepared? Surely it is not merely potatoes grown in your own backyard? For someone of your limited experience, that would indeed be considered a treasure. Hearing these words, Ku Ro clenched her teeth and retorted, Fan Shaoan, I have already stated that Xiao Chen is a very important friend of mine. You cannot treat him with such disrespect. Upon hearing Ku Ro unexpectedly defend Xiao Chen, Fan Shaoan's heart ignited with jealousy. Disrespectful? Have I uttered anything erroneous? This impoverished fellow is clearly here to partake in the feast. Miss Ku, your naivety is astonishing if you consider such a character a friend. Fan Shaoan spoke coldly. In response, Xiao Chen let out a derisive laugh and retorted, Impoverished? What gives you the audacity to label me as such? Fan Shaoan regarded Xiao Chen with a provocative smirk. Oh really? Then do present your gift. Let us see what makes you worthy of criticizing the quality of mine. With a sigh, Xiao Chen replied, Alas, if that is the case, I shall show my humble offering. He then turned to Ku Ro and remarked, Miss Ku, it so happens that my gift bears a striking resemblance to young Master Fan's. Before he could finish, someone nearby scoffed, Resemble? Could it be that you too possess a vial of foundation establishment liquid? The crowd erupted in laughter, convinced that Xiaochen could never produce such a treasure. Unfazed, Xiaochen smiled calmly. A vial of Foundation Establishment liquid? How trivial. I happen to have 5 vials, which I shall present as a birthday gift for Miss Ku. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing 5 vials of Foundation Establishment liquid. These were remnants from his previous cultivation. In an instant, the pavilion fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Foundation Establishment liquid? 5 vials. Was this a jest? Furthermore, his vials were 10 times larger than Fan Xiaowen's. A single vial of Fan Xiaowen's Foundation Establishment liquid was worth 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, his 5 substantial vials must be valued at an astonishing 15 million low-grade spirit stones. My heavens, what a display of wealth! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Not only them, even Kuro was momentarily breathless. Young Master Xiaochen, this gift is exceedingly extravagant, isn't it? Her voice trembled slightly. 15 million inferior spirit stones. Even for her, is an immense sum. Huh, what a farce. Xiaochen, I never imagined you would concoct such a clumsy lie. How could there possibly be such a large bottle of Foundation Establishment elixir? You dare to present a counterfeit as a birthday gift for Miss Ko? Everyone, I propose we throw this fellow out. Fan Xiaowen shouted loudly. What? Is it fake? Upon hearing this, the crowd wavered once more. At that moment, Xiaochen responded with a cold smile. Miss Kuro, you are a genius from the Xinglin Academy. It is for you to discern the truth. Kuro paused for a moment, then nodded. Very well. As she spoke, she first opened Fan Xiaowen's Foundation Establishment elixir and tasted it with her fingertip. Then she opened Xiaochen's elixir and tasted it similarly. Afterward, her eyes lit up. The components of both are indeed identical. Moreover, young Master Xiaochen's elixir seems to be even more concentrated. What? Impossible. Fan Xiaowen was astounded. Let me take a look too. Another girl from Xinglin Academy approached, and after her inspection, she nodded. What Kuro said is correct. This Foundation Establishment elixir is indeed genuine. However, Fan Gongzi's elixir is considerably diluted. The reason remains unknown. Hearing this, Xiaochen smiled nonchalantly and remarked, that is because Fan Xiaowen's Foundation Establishment elixir was mixed with water. You. Utter nonsense. At these words, Fan Xiaowen's expression shifted dramatically. The foundational spirit liquid was exceedingly expensive, and after purchasing it, he felt that gifting it would be a waste. So he deliberately consumed half for himself, diluting the remainder with water as a fade. He believed his ruse was flawless, yet unexpectedly it was unveiled by Xiaochen. Ah, your assertion does seem accurate. Young Master Fan's foundational spirit liquid contains half water. Could it be? Young Master Fan, a future master craftsman, actually used watered-down elixirs as gifts, hoping to woo Kuro with it? My heavens, how can one be so shameless? If not for young Master Zhao's revelation, we would all have been kept in the dark. In an instant, the gazes directed at Fan Xiaowen brimmed with contempt. Seeing this, Fan Xiaowen's face flushed crimson, and he abruptly turned to Xiaochen, exclaiming, You worthless fool, this is all your fault. Perish. As he spoke, he struck out towards Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen prepared to retaliate, a white figure flashed before him. Young Master Bai had positioned himself as a shield. Bang! He extended his hand and seized Fan Xiaowen's wrist. What do you mean by this, young Master Bai? Fan Xiaowen gasped in astonishment. Taken aback that young Master Bai would intervene. Brother Bai, this is, after all, Miss Ku's birthday celebration. It would not be appropriate for you to act, he continued. Moreover, the sword god of Pingu is arriving shortly. I have stagnated in my swordsmanship for 3 years, and this opportunity to receive guidance from the sword god is invaluable. I will not allow anyone to impede me. Not even you. Young Master Bai's expression was icy as he responded. Fan Xiaowen cast a glance at young Master Bai, gritted his teeth, and said to Xiaochen, You are fortunate this time. Next time, you shall not be so lucky. With that, he swept his sleeve and departed, no longer mentioning the matter of courtship. Indeed, after the recent incident, he had already sent the person home, and he had no face to linger any longer. Chapter 55. Utter nonsense, you saved me once? Xiaochen responded with a cold laugh. Young Master Bai squinted and said, Isn't it so? Fan Xiaowen had already reached the first level of the spirit martial realm. Even an average student from the Dragon Martial Academy would be unable to withstand his strike, let alone someone like you. Someone like you? What do you mean by that? Naturally, it referred to a waste. In young Master Bai's eyes, even though Xiaochen possessed wealth, enabling him to procure foundational spirit liquid and enhance his cultivation, he remained a waste. For martial arts cultivation, While the realm is one aspect, the understanding of techniques and martial skills, along with practical combat experience, cannot be compensated for by elixirs. This young master Bai appears to hold considerable confidence in his own abilities, Xiao Chun mused with a smile. Before young master Bai could respond, a youth sneered, Xiao Chun, you wouldn't happen to not recognize young master Bai, would you? His name is Bai Tianlang. He graduated from the Dragon Martial Academy last year, ranking among the top 30 geniuses. By the time of his graduation, he had already attained the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Moreover, he has been cultivating in the northern wilderness for the past year, so his current realm must be far superior to before. The youth inquired of Bai Tianlang with his gaze. Just last month, I broke through to the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. During the day, Bai Tianlang spoke with an air of indifference. What? He has actually reached the 5th level of spirit martial realm? How astonishingly powerful! With his current cultivation, he would likely rank among the top 100 of his peers in the entire Tianxiang kingdom, perhaps even higher. Bai Tianlang was never one to excel solely based on his realm when he was at Longwu Academy. His greatest strength lay in his exquisite swordsmanship, rendering him nearly invincible among those of the same realm. Even in battles across realms, he often emerged victorious. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle. So it turns out you're merely at the 5th level of spirit martial realm. You carry yourself as if you possess the prowess of the heaven martial realm. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. No one expected Xiao Chun to speak so boldly after learning of Bai Tianlang's strength. Bai Tianlang narrowed his eyes. Gazing at Xiao Chun, there are very few in Tianxiang City who dare to speak to me in such a manner. Xiao Chun replied with a smile. Is that so? Then let me count myself among them. As the tension between the two escalated, Kuro quickly intervened. Gentlemen, today is my birthday celebration. I kindly ask you to grant me this favor. Bai Tianlang cast a glance at Kuro and nodded. Very well, for the sake of Miss Ko, I shall not hold this against him. With that, he returned to his seat. Wow, young Master Bai is so handsome. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he also possesses such a generous heart. Indeed, in contrast to Xiao Chun, who, despite young Master Bai's kind rescue, responded with harsh words. Such character is truly disheartening. A few young ladies at the table whispered among themselves. Although the voice was soft, it reached Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen, I am truly sorry. Kuro's expression changed slightly. She did not anticipate that her birthday gathering would cause Xiao Chen such embarrassment. Having just acquired the Xianling heavy water, Xiao Chun intended to make a decisive breakthrough to the spirit martial realm. Xiao Chen, please wait a moment. The master of the lake sword is about to arrive. This is a rare opportunity, Kuro hastily urged. However, Xiao Chen shook his head and replied, I see no necessity for that. I believe there are few in this world qualified to instruct me in the art of swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, a long howl echoed through the night sky. Few are qualified to guide you? How arrogant. As the words were spoken, a fierce wind whirled through the air, and a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Clang. Upon his arrival, the man resembled a sharp blade, though he had not drawn his sword. The aura of his swordsmanship was palpable, indicating he had reached the legendary realm of unity between man and sword. The master of the lake sword? Bai Tianlang's eyes brightened as he stood and bowed. What? This is the master of the lake sword? The young people at the gathering all rose and bowed respectfully to the master of the lake sword. Miss Ku, I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by some personal matters at the Xingling Academy, the soul sword god said, offering a respectful gesture to Kuro. Gasp. Those around them felt a chill run down their spines. It is well known that the master of the lake sword is among the top figures in the entire Tianxiang kingdom. To see such a person showing such deference to Kuro was indeed extraordinary. Even the most talented disciples of the Xingling Academy did not receive such treatment. Amidst the crowd, only Yi Ninger comprehended the intricate relationships at play. However, she would naturally remain silent about the matter. The sword god of Pingu. I am already overjoyed that you could attend. Please, take your seat. Kuro exclaimed with a smile. The sword god of Pingu waved his hand and remarked, no rush. I just heard someone from afar proclaim that I am unworthy to instruct his swordsmanship. I wonder which genius dares to utter such audacious words. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiao Chun. Mr. Pingu, he is my friend. His words were merely unintentional. Please do not take them to heart. Kuro hurriedly intervened, attempting to smooth things over. Indeed, esteemed sword god, given your stature, it would be beneath you to concern yourself with a mere waste. Bai Tianlang added. Upon hearing this, the sword god of Pingu scrutinized Bai Tianlang and nodded slightly. saying, "The essence of the Qingwei sword is restrained, yet full of potential." Upon receiving this commendation, Bai Tianlong's eyes sparkled with ecstatic delight. However, turning to glance at Xiaochen, the sword god furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your sword energy is chaotic and overly abundant, lacking focus, and your disposition is rather frivolous. It seems you possess only mediocre talent." With this single statement, Xiao Chun was rendered worthless in the eyes of the crowd. Following the sword goddess assessment, the onlookers regarded Xiao Chun with a newfound disdain, save for Ku Rou and Yi Ninger, who displayed expressions of anxiety. "Mr. Pingu, this young master Xiao Chun is a dear friend of mine. Might I beseech you to offer him some guidance?" Ku Rou quickly bowed, unwilling to let Xiao Chun miss this rare opportunity, even if it meant personally stepping forward. The sword god of Pingu furrowed his brows at the sound, pondering deeply for a considerable time before he sighed. "Very well. Who am I to disregard a debt of gratitude owed to your father? Since Miss Ku has spoken, I shall grant him an opportunity." With that, he cast a glance at Xiao Chun and Bai Tianlang, declaring, "I shall execute a strike now. You two, pay close attention." Indeed, Bai Tianlang rejoiced, while Xiao Chun, initially indifferent to the display, chose to show respect, not wanting to put Miss Ku in an awkward position. "Humph." The sword god of Pingu noted Xiao Chen's demeanor and scoffed, "One strike of the Xiaosei, a sword that descends like the Milky Way." Clang. In the next moment, the sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, seemingly transforming into a gentle stream that gracefully flowed past the long pavilion and landed upon the distant lakeside. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the lake water soared into the heavens before cascading down, resembling a torrent from the sky. "What do you perceive?" The sword god of Pingu sheathed his sword, turning to Bai Tianlang and Xiao Chun. "The sword's essence flows like a great river, subtly imbued with the essence of the stars. Such a realm can only be attained by those who have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship," Bai Tianlang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The sword god of Pingu beamed with delight, nodding approvingly. "You, young man, have articulated 3/10 of the spirit behind my strike." He then turned to Xiao Chun, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, and inquired with a frown, "And you?" Xiao Chun set down the chicken leg, dislodging a bone, and retorted, "Nonsense. What is there to discern?" Chapter 56. All Flaws Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the space, as everyone present, including Ku Rou, stared wide-eyed at Xiao Chun. No one comprehends why Xiao Chun would utter such words. "Very well, Miss Ku. I have traversed the realms of Tianxiang for decades and have never endured such humiliation. Your friend is quite remarkable." The sword god of Pingu glared at Ku Rou with indignation. Flustered, Ku Rou turned to Xiao Chun and implored, "Young Master Xiao, how can you speak in such a manner? Quickly apologize to Mr. Pingu." As she spoke, she desperately signaled him with her eyes. However, Xiao Chun merely shook his head and replied, "Why should I apologize? I am merely stating the truth." Since the moment the sword god of Pingu appeared, he had regarded Xiao Chun with disdain, and his public declaration of Xiao Chen's insignificance had stirred displeasure within him. Were it not for his temperament, he would not have been so resolute in withholding respect. "Ah, Miss Ku, what an excellent friend you have. Were it not for your birthday today, I would have certainly dispatched him with a single strike. As for guidance, I see no need for it from an old man like me. Farewell," the sword god of Pingu declared, turning to leave. "Senior, please wait," Bai Tianlang exclaimed urgently from the side. "What do you wish to convey?" The sword god of Pingu retorted coldly. "Senior, this fool has always spoken without restraint. Do not stoop to his level." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun let out a derisive laugh and said, "Bow down and confess? Kneel for 10 days? Bai Tianlang, I have long wished to say this, from the very beginning. You have been shouting orders here. What makes you think you have the right to command me?" A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Tianlang's eyes as he responded. "Xiao Chun, the esteemed sword god of Pingu, is a senior expert. He is too dignified to take action against you. Although I may be a few years older than you, we are nonetheless of the same generation. I offer you one final opportunity. Should you refuse to comply with my demands, I shall sever your limbs at this very moment." With a swift motion, Bai Tianlang unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at Xiao Chun. "Huh, sever my limbs? If you possess the capability, then by all means, do attempt it," Xiao Chun retorted coldly. Bai Tianlang, with a frigid demeanor, responded, "Very well. I have long desired to teach you a lesson. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall oblige." With that, an explosive force emanated from his body. Bai Tianlang ceased this at once. At that moment, Yi Ninger stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiao Chun. Bai Tianlang furrowed his brow, addressing Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, do you truly intend to hide behind a woman? Xiao Chun replied indifferently, certainly not. Ninger, step aside. But Xiao Chun Yi Ninger exclaimed anxiously. It is of no consequence. He is merely a practitioner of the spirit martial realm. Defeating him will be effortless. Xiao Chun stated with calm assurance. Merely a practitioner of the spirit martial realm? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Very well, Xiao Chun. I shall be keen to see how you intend to prevail against me. Bai Tianlang declared coldly. I too wish to witness your esteemed swordsmanship. Even the sword god of Pingu regarded Xiao Chun with derision. Very well, allow me to broaden your horizons, just a touch. Xiao Chun scoffed, drawing the Tianhan sword. With a resonant clang, the blade gleamed, releasing an aura of chill within the pavilion. Oh, quite an impressive sword indeed. The sword god of Pingu remarked, somewhat astonished. A fine sword, yet in the hands of a fool it is rendered utterly useless. During the day, Bai Tianlang let out a cold laugh. Wielding his sword with a flourish, directing a surge of sword energy towards Xiao Chun. With a swift movement, Xiao Chun executed a strike. Reminiscent of the technique just demonstrated by the sword god of Pingu. The sword energy surged forth, aimed straight at Xiao Chun. What a remarkable lad! To grasp the essence of my technique in such a brief moment. Observing this scene, the sword god of Pingu regarded Bai Tianlang with newfound respect. However, Xiao Chun smirked and remarked, I already stated that your previous strike was utterly nonsensical. This one is even inferior. How dare you attempt it against me? Allow me to shatter it. As he spoke, Xiao Chun casually thrust his Tianhan sword forward. Is this boy simply resigning himself to defeat? The onlookers were filled with doubt as they witnessed this moment. Yet, in the next instant, boom! Bai Tianlong's sword energy disintegrated under the force of Xiao Chun's strike, while Xiao Chun's Tianhan sword advanced unimpeded. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and blood splattered. The Tianhan sword pierced half an inch into Bai Tianlong's chest. A mere fraction more, and it would have pierced his heart, sealing his fate. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the arena in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. How is this possible? Bai Tianlang has actually been defeated? A genius of the 5th level of the spirit martial realm has fallen to a mere waste? Moreover, it was a one-strike defeat? The spectators were in utter disbelief at the unfolding reality. No, it cannot be. How could I lose to a waste? Bai Tianlong's eyes widened in shock. Defeated by a waste? That only suggests that you are the greater fool. Xiao Chun retorted with a cold sneer. Initially, with Xiao Chun's current prowess, even to triumph over Bai Tianlang, he would need to maintain a distance of at least 100 moves. After all, the latter's cultivation level far surpassed his own. Despite Xiao Chun possessing superior martial arts techniques and the power of his bloodline, overcoming such disparities would require considerable effort. However, Bai Tianlang, in a moment of folly, sought to showcase his talent before the sword god of Pingu, executing the very strike that the sword god had just performed. Yet, at the instant the sword god unleashed his attack, Xiao Chun had already analyzed its essence and flaws through the martial god strategy. Thus, every nuance of that sword technique was etched in his memory. Consequently, Bai Tianlong's attempt was tantamount to courting disaster. With a single move, Xiao Chun dismantled his attack, resulting in an instant defeat. As Xiao Chun sheathed his sword, he turned to the sword god of Pingu and proclaimed, Sword god, I previously remarked that your technique is utterly nonsensical, and you did not heed my words. Allow me to elucidate. Your strike, heralded as the sorrowful sword, should embody the merciless intent of the heavenly path to unleash its fullest potential. Yet, in your misguided wisdom, you sought to embellish it with the essence of the stars, which, while appearing profound, ultimately proves to be superfluous. The fierce intent of your killing strike has been needlessly fragmented, marking the foremost flaw of your technique. Upon hearing this, the sword god of Pingu felt a stir within, sensing a semblance of truth in Xiao Chun's words. The second significant flaw of your technique lies in its excessive ambiguity. The third flaw. With the heavenly cold sword in hand, Xiao Chun meticulously pointed out the shortcomings of the sword god's attack, one by one. As the renowned sword god of Pingu absorbed these words, his initial fury and defiance gradually morphed into astonishment and admiration. He had never fathomed that within his singular sword strike lay so many flaws. This revelation instilled within him a disheartening realization that the majority of his lifetime's dedication to swordsmanship might have been in vain. A quarter of an hour later, the 72nd flaw of your sword technique enough. I am parched from speaking. Let us pause here for now. With this, Xiao Qin took a cup of tea amidst the bewildered expressions of the onlookers and drank it down in one go. Good heavens, is everything this lad said truly valid? Could it possibly be false? After all, he is the sword god of Pingu. Even if his technique is not flawless, how could it possess such numerous shortcomings? Look, the sword god's face has turned pale with anger. I dare say he is on the verge of exploding. Let us keep our distance, lest we be caught in the fallout. The crowd promptly vacated their seats, distancing themselves from Xiao Qin and the sword god. However, on the contrary, the sword god, seeing Xiao Qin cease his discourse, spoke up. Young Master Xiao, do not stop. Please continue. I am all ears. Chapter 57. Breakthrough to the spiritual martial realm. What? The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. Everyone had assumed that the sword god was about to unleash his wrath, yet here he was, requesting Xiao Qin to carry on. Was it possible that he harbored a penchant for self-flagellation? How is this? No one is to incapacitate me. Xiao Qin replied with an icy demeanor. The sword god's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, who claimed such a thing? Who dared to suggest that Xiao Qin should be rendered limbless? Step forward, and I shall deal with him. Amidst the crowd, Bai Tianlang wore an expression of utter astonishment. The revered Jian Shun of Pingu shot him a fierce glare and declared, You insolent wretch, how dare you show disrespect to young Master Xiao? Immediately kneel and offer your apologies to young Master Xiao until he grants you forgiveness. What? Bai Tianlang exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Just moments ago, he had engaged in combat with Xiao Qin, hoping to curry favor with the Jian Shun. How had the situation devolved into this? What? You dare to contest this? The Jian Shun's eyes glinted with a frosty light. Bai Tianlang swallowed hard, hastily shaking his head. No, I concede. With gritted teeth, he knelt before Xiao Qin, murmuring, Young Master Xiao, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier transgressions. At that moment, the Jian Shun turned to Xiao Qin, clasping his hands in respect. Young Master Xiao, your profound understanding of the sword path leaves me in awe. Among all the martial artists I have encountered throughout my decades of experience, you rank a close second. Thus, I humbly beseech you to impart your wisdom on the sword. What? The guests at the table were left in a state of shock. What kind of absurdity was this? Who was the Jian Shun of Pingu? To receive his guidance was a coveted opportunity that countless young talents of Tianxiang City yearned for. Yet now, this esteemed Jian Shun was seeking instruction from Xiao Qin? It was chaos. Sighing, Xiao Qin frowned and replied, I am rather occupied. I have no time to offer you guidance. Thud. A group of individuals nearby collapsed in disbelief. This Xiao Qin was refusing to provide counsel? Young Master Xiao, no, I am Lu Pingu, and I sincerely implore you to bestow your teachings upon me. The sword god of Pingu bowed to Xiao Qin. Observing this scene, Xiao Qin sighed and said, Very well, given your earnestness, I shall offer you some guidance. Whether you can comprehend it, however, depends on your innate understanding. Pay close attention. As he spoke, Xiao Qin unsheathed the Tianhan sword. With a swift motion, he executed a strike that seemed to pierce the heavens. Remarkably, this attack mirrored the technique previously employed by El Pingu and by Tianlang. Yet, despite the similarity in form, the essence of the swordplay was entirely distinct. Upon the release of this strike, an overwhelming aura of pure, chilling lethality emanated from Xiao Qin, momentarily freezing the very blood within the spectators. Boom. The surge of sword intent crashed down upon the lake's surface, instantly stirring half of its waters into a tumultuous eruption, cascading down like a magnificent waterfall. In terms of sheer force, it surpassed El Pingu's strike by several magnitudes. This swordplay was a manifestation of Xiao Qin's prowess, refined through the martial god strategy. Although time was insufficient for him to achieve perfection, even this display was astonishingly impressive. Take your time to comprehend it. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he departed, leaving the onlookers in a state of profound astonishment. In the days that followed, it was rumored that, on that very night, the sword god of Pingu, El Pingu, and Bai Tianlang stood by the lakeside for an entire night. Shortly thereafter, news emerged of their simultaneous breakthroughs. But those events unfolded later. Xiao Qin wait. Just as Xiao Qin exited the residence of Kuro, he heard Yininger calling from behind. Is there something else? Xiao Qin inquired, furrowing his brow. When did you become so formidable? Yininger gazed at Xiao Qin, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Her intention in bringing Xiao Qin here was to seek the guidance of the sword god of Pingu, hoping to enhance his chances in the forthcoming duel against Lin Wu. Yet, at this moment, Yi Ninger realized that her efforts might have been superfluous. Given Xiao Chen's current prowess, he hardly required anyone's counsel. Well, to be honest, I have been diligently studying all these years. I simply chose not to reveal it before outsiders. Xiao Chen offered a casual excuse. What? Is it truly so? Yi Ninger exclaimed, her entire being shaken. Reflecting on her own experiences, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Unfazed by worldly fame and fortune, he devoted himself to study, solely in pursuit of the highest path. Such a saintly disposition could only be achieved by someone of exceptional character. With this realization, Yi Ninger could no longer harbor any condescension towards Xiao Chen. Instead, she was filled with profound admiration. Oh, I had intended to remain low-key, but alas, the world compels one to act otherwise. Such is my plight. Xiao Chen lamented, embracing the situation. Upon hearing his words, Yi Ninger felt her heart flutter, her youthful spirit racing with excitement. Xiao Chen, could you perhaps offer me some guidance as well? Yi Ninger inquired in a soft, almost timid voice. Guide you? Certainly. However, I have some matters to attend to first. Once I resolve the situation with Lin Wu, seek me out. Xiao Chen replied. No need. I can manage on my own. With a gentle laugh, Xiao Chen took his leave. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately commenced his seclusion. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm of Qi martial arts, and with an abundance of Xianling heavy water at my disposal, it is indeed time for a breakthrough to a higher realm. With that thought, Xiao Chen took out all the Xianling heavy water and consumed it in one swift motion. The battle dragon technique surged into action. Xiao Chen immediately began to activate his cultivation method, refining the Xianling heavy water while simultaneously absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. An hour passed, then two. Finally, after diligently cultivating for a full 3 hours, a powerful aura erupted from within Xiao Chen. The first realm of spirit martial arts. I have finally achieved a breakthrough. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, exclaiming in delight. Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted. It was Hua Yulian. Sister Hua, have you broken through to the 8th realm of spirit martial arts? Xiao Chen turned to her, somewhat astonished. It was only a short while ago that Hua Yulian was at the 4th realm of spirit martial arts before her seclusion. However, as he pondered, Xiao Chen quickly understood. Although Hua Yulian had been stagnant in her cultivation for years, she had laid an incredibly solid foundation. Nevertheless, maintaining such a rapid rate of progress in the future would be unrealistic. Chapter 58, The True Prodigy? Thanks to the cultivation method you provided me, I have been able to advance at such a swift pace. By the way, young master, I did not wish to disturb you during your training, but there is something I must inform you of. Today is the day of the practical examination at the Dragon Martial Academy. Hua Yulian said. What? The practical examination? ISNT that's still 10 days away? Xiao Chen responded, astonished. The examinations at the Dragon Martial Academy consist of 2 types, theoretical and practical. On the day Xiao Chen traversed into this realm, it coincided with the theoretical assessment. However, it was expected that the practical examination should commence in a few days. When does the assessment begin? Xiao Chen inquired urgently. It seems to have already commenced, replied Hua Yulian. Then what are we hesitating for? Let us go, Xiao Chen declared, immediately rushing out of the dormitory. Meanwhile, at Longwu Academy's martial arts arena, a resounding crash echoed as a wooden puppet collapsed. Li Tianjue has successfully passed the assessment in a mere 100 breaths, announced a teacher from the academy in a tone devoid of emotion. Following this proclamation, gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands. Is this truly Li Tianjue? No wonder he is among the top 10 prodigies of his grade. He completed the assessment in just 100 breaths. It appears he is solidly within the top 10, and perhaps he may even break into the top 5. Amidst the murmurs, a sharp-featured man approached Luo Shi. Teacher Luo Shi, your student is quite impressive, he remarked. Luo Shi turned her gaze towards him, recognizing him as Huang Qihu, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the 3rd year. Indeed, Li Tianjue is truly an outstanding talent among this year's students. Luo Shi replied with composure. Oh, then, Teacher Luo, this assessment seems rather tedious. Why don't we have a friendly competition between our 2 classes? Huang Qihu proposed. Luo Shi furrowed her brow and asked, how would we compete? Huang Qihu smirked and said, let us see which class has students ranking higher among the top 10. The losing class must kneel and bow before the victors in front of the entire school. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi replied indifferently, such a contest is utterly meaningless. Let us forego it. At that moment, A voice interjected. Could it be that teacher Luo she fears defeat? After all, how could the inept students of your class possibly triumph over us? The members of Class 6 glared in anger at the source of the voice. Qin Su. Upon recognizing the speaker, most averted their gazes immediately, for he was also a genius ranked among the top 10 in the grade, someone beyond their capacity to provoke. At this juncture, Li Tianjue had approached Luo Shi, casting a look at Qin Su as he remarked, Qin Su, do you truly believe you possess the confidence to surpass me? Throughout their 3 years of schooling, Li Tianjue had consistently outperformed Qin Su in every assessment. Thus he faced him with considerable arrogance. Surpass you? That would be a mere trifle, Qin Su retorted, his expression dripping with disdain. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Tianjue's eyes before he turned to Luo Shi, saying, Teacher Luo, let us compete with them. Luo Shi furrowed her brow and replied, Li Tianjue, such matters may not be prudent. What if you were to lose to Qin Su? Glancing at Luo Shi, Li Tianjue coolly responded, I cannot possibly lose to Qin Su. Moreover, let us not forget, there is still one person from our class who has yet to arrive. Understanding the implication that Li Tianjue referred to Xiao Chun, Luo Shi nodded in agreement. Very well, Teacher Huang, we may proceed with the competition. However, I believe that bowing in submission is excessively humiliating for the students. Why not alter the wager instead? Huang Qihu narrowed his eyes and inquired, what shall we change it to? Qualification for the Longwu trials. Luo Shi declared, the Dragon Martial Examination is the grandest event held by the Dragon Martial Academy. Achieving remarkable results in this examination not only grants substantial rewards in cultivation resources, but also attracts the attention of various factions within the Tianxiang Kingdom. Each year, numerous students from the Dragon Martial Academy leverage their prowess demonstrated during the examination to secure promising futures. Typically, only fifth-year students nearing graduation are eligible to participate. However, to accommodate the prodigious talents among the younger years, 2 slots for the Dragon Martial Examination are allocated to each class starting from the 3rd year. Those fortunate enough to obtain these slots are invariably gifted individuals, consequently garnering greater attention from the academy and various factions. Upon hearing this, Huang Qihu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sly smile crept upon his lips as he declared, Very well, I accept your wager. Next, Qin Su, please take the stage. The assessment instructor announced loudly from the arena. I'm coming. Qin Su laughed heartily, soaring onto the arena. Activate the wooden puppet, commanded the instructor. Shatter for me. Qin Su bellowed, striking the wooden puppet with a powerful palm. Boom, boom, boom. The confrontation between the individual and the puppet erupted within the arena. Students from classes 6 and 7 watched intently, anxiously counting the seconds. 30 breaths, 31 breaths. 67 breaths, 68 breaths. 105. 106. Finally, at the count of 108 breaths. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Qin Su shattered the puppet with a single palm strike. Haha, victory is mine. Qin Su exclaimed, having taken 8 breaths longer than Li Tianjue. With a time of 108 breaths, the members of Class 6 erupted in jubilant cheers. Luo Shi wore a beaming smile and declared, Teacher Huang, I shall claim the 2 spots from your class. However, Huang Qihu wore a nonchalant expression and replied, Teacher Luo, you celebrate far too soon. Our class still has a genius yet to make an appearance. Excuse me? Another? Luo Shi was momentarily taken aback. According to his understanding, the strongest student in Huang Qihu's class was Qin Su. If he mentioned another, who could that possibly be? Well then, it is my turn to take the stage. At that moment, a voice resonated. In the next instant, a figure soared into the arena. What? Lin Wu? How could it be him? The students of Class 6 exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't Lin Wu from our class? How did he end up in Class 7? Huang Qihu looked at Luo Shi with a smile and said, I apologize, Teacher Luo, but just this morning, Lin Wu transferred to our class. And all the paperwork has been completed. What? Lin Wu, what are you planning? Upon hearing this, Luo Shi's brow furrowed. In Longwu Academy, a student's voluntary transfer was considered an affront to their teacher. Yet, upon hearing Luo Shi's voice, Lin Wu let out a cold laugh, saying, Teacher Luo, this is the consequence of your foolishness. You chose to forsake a true prodigy like me for a worthless cheat. Allow me to demonstrate how ridiculous your mistake truly is. With that, Lin Wu's aura surged with energy. Boom. A formidable presence radiated from him. The 9th level of the Qi martial realm? How is this possible? Upon witnessing this scene, apart from Qin Su and Huang Qihu, Everyone in the training arena was left in astonishment. Chapter 59. A kick that sends flying. The pinnacle of the Qi martial realm at the 9th level? How can this be? Lin Wu was only at the 6th level of the Qi martial realm. Was he not? My heavens, even Li Tianjue has only just entered the 8th level of the Qi martial realm, which pales in comparison to Lin Wu. And it's not just Li Tianjue. Not a single person in the entire 3rd year has managed to break through to the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. If that is the case, does it not mean that Lin Wu now possesses the strength to be the top student in the entire year? How infuriating. How could this fellow defect to Class 7? Our Class 6 has lost all face. Alas, one cannot blame Lin Wu. After all, it was teacher Luo who, to protect Xiao Chun, forced Lin Wu into seclusion for self-reflection. I can only imagine how regretful teacher Luo must be now, having sacrificed a prodigy for the sake of a waste. The most critical aspect is that the days ahead for Class 7 will not be easy. All the blame falls on that useless Xiao Chun. The members of Class 6 murmured among themselves. In a corner of the stands, Yao Feifei sat quietly. My choice has proven to be impeccable. Lin Wu is indeed the foremost prodigy of Longwu Academy. He surpasses that useless Xiao Chun by 1,000-fold. She silently declared in her heart. Teacher, may we commence? Lin Wu smiled as he spoke in the training arena. Yes, let us begin. The assessment teacher couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration upon seeing Lin Wu. With a whoosh, the wooden puppet surged forward, charging at Lin Wu. A mere piece of broken wood. Watch as I dismantle you. I soul palm. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Wu's eyes as he struck the wooden puppet's right leg with a powerful palm. With a sudden crash, the right leg was instantly frozen, rendering it immobile. At that moment, Lin Wu swiftly maneuvered to the back of the wooden puppet and struck down with a powerful palm. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the wooden puppet was hurled out of the arena. What? He won so quickly? Moreover, he had only made 2 moves. This is astonishing. The audience on the platform felt a tremor in their hearts. Teacher, it is time to announce the results. Lin Wu glanced at the assessment teacher and said, Yes, Lin Wu has passed the assessment with a time of 2 breaths, currently ranking first. The assessment teacher declared. Boom. In an instant, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Defeating the wooden puppet in just 2 breaths, it seems reminiscent of Zhou Lianyi and Sidu Tian from 2 years ago, doesn't it? On the main platform, the vice president, Luo Sun, furrowed his brow and remarked, Yes, but at that time, those 2 were only at the 8th level of the Qi martial realm. In terms of talent, Lin Wu still cannot be compared to them. Yet he has reason to be proud. Vice President Luo, it appears your niece has misjudged. She forsook such a talent for a seemingly worthless individual. Another elder sighed and shook his head. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lin Wu looked at Luo Shi with an air of pride and said, Teacher Luo, did you see that? Do you regret it now? Compared to me, Xiao Chun is nothing but a waste. And yet, you chose to forsake me for a waste. Hearing this, Yi Ninger immediately retorted, Lin Wu, why are you so arrogant? The assessment is not over yet. Xiao Chun will surely surpass you. Li Tianjue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Chun's strength far exceeds yours. The 2 individuals had witnessed Xiao Chun in action. Thus, even though Lin Wu currently possessed extraordinary combat strength, they remained convinced that Xiao Chun would not be defeated. However, upon hearing their words, Lin Wu laughed heartily and retorted, Oh, is that so? But where is Xiao Chun now? I fail to see him. I understand. That good-for-nothing who can only cheat, knowing that participating in the assessment would only lead to embarrassment, has chosen to flee at the last moment, hasn't he? You dare to boast about such trash? It is utterly laughable. Just then, a voice boomed from outside the martial arts arena. Who says I am afraid to come? Suddenly, 2 figures, one after the other, landed gracefully on the viewing platform. Xiao Chun. Is that really Xiao Chun? What? That cheater? He dares to show up? Humph. Speak only when you have evidence. I believe Xiao Chun possesses some skill. What skill? I hail from the same hometown as this fellow, and he has been a glutton since childhood. Meanwhile, upon seeing Xiao Chun, Luo Shi eagerly exclaimed, Xiao Chun, you have finally arrived. Just now, she proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Indeed, Xiao Chun, even if you are not a waste, how can you possibly compare to a genius like Lin Wu? Xiao Chun, perhaps you should apologize to Lin Wu. If he forgives you, life in our Class 6 might improve a little. Otherwise, having such a genius hold a grudge, alas. Surprisingly, Xiao Chun's classmates began to voice their grievances against him. For heaven's sake, all of you be silent. At that moment, Hua Yulian, standing beside Xiao Chun, unleashed a thunderous roar. A sudden stillness enveloped the training arena. How dare you speak ill of my esteemed master? You even expect him to apologize to that imbecile? Have your eyes been blinded, unable to recognize that my master is the true deity of the Dragon Martial Academy? After a fervent outburst, Hua Yulian abruptly turned to Xiao Chun and said, "Oh dear, did I just lose my composure?" The crowd fell silent. Xiao Chun cleared his throat twice and replied, "There is no need to be angered by these fools. I shall soon silence them with my prowess." Indeed, Hua Yulian nodded in agreement. Who is this woman? She resembles a fierce tigress, yet, despite her ferocity, she is undeniably beautiful. The students in the stands were smitten. At that moment, Xiao Chun leaped onto the training ground. "Teacher, I would like to participate in the assessment," he declared. "Very well." The assessment instructor glanced at Xiao Chun and nodded mechanically. "Huh, Xiao Chun, have you come to humiliate yourself? You may not know, but I defeated that wooden puppet in merely 2 breaths. If you were to engage it, you would likely end up as a lifeless carcass." Lin Wu sneered. Feigning surprise, Xiao Chun retorted, "What? You took 2 breaths to defeat this wooden lump?" Lin Wu glared, then said, "Huh? You can only put on a facade for now. Soon, I shall relish the sight of you being beaten to a pulp." Xiao Chun, with a look of disdain, replied, "Step aside. My assessment is about to commence." Lin Wu gritted his teeth and stepped aside. "The assessment begins," announced the instructor. Just as the words fell, the wooden puppet lunged directly at Xiao Chun. "Heh, prepare to be humiliated." Lin Wu sneered at Xiao Chun. "However, get lost." Xiao Chun lifted his foot and kicked the wooden puppet. Whoosh. In the next moment, the puppet soared out of the training ground. Chapter 60. Duel. This was not the crux of the matter. This lad seemed devoid of martial skills, yet with a mere kick, he sent it flying. Am I seeing things? The third-year students in the stands were utterly astonished. The members of Class 6 were left dumbfounded, especially those who had previously urged Xiao Chun to apologize to Lin Wu, each feeling a burning shame on their faces. Apologize to Lin Wu? A true genius? Evidently. Xiao Chun now appeared to surpass Lin Wu in strength. How could this be? It must be a malfunction with the puppet. At that moment, Lin Wu suddenly shouted, "What? The puppet is malfunctioning?" Xiao Chun squinted at Lin Wu. Lin Wu huffed, "Of course. Otherwise, how could a waste like you kick it away so easily?" This statement also alerted the assessment instructor. Could it be that there was indeed a problem? He felt a surge of doubt within him. After all, Xiao Chun's method of victory was too bizarre. "Xiao Chun, there was an issue during your assessment. Please wait and retake it," the instructor declared. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean? Do you also believe Lin Wu's claims?" The examiner, noticing the unfriendly tone of Xiao Chun, scoffed, "What nonsense. Without relying on martial skills, you merely kicked a wooden puppet away. Who do you think you are?" Xiao Chun responded with a cold smile. "Then let us proceed swiftly." The examiner, while speaking, retrieved another wooden puppet. "Make sure to inspect it thoroughly to ensure there are no issues." Xiao Chun replied indifferently. The examiner furrowed his brow, conducted a meticulous examination, and nodded. "This time there are no problems. Begin." Without further ado, Xiao Chun lifted his foot and kicked. Bang! The second wooden puppet, following a trajectory identical to the first, vanished from the sight of the assembled crowd. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in astonishment. Everyone, including the examiner, who had previously doubted Xiao Chun's abilities, suddenly comprehended the truth. Xiao Chun had achieved his results through sheer strength. "Do you need a third?" Xiao Chun inquired, gazing at the examiner. "No more." The examiner, after a moment's hesitation, finally replied. Xiao Chun nodded and descended from the platform. As he passed Lin Wu, he remarked coolly, "Oh, by the way, you just called me useless, didn't you? But it seems you are even inferior to this so-called useless person." Lin Wu gritted his teeth and retorted, "You only surpassed me by a mere moment." Xiao Chun, hearing this, smiled lightly and said, "No. Your ability to take 2 moments is simply because you possess the strength of 2 moments. My ability to accomplish it in 1 moment is due to the fact that 1 moment is the shortest I can achieve. The gap between us is far greater than this fleeting moment." "Humph. You arrogant brat, I do not know what has transpired with you, but today, I will still render you powerless. Because I still possess this trump card." Lin Wu reached into his bosom, feeling around. Classmate Xiao Chun. "Xiao Chun, young master. The usual protocol, sit down, sit down." Xiao Chun waved his hand dismissively. That is, Xiao Chun, I apologize for my earlier remarks. I shouldn't have said that. A student who had previously urged Xiao Chun to apologize spoke, his face flushed with embarrassment. Forget it. Ignorance is no sin. But I hope not to hear such nonsense again. Xiao Chun replied coolly. Indeed. The student, relieved by Xiao Chun's lack of pursuit, felt a weight lift from his heart. After the astonishing acts of Xiao Chun and Lin Wu, the subsequent assessments seemed rather uneventful. Soon, the results were announced. Without a doubt, Xiao Chun claimed the first position, while Lin Wu secured the second. As for the others, who would pay them any mind? Well, I hereby declare the conclusion of this assessment. Just as the assessment instructor was about to announce the end, Lin Wu suddenly stood up and said, "Wait a moment." Lin Wu, do you have something to say? The assessment instructor frowned. Ignoring the instructor, Lin Wu glared fiercely at Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, do you still remember our wager?" Hearing this, Xiao Chun nodded, responding, "Of course, on the martial arts platform, we shall settle this." Lin Wu grinned maliciously. "The day of our wager is nearly upon us. There is no need to wait for those few days. Today, with all our classmates present, I believe it is better to seize the day. Shall we resolve this here and now?" Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and replied, "If you seek a beating, I have no objections." Lin Wu gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I implore all esteemed teachers and fellow students to bear witness. Today, Xiao Chun and I shall engage in a decisive battle, regardless of life or death." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Could it be that he possesses some hidden card, yet to be revealed? Most likely. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. The assessment instructor turned to glance at Luo Sun in the stance. As the vice president of Longwu Academy, his authority surpassed all present. Naturally, this matter required his consent. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sun stated, "According to the Academy's regulations, both parties consent to the duel, and outsiders have no right to interfere. However, you are both prodigies of Longwu Academy, and it would be a shame if either of you were to sustain injuries. Thus, let us amend the rules slightly. You may engage in combat, but killing is strictly forbidden." Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flashed in Lin Wu's eyes. Yet he nodded in agreement. He then turned to Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, come down." With that, Xiao Chun descended directly into the arena. "Lin Wu, eliminate this waste," cried Yao Feifei from the stands, her voice filled with hysteria. Hearing her, Xiao Chun shot her a disdainful glance and remarked, "Yao Feifei, I must say I underestimated the depths of your repulsiveness. However, today will serve as a fine opportunity for you to witness just how poor your judgment in selecting allies truly is." Lin Wu sneered and retorted, "Xiao Chun, I am fully aware that your current realm is a result of the foundational elixir provided by your relative. Furthermore, your strength appears formidable, but even so, to think you could defeat me is nothing short of a delusion." With that, a tempestuous aura erupted from his being. What is that? The aura of the spirit martial realm? Lin Wu has actually transcended to the level of spirit martial realm. How terrifying. Just moments ago, he was concealing his true power. To break through to the spirit martial realm in the third year, Lin Wu is indeed the true champion. Witnessing this scene, the spectators were left utterly astonished. However, upon seeing this, Xiao Chun let out a cold snort and said, "Do you think you are the only one who has reached the spirit martial realm?" Boom. Following this, an aura of the spirit martial realm also erupted from Xiao Chun's being. What? Even Xiao Chun has broken through to the spirit martial realm? What is happening? To have two powerful figures of the spirit martial realm emerge at once. It seems our third year is destined for greatness. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. What? You two have broken through? On the other side, Lin Wu, upon witnessing Xiao Chun's ascension, gasped in surprise. Yet, moments later, his expression turned cold as he declared, "I understand now. It must be your relative who runs the apothecary shop. He must have provided you with special elixirs that allowed you to break through. Otherwise, how could a useless person like you possibly attain such a level?" After being dismissed by Xiao Chun in front of the spirit communication apothecary, Lin Wu had concluded that Xiao Chun was related to the shopkeeper. Otherwise, the latter would not have so openly disrespected him. And since they possessed foundational elixirs, it was not surprising that there were elixirs capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the spirit martial realm. Huh, you foolish waste. Do you think that a realm attained through elixirs can bridge the gap between us? You are far too naive. The disparity in our talents extends beyond mere realms. Greater still are the techniques and martial skills, Lin Wu declared, stepping forward with a heavy footfall. Crack, crack. In an instant, the entire martial arena was encased in ice. What a formidable chill. Is this the true power of the spirit martial realm? Indeed, it is astounding. Xiao Chun, do you see? This is the genuine prowess of the spirit martial realm, one you cannot possibly contend with. Lin Wu laughed maniacally. Yet, in the next moment, shatter. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiao Chun caused the entire icy expanse to disintegrate. How is this possible? Lin Wu was momentarily stunned. You, with such abilities, dare to speak of the spirit martial realm's power? Truly, you are short-sighted. Allow me to demonstrate what true spirit martial realm strength entails. As Xiao Chun spoke, the Tianhan sword was drawn. With a resonant clang, the sound reverberated throughout the arena. The first form of the starburst sword technique, meteoric descent. With a thunderous shout, torrents of sword energy surged forth from his blade. Boom. An explosive sound echoed as Lin Wu was sent flying. What? The onlookers gasped in unison. That strike possessed at least the might of the 5th level of the spirit martial realm? How could this youth be so formidable? A teacher beside Luo Sun exclaimed in astonishment. Spit. Meanwhile, Lin Wu coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Xiao Chun. You brat, how could you? He stammered. How could what? How could you be so vastly outmatched? Xiao Chun replied with a cold smirk. Lin Wu, in the past, you always believed yourself superior, relentlessly bullying me. Yet now, you find yourself lesser than a mere waste in my presence. What are your thoughts now? Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, Lin Wu's eyes flickered with a fierce determination. Xiao Chun, do not presume that victory is yours. I shall now reveal to you my true strength. As Lin Wu spoke, he retrieved a pill from his bosom and consumed it. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, ascending from the 1st to the 2nd, then the 3rd level of the Qi martial realm, ultimately reaching the 7th level before finally stabilizing. Huh. Xiao Chun, did you not anticipate this? I have kept this last resort hidden. Originally, it was my trump card for the Dragon Martial Trials, intended to showcase my brilliance. However, you have compelled me to unveil it prematurely, credit where it's due. Yet, now that I have employed this, your demise is inevitable. Lin Wu laughed maniacally. What? You actually know? Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Chun to be aware of his pill. However, after a brief pause, he regained his composure and coldly retorted, what of it if you know? You shall still be crushed beneath my power. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. A chilling wind howled, and the space beside Xiao Chun began to freeze. Ice windbreak, kill. With a thunderous roar, the frost shattered, transforming into countless blades that instantly pierced through Xiao Chun's form. Oh no. Onlookers in the stands, including Yi Ninger, gasped in alarm. Do not panic. It is merely an afterimage. Luo Shi interjected. Yi Ninger focused her gaze and soon realized that Luo Shi was indeed correct. What had been pierced was merely a shadow of Xiao Chun. You possess such advanced agility? However, mere evasion will not secure your victory over me. Lin Wu scoffed, continuing his assault on Xiao Chun. Victory is beyond your grasp. With but a mere finger, I can deal with you. Xiao Chun scoffed coldly. Arrogance. Ice roar. Unleash your fury. Lin Wu bellowed once more, sending countless shards of ice surging towards Xiao Chun. The Xianming finger, a single gesture opens the heavens. On the other side, Xiao Chun pointed, and in an instant, Lin Wu's ice roar was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole. Not only that, the ferocious force of his finger continued forward, striking directly at Lin Wu. You shall not defeat me. Shatter. Lin Wu roared in anger, attempting to crush Xiao Chun's force with a palm strike. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Chun's finger strength had awakened the power of his bloodline, transcending his own realm. With a muffled thud, Lin Wu's palm was pierced through. The Xianming finger's momentum did not falter, striking directly at Lin Wu's dantian. Boom. With a resounding thud, Lin Wu was sent flying from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Furthermore, his dantian had been collapsed by Xiao Chun's finger power, rendering it utterly ruined. How? Is this possible? The onlookers gasped in shock. What was happening? Despite having consumed a medicinal pill and possessing the strength of the 7th level of spirit martial realm, Lin Wu had still been defeated. Moreover, he was vanquished by a single strike from Xiao Chun, leaving his cultivation in ruins. Just how powerful must Xiao Chun be? Xiao Chun, you despicable brat. I will kill you. At that moment, a furious shout echoed, and a figure leapt high into the air, charging towards Xiao Chun. Huang Qihu. At the 8th level of spirit martial realm? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Huang Qihu, the head instructor of Class 7. In terms of strength, he is undoubtedly an 8th-level practitioner of the spirit martial realm, far surpassing Lin Wu, who relies on medicinal pills to elevate his cultivation. Yet, in the face of such a formidable Huang Qihu, Xiao Chen displayed no fear whatsoever. Very well, let me discern the limits of my abilities. With those words, Xiao Chen readied himself to engage. However, at that very moment, boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. You wish to harm my young master? You seek death. A thunderous roar echoed. In an instant, Huang Qihu found himself engulfed by a horrific wave of energy, hurtling toward him with tremendous force. How is this possible? Huang Qihu's expression shifted dramatically. He was utterly incapable of resisting the ferocious power. Boom. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing against the spectator's platform. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he nearly lost consciousness. Chapter 62. The old dean, my young master, are you unscathed? The individual who intervened was none other than Hua Yulian. Alas, Sister Hua, I intended to use that fellow to test my skills. Xiao Chen lamented, casting a helpless glance at her. She paused, looking aggrieved. Did I overstep? Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. It is done. Meanwhile, Huang Qihu, struggling to rise, cried out toward the podium. Father, you must uphold justice for me. Rumbling. In the next moment, a gust of energy surged forth, and the elderly figure beside Luo Sun glared with intense murderous intent. Who is this demoness that dares to harm my son? She shall pay dearly. As he spoke, he struck out a palm toward Hua Yulian. What? A practitioner of the earth martial realm? Sister Hua dodged. Xiao Chen hurriedly shouted. The disparity between the earth martial realm and the spirit martial realm, though seemingly minimal, represents a significant gap in true combat prowess. Even with Hua Yulian's formidable strength, she would be unable to withstand this strike. However, with resolute determination, Hua Yulian unleashed her fist. Boom. Her fist collided with the palm's force, yet ultimately fell short. Pooh! A heavy blow struck Hua Yulian's chest, causing her to stagger backward several steps before kneeling on one knee, blood spilling from her lips. Sister Hua, why did you not evade? Xiao Chen trembled as he cried out. If I had evaded, the young master would have been attacked. I can perish, but the young master cannot. Hua Yulian replied in a feeble voice, her breath faint. Damn it, Huang Wendong, I will make you pay. Xiao Chen turned, glaring fiercely at the assailant. He recognized the man as Huang Wendong, one of the vice presidents of the Dragon Martial Academy and the biological father of Huang Qihu. Humph. To cripple a classmate with such cruelty at such a young age. What horrors await us if he matures? Huang Wendong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he prepared to strike again and incapacitate Xiao Chen as well. However, Huang Wendong, stop this at once, shouted Luo Sun, positioning herself defiantly in front of him. Luo Sun, you dare to obstruct me? Huang Wendong retorted coldly. Indeed, I must inquire, what is your purpose in this? Luo Sun gritted her teeth. What purpose? The young man named Xiao Chun is known for his ruthless nature, having mercilessly crippled a fellow student's cultivation. As the vice president, I cannot allow such a scoundrel to wreak havoc. Moreover, that mysterious woman has audaciously attacked the faculty of our academy, tarnishing the reputation of Longwu Academy. Today, Xiao Chen's cultivation must be eradicated, and that woman must meet her demise. Huang Wendong proclaimed fiercely. Huang Wendong, having fathered a son late in life, dotes on Huang Qihu excessively, earning a reputation for being overprotective. Witnessing his beloved son bloodied before him ignited a murderous intent within him. However, his words left those around him utterly speechless. What is shamelessness? What is the distortion of truth? Huang Wendong serves as a textbook example. The duel between Xiao Chun and Lin Wu was sanctioned by the academy, and Xiao Chun showed mercy by sparing his opponent's life. Yet, Huang Qihu, as a teacher, chose to launch a surprise attack on Xiao Chun, only to be injured by Hua Yulian. Yet in Huang Wendong's narrative, all blame fell on Xiao Chun. Do you take me for a blind man, Huang Wendong? I witnessed what transpired just now. It was your disgraceful son who acted shamelessly, attacking without success, and now he blames others? Luo Sun rebuked. Huang Wendong scoffed. Luo Sun, do not think that your position as vice president grants you the right to speak to me in such a manner. With your meager cultivation, attempting to obstruct me is sheer folly. Step aside. With that, Huang Wendong raised his palm towards Luo Sun. Humph. Today, I shall indeed stand in your way. Luo Sun shouted, striking back at Huang Wendong. Boom. A muffled thud echoed as the two retreated several paces from each other. What? You have actually broken through to the Earth Martial Realm? Huang Wendong's expression shifted dramatically. In the past, Luo Sun had remained stuck at the 9th level of the Spirit Martial Realm for many years, consistently overshadowed by Huang Wendong. However, after the last encounter, following guidance from Xiao Chun, Luo Sun astonishingly advanced directly to the Earth Martial Realm. Thus, he harbored immense gratitude towards Xiao Chun. How could he allow Huang Wendong to incapacitate him? Huang Wendong, as long as I am here today, you shall not harm a single hair on Xiao Chun, Luo Sun declared coldly. Huang Wendong sneered, is that so? Then I shall experience your prowess firsthand. He then turned to the gathered crowd, proclaiming, all faculty and students of the Dragon Martial Academy, listen closely. Xiao Chun has violated the rules of the academy. I command you to apprehend him immediately. Should this rogue resist, show no mercy. Luo Sun furrowed his brow and retorted, Huang Wendong, you are shameless. He then turned to the crowd, shouting, I challenge anyone to lay a hand on him. On the other side, the students and faculty in the stands were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that a mere assessment would devolve into such a farce, just as the situation seemed poised to spiral out of control. Sigh, you truly do not ease my worries. Everyone, cease this at once. A voice resonated, accompanied by a gentle surge of spiritual energy that instantaneously separated Huang Wendong and Luo Sun. This aura, the esteemed headmaster? Both Huang Wendong and Luo Sun exclaimed in unison. The students in the stands erupted into a cacophony of chatter. The headmaster, the strongest figure of the Dragon Martial Academy, has finally made an appearance. After 3 years at the academy, this is my first time witnessing him. Indeed, it is said that the venerable former dean possesses mastery at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, making him the mightiest individual in Tianxiang Kingdom, second only to His Majesty the Emperor. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, an elderly gentleman with a youthful visage made his entrance onto the training grounds. Old Dean, you have finally appeared. If you had delayed any longer, our Dragon Martial Academy would have been pushed to the brink, exclaimed Luo Sun promptly. Humph, Old Dean. Do not heed his nonsensical prattle. I am merely executing my duties impartially, without any impropriety. Huang Wendong interjected. The old dean waved his hand dismissively and said, enough. I have witnessed the events that transpired. There is no need for further discussion. He then cast a glance at Xiao Chun and remarked, you are Xiao Chun, are you not? I have heard the old rascal Zhuge speak of you. He seldom praises anyone, yet you seem to possess considerable talent. Xiao Chun, gripping Hua Yulian's wrist while channeling spiritual energy to sustain her life, coldly responded, I have no interest in your superfluous words. Since you are the dean of Dragon Martial Academy, I wish to know how you intend to address this matter. The old dean furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you believe would be an appropriate course of action? Xiao Chun raised his head with a chilling gaze towards Huang Wendong's direction and declared, I care not for anything else. That old scoundrel must die. Chapter 63. Sever his head, you insolent brat. How dare you? Huang Wendong retorted, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Even the old dean frowned and said, Xiao Chun, your demand is rather excessive, is it not? Excessive? Xiao Chun's brow furrowed. A distinguished vice dean openly distorting the truth and attempting to murder a student. Such a person should not be killed? Xiao Chun questioned. The old dean furrowed his brows and replied, even if he is erred, the academy should conduct a thorough review before any punishment is administered. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he stated, I shall ask you just once, will you kill Huang Wendong or not? Noticing Xiao Chun's aggressive demeanor, the old dean's expression soured as he retorted, Xiao Chun, I have made my position abundantly clear. This matter shall be addressed at a later time. Xiao Chun coldly responded, I have also made my stance unmistakably clear. Huang Wendong must die today. The old dean, feeling disrespected by Xiao Chun's boldness, wore a grim countenance. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Old dean, what are you doing, leaving us old friends aside? Following this, several figures appeared at the entrance of the training ground. Wow. Isn't that the esteemed vice president of Xinglin Academy, the renowned healer Han Fengzi? And that swordsman, I have seen him before. He is the top swordsman of Tianxiang Nation, the blade god of Pinggu. That other figure looks familiar. Ah, isn't that the national master, Lord Zhou Longqi? And that one seems to be Master Wang, the renowned artifact master from the Xianbing Hall. Indeed, the old dean's acquaintances are all remarkable individuals of great repute. But who is that young man? I do not seem to recognize him, yet to be in the company of such esteemed figures surely signifies his extraordinary status. The students in the stands gasped in astonishment. Hearing their murmurs, Xiao Chun sneered, "Justice? I have long ceased to expect any semblance of justice from Longwu Academy. Huang Wendong's life is something I will take care of myself." The old dean's face darkened with displeasure as he rebuked, "Xiao Chun, enough. Do you not see the esteemed guests in attendance? Do you wish to bring shame upon our Longwu Academy?" The old dean was apprehensive about losing face before the high-ranking individuals, fearing they would witness a farce. Xiao Chun scoffed, "Shame? The vice dean ambushes students while the head dean shelters the wrongdoer. What honor remains for Longwu Academy?" Huang Wendong, incensed by this remark, retorted, "Old dean, did you see that? This brat is precisely that kind of person." He then turned to Xiao Chun and said, "You claim you will find a way to take my life? Then come and do it." Xiao Chun snorted, raising his voice, "Pingtai Sword God, behead Huang Wendong." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the venue. What? Did Xiao Chun just call for the Pingtai Sword God? It seemed so, in the tone. It almost sounded like an order. Could it be that Xiao Chun, shaken by the injury of that woman, had lost his sanity? The students were all bewildered, while Huang Wendong burst into derisive laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I thought you had some skill, but it turns out you are reduced to begging the Pingtai Sword God to kill me? Do you think the esteemed Pingtai Sword God would heed the command of a mere child? Who do you think you are?" However, at that moment, from a distance, the Pingtai Sword God exclaimed, "What? Young Master Xiao Chun, you are here?" Everyone was taken aback, astonished that the Pingtai Sword God actually recognized Xiao Chun. "I command you to sever Huang Wendong's head. Do not make me repeat myself," Xiao Chun declared with an air of indifference. This even though Xiao Chun was acquainted with the sword god of Pingu. Such words were utterly outrageous, were they not? After all, he was the foremost swordsman in Tianxiang Kingdom. This could incite the sword goddess fury, and who could tell what repercussions might befall Longwu Academy. The onlookers felt a heavy dread settle in their hearts. "Yet yes, I shall comply at once. Who is Huang Wendong? Step forward," the sword god of Pingu retorted, turning with a fierce command. "What?" The crowd stood in stunned silence. What was this situation? The sword god of Pingu was actually willing to heed Xiao Chun's command? What on earth was happening? "I am Huang Wendong, the vice president of Longwu Academy," he stammered, staring at Lu Pingu in disbelief. "Then you shall die?" Lu Pingu scoffed, brandishing his sword towards Huang Wendong. "Oh no." Huang Wendong's hair stood on end as he desperately tried to evade the attack. Yet it was too late. His arm was severed by Lu Pingu's blade. "What are you doing, Lu Pingu?" The old president gasped at the sight. "Nothing of significance, merely taking a life." Lu Pingu replied with a detached demeanor. "Killing? Merely that. He is the vice president of Longwu Academy." The old president exclaimed. "Who cares who he is? Young Master Xiao Chun has decreed his demise. Thus, he must perish," Lu Pingu declared, advancing once more towards Huang Wendong. "President, save me," Huang Wendong cried out in terror, turning to the old president for help. "Enough, Lu Pingu. Cease this at once." As the esteemed head of the Dragon Martial Academy, he could not bear to witness his own disciple being slain before his very eyes. Such an event would tarnish the dignity of their academy irreparably. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy erupted, interposing itself between Huang Wendong and El Pingu. However, El Pingu, with a smirk, had long anticipated experiencing the old headmaster's prowess. Just recently, he had mastered a new sword technique and deemed it fitting to use the headmaster as a testing stone. "Witness my prowess, the Shaosei sword, as it cleaves the heavens." With a clang, a chilling sword intent was unleashed. In that instant, the entire training ground transformed into a veritable hellscape, suffused with an overwhelming aura of death. Such terrifying sword intent. The old headmaster felt a shiver run down his spine, daring not to confront its sharpness directly. He swiftly retreated 100 paces. Unfortunately, Huang Wendong was not as fortunate. With a swift stroke, the sword intent severed his head from his body. "Young Master Xiao Chun, I have dispatched this man," El Pingu declared, bowing respectfully towards Xiao Chun. "Thank you for your efforts," Xiao Chun replied with a nod. "It is my honor to serve young Master Xiao Chun," El Pingu said with a smile. "Indeed, I have recently come across an intriguing insight into swordsmanship. Please visit me to discuss it further," Xiao Chun remarked, offering this as a token of gratitude for the assistance rendered. At this, the old headmaster and others were left in perplexity. Who was El Pingu? He was renowned as the sword god. How could he possibly care for the swordsmanship insights of a mere adolescent? Yet, upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, El Pingu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, young Master Xiao Chun," he exclaimed, bowing deeply. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 64. The Taiji Destiny Needle Technique. LV Pingu. How dare you slay the vice president of my Dragon Martial Academy? The old president exclaimed in fury from a distance. Upon hearing this, LV Pingu replied indifferently. If I have killed him, then so be it. What can you do to me? You. The old president was about to explode with rage. Gentlemen, I implore you to refrain from anger. Both of you are the pillars of our Tianxiang nation, and at this critical juncture, we must not engage in internal strife. The national master, Zhou Longqi, interjected. The old president, feeling embarrassed, retorted, Am I the one seeking conflict with him? This old fellow has not shown his face for many years, and now that he has finally arrived at Dragon Martial Academy, he has slain one of my vice presidents. What does he take me for? Master Wang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Pingu, your actions have indeed crossed the line. I truly fail to comprehend what has possessed you to heed the words of a mere child and commit murder against Huang Wendong. LV Pingu cast a glance at Xiao Chun and stated, I owe young Master Xiao a tremendous favor. Assisting him in eliminating one person is only right. Xiao Chun. The mere mention of this name sent a jolt through Master Wang's heart, and as he swept his gaze across Xiao Chun's face, he felt an overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, Han Fengzi from Xinglin Academy frowned and remarked, LV Pingu, even if you owe someone a favor, it is unacceptable to heed their incitement to commit murder. Otherwise, what kind of place will our Tianxiang city become? We cannot condone such barbaric behavior. Can we, Master Wang? However, Master Wang glared and declared, Who says so? I see this young man as possessing an extraordinary demeanor, strikingly handsome and spirited like the wind, embodying righteousness. It is evident that this young man embodies the exceptional character of a generation, destined to be the pillar of Tianxiang nation. As for Huang Wendong, who does not recognize him as a nefarious individual, as a vice president of this esteemed institution, he audaciously resorts to ambushing a student from his own academy. Such scum deserves nothing less than to have his head severed. In fact, it would be a mere act of mercy to let him perish in such a manner. This sort of villainy is intolerable to me. I feel compelled to deliver a few kicks to him. With that, he approached Huang Wendong and unleashed a flurry of kicks. Feeling much relieved, he declared, Han Fengzi, should you continue to defend such a person, do you dare to believe I will sever all ties with you? The crowd fell into a state of speechlessness, particularly Han Fengzi, who found himself utterly bewildered. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. His earlier remarks had been made to curry favor with Master Wang, yet he had not anticipated such a dramatic reversal, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. No. Master Wang, what do you mean by this? In truth, I also believe Huang Wendong to be a scoundrel. His demise would indeed be a boon for our Tianxiang nation. Han Fengzi hurriedly responded. The crowd remained silent, and the national master, Zhou Longqi, felt a stirring in his heart. He glanced at Xiao Chun and then at Master Wang, instantly discerning the latter's attitude toward Xiao Chun. With his vast experience, he could easily perceive the significance of Xiao Chun's presence, especially after the events involving El Pingu, which hinted at the extraordinary secrets that Xiao Chun harbored. Clearing his throat, National Master Zhou Longqi nodded and remarked, I have heard whispers regarding Huang Wendong. This man is indeed narrow-minded and petty, having secretly committed numerous heinous acts. It is indeed his own folly that he meets his demise today beneath the blade of the sword god of Pingu. The immediate priority, however, is to rescue this young lady. Observing the unified stance of the four individuals before him, the old dean could only acquiesce, stating, Very well. Since the national master has spoken, I shall temporarily refrain from pursuing this matter. However, El Pingu, should you dare to take another life within the confines of my Longwu Academy, I shall not show you mercy. El Pingu replied with a cold smirk. That remains to be seen, as it depends on your capabilities. The old dean cast him a glancing look, snorted heavily, and turned away, choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, Han Fengzi approached Xiao Chun from behind and said, Young man, step aside, let me assess her injuries. Huh. Upon hearing this, Han Fengzi furrowed his brow. However, Xiao Chun shook his head and replied, I have already stated that it is unnecessary. I will handle Sister Hua's injuries myself. What? Master Wang felt a tremor of alarm at this remark. He had matters to request of Xiao Chun, but if Hua Yulian were to perish here, it would surely leave Xiao Chun devoid of the energy to guide him in his crafting endeavors. Quack! Silence yourself. At that moment, Xiao Chun spoke coldly. His words left Han Fengzi momentarily stunned. After a pause, he retorted sharply, You insolent brat, Whom do you dare to call a quack? As the vice dean of Xinglin Academy, Han Fengzi had practiced medicine for decades. Who would dare to label him as such? Thus, even at the risk of offending Master Wang, he could not tolerate such an affront. I am referring to you. You know nothing, so kindly keep your mouth shut, Xiaochen asserted. In response, Han Fengzi, consumed by rage, could only laugh in disbelief, nodding his head and exclaiming, well then, the esteemed former dean, your Dragon Martial Academy truly exudes an air of dominance. The students you nurture possess not only formidable martial prowess, but also remarkable medical skills, rendering individuals like myself mere quacks. Very well, from this day forth, should your academy require assistance, do not seek my aid. At that moment, the former dean's expression shifted dramatically. For those who cultivate martial arts, injuries are a commonplace occurrence. Hence, there has always been substantial collaboration between the Dragon Martial Academy and the Apricot Grove Academy. If the relationship were to falter due to Xiaochen's actions, the repercussions would be dire. Xiaochen, do not hesitate to apologize to Vice Dean Han immediately. The former dean commanded sternly. I said to be silent, which includes you. Xiaochen retorted coldly. You, the former dean, glared fiercely. Master Pingu, from this moment on, should anyone dare to disturb me, do not hesitate to strike them down. Xiaochen declared icily. Very well. El Pingu responded affirmatively, drawing his sword and surveying the surroundings. A heavy silence descended upon the crowd. Observing the situation, Han Fengzi clenched his teeth and declared, excellent. I am eager to witness how you intend to save a person who is beyond salvation. Ignoring him, Xiaochen retrieved his silver needles from his spatial ring. Taking a deep breath, he imbued the needles with spiritual energy. In an instant, 33 silver needles floated effortlessly in his hand, moving in a perpetual cycle. What is this technique? Han Fengzi furrowed his brow. What is it, Mr. Han? Does this young man's needle technique pose a problem? Master Wang inquired. Han Fengzi scoffed. Even the esteemed Dean Sun Sik dares to employ only 27 needles at a time. The young man, upon his first attempt, employed 33 needles, demonstrating a mere superficial understanding of the medical arts, desperately attempting to impress. Originally, the woman had merely half a day's life left. I feared that with this injection, she might soon meet her demise. Chapter 65. The Return of the Heavenly Dispersion. What? Will you not lend your assistance? Master Wang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Han Fengzi shook his head, responding. I have already stated that I am powerless to aid in this injury. It would be better to allow this young man to proceed with his reckless antics. Only then will he come to terms with reality. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when, with a soft sound, as the first silver needle pierced through, a gentle flow of spiritual energy expelled a chilling aura from Hua Youyan's body. Han Fengzi narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. What is it, Han Fengzi? Inquired Master Wang. This lad seems not entirely ignorant of the medical arts. That first needle showed promise. However, one needle alone is insufficient. Han Fengzi nodded thoughtfully. Master Wang blinked, continuing to observe. On the other side, as Xiaochen executed the second and third needles. With each silver needle that fell, the coldness within Hua Youyan's body was gradually expelled. By the time the 10th needle was administered, Master Wang poked Han Fengzi, asking, Han Fengzi, is it sufficient now? Han Fengzi's face flushed crimson, conceding, very well, I admit I misjudged earlier. This young man, among the students of our Xinglin Academy, would undoubtedly rank within the top 10. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Xiaochen from Longwu Academy could also find himself among the top 10 in Xinglin Academy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiaochen continued to administer acupuncture, and by the time the 18th needle was inserted, Han Fengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The technique displayed was astoundingly intricate. Logically, with 18 needles applied forcefully, the woman's meridians should have ruptured by now, he muttered. Master Wang, tilting his head, remarked, what? Even you, Han Fengzi, cannot comprehend this? Han Fengzi clenched his teeth and conceded. Very well, I suppose I have underestimated him once again. In terms of acupuncture technique, this young man's proficiency has already surpassed that of the students at Xinglin Academy, reaching the level of a senior instructor. What? The crowd gasped in shock once more. Shortly thereafter, Xiaochen inserted 5 more needles. Hua Youyan, who had been teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, slowly opened her eyes. Young Master Xiao, she stammered, her gaze locking onto him, causing her to tremble. Do not move. I am here to heal you, Xiaochen commanded. But, young Master Xiao, I have already injured my heart's meridian. I am surely doomed, Hua Yulian lamented. Xiaochen scoffed. Rest assured, as long as I am here, even the king of hell cannot claim you. My heavens, such audacity. Some of the young ladies sighed. I think I may be falling for young Master Xiao. I wish it were me lying there. At this moment, the disdain that had once graced Han Fengzi's expression had vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Impossible. It cannot be. The woman's vitality had seemingly been extinguished. How could she now be reviving? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Xiaochen continued his meticulous needlework. In an instant, all the silver needles fell into place, and Hua Yuran emitted a soft gasp as she found herself standing. This Han Fengzi inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Young Master Xiao, why can I no longer sense my spiritual energy? Exclaimed Hua Yuran in alarm. Before Xiaochen could respond, Han Fengzi shook his head, stating, Huang Wendong's spiritual energy is exceedingly cold. It has invaded the young lady's meridians and has already breached your heart meridian. Under normal circumstances, you would be doomed. However, this young Master Xiao, with his remarkable and ingenious formation, has managed to stabilize your heart meridian. Alas, your meridians are too severely damaged. Your cultivation cannot be preserved. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuran's expression shifted slightly as she inquired, Is that so? Meanwhile, Xiaochen furrowed his brow and retorted, I have already mentioned, you ignorant quack, could you kindly remain silent? The crowd gasped once more. This marked the second occasion Xiaochen had derided Han Fengzi as a quack. Given Han Fengzi's esteemed status, one would expect him to erupt in anger this time. Yet oh, have I erred in my words? I humbly request your guidance, young master, Han Fengzi replied, performing a formal bow towards Xiaochen. This is peculiar. Another observer remarked. I have heard that Han Fengzi possesses a notorious temper in Tianxiang City. How could he be so courteous? Another speculated. Could it be that he is mocking him? Yet, judging by his expression, it did not seem so. The crowd remained in a state of bewilderment. On the other side, Xiaochen snorted and declared, Of course you are mistaken. Sister Hua has merely suffered meridian damage. It is not an insurmountable injury. There are countless methods in this world to treat such ailments. Setting aside the impractical treatment plans, I am now aware of 79 feasible therapeutic approaches. The first method involves the continuation of the spirit array technique, administered with 2 acupuncture sessions daily, at midnight and noon, promising complete recovery within 3 years. The second entails the use of the black feather discontinuation ointment to be taken internally and applied externally, leading to healing within 2 years. As Xiaochen recounted the treatment plans he had discovered through the martial god strategy, he enumerated over a dozen in one breath. Han Fengzi, listening intently, found himself momentarily bewildered. Some of the treatment options were beyond his comprehension, leaving him uncertain of their validity. However, upon reflection, he discerned the potential success of several methods Xiaochen had articulated, which intensified his astonishment. Not only was the acupuncture technique formidable, but Xiaochen's diagnostic acumen far surpassed his own. What was this? Meanwhile, having spoken at length, Xiaochen, fatigued, cast a cold glance at Han Fengzi and remarked, Are you truly the vice president of the Apricot Forest Academy? With your lack of proficiency, can you genuinely treat patients? The crowd was astonished. Here was a mere teenager admonishing the esteemed vice president of the Psychological Academy. Who would believe such a tale if it were to spread? Ah, indeed. I stand corrected. However, I am eager to know which of these treatment plans is the most effective for this injury. Han Fengzi responded, devoid of any indignation. Behaving as a diligent student thirsting for knowledge. Is it so difficult to gather the necessary components? Xiaochen furrowed his brow. If the 3 vital medicinal herbs could not be procured, Hua Yulian's condition could easily result in lasting repercussions. Master Xiaochen, I am unaware of the other 2 items, but I do possess this celestial pearl in the Xianbing Hall, which I can graciously offer you. Master Wang suddenly interjected. Chapter 66. Exiting the Longwu Academy Xianbing Hall? Are you the esteemed Master Wang? Xiaochen inquired, casting a glance at the other man. He recalled that during his visit to Xianbing Hall to forge the Tianhan sword, Master Wang had seemed eager to meet him, although he had been too preoccupied with his training to pay heed at that time. Before Master Xiaochen, who would dare to self-designate as a master? I am but Wang Shichuan. If Master Xiaochen does not find it unseemly, you may simply call me Old Wang. Master Wang replied with a smile. Old Wang, the onlookers felt their hearts racing at this revelation. Master Wang of the Xianbing Hall. Who was he? He was the most formidable blacksmith in the Tianxiang kingdom. Even members of the royal family would address him with the utmost respect. Yet, this man humbly requested Xiao Chun to call him Old Wang. "Oh, I thank you, Old Wang. In a few days, I shall pay a visit to Xianbing Hall." Xiao Chun nodded, fully aware that the other wished to discuss forging techniques. Not wanting to owe him a favor, he responded accordingly. "Excellent. I shall await your esteemed presence at Xianbing Hall." Wang Shichuan exclaimed with delight. The crowd was even more bewildered. The sword god of Pinggu obeyed Xiao Chun without question, and Han Fengzi humbly sought his guidance. Even Master Wang was so eager to curry favor with Xiao Chun. What on earth was happening in this world? Especially for Yao Feifei in the viewing platform. She could hardly believe her eyes. In the past, the despised and impoverished youth, Xiao Chun, has unexpectedly transformed, not only surpassing Lin Wu in strength, but also attaining a position of remarkable status. Compared to him, Lin Wu and even the entire Lin family are utterly insignificant. Had I known it would come to this, but alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. "Oh, thank you," Xiao Chun acknowledged with a nod. 2 of the 3 primary ingredients are already accounted for. Well then, this farce should conclude today. My esteemed guests, I apologize for the spectacle. Please make yourselves comfortable in the back hall. I can only offer you celestial tea. As for Luo Sun and you, Xiao Chun, follow me. The old dean spoke with a stern visage. Understood. Luo Sun nodded, about to proceed. Xiao Chun, what are you planning to do? The old dean inquired with furrowed brows. Follow you. Why should I heed your command? Xiao Chun replied with an air of indifference. What nonsense. I am the dean of Longwu Academy. You are a student here. Do you dare to defy the orders of the dean? The old dean retorted angrily. Xiao Chun scoffed, declaring, Longwu Academy? With a vice dean who kills at will, and a dean who seeks to shield such vile acts, this institution, reeking of corruption, is hardly worth my time. With that, he tore off his academic robe with a swift motion, rising to his feet and proclaiming loudly, I, Xiao Chun, hereby announce my withdrawal from Longwu Academy. In an instant, the entire training ground erupted with gasps of astonishment. You insolent brat. The old dean's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Xiao Chun. What? Do you intend to emulate Huang Wendong and take action against me? Xiao Chun remarked with a cold smile, gazing back at him. Although this individual is not as detestable as Huang Wendong, his previous actions have left Xiao Chun utterly disheartened. Upon hearing this, the old dean took a deep breath and declared, Very well. I hereby announce that Xiao Chun is expelled from Longwu Academy. Indifferently, Xiao Chun let out a cold laugh, cradling the frail Hua Yulian in his arms as he strode towards the academy's gates. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Ninger and Luo Shi were filled with anxiety. Dean, you have witnessed Xiao Chun's talent. We cannot allow him to leave. Luo Sun exclaimed urgently. The old dean snorted heavily and replied, Longwu Academy has been established for centuries. What kind of prodigy have we not seen? Moreover, although this young man has some talent, he pales in comparison to the likes of Situ Tian and Zhou Liani, those monstrous geniuses. With such limited talent and yet such inflated pride, this child's future achievements will undoubtedly be constrained. It is better to let him go. Luo Sun pleaded, Dean, Xiao Chun. Enough. Do not speak further. The old dean waved his sleeve dismissively, no longer willing to engage. Seeing this, Luo Sun could only helplessly fall silent. The dean of Longwu Academy has quite the air about him. I, El Pingu, am unworthy to associate with such grandeur. I take my leave. The sword god of Pingu, undeterred, turned to depart. I, an old man of mere clay, dare not linger in the grand hall of Longwu Academy. I bid you farewell. Wang Shichuan also wore a stern expression as he took his leave. Indeed, Longwu Academy is truly imposing. I, Han Fengzi, feel somewhat intimidated. Farewell. Even Han Fengzi chose to exit. The old dean was taken aback, realizing that in expelling Xiao Chun, he had simultaneously offended these 3 formidable individuals. A hearty chuckle escaped the lips of the venerable dean as he remarked, we suddenly recalled some personal matters, so we shall take our leave. The esteemed Master Zhou Longqi, with a smile, concurred, Indeed, esteemed dean, I too must bid farewell. Behind Zhou Longqi, a young man who had remained silent interjected with a respectful gesture. Very well, let us depart. After all, this Dragon Martial Academy cannot retain anyone. The old dean declared with a firm stomp of his foot before exiting. Observing the dean's retreating figure, Zhou Longqi sighed. This old fellow possesses formidable strength. Yet his character is excessively obstinate and self-willed. Beside him, the young man smiled wryly, Alas, aside from him, one cannot find a more suitable individual in the entire Tianxiang. The master nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. He turned to the young man. Your Highness, let us hasten to pursue Xiao Chun. This young man was, in fact, a prince of the Tianxiang kingdom. Very well. The prince nodded, accompanying Zhou Longqi as they made their way beyond the confines of the Dragon Martial Academy. Xiao Chun, my young friend. From a distance, Zhou Longqi called out upon spotting Xiao Chun. Is that you, master? Xiao Chun turned at the sound, a look of surprise crossing his face upon recognizing the figure. Zhou Longqi approached him with a smile, saying, the Xuanqi grass is exceedingly rare. I fear that not a single specimen can be found in all of Tianxiang City. Do you have any thoughts on this matter, my young friend? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chun replied, a high price for purchase. If one is willing to pay, someone is bound to sell. Zhou Longqi nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a viable strategy. But who knows when one might procure it? Should we delay in addressing this young lady's injuries, it could prove quite unfortunate. Xiao Chun detected the underlying meaning in the other person's words and inquired, what do you mean? Zhou Longqi cast a glance at the old dean and replied, in 10 days, the Dragon Martial Test will commence. This year's Dragon Martial Test is unlike those of previous years. In addition to our Tianxiang Kingdom's Dragon Martial Academy, the Heishui Academy of the Heiqiu Kingdom and the Yesha Academy of the Yalan Kingdom will also send representatives to participate. Moreover, it seems that the grand prize for this year's Dragon Martial Test includes a rare Xuanqi herb. Therefore, if young friend Xiao Chun wishes to heal this young lady's injuries, the most expedient and reliable approach would be to partake in the Dragon Martial Test and secure the top position. Zhou Longqi hastily waved his hand, saying, of course not. I meant to inquire whether young friend Xiao Chun would be interested in participating in the Dragon Martial Test as a representative of the National Master-S Office. Is the National Master-S Office also eligible to participate in the Dragon Martial Test? Xiao Chun asked, astonished. Zhou Longqi nodded. Under normal circumstances, it would not be. However, this year's Dragon Martial Test pertains not only to the honor of the Dragon Martial Academy, but also to the dignity of our Tianxiang Kingdom. Therefore, His Majesty has personally decreed that major families and clans may send teams to participate. Naturally, our National Master-S Office is included in this eligibility. Zhou Longqi continued. According to the regulations of the Dragon Martial Test, teams consist of 5 members. Participants must not exceed the age of 20. Our National Master-S Office has already prepared 4 young individuals. With young friend Xiao Chun joining us, we will have a complete team. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun nodded. All right, I agree. If I can swiftly restore Hua Yulian's health, that would be most splendid. Hearty congratulations to the esteemed National Master. With the young Lord Xiao Chun's assistance, the prospect of securing the top position in the Dragon Martial Trials is indeed promising, remarked the prince beside the National Master with a smile. Who might this be? It was only then that Xiao Chun noticed the presence of the young man. Zhou Longqi smiled gently and said, allow me to introduce young Master Xiao Chun. This gentleman is none other than the second prince of our Tianxiang Kingdom, Chu Xuanyang. Both the National Master and the prince anticipated that upon hearing the prince's title, Xiao Chun would be utterly astonished. Yet to their surprise, oh, greetings. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse another time. With that, he turned and walked away. This left both the National Master and the prince utterly bewildered. What just transpired? That is a prince. He merely offered a greeting and departed? Young Master Xiao Chun, please wait. At that moment, voices emerged from behind. It was El Pingu, Han Fengzi, and Wang Shichuan chasing after him. Do you require something? Xiao Chun inquired, his brow furrowed. The 3 exchanged glances, and it was Wang Shichuan who cleared his throat and spoke. We thought it a rare opportunity to encounter you, young master, and we have some matters we wish to consult with you. Might we inquire where you are currently residing? Xiao Chun paused for a moment. Where else could he go? After a brief contemplation, he replied, I am temporarily staying at the Tongling Apothecary. Tongling Apothecary? What sort of place is that? The 3 looked on in confusion. Young Master Xiao Chun, may we accompany you there? It would help us familiarize ourselves with the route for future visits. El Pinga suggested. Having his mind set on the swordsmanship insights Xiao Chun had mentioned. As you wish. Xiao Chun responded, then turned to leave with Hua Yulian in tow. Certainly. Upon hearing the news, El Pingu and his companions were elated, following Xiao Chun like eager acolytes. Master National Teacher, what about us? Inquired the second prince, Chu Xuanyang. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Longqi pondered for a moment before responding. Though this young man possesses limited cultivation, his martial arts talent appears commendable. However, what intrigues me even more is his aptitude for medicine. In a few decades, he may very well become a second Sun Seek. Such a figure is certainly worth the second prince's attention. Another Sun Seek? Chu Xuanyang's eyes sparkled at the thought. As the foremost divine physician of Tianxiang Kingdom, Sun Seek had saved countless lives throughout his lifetime. Beyond his esteemed position as the president of the Apricot Forest Academy, his extensive network, cultivated over years of healing, meant that a mere word from him could summon numerous loyal followers. If Xiao Chun were truly to attain such a level of medical prowess, he would indeed be a valuable ally. Master National Teacher, we shall follow, Chu Xuanyang whispered. Very well. Zhou Longqi nodded in agreement. Before long, the group arrived at the Tongling Pharmacy. Upon hearing their voices, Manager Lu's eyes brightened. Divine Physician Xiao, what are you saying? Temporary residence? If you wish, I would gladly offer you the entire pharmacy. I will immediately clear out the back courtyard for your accommodation. In just over 10 days, the profits from a single foundational spirit liquid had far surpassed what Manager Lu had earned in decades. To him, Xiao Chen was akin to a fortune deity. It would be illogical to send such a benefactor away. Then I shall impose, Xiao Chen acknowledged with a nod. Once they entered the back hall, Xiao Chen first ensured that Hua Yulian was comfortably settled before proceeding to the living room. Young Master Xiao Chen, I wonder if you could share your insights on the sword path. El Pingus spoke with an urgency that was palpable. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuanyang chuckled softly, exchanging a glance with the national master, and remarked quietly, the sword god of Pingu is indeed a true sword enthusiast. Zhou Longqi nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, without such unwavering dedication, he could never have ascended to the pinnacle of the sword path in the Tianxiang Kingdom. However, I am curious as to why he seeks insights from young Master Xiao Chen. Is it possible that young Master Xiao Chen's swordsmanship surpasses his? Chu Xuanyang inquired, puzzled. Zhou Longqi laughed, saying, how could that be? It must be that Xiao Chun has fortuitously acquired the cultivation notes of some esteemed predecessor, which El Pingu desires. Once Xiao Chun presents them, you shall see. Understanding dawned upon Chu Xuanyang, who nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, upon hearing El Pingu's request, Xiao Chen acknowledged, I almost forgot. Please wait a moment, and I shall write it for you. With that, he procured paper and brush, beginning to write fervently. On the other side, Chu Xuanyang and Zhou Longqi were left in astonishment. Right? Shouldn't he simply hand over the ancient texts to El Pingu? Chu Xuanyang expressed his surprise. Let us observe how this unfolds, Zhou Longqi murmured softly. Before long, Xiao Chun presented El Pingu with a stack of over a dozen pages filled with his insights. These reflections on the sword path are profound and should aid in your cultivation, Xiao Chun stated. Thank you, young Master Xiao Chun, El Pingu replied as he took the notes. However, after scrutinizing them for a while, his brow furrowed. Oh, has El Pingu truly become agitated? Alas, it is regrettable that young Master Xiao Chun is rather stingy, providing only a mere copy rather than the authentic manuscript. Such demeanor, it seems, will hardly lead to any significant achievements in the future, thought Chu Xuanyang to himself. However, unexpectedly, Lu Pingus suddenly spoke up. Young Master Xiao? I find the above statement somewhat perplexing. I have made every effort to translate it. How can it still be incomprehensible? What a lack of discernment you possess. Xiao Chen replied, astonished. What? Chu Xuanyang was utterly taken aback. To suggest that Lu Pinga lacked discernment? Even if his own father were present, he would not dare to utter such words, would he? Nevertheless. Yes. You are absolutely right, young Master Xiao. Lu Pingu hurriedly nodded in acquiescence. Sigh. Very well. Since I owe you a favor today, let me explain what you do not understand, Xiao Chen offered. Excellent. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Lu Pinga's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah. Chu Xuanyang instinctively inhaled sharply. He could hardly believe his eyes. This was indeed the renowned sword god of Tianxiang Kingdom, held in high esteem even by his own emperor. Chapter 68. Protection Fee. Subsequently, Xiao Chun began to elucidate the intricacies of swordsmanship to Lu Pingu, word by word. Throughout this process, Lu Pingu remained a diligent student, listening with rapt attention. When Xiao Chun had finished imparting all his insights on the sword, a terrifying aura of sword energy suddenly erupted from Lu Pingu. Clang! With a single burst, the ceiling of the main hall was pierced through. What on earth are you doing, Lu Pingu? Han Fengzi and the others exclaimed in shock. At this moment, however, Lu Pingu had his eyes slightly closed. seemingly entering a state of profound contemplation. He was comprehending the essence of the sword. When he awakened, he would surely have ascended to a higher level in his swordsmanship. Xiaochen nodded and spoke. What? The crowd was taken aback, their hearts trembling. It was not merely a matter of imparting swordsmanship insights to LV Pingu. Xiaochen was essentially guiding this sword god of Pingu in his cultivation. If he could mentor LV Pingu, to what extraordinary level must his own strength ascend? Chu Xuanyang and Zhou Longqi exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Clearly, Xiaochen surpassed them by a significant margin. Master Xiaochen, I have several inquiries regarding the healing arts that I wish to discuss with you. Han Fengzi quietly altered his address from young Master Xiao Chen to Master Xiaochen. The respect in his tone was unmistakable. Very well, do share, Xiaochen replied with a nod. Since this was a matter of returning a favor, it would be best to do so thoroughly. Han Fengzi then posed over a dozen questions related to medical practice, all stemming from his long-standing confusions. Even after consulting with Dean Sun Cixing, he had found no clarity. Yet, upon hearing these queries, Xiaochen, without a moment's hesitation, elucidated them with succinct clarity, leaving Han Fengzi enlightened. Soon after, he adopted a meditative posture, seemingly digesting the knowledge imparted by Xiaochen. Once again, Chu Xuanyang and Zhou Longqi exchanged astonished glances, their mouths agape in disbelief. Master Xiaochen, I too have a few questions, ventured Wang Shichuan. Go ahead, Xiaochen replied, taking a sip of tea with an air of nonchalance. I have been attempting to forge a third-tier weapon recently, but each attempt has ended in failure. I am uncertain how to resolve this, Wang Shichuan inquired. A third-tier weapon, you say? While guiding you in the art of forging may not present a challenge. Uncovering the reasons behind failure requires that I witness your crafting process firsthand. Xiaochen furrowed his brow. Shall I fetch the forging furnace now? Wang Shichuan hurriedly inquired. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Instead, let us reconvene in 3 days at the Xianbing Hall, and we shall discuss it then, Xiaochen replied. Very well. I shall await Master Xiaochen at the Xianbing Hall. Wang Shichuan bowed respectfully. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. This is terrible. Dr. Xiao, this is grave news. Manager Lu rushed in, visibly agitated. It is the Qingyu gang. They have come to our apothecary to cause trouble. Manager Lu lamented. The Qingyu gang? Xiaochen recalled his prior encounters with these ruffians during his last visit to the Xianbing Hall. Take me to them. Xiaochen commanded, his expression cold. Of course. Manager Lu nodded and promptly led the way. Prince, we shall accompany you, Zhou Longqi declared. Very well. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the Tongling apothecary, only to find the establishment utterly devastated. The entrance was besieged by hundreds of people, creating an impenetrable wall. Dr. Xiao, that is the one. Manager Lu pointed to a burly man at the forefront. HM. Xiaochen turned to glance, surprised to find a familiar face among the crowd. It was none other than Qin Laoda, the very man who had previously orchestrated an attack against him. On the other side, Qin Laoda also recognized Xiaochen and exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Laoda, what is the meaning of this? Xiaochen inquired icily, surveying the wreckage of the Tongling apothecary and the battered staff members. Qin, the leader, let out a cold snort and remarked, I never imagined that the mastermind behind the spirit medicine shop would be you, young Master Xiao. Since we are acquaintances, it should make our discussions more agreeable. You and your associates have dared to sell foundation-building elixirs in Tianxiang City without the consent of my Qingyu gang, showing a blatant disregard for our authority. Young Master Xiao, I am already extending you a courtesy. I hope you do not overstep your bounds. Throughout his speech, Qin maintained a provocative gaze upon Xiaochen. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, 3 billion low-grade spirit stones? To forfeit your cultivation? Is this your personal demand or that of your Qingyu gang? Such conditions, viewed from any angle, were nothing short of unreasonable. Qin let out a hearty laugh and said, Xiaochen, I am not afraid to tell you that these 2 conditions were expressly stated by our gang leader. If you are to blame anyone, it is yourself for offending those you should not have. Were it not for your acquaintance with Feng Bai, your head would not be safe today. As he spoke, he gestured, and his subordinate, Ma Luer, leaped forward. Young Master Xiao, weren't you quite the pretender the other day? How do you find yourself now? Stunned, I presume? I shall grant you 10 breaths to contemplate. Should you refuse to forfeit your cultivation, I will take matters into my own hands. With that, Ma Luer advanced step by step toward Xiaochen. In response, Xiaochen, with an air of indifference, stated, I shall give your Qingyu gang leader a quarter of an hour to sever an arm and deliver it to the entrance of my spirit medicine shop. Furthermore, I demand immediate compensation from my 10 associates, each requiring 100 billion low-grade spirit stones for their medical expenses. Only then will I consider sparing his life. Upon hearing these words, the individuals across the table were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Qin Laoda and Ma Luer simultaneously erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! Are you seeking death?" In that instant, Ma Luer lunged towards Xiao Chun with malicious intent. However, Xiao Chun did not even spare him a glance. With a swift motion, he struck with the back of his hand. A loud crack echoed as Ma Luer's skull shattered. "What? You dare to slay a member of my Qingyu gang? Brothers, kill him. Leave no survivors in this spirit medicine shop." Qin Laoda bellowed in rage. "Leave no survivors? Qin Laoda, what audacity you possess." At that moment, Wang Shichuan's cold voice emerged from behind Xiao Chen. "Ah, you are Master Wang?" Qin Laoda stammered, his complexion draining of color. "Wait, everyone, cease your actions." Upon seeing Master Wang, Qin Laoda instantly altered his expression, hastily shielding his subordinates behind him. Who is Master Wang? He is the highest patron of the Xianbing Hall in Tianxiang Kingdom. With a mere word, he could summon the full might of the Xianbing Hall. In comparison to the Xianbing Hall, the insignificant Qingyu gang could be obliterated with a snap of the fingers. Chapter 69, Kill. Qin Laoda, whom did you say you wanted to kill? Wang Shichuan inquired, hands on his hips, casting a cold gaze upon Qin Laoda. Qin Laoda's eyes darted frantically as he quickly replied, "Master Wang, you are overly concerned. I merely wish to eliminate that scoundrel Xiao Chun. It has nothing to do with you. You may leave at your leisure." However, slap. Wang Shichuan delivered a resounding slap across Qin Laoda's face. "How dare you show disrespect to Master Xiao Chun? I see you are tired of living." Wang Shichuan roared. Who? Xiao Chun, Master?" Qin Laoda was utterly bewildered. Slap. Another resounding slap followed. "Is your hearing still impaired? How dare you seek protection money from Master Xiao Chun? Immediately come here and apologize to Master Xiao Chun." Wang Shichuan reprimanded angrily. Meanwhile, within a residence in Tianxiang City, He Lianzhou, the leader of the Qingyu gang, was seated across from Lin Zhengfan, Lin Wu's father, sipping tea. "Brother Lin, there is no need for haste. Xiao Qin is quite capable. By now, he must have already incapacitated that young rascal Xiao Chun. Once we capture him, whether to kill or to maim will be entirely at your discretion." He Lianzhou remarked with a smile. "Uncle, I have heard that Xiao Chun has an elder sister residing in our hometown, Silver Moon City." Behind Lin Zhengfan stood Yao Feifei. Lin Zhengfan had previously expended nearly half of the Lin family's fortune to enhance Lin Wu's abilities, hoping for his meteoric rise. Little did he expect that Xiao Chun would render him powerless. In a fit of rage, he initiated his revenge. At that moment, "Leader, we are in grave trouble." A disciple of the Qingyu gang rushed in, stumbling through the doorway. What is you in such a frenzy? Are you not aware that I am in a meeting?" He Lianzhou's expression soured. "Oh, Xiao Qin is remarkably efficient. Has he completed the task so swiftly? Where is that scoundrel Xiao Chun? Bring him in." He Lianzhou sneered. "Not at all. We have encountered a problem." The Qingyu gang disciple replied. What did you say?" He Lianzhou's brow furrowed. "What?" He Lianzhou sprang to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the disciple. "Doesn't Xiao Chun only know Feng Bai? How is it that he is now entangled with Master Wang?" He Lianzhou questioned, bewildered. If the opponent were a figure like Feng Bai, he could withstand it. However, if the adversary were Master Wang, the situation would be entirely different. With just a single utterance from him, Xianbing Hall could swiftly annihilate the Qingyu gang. "I am at a loss," the disciple lamented with a sorrowful expression. "Alas, a group of inept fools. Prepare the horses. We shall proceed to the spirit pharmacy." He Lianzhou exclaimed. "Brother He, your reaction seems excessive," Lin Zhengfan remarked, furrowing his brow. He Lianzhou glanced at Lin Zhengfan and shook his head, saying, "Brother Lin, this matter is not that I do not wish to assist you. Rather, I am utterly powerless. I advise you to reconsider your course of action." With that, he turned and departed. "Uncle, what shall we do?" On the other side, Yao Feifei appeared somewhat flustered. She had not anticipated that Xiao Chen's influence could be so profound, capable of enlisting Master Wang's help. "What should we do?" "Wu Er's vendetta must be avenged. Since the Qingyu gang cannot intervene, I have a backup plan. Follow me." With that, she took Yao Feifei and left the Qingyu gang. Meanwhile, He Lianzhou hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the spirit pharmacy. dismounting his horse before kneeling on the ground with a thud. "I, He Lianzhou, humbly pay my respects to Master Wang," he called out loudly. "He Lianzhou, how audacious you are!" Master Wang scolded immediately upon seeing him. "Master Wang, I truly had no knowledge that young Master Xiao was your friend. Otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, I would not dare to offend Master Xiao. I beseech you, Master Wang, spare my life." He Lianzhou was on the verge of tears. "Oh, whether your life is spared or not is not for me to decide. It ultimately rests with Master Xiao," Master Wang responded, turning to look at Xiao Chun. "Master Xiao Chun, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you to spare me this once." Only then did Qin and the others realize the gravity of their situation. Kneeling before Xiao Chun one after another. "Who incited you to act in this manner?" Xiao Chun inquired coldly. "It was Lin Feng. He claimed you had crippled his son, and he seeks your life. Furthermore, he mentioned wanting to eliminate your sister as well." He Lianzhou swiftly divulged Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng, father of Lin Wu. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes upon hearing the name. "Indeed. And the matter concerning your sister was relayed to him by a woman named Yao Feifei." He Lianzhou continued. "Yao Feifei? Excellent. Very well." Anger radiated from Xiao Chun, nearly igniting flames in his gaze. Every dragon has its forbidden scales. Each individual possesses an inviolable sanctum. Having been reborn, Xiao Chun had little left to lose. Save for that singular sister, the last remnant of the original Xiao Chen's attachment to this world. Anyone who dared to threaten her must perish. "Xiao Chun, how do you intend to proceed?" Master Wang inquired, observing Xiao Chun intently. In an instant, Xiao Chun acted decisively, and He Lianzhou's head rolled to the ground. "What?" Qin and the others gasped in horror at the sight. It was known that He Lianzhou was a formidable presence at the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. The leader of the Qingyu gang, notorious for his ruthless nature, a dominant force in the underworld of Tianxiang City. Yet now, he lay lifeless, slain by a mere youth. Without uttering a single word. "Damn it, you insolent brat, I will make you pay." On the other side, Qin roared in fury, charging towards Xiao Chun. A swift rush of sound pierced the air as numerous concealed weapons struck down upon the heads of Qin Laoda and his companions, leading to their untimely demise. "Young Master Xiao Chun, I shall assist you in eliminating them. You have no objections, do you?" spoke Prince Chu Xuanyang from behind Xiao Chun. "Do as you wish." Xiao Chun replied nonchalantly. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the spirit medicine shop. "Surround them. Not a single one must escape," echoed a commanding voice. Countless soldiers, clad in armor and armed to the teeth, encircled the spirit medicine shop. The establishment was accused of selling counterfeit foundational elixirs, a most heinous crime. The Ministry of Justice had issued a decree to apprehend the main perpetrator, Xiao Chun, along with all those associated with the shop. Any defiance would be met with lethal force. A military officer brandished the imperial edict, proclaiming loudly, "What? Who claims our foundational elixirs are counterfeit? This is slander," exclaimed Manager Liu, his voice filled with outrage. "Humph! Dare you openly accuse the court of slander? You are committing treason. Seize him and execute him." The military officer barked. Clang! A soldier wielding a spear lunged directly at Manager Liu. "Ah!" Manager Liu's face turned pale with fear, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, at that moment, bang! Xiao Chun reached out and grasped the spear. "Who are you?" The military officer squinted at Xiao Chun. "I am the one you refer to as the main perpetrator, Xiao Chun," he declared coldly. "Haha, so it is you, scoundrel. Not only do you brazenly peddle counterfeit medicine, but you also dare to resist arrest. You have committed a capital offense. Someone, kill this wretched beast," the military officer commanded. Yes, in an instant, dozens of soldiers surged towards Xiao Chun. "Damn it, are you seeking death? I dare anyone to commit murder." Wang Shichuan's fury ignited. You are Master Wang of the Xianbing Hall?" The military officer recognized Wang Shichuan, astonished. "Indeed, it is I. Which department do you belong to?" Wang Shichuan demanded. "I serve under Lord Lin Jingxi of the Ministry of Justice," the officer replied. Frowning, the officer continued, "Master Wang, you speak inappropriately. Naturally, Lord Lin would not dare to offend you. But at this moment, we are apprehending a criminal. Even though your status is esteemed, you should not interfere with the affairs of the Tianxiang Pavilion. This is a rule established by the Xianbing Hall. Thus." Upon hearing this, Wang Shichuan retorted angrily. "Oh, Lin Jingxi has the audacity to use rules to suppress me?" The officer chuckled. "It is not about suppressing Master Wang. The rules are indeed as such. Turning to the soldiers surrounding them, he commanded, "What are you waiting for? Kill this brat." "Yes." The soldiers responded and advanced once more. "Damn, this infuriates me. Chu Xuanyang, show me, is this how your Tianxiang nation's officials behave?" Wang Shichuan bellowed. Beside him, the second prince, Chu Xuanyang, had already darkened his expression and sternly ordered, "Everyone, stand down." And who do you think you are? Are you also here to seek death?" The military officer, unfamiliar with Chu Xuanyang, scolded coldly. "What am I?" "Ah, the Ministry of Justice is indeed bold, even daring to insult the Chu royal family." Chu Xuanyang scoffed, producing a token from his sleeve. "Take a good look. Do you now comprehend who I am?" "Your Highness, the prince." Upon seeing the token, the military officer's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately knelt on the ground. In an instant, the other soldiers followed suit, collapsing to their knees. "Where is Lin Jingxi? Summon him to me at once." Chu Xuanyang commanded coldly. "Yes, I shall fetch Lord Lin." The military officer's face turned pale with fear as he swiftly turned to leave. Meanwhile, within a tea house across the street, Lin Jingfan, holding a teacup, expressed his concerns. "Cousin, it seems that Xiao Chun has some connection with Wang Shichuan. Could this pose a problem?" The individual before him, Lin Jingxi, was indeed his elder cousin and the Deputy Minister of Justice. "Rest assured, dear cousin, no matter how powerful the Xianbing Hall may be, it cannot interfere with state affairs. My actions this time are fully sanctioned and justified. Even Wang Shichuan cannot raise any objections. Otherwise, we can report to the Xianbing Hall headquarters, and he shall bear the consequences." Lin Jingxi replied with a smile. "That is reassuring. If Xiao Chun cannot be dealt with by the Qingyu gang, do you think the court can handle him?" Lin Jingfan gritted his teeth. Indeed, how dare he harm a member of the Lin family? To kill him would be too lenient. Lin Jingxi sneered. At that moment, the military officer burst back into the room. "I pay my respects to Lord Lin," he exclaimed hurriedly. "Where is that scoundrel's head?" Lin Jingxi inquired, frowning. "My lord, there has been a problem." The military officer lamented. "A problem? What sort of problem?" Lin Jingxi asked, bewildered. The second prince, Chu Xuanyang, has unexpectedly appeared at the spirit-calling apothecary, and he demands that you meet with him immediately," the officer reported. "What? The second prince? How could this be possible?" Lin Jingxi abruptly rose to his feet. The calm demeanor he previously held completely vanished. "I do not know. Perhaps it was Wang Shichuan who summoned him?" The military officer ventured cautiously. Lin Jingxi wiped the sweat from his brow and stated, "Regardless, follow me at once." "Cousin, that's Xiao Chun." Lin Jingfan suddenly became flustered. He felt an uncanny resemblance to the earlier events at the Qingyu gang. Could it be that even Lin Jingxi could not aid him in avenging his grievances? Very well. Lin Jingfan nodded reluctantly. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxi hurriedly made his way to the entrance of the spirit medicine shop. "I humbly greet your highness. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Upon seeing Chu Xuanyang, Lin Jingxi immediately knelt before him. "Lin Jingxi, you possess an audacity of great magnitude." Chu Xuanyang gritted his teeth as he spoke. "What do you mean, your highness?" Lin Jingxi stammered, trembling. "What do I mean? As the Deputy Minister of Justice, you dare to exploit your power for personal gain, plotting against the pillars of our nation. Are you tired of living?" Chu Xuanyang's voice rang out with authority. Your highness, what is the meaning of this? When have I ever exploited my position for personal gain? Furthermore, I had no intention of harming Master Wang." Lin Jingxi was taken aback, believing that Chu Xuanyang was incensed over the matter concerning Wang Shichuan. "The pillars of the nation I refer to are none other than this young master Xiao Chun," Chu Xuanyang declared sternly. "What? Xiao Chun, the pillar of the nation?" Lin Jingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had received a request from Lin Jingfan to deal with someone named Xiao Chun. Initially, Lin Jingxi had dismissed the matter entirely, for according to the information he had acquired, he was merely dealing with a student recently expelled from Longwu Academy. Aside from a slight connection to the Xianbing Hall, there is no significant background. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, even the second prince became entangled in this affair? Chapter 71. A life saved, your highness. I am unaware that he is one of yours. Lin Jingxi instantly grasped the situation. It is said that the two princes of the Tianxiang kingdom have been vying for the throne for years, each cultivating their own factions. The second prince's keen interest in Xiao Chun undoubtedly ties back to this. It stands to reason, with such a substantial enterprise as the foundation-building spirit liquid, it would be unsustainable without the backing of someone as formidable as the second prince. The mere thought sent cold sweat down Lin Jingxi's back. Although he held the position of Deputy Minister of Justice, the struggle for succession was a matter far beyond his humble station. Lin Jingxi, as the Deputy Minister of Justice. You have willfully broken the law. Your crimes are unforgivable. Before his retreat, my father granted me regency authority. I hereby relieve you of your position and order your immediate detention until your crimes can be fully ascertained and dealt with accordingly. Guards, seize him. Chu Xuanyang commanded loudly. In an instant, several individuals surged forth to apprehend Lin Jingxi. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Qin suddenly interjected. Young Master Xiao, do you have further instructions? Chu Xuanyang inquired with a smile. Who sent you? Xiao Qin coldly questioned Lin Jingxi. It was Lin Zhongfan, my distant cousin. He promised me benefits in exchange for my assistance against you. I had no choice. Lin Jingxi quickly turned against Lin Zhongfan, realizing that the second prince could uncover this matter regardless of his silence. At that point, revealing it would be futile. Excellent. Yet another betrayal by Lin Zhongfan. Xiao Qin's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Young Master Xiao Qin, leave this matter to me, and I assure you, you shall be pleased. Chu Xuanyang spoke to Xiao Qin from the other side. Very well. Xiao Qin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. With 10 days remaining until the so-called Dragon Martial trial, he needed to undertake further preparations to secure the coveted first place, leaving him little energy to address this issue. In that case, I shall take my leave, the second prince stated before departing with his entourage. My heavens, it turns out the spirit medicine shop is backed by the second prince's influence. No wonder it is so formidable. It seems I must tread carefully around them from now on. Following this incident, a silver lining emerged. Those who were previously envious of the spirit medicine shop's profits, now wary of the second prince, had reined in their dubious aspirations. Master Xiao, 3 days hence, I shall await your esteemed presence at the Xianbing Hall. Wang Shichuan bid farewell to Xiao Chun. After seeing off everyone, Manager Lu trembled as he approached Xiao Chun. Master Xiao, I initially thought the other party was merely a medical prodigy, yet I had no inkling of such a profound background. It nearly frightened me to the point of losing control. Manager Lu, the dividends from the foundational spirit liquid should be due now, correct? Xiao Chun inquired with a smile. Indeed, it has certainly arrived. Young master, behold. This is 200 million low-grade spirit stones. Manager Lu promptly presented the prepared spirit stones to Xiao Chun. This surpasses my expectations. Xiao Chun expressed his surprise. Indeed, due to the overwhelming sales, I took the liberty of raising the prices a bit. Manager Lu chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Chun cast a glance at him and smiled faintly. I have matters to attend to outside. Please take care of the young lady inside, Xiao Chun instructed. Certainly. Lu, the shopkeeper, was already accustomed to obeying Xiao Chun's requests. Following this, Xiao Chun made his way directly to the Beast Hall. Alas, it's almost closing time, and yet another patron has arrived. You there? What do you wish to purchase? Please make it quick. A maid remarked impatiently upon noticing his entrance. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow but chose not to engage in a dispute with her, replying, I am inquiring whether the beast blood from the celestial martial realm beasts has arrived. Although he had previously arranged with the Beast Hall to return for the beast blood in 3 months, he urgently needed to enhance his strength. So he decided to take a chance. Upon hearing his words, the maid was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon transforming into one of disdain as she retorted, Are you here to amuse yourself at my expense? Do you even comprehend what you are asking for? That kind of item. Not only does our Beast Hall currently lack it, but even if we had it, it would be worth at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Selling you would not suffice to cover the cost. If you wish to purchase something, state it plainly. If you cannot afford it, then be on your way. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he replied, I have already stated my intent. I am here to buy the beast blood from the celestial martial realm beasts. Your Beast Hall had previously agreed to this arrangement. If you doubt my words, feel free to consult your superiors. The maid's expression darkened as she sneered, Consult? I have encountered many like you. Those without money yet still trying to act grand. Must we resort to tearing the facade asunder? I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, I shall summon the guards to expel you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun felt a surge of indignation. He had merely come to inquire about the beast blood of the celestial martial realm. Yet the woman before him incessantly hurled harsh words, rendering the situation utterly incomprehensible. A formidable figure in the earth martial realm? Xiao Chun cast a glance at the elder, his heart racing. The elder's prowess was undoubtedly at the 8th level of the earth martial realm, a level of strength that would rank among the elite in the Tianxiang kingdom. Grandfather, there's a young man here causing a ruckus. The young lady huffed indignantly. Grandfather? Upon hearing this title, Xiaoqun immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that this young woman had such a formidable grandfather, which explained her foul temper. Alas, how many times must I remind you? Guests are to be treated with respect. When conducting business, there is no reason to quarrel with patrons, the elder lamented, shaking his head. However, I see this fellow as nothing more than a troublemaker. He even claims he wishes to purchase the beast blood of the celestial martial realm. The young lady retorted, disdain evident in her tone. Oh, is that so? The elder, intrigued, scrutinized Xiaoqun from head to toe. Xiaoqun promptly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Esteemed elder, a month ago, I visited the Beast Pavilion and made an agreement with one of your esteemed predecessors regarding the purchase of the beast blood of the celestial martial realm. The elder nodded in recollection. Ah, I seem to recall that. Young man, I do not wish to deceive you. The beast blood of the celestial martial realm has indeed arrived. However, regrettably, I cannot sell it to you. Why not? Xiaoqun inquired, his brows furrowing. He required the beast blood to awaken his bloodline power. If the elder refused to sell it to him, it would pose quite a dilemma. For the beast blood was urgently needed. If you truly desire it, return in 6 months, the elder remarked, waving his hand dismissively towards Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun furrowed his brow and implored, Esteemed elder, I urgently require that beast's blood. I kindly ask you to honor our agreement and sell it to me. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression soured, and he retorted, Young man, I have already shown you considerable leniency. I shall reiterate, you have 2 choices. First, depart now, and you may purchase a drop of the beast's blood from a celestial martial realm creature in half a year. Second, I shall personally throw you out. However, should that occur, I cannot guarantee the integrity of your limbs. As he spoke, a flicker of lethal intent glimmered in the elder's eyes. Xiaoqun, upon hearing this, shrugged in resignation and replied, Very well, I had initially intended to spare your life, but since you are ungrateful, I shall take my leave. Stop. Just as Xiaoqun turned to depart, the elder suddenly called out in a stern voice. What is it? Is there something else? Xiaoqun retorted coldly. You insolent brat. What did you mean by your previous words? The elder demanded icily. Xiaoqun smirked and replied, I meant precisely what I said. The elder gritted his teeth. At such a tender age, you speak such nonsense. What is my status that I require your saving grace? At that moment, Yuer nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, this fellow merely boasts. Have the guards expel him. Xiaoqun scoffed, It matters not if you expel me. After all, it is not I who endures the torment of the cold poison daily. What did you say? The elder's face shifted dramatically. Yet, Xiaoqun chose to ignore him. Continuing on his way. Young master, please hold on. The elder suddenly spoke. Yuer, witnessing her grandfather's words, mistakenly believed he had decided to take action against Xiaoqun, and immediately shouted, Someone, stop him. In an instant, over a dozen guards positioned themselves before Xiaoqun. Seeing this, Xiaoqun furrowed his brows and remarked, Is this how the renowned Beast Hall welcomes its guests? Step back, all of you. At that moment, the elder waved his hand, and all the guards retreated. Young master, I must apologize for the lack of courtesy from the Beast Hall. I hope you can forgive us, the elder said with a smile. Oh dear. My hearing isn't what it used to be. I seem to recall someone just now threatening to throw me out. Xiaoqun raised an eyebrow. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly twice and replied, Young master, I was indeed blind to your stature. How may I make amends? As he spoke, he stood up and bowed towards Xiaoqun. Never mind. Considering your age, I shall not hold it against you. Xiaoqun responded coldly. Yes. Although the elder felt displeased, he needed Xiaoqun's assistance for his ailment and recognized his own wrongdoing. So he had no choice but to endure. Yuer glared with wide eyes. What status did her grandfather hold? In the Tianxiang kingdom, who would dare speak to him in such a manner? Xiaoqun glanced at the elder and sighed. Let us skip the pleasantries. You were bitten by a snake half a month ago, weren't you? The elder trembled at these words. The incident of being bitten by a serpent had been a closely guarded secret of the Beast Hall. How could Xiaoqun possibly know? Who are you? Who sent you? Yuer's expression instantly darkened, her gaze fixed on Xiaoqun with palpable hostility. Xiaoqun furrowed his brows and replied, I came with the good intention of rescuing your grandfather, yet the 100 Beasts Hall has repeatedly treated me with such disdain, either attempting to expel me or questioning my identity. If this is to be the case, I shall take my leave. For I did not come here to endure such affronts. Yu'er opened her mouth to retort, but the elder raised his hand and interjected, Young master, please do not take offense. Yu'er's temperament has been spoiled by my indulgence. My dear, do apologize to the young master at once. Yu'er's countenance shifted, and though reluctant, she was compelled by her grandfather's stern expression to bow her head and say, I am sorry, I was wrong. Xiaochen snorted lightly and stated, Both of you, I can overlook the earlier incident. However, I trust there will be no next time. Should that occur, even if you were to perish before me, I would not spare you a glance. The elder hastily nodded, Indeed, indeed. I shall remember this. Young master, please take a seat. Young master Xiao, truly possessing discerning eyes. Indeed, I was injured by a serpent demon half a month ago, the elder remarked, as he loosened the upper half of his garments, revealing a terrifying wound. Strangely, frost clung to the edges of the injury. Grandfather. Yu'er gasped in shock, her hand covering her mouth. Although she was aware of her grandfather's injury and poisoning, this was the first time she had witnessed the wound. As I had anticipated. Hence, the beast blood from the heavenly martial realm that the 100 Beasts Hall has summoned this time must be from a fire attribute demon beast, correct? Xiaochen inquired. The elder nodded in affirmation, Indeed. My original intention was to temporarily suppress the cold poison with the beast's blood, allowing me to endure for at least 100 days. After the battle of the beasts concludes, I would then confront the repercussions, and even if it leads to my demise, I would hold no regrets. Grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yuo's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Yuo. The elderly man embraced his granddaughter, his own eyes glistening with moisture. Xiaochen observed the poignant expressions shared between the grandfather and granddaughter and blinked before speaking. Is it really necessary for both of you to react this way? It's merely a touch of cold poison. It's not as if you're facing a life or death separation. In response, Yuo retorted, What do you know? My grandfather's condition has already been examined by Director Sun Xixiao, and even he could not cure it completely. He can only temporarily suppress it with medication. Xiaochen furrowed his brow. The director of the Xinglin Academy? One would assume his medical skills are commendable. How could he fail to resolve such a minor affliction? Minor affliction? Both grandfather and granddaughter shot him incredulous glares. Young Master Xiao, you cannot possibly mean to imply that you can cure this poison? The elderly man's voice trembled with anticipation. Of course I can. Xiaochen affirmed with a nod. Is this truly the case? The elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief. If you doubt me, I will take my leave right now. My time is limited, Xiaochen stated firmly. No. I believe you. As long as you, Young Master Xiao, can cure my poison, I will agree to any conditions you set, provided I am able to fulfill them. The elderly man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Xiaochen shook his head. Let us forego conditions. All I require is that you sell me the beast's blood of the heavenly martial realm creature. Not an issue. If you can cure my poison, I will gladly give you the beast's blood. The elderly man replied resolutely. Xiaochen nodded and said, Then let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed to detoxify. The elder nodded in agreement. Very well, let us begin immediately. However, Yu'er furrowed her brow and interjected. Wait a moment, grandfather. Yes? Yu'er, what troubles you? The elder inquired, puzzled. Grandfather, can you truly place your trust in this young man? Look at his age. He is hardly older than I. How can he possibly cure a poison that even Director Sun Xixiao cannot remedy? He strikes me as nothing more than a charlatan. Yu'er retorted, pouting. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen scoffed. Miss Yu'er, are you not aware that there are hierarchies in knowledge and specializations in skill? While the proficiency in medicine may indeed correlate with age, it is far more influenced by innate talent. Am I not capable of being an exceptionally gifted individual? Yu'er, still obstinate, replied, But where in this world do so many prodigies exist? Xiaochen remained silent, and then responded, One stands before you. Yu'er huffed. I would be a fool to believe you. Furrowing his brow, Xiaochen said, Miss Yu'er, do you truly wish for your grandfather's affliction to remain unhealed? Yu'er was taken aback, but quickly grew indignant. How could you even suggest that? I merely question whether you are a fraud, perhaps even someone hired to harm my grandfather. At that moment, the elder waved his hand and declared, Yu'er, be silent. I have faith in young Master Xiaochen. He is not of that ilk. Xiaochen, upon hearing this, nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it appears that the elder possesses discernment. Rest assured, with my intervention, this poison will be vanquished in an instant. Yu'er, gritting her teeth, retorted, Young man, should you truly succeed in curing my grandfather's poison, I would be willing to kneel and apologize to you. Xiao Chun, with an air of indifference, remarked. There is no need for that. What I require now are some spiritual herbs. You must procure them for me, and the sooner, the better. As he spoke, Xiao Chun pinned a lengthy list. Here you go, he declared, tossing the herbs before him. You may feel a bit of pain for a moment. Bear with it. Xiao Chun added. The old man chuckled. Young Master Xiao, feel free to proceed. In my many years, I have endured far worse. A little discomfort is of no consequence. His words were abruptly cut short as a silver needle plunged into him, eliciting a cry akin to that of a distressed pig. Chapter 73. The end of the Lin family. Grandfather, how are you? Yue exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. What have you done to my grandfather? She unsheathed her sword, preparing to confront Xiao Chun. If you wish for your grandfather to perish this very moment, you may strike. Xiao Chun replied coldly. You glared fiercely. Just then, the elder raised a hand, commanding, cease. Is everything all right, grandfather? Yue asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I am well, and in fact, quite invigorated. Young Master Xiao, would you be so kind as to administer another needle? The elder requested. Yue was left speechless. Meanwhile, without hesitation, Xiao Chun delivered another needle. The old man cried out a second time. However, this time, Yue was no longer astonished. Soon, after dozens of needles were administered, the frost upon the elder's wounds began to thaw, and his complexion markedly improved. These spiritual herbs, when brewed into a soup and consumed thrice daily for 7 days, will ensure a complete recovery. Xiao Chun concluded his work. You truly are a divine healer, young Master Xiao. The elder praised. The elderly man sensed that the toxins within his body had indeed been nearly eradicated and expressed his heartfelt admiration. I cannot claim the title of divine healer. I merely hope that you do not forget the promise we made, Xiao Chun remarked. Of course, I shall provide you with the beast's blood immediately, the elder replied, retrieving a porcelain vial from his spatial ring and handing it to Xiao Chun. What a potent aura of fire attributes, Xiao Chun exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy upon receiving the beast's blood. I am immensely grateful for your grandfather's life-saving grace. I bow before you. Yue, witnessing the elder's restored well-being, knelt down on the ground. There is no need for such formalities, the elder reassured her. However, I do have a question that I would like to ask you. Esteemed elder, Xiao Chun interjected. Please, speak freely. I shall divulge all that I know. The elder hastily replied. Where was the snake demon that bit you? Xiao Chun inquired. Was it at Blackwind Mountain? It appears my conjecture was correct. Hearing this, Xiao Chun secretly nodded in affirmation. But may I ask where this valley is located? He pressed further. Do you wish to venture there, young master? Absolutely not. It is far too perilous. The elder quickly shook his head in denial. Xiao Chun smiled and reassured him. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I am not so reckless. I am merely curious due to certain special circumstances. Upon hearing this, the elder, though still somewhat skeptical, nodded in agreement. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share the information with you. He then presented a map to Xiao Chun. This is the topographical map of Blackwind Mountain, with the location where you may encounter the snake demon clearly marked. However, I must reiterate my warning. Do not venture there lightly. The elder cautioned earnestly. Understood, I shall take heed. However, I have one request. Could you lend me a training chamber? Xiao Chun inquired. He needed to swiftly refine this beast blood to enhance his own power. That is a simple task. Yue, escort young Master Xiao Chun to the training chamber number 1. The elder replied. Yes. Yue nodded and led Xiao Chun to the entrance of a training chamber. This is the finest training chamber of our beast hall, where the concentration of spiritual energy is exceptionally high. Spending a day here is equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world, Yue declared with pride. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Xiao Chun observed the training chamber and nodded subtly. I am about to enter seclusion. Please do not allow anyone to disturb me for 3 days. Xiao Chun instructed. Rest assured, I will personally ensure your solitude and prevent anyone from approaching, Yue affirmed. Upon entering the training chamber, Xiao Chun immediately extracted the beast blood. All right, let the refining commence with all my strength. With that, a fierce aura enveloped the entire training chamber. During the days Xiao Chun devoted to his seclusion and refining, various events unfolded within Tianxiang City. In the northern part of the city, at the Lin family residence, Father, my cultivation. Lin Wu, awakening from his coma, finally opened his eyes. Wu, are you awake? Lin Feng, seeing his son conscious, was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It was that Xiaochen. I want him dead. Lin Wu's thoughts raced back to his own downfall, his eyes igniting with fury. Do not worry. I have already sought help from your uncle, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice. With his assistance, that young man will surely meet his end. Lin Feng reassured him. Not enough. It is still not enough. If I were to kill one person, it would not suffice to quell the wrath within my heart. Father, I recall Feifei mentioning that the boy has a sister. I demand that you bring her to Tianxiang City. I intend to consign her to a brothel, subjecting her to the humiliation of countless men, and subsequently dismember her. Lin Wu spoke with malevolent intent. However, at that moment, observing the father-son duo before her, Yao Feifei felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. Initially, she had regarded Xiaochen as a worthless individual and cast him aside. Yet now, that so-called waste had not only grown in strength, but had also transformed the genius she once believed in into a genuine failure. Fortunately, although Lin Wu had been rendered powerless, the Lin family's wealth remained intact. At the very least, it would ensure her a life free from worry. Master, something is amiss. Just then, a servant rushed in, panic evident on his face. What has you so flustered? Lin Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. Master, a contingent of officials and soldiers has surrounded our home. The servant exclaimed urgently. What? Officials? Take me outside to see. Lin Feng commanded. However, before he could step out, a large group had already stormed into his residence. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Lin estate? I shall inform you that the current deputy minister is my cousin. Lin Feng shouted in indignation upon seeing the soldiers. Are you referring to Lin Jingxi? You may not be aware, but he has been stripped of all his positions and is now imprisoned, awaiting his fate. A leading officer replied coldly. What? Stripped of his positions? This is inconceivable. Wang Shichuan lacks the authority to do so. Lin Zhongfan protested vehemently. He had assumed that it was Wang Shichuan who sought to take action against him. The officer across from him let out a cold laugh, stating, Master Wang indeed lacks the authority to meddle in imperial affairs. However, it is unfortunate that the one issuing the orders is none other than His Highness, the second prince. Moreover, it is not only the Lin family that is in turmoil. You, Lin Zhongfan, are implicated in collusion with the Blue Fish Gang, the endangerment of the populace, and the assassination of court officials, among 21 grave charges. Therefore, I hereby declare the detention of all members of the Lin family for trial. All assets of the Lin residence shall be confiscated and turned over to the national treasury. What? You dare to do this? This is robbery. Lin Zhongfan exclaimed furiously. Bang! The officer kicked Lin Zhongfan, sending him flying. Robbery? Openly insulting an imperial official adds yet another charge against you. The officer coldly retorted. Seeing the situation, the officer sighed, saying, Lin Zhongfan, how foolish you are. Even now, you fail to comprehend whom you have offended. Whom? Lin Zhongfan asked, bewildered. Is it not Lord Wang Shichuan? But there is a misunderstanding. I do not wish to harm Lord Wang Shichuan. My intention was solely to deal with that little bastard named Xiaochen. Lin Zhongfan pleaded. Slap. The officer delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, impudence. Is it a name you are worthy of uttering? What? Lord Xiaochen. Chapter 74, Fourth Order Refiner? Lin Zhongfan was left utterly stunned. How could that Xiaochen, a mere commoner without any connections, be addressed as Lord by an officer? This esteemed official must be mistaken. That Xiaochen is just a poor wretch with no background. Yao Feifei said, equally astonished. However, slap. The officer struck Yao Feifei again, sending her flying. Have you lost your senses, you wretched being? How dare you openly slander Lord Xiaochen? It appears you are truly courting death. The military officer's voice was cold as he declared, I assure you, with merely a word from Lord Xiaochen, he could eradicate families of the Lin clan stature at will. Being a direct descendant of Chu Xuanyang, he was acutely aware of Xiaochen's standing in Chu Xuanyang's eyes. This is impossible, Yao Feifei exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief. It had been barely over a month since she and Xiaochen had parted ways. And now he had transformed from a penniless youth into a formidable figure capable of annihilating the Lin family with a mere gesture. Had she known it would come to this, regret consumed her. My lord, the Lin family's treasury has been thoroughly cleared. An officer reported. Very well. Detain the Lin family members and bring them to the prison for thorough interrogation, commanded the military officer. In an instant, Lin Zhongfan and his son, along with Yao Feifei, were forcefully subdued to the ground. Wait. I am not a member of the Lin family. I am Lord Xiaochen's girlfriend. You cannot treat me this way. Yao Feifei shouted desperately. You insolent wretch, do you still dare to speak? Lin Wu retorted, momentarily taken aback before unleashing a torrent of curses. The military officer hesitated upon hearing the commotion. You vile creature. Was it not you who just suggested we take action against Lord Xiaochen's sister? Now you wish for him to accept you? I tell you, it is a futile dream. If the Lin family is to perish, you, Yao Feifei, shall accompany us to the grave. Lin Wu spat venomously. Oh, someone dares to target Lord Xiaochen's sister? The military officer's brow furrowed. Indeed, this idea originated from this wretched woman. Lin Wu sold out Yao Feifei in one breath. Lin Wu, you speak nonsense. Yao Feifei shouted, her voice filled with madness. The officer furrowed his brow and said, regardless of who speaks the truth, let us detain you for now. Someone will surely clarify the matter. With that, he led the group out of the Lin residence. Meanwhile, in the Beast Hall, days seemed to blend into one another as time slipped by unnoticed. In the training chamber, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes, a surge of spiritual energy erupting from him. Not only have I refined the beast blood, but my cultivation has also advanced to the second level of the spirit martial realm. Feeling the shift in his realm, Xiaochen was quite pleased. Let us see to what extent my bloodline has awakened. As he spoke, he struck out with a palm. Boom. In an instant, the entire training chamber trembled. What immense power! The bloodline strength in his forearm had fully awakened, and the force of this strike rivaled that of an 8th-level spirit martial expert's full attack. If combined with formidable martial techniques, he might even match an ordinary earth martial expert. Xiaochen nodded to himself. With his current strength, he was absolutely confident in securing the top position in the dragon martial trial. He opened the door to the training chamber, and indeed, Yu was still waiting outside. Xiaochen, you finished your training so quickly? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Yes, thanks to the training chamber in the Beast Hall. I have matters to attend to, and I shall come to express my gratitude another day. Xiaochen replied with a respectful gesture. After speaking, he left the Beast Hall directly. The day he had agreed upon with Wang Shichuan had arrived. It was time to visit the Xianbing Hall. It was indeed the right moment to forge a magical artifact. Xiaochen mused to himself. Meanwhile, in the back hall of the Xianbing Hall, a group of over a dozen young individuals sat upon the floor. Fan Shaowen, today you have summoned nearly all the prodigious talents of the weapon forging realm from Tianxiang City. What is the purpose behind this gathering? Inquired a youth clad in elegant garments. Opposite him, Fan Shaowen smiled enigmatically and replied, esteemed guests, today presents a remarkable opportunity. Oh, a remarkable opportunity? Could it be that Master Wang is to impart his teachings? Another youth exclaimed in surprise. Fan Shaowen glanced at the speaker, furrowing his brow. This gentleman seems unfamiliar. May I ask your name? He is my acquaintance, young Master Xiao Ming from Silvermoon City, who possesses considerable talent in weapon forging, the elegantly attired youth responded. Oh, I see. Upon hearing the name Silvermoon City, Fan Shaowen dismissed the young man from his thoughts. After all, he was a disciple of Wang Shichuan. How could he regard a mere youth from a small city with any importance? Brother Fan, is it truly the case that Master Wang will be delivering a lecture? If so, it would indeed be an extraordinary opportunity. I have numerous inquiries regarding weapon forging that I wish to discuss with the master. Another youth exclaimed, visibly excited. To be candid with you all, today is not my master who will be lecturing. Rather, a weapon forging master, whom even my master holds in the highest esteem, will personally guide him in the art of forging. Fan Shaowen declared with pride. What? A weapon forging master? One who can even instruct Master Wang? What level of master are we speaking of? Could it possibly be a 4th-tier forging master? Someone gasped in astonishment. Indeed, just like martial artists, weapon forgers also have varying levels of expertise. Ordinarily, anyone capable of forging first-order weaponry is eligible to partake in the first-order weapon refiner assessment. Wang Shichuan, for instance, once personally crafted 3 third-order weapons a decade ago, which subsequently earned him the qualification of a third-order weapon refiner, establishing him as a leading figure in the weapon refining circles of the Tianxiang Kingdom. Therefore, the announcement of a potential 4th-order weapon refiner's appearance today has stirred considerable excitement among everyone. Indeed, my master made no mention of this Grand Master. However, judging by my master's excitement, he is undoubtedly at least a 4th-order weapon refiner. Fan Shaowen stated with his hands clasped behind his back. Originally, my master had no intention of allowing outsiders to observe. It was upon my earnest request that he granted us the opportunity to witness the process. We are profoundly grateful for your benevolence, Brother Fan. The crowd responded, bowing deeply in unison. Gratitude is unnecessary, Fan Shaowen said with a peculiar smile. However, I find myself in a slight financial predicament as of late. The crowd exchanged glances, instantly understanding his implication. Brother Fan, please accept this humble token of my appreciation. A youth promptly presented a spatial ring containing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones represent a substantial sum. However, the opportunity to witness a fourth-order weapon refiner at work renders this tuition fee worthwhile. Chapter 75. A useless individual from the Shao family? Ah, young Master Lu is indeed discerning, Fan Shaowen remarked, accepting the spatial ring with a smile. This is my humble offering, Brother Fan, and this is mine. In short order, the crowd presented substantial amounts of spirit stones, allowing Fan Shaowen to amass a considerable fortune. Ha! Rest assured, everyone. Today, with my presence, I shall ensure that you witness the entire process of artifact forging. Furthermore, I shall even plead with that esteemed master craftsman to personally guide you all, Fan Shaowen declared with an air of pride. Thank you, Brother Fan. The crowd immediately showered him with compliments. As Fan Shaowen weighed the coins he had collected, a sudden frown crossed his face. Brother Xiaoming, what do you mean by providing me with merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiaoming. Young Master Fan, this is all the money I have on hand. Xiaoming's face flushed with embarrassment. Young Master Fan, his countenance darkened to its utmost. Just then, why are there so many people? A voice resonated from outside the hall. Xiaochen, what brings you to this place? Xiaoming furrowed his brows. You are Xiaoming. Xiaochen recognized him through memory. This individual was Xiaochen's cousin. However, since the disappearance of Xiaochen's parents, he and his sister had been treated poorly within the Xiao family. Ultimately, several uncles from the family conspired to seize their inheritance and, on a rainy night, cast the siblings out, nearly leaving them to freeze and starve. Xiaoming's father was one of those who had driven Xiaochun and his sister away. It was unexpected for them to cross paths in Tianxiang City. Is that the little brat? Meanwhile, from a distance, Fan Shaowen also recognized Xiaochun. Previously, at Ku Ro's birthday banquet, he had attempted to propose to her, only to be thwarted by Xiaochun, which had fostered an intense hatred for him. Who would have thought that Xiaochun would appear at the Xianbing Hall today? Xiaoming, do you recognize this Xiaochun? Fan Shaowen inquired, his expression dark and brooding. Xiaoming, perceptive as he was, discerned the gravity of Fan Shaowen's demeanor and hastily replied, Young Master Fan, this Xiaochen is the foremost disgrace of the Xiao family in Silvermoon City, a veritable waste. Many years ago, my father expelled him from the clan. I truly had no inkling he would be here. Upon hearing this, Fan Shaowen's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Oh, so he and Brother Xiaoming are of the same lineage. But tell me, what would you do if I informed you that he has offended me? What? Xiaoming exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He then swiftly turned to face Xiaochen, exclaiming, Beast, look at the trouble you've caused. Kneel and apologize to young Master Fan at once. Beast? Kneel? Apologize? Xiaochun furrowed his brow at the trio of words. Why are you still hesitating? You, a wastrel of the Xiao family, dare to offend young Master Fan? Do you have any idea the calamity this could bring upon the Xiao clan? Xiaoming chastised vehemently. Calamity? Xiaoming, did you not just declare that I was cast out from the Xiao family? If that is the case, what calamity befalls the Xiao clan is of no concern to me, Xiaochen retorted coldly. Do you dare to argue back? Do you believe I want to break your legs? Xiaoming thundered. Meanwhile, Fan Shaowen let out a hearty laugh and remarked, Brother Xiaoming, it is evident that you and he are not kindred spirits. Nonetheless, since he is indeed of your family, should he offend me, it is imperative that you take matters into your own hands. In this manner, as long as you handle this matter to my satisfaction. Today you shall not only witness that master craftsman forging his wares, but I might also consider having my master extend a bit more care towards your Xiao family in the future. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly inquired, Is what young Master Fan said truly the case? What do you perceive my status to be? Is there any necessity for me to deceive you? Fan Shaowen replied with displeasure. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, nodding affirmatively, Very well. I shall not let young Master Fan down. With that, he turned to Xiaochun, commanding in an authoritative tone, Xiaochun, immediately renounce your cultivation and sever your limbs. Then kneel before young Master Fan's residence for an entire month. Renounce my cultivation? Sever my limbs? Kneel for a month? Xiao Chen coldly reiterated those phrases. Are you deaf? Do you not comprehend my words? If you do not act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Xiaoming, with a menacing smile, added, Have you perhaps forgotten the fear of being beaten by me in your childhood? As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. Yet, surprisingly, before I could strike. You have sought me out. Very well, let the proceedings commence with you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's retort, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow in astonishment and asked, Xiao Chen, what do you intend to do? Xiao Chen replied coldly, What do I intend to do? Of course, it is to deal with you. As he spoke, he lunged towards Xiao Ming's throat. What a farce. You, a mere waste, dare to make a move against me? Watch as I incapacitate you. Night Rain sword technique. With that, Xiao Ming unsheathed his sword and slashed towards Xiao Chen's arm. However, it seemed as if Xiao Chen was oblivious to the attack, continuing his advance towards Xiao Ming's throat. Humph. Let us start from here, shall we? With a thunderous roar, Xiao Ming brought his sword down. However, clang. The blade struck Xiao Chen's right hand. Yet contrary to expectations of shattered bones and severed tendons, blood did not spatter. Instead, upon impact, sparks erupted from Xiao Chen's hand. Observant onlookers noted that Xiao Ming's blade had suffered several chips. Impossible. How is your arm? Xiao Ming's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Yet, the situation escalated as Xiao Chen seized him by the throat. Xiao Ming, did you not just declare your intent to cripple me and sever my limbs? Xiao Chen coldly inquired, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Ming. I. Xiao Chen, release me. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly. Xiao Ming's face flushed crimson as he bellowed in fury. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chen retorted. What a fool. Even at this juncture, you dare to threaten me. Very well, I shall commence by breaking one of your arms. With that, he struck down upon Xiao Ming's left arm. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Xiao Ming's left arm twisted at a grotesque angle, clearly suffering a shattering fracture. Xiao Chen, you dare to harm me? I am not afraid. My father will avenge me. Xiao Ming exclaimed in shock. Yet crack. Another sharp sound followed as Xiao Chen similarly broke Xiao Ming's right arm. Xiao Ming, I find it quite curious that you continue to provoke me at this point. Do you not fear that I might truly end your life? Xiao Chen spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His Xiao Ming inhaled sharply, as if only now realizing the peril he faced. Xiao Chen, if you let me go, I will pretend that today's events never occurred. How about that? Xiao Ming stammered. Pretend it never happened? Xiao Chen retorted with a cold laugh, fury evident in his tone. You, in front of everyone in the hall, declared your intent to sever my limbs and cripple my cultivation, and you dare to tell me nothing happened? Xiao Chen's voice was icy. Then what do you intend to do? Xiao Ming inquired. Nothing much, just proceed with the method you initially contemplated against me. Xiao Chen replied coldly. No, you cannot do this. Xiao Ming shouted. However, bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen struck 3 times, severing his leg and finally shattering his dantian. Xiao Ming screamed in agony, collapsing unconscious. The onlookers gasped in shock at the scene. Fan Shaowen narrowed his eyes, astonished by Xiao Chen's formidable strength. Nonetheless, he remained composed, for he believed everything was still under his control. Bang! Fan Shaowen slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming angrily, What a daring scoundrel! How dare you act recklessly in the Su In Being Hall? Clearly, you do not know the meaning of death. Bring this fiend to me. In an instant, numerous guards rushed into the Su In Being Hall. Young Master Fan, what has happened? One guard asked. Seize this thief. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. Fan Shaowen commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, the head of the guards pointed his blade at Xiao Chen, saying, Kid, surrender quietly, or you will die a most gruesome death. Seeing this, Xiao Chen sighed and remarked, Do you think I truly wish to come to your Su In Being Hall? Had it not been for Master Wang's request for my presence, do you think I would willingly come to your Xianbing Hall? Over there, Fan Shaowen sneered, Nonsense. My master specifically invited a master craftsman today. Why would he summon someone like you? This fellow was spinning tales. Everyone, quickly apprehend him. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Indeed. I am the master craftsman your master invited. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Good heavens, this is utterly hilarious. This lad dares to claim he is a master craftsman? I wager he doesn't even know what crafting is, and is just spouting nonsense. Such a person is a disgrace to the craft. He should be thrown out. Quickly. The leading guard, with an icy demeanor, glared at Xiao Chen. I will say this once more. Surrender at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be far more severe than mere injury. Xiao Chun sighed in resignation and then called out loudly. Old Wang, if you do not come out now, someone may very well perish in your shebbing hall today. Who is Old Wang? It seemed that only Master Wang bore the surname Wang in Xianbing Hall. That wretched lad dared to blaspheme Master Wang? In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became charged with excitement. The guards were poised to act. But just then, is that the voice of Master Xiaochen? A voice resonated from the back of the hall. Shortly after, Master Wang, with his silver hair flowing, hurriedly ran into the main hall. Greetings, Master Wang. In an instant, all the young individuals bowed in reverence to Wang Shichuan, except for Xiao Chun, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This lad dares to remain unbowed before his master. He is surely doomed. Fan Shaowen felt a surge of delight within. This individual was notoriously petty, and after Xiao Chun had disrupted his courting endeavors, he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward him, wishing nothing more than for his early demise. However, just as he anticipated Wang Shichuan's wrath, the latter approached Xiao Chun with a look of surprise and exclaimed, Master Xiao Chun, I have finally awaited your arrival. Please take a seat. What? At that moment, the entire hall fell into a state of astonishment. Master Xiao Chun, please take a seat. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that the fourth-tier artifact Master Wang Shichuan had invited today was? A wave of unease washed over everyone present. Master Wang, your door to the Xianbing Hall is indeed difficult to enter. I nearly met my end within these walls. Upon seeing Wang Shichuan, Xiaochen coldly remarked, Master, Fan Shaowen also sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, his voice trembling slightly. Let me explain, Xiaochen said, as he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Wang Shichuan's face turned an alarming shade of green, and he swiftly delivered a slap to Fan Shaowen. You wretched fool, what have you done? He bellowed in anger. Master, I didn't know he was invited by you. Moreover, Master, I recognize this lad. He is merely a country bumpkin from Silver Moon City, utterly ignorant of artifact forging. Do not be deceived by him. Fan Shaowen protested while covering his face. Silence. You know nothing. Master Xiao Chen's forging techniques are not something you can malign. Wang Shichuan was on the verge of losing his composure. One must understand the immense cost he incurred to finally invite Master Xiao Chun. And what was the outcome? Upon his arrival, he was immediately offended by Fan Shaowen. If Master Xiao were to depart now, all of Wang's prior efforts would be rendered futile. Master, Fan Shaowen attempted to protest. Do not call me master. I have no disciple of your caliber, Wang Shichuan declared. Henceforth, Fan Shaowen is expelled from my tutelage. Moreover, someone, take this scoundrel away and administer 100 strokes of the rod. Wang Shichuan ground his teeth in fury. What? Fan Shaowen's expression changed drastically. He was acutely aware of the severity of the punishment at Xianbing Hall. 100 strokes would likely cripple him for life, even if he survived. Take him away. Beat him. However, Wang Shichuan paid no heed, shouting directly at the guards. Amidst the cries of anguish, Fan Shaowen was dragged away. Master Xiao Chun, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation? Wang Shichuan inquired softly, fearful that Master Xiao might still be displeased. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it. However, I agreed only to guide your forging and never to instruct these individuals. Let them leave. Master Xiao Chun surveyed the young men around him. This group, having previously sought to ingratiate themselves with Fan Shaowen by ridiculing Xiao Chun, would not be allowed to benefit from this encounter. Did you not hear? Leave at once. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall not enter the doors of Xianbing Hall again. Wang Shichuan stated coldly. Chapter 77. Successful forging what? Master Wang, you cannot do this. Master Wang, we acknowledge our mistakes and implore your forgiveness this once. A chorus of voices pleaded for mercy. Did my words fall upon deaf ears? Expel them at once. Wang Shichuan declared with a frigid tone. This is disastrous. If my father learns that I have been cast out of the Xianbing Hall by Master Wang, he may very well end my existence. I share your plight. My family has extensive business dealings with the Xianbing Hall, and should they turn us away, my family would surely forsake me. It is all that Fan Shaowen's fault. Had it not been for him, we would never have crossed paths with Xiao Chun. Indeed, how dare Fan Shaowen accept our bribes? The thought of ending his life has crossed my mind. Regardless, he has now been expelled by Master Wang. With his connections stripped away, it would be effortless for us to bring about his demise. In mere moments, they had sealed Fan Shaowen's impending tragedy. One could only ponder how Fan Shaoan would react if he were to learn of this turn of events. However, it appears that Xiao Chun holds significant esteem in Master Wang's eyes. Clearly, if we wish to preserve our ties with the Xianying Hall, we must approach Xiao Chun. Indeed, we must devise a way to mend our relationship with him. The group immediately began to strategize. Meanwhile, within the Xianying Hall, Wang Shichuan respectfully ushered Xiao Chun into the refining chamber. My lord Xiao Chun, here is the blueprint for the third-tier weapon I intend to forge. Wang Shichuan presented a document before Xiao Chun. Oh, a battle axe, is it? Xiao Chun inquired, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, but I have attempted the refinement numerous times, consuming countless materials yet failing to succeed. I humbly seek Master Xiao Chun's guidance, Wang Shichuan expressed. Xiao Chun nodded and replied, begin the process, and I shall observe where the issue lies. Very well. Wang Shichuan nodded and promptly commenced. He ignited the furnace, melted the materials, shaped them, and quenched them. Every step was executed methodically, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction as the process unfolded smoothly. However, just as he neared completion, Xiao Chun sighed and said, extinguish the flames. Why must we extinguish the furnace, Master Xiao? Wang Shichuan inquired. My refining has been remarkably smooth this time. Perhaps success is within reach. Xiao Chun scoffed. Success, my friend? In no more than 10 breaths, your furnace will explode. How can that be? Wang Shichuan exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Chun shrugged. If you choose not to believe me, continue your endeavor. I, however, shall take my leave to avoid the impending explosion. With that, he exited the refining chamber. Wang Shichuan gazed at the furnace before him, perplexed by the apparent absence of issues. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, given that everything has progressed so smoothly, I cannot abandon this effort. Perhaps Master Xiao has misjudged the situation. With this thought, he continued to channel his spiritual energy. Yet, at the 9th breath, boom, a tremendous explosion erupted from the furnace. The sound was deafening, instantly attracting numerous guards, including Feng Bai, who rushed in. Creak. The door to the refining chamber swung open, revealing a disheveled Wang Shichuan emerging from the chaos. Master Wang, what has transpired? Feng Bai, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, how could this be? How is it possible? What I crafted this time was evidently flawless. Wang Shichuan racked his brain, unable to discern where he had erred. Across from him, Xiao Chun cast a glance his way and replied with exasperation, flawless? During your recent forging attempt, you committed no fewer than 72 significant mistakes. Were it not for your considerable proficiency in the art of forging, your furnace would have exploded long before 100 breaths had elapsed. What? 72 significant mistakes? Master Xiao Chun, you cannot be serious. Wang Shichuan exclaimed, his shock palpable. If he had merely overlooked a minor flaw or two in his own crafting, he could have accepted that. However, to be told of such grave errors, and in such a quantity, was simply unacceptable to him. What? You refuse to accept it? Very well, then. Forge again, but this time, heed my instructions. Xiao Chun commanded. Fine. Wang Shichuan nodded, preparing to enter another forging chamber. The first step is quenching, he declared as he activated the furnace. Wait. Crank the flames up to their maximum. Xiao Chun instructed. Maximum. Master Xiao Chun, the raw material is Xianbing iron. If we set the flames to maximum from the outset, it will surely result in an explosion, won't it? Wang Shichuan queried, puzzled. Just adjust it as I say. Xiao Chun insisted. Very well, I shall comply. If it explodes again, so be it. Wang Shichuan, resigned, adjusted the furnace's flames to their peak intensity. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the Xianbing iron swiftly melted into a liquid state, and in terms of purity, it was remarkably more refined than his previous attempt. At that moment, Wang Shichuan was momentarily taken aback. Although the cold iron possessed attributes of ice, it was not entirely composed of such qualities. Within it lay a certain element of wood. If one were to gradually heat it, it would instead lead to the destabilization of the wood attribute, resulting in internal chaos. This was the first significant mistake you made, Xiao Chun elucidated. What? Is it truly like this? Upon hearing this, Wang Shichuan's eyes brightened. Enough of the days, let us continue the forging process. Xiao Chun continued. Yes. Wang Shichuan immediately resembled an eager student, attentively following Xiao Chun's guidance. During the subsequent forging process, Xiao Chun frequently pointed out Wang Shichuan's errors. Initially, Wang Shichuan was somewhat resistant. However, after putting the advice into practice, he discovered that Xiao Chun was invariably correct. On numerous occasions, Xiao Chen's directives completely contradicted Wang Shichuan's previous experiences in forging. Yet, upon adhering to Xiao Chen's methods, he found an entirely different realm within. In that moment, it was as though Wang Shichuan had unlocked the door to a new world. He felt that the years he had spent in forging were nearly wasted. Time passed, and after 3 hours, a tremendous roar erupted from the furnace. Following this, a powerful aura surged forth from within. It is done. It is done. A third-tier weapon has successfully been forged. Wang Shichuan exclaimed with delight. Well, not bad. Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon witnessing the outcome. How could success be anything but guaranteed when adhering to the guidance of the martial goddess strategies? Haha. Thank you, Master Xiao Chun, for your invaluable guidance. I am immensely grateful. Wang Shichuan was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was on the verge of tears. It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for such gratitude. Moreover, upon arriving here today, I do have a favor to ask of you, Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. Chapter 78, The Little Nine Heavens Sword Map. What instructions does Master Xiao Chen have? I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Wang Shichuan responded earnestly. I require some materials for refining weapons. Please find a way to gather them for me. As Xiao Chen spoke, he handed a prepared list of materials to Wang Shichuan. Upon glancing at the list, Wang Shichuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Thunderwood, sky sand, these are all 4th-tier materials. Are you, Master Xiao Chun, intending to forge a 4th-tier weapon? To refine a 4th-tier weapon, what a concept. Only a 4th-tier craftsman possesses such capability, not only within the borders of Tianxiang, but throughout the vast expanse of the Linghuang Plains. Few can accomplish this feat. It is not a 4th-tier weapon. Xiao Chen shook his head. Oh, I see now. I must have overthought it. I thought as much. Given Master Xiao Chen's age, it would be impossible for him to forge a 4th-tier weapon, even if he were exceptionally talented. Wang Shichuan chuckled. It is a 4th-tier magical artifact. Xiao Chen stated expressionlessly. Uffed. Wang Shichuan inadvertently spurted out his tea. A 4th-tier magical artifact? Master Xiao Chen, surely you jest? Wang Shichuan exclaimed in shock. It is essential to understand that while the difference between a magical artifact and a weapon is merely a single character, the disparity in complexity is immense. Generally, the difficulty of crafting a magical artifact far exceeds that of a weapon. Even seasoned craftsmen hesitate to attempt forging magical artifacts. Yet Xiao Chen, what? Is that not permissible? Xiao Chen, oblivious to Wang Shichuan's thoughts, inquired with a perplexed expression. No. Of course it is permissible. These artificing materials are exceedingly rare. The Sky Weapon Hall's branch in Celestial Fragrance City has none in stock. However, I can barely assemble a set from my private collection, said Wang Shichuan. One set will suffice. How much will it cost? I shall remit the payment to you, Xiao Chen responded. What are you saying, Grandmaster Xiao Chen? You guided me in forging this Tier 3 weapon. I have been at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Consider these materials a token of my appreciation. I only beseech that you allow me to observe during your artificing, Wang Shichuan said with a smile. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and then said, Of course. You may. Wang Shichuan was overjoyed and swiftly gathered all the materials Xiao Chen required. Grandmaster Xiao Chen, may I inquire as to what type of magical artifact you intend to forge? Wang Shichuan asked cautiously. The Lesser Nine Heaven Sword Diagram, Xiao Chen declared. This was the most fitting magical artifact Xiao Chen had discovered in the Martial God Guide. The Lesser Nine Heavens Sword Diagram? Wang Shichuan was utterly bewildered upon hearing this, for he had never even heard of such a thing. Very well, I shall commence forging now. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and began the artificing process. Thanks to the Martial God Guide, each step of the artificing process was meticulously described, even noting Xiao Chen's potential doubts and errors. Thus, the subsequent artificing became much simpler. Initially, Xiao Chen was somewhat clumsy. However, as the forging progressed, Xiao Chen grew increasingly proficient. The entire process was devoid of any superfluous movements, proceeding with remarkable smoothness. All of this, as witnessed by Wang Shichuan, only filled him with awe and astonishment. Heavens above, I had once thought I held a high opinion of Master Xiao Chen. Yet I now realize that my previous perceptions were far too simplistic. His craftsmanship in forging artifacts is truly beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. Wang Shichuan was utterly astounded. 6 days later, a resonant hum filled the air. As the flames of the forging furnace extinguished, a powerful aura surged forth from within. It was complete. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He struck the furnace, and a faint azure light emanated from it, ultimately alighting in his palm. This was the fourth-tier artifact, the Little Nine Heavens sword diagram. Wang Shichuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the copper plate-like sword diagram in Xiao Qin's hand. Indeed, this Little Nine Heavens sword diagram was a truncated version of the Nine Heavens sword diagram, though its power was but a mere fraction, 1/10,000th, of the complete version. When fully unleashed, it could rival the full-force strike of a 9th-stage Tianwu realm expert. Xiao Qin nodded affirmatively. What? A full-force strike from a 9th-stage Tianwu realm expert? And yet, this is merely 1/10,000th of the complete Nine Heavens sword diagram's power? Wang Shichuan felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. Xiao Qin chuckled. What I mentioned is purely theoretical. After all, while this artifact's might is formidable, the spiritual energy it consumes is not to be trifled with. With my current cultivation, I can only employ it once a day at most. Even so, Wang Shichuan remained profoundly shaken. Master Xiao Qin, who exactly are you? How do you possess such vast knowledge? He gazed at Xiao Qin, asking earnestly from the depths of his heart. Me? I am but a scholar, Xiao Qin replied, giving Wang Shichuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Upon concluding his words, he stored the celestial sword diagram into his spatial ring. Alas, I never anticipated that the crafting of this item would consume such an extensive amount of time. The dragon martial trials must be commencing soon. I must make my way to the Imperial Master's residence, Xiao Qin remarked as he rose to depart. At that moment, Wang Shichuan, seemingly resolute, clasped his hands and addressed Xiao Qin. Master Xiao Qin, I have a rather audacious request. Would it be possible for you to accept me as your disciple? Xiao Qin was taken aback, responding, Old Wang, are you jesting? In terms of age, you are akin to my grandfather. How could I possibly take you as a disciple? Wang Shichuan shook his head, asserting, in the pursuit of knowledge, there exists a hierarchy, each discipline demands its own expertise. The art of crafting weapons is one where the accomplished are revered. Your techniques, Master Xiao Qin, are unparalleled in my lifetime. If I cannot be your disciple, it would be the greatest regret of my life. Xiao Qin hesitated, gazing at Wang Shichuan with furrowed brows, but I truly do not wish to accept a disciple. Suddenly, Wang Shichuan knelt before Xiao Qin, exclaiming, Master, should you refuse to accept me as your disciple, I shall not rise. His eyes were red-rimmed with emotion. This left Xiao Qin feeling quite awkward. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally sighed. Very well, though it is somewhat embarrassing, I shall accept you as my disciple. Thank you, Master. Wang Shichuan rejoiced, immediately bowing deeply. Hold on, I do not wish for this to become a public spectacle. I agree to impart the art of weapon crafting. However, do not address me as Master. Simply call me young Master instead, Xiao Qin stipulated. What nonsense is this? If it were to come to light that the foremost blacksmith of Tianxiang Nation had taken him as his apprentice, who knows how much trouble would ensue? How could this be permitted? To refer to you as young Master, would not that be exceedingly disrespectful to the disciple? Yet, Wang Shichuan was unwilling to concede. Xiao Qin's expression darkened as he retorted, Do you dare defy my very first command? If so, let us abandon the notion of apprenticeship altogether. Master, no. Young Master, please do not be angry. Upon hearing this, Wang Shichuan immediately altered his tone. Chapter 79. The Quintet after departing from the Xianbing Hall. Xiao Qin made his way directly to the National Master's residence. Concurrently, in the back garden of the National Master's estate, four young individuals sat side by side. Zhou Liani, why is our final team member taking so long to arrive? Inquired a youth clad in gray, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the leading lady is none other than Zhou Liani, renowned as the top-ranked student of the 5th grade at the Longwu Academy. However, she also bore another significant identity, the beloved granddaughter of National Master Zhou Longqi. Let us wait a while longer. Grandfather said he would come. Zhou Liani sighed. The National Master personally selected him? He was not chosen by you, Sister Liani? Questioned a frost-faced girl beside Zhou Liani with a frown. Not at all. Zhou Liani shook her head. Then the youth in gray spoke again, among the four of us. Sister Zhou Liani holds the highest martial prowess. Junior Sister Shinsini possesses a cultivation level of the 4th tier of the spirit martial realm, ranking within the top 10 of the 5th grade at Longwu Academy. Senior brother Jiangqi is a genius in formations, and I, Feng Zitong, am among the top 10 in medical skills at Xinglin Academy. I cannot help but wonder who this last individual is, bold enough to keep us waiting for so long. To this, she felt no surprise. However, shortly thereafter, Zhou Longqi insisted on assigning a teammate for her. repeatedly admonishing her to take care of that individual during the dragon martial examination, ensuring he suffered no harm whatsoever. That individual, of course, was Xiao Chun. Zhou Lianyi had encountered Xiao Chun once in the Jinwu prison, witnessing his endeavor to excavate the profound spiritual heavy water, and she acknowledged that he indeed possessed some knowledge. Yet, what significance does knowledge hold in the dragon martial examination? It is a contest of strength. She had expended considerable effort to recruit Jiang Qi from Sidu Tian's team. With such a prodigious talent in formations, why would she need the burden of Xiao Chun? Nevertheless, her grandfather's unwavering stance left her with no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Alas, let it be a wasted slot. Even with only 4 participants, my capabilities will surely secure the top position in the dragon martial examination, Zhou Lianyi silently resolved. At that moment, young Master Xiao Chun has arrived. Under the guidance of a maid from the National Master's residence, Xiao Chun entered the garden. Apologies, everyone. I was delayed due to some matters. Recognizing the individuals before him as his teammates for the dragon martial examination, he clasped his hands in greeting. Is it you, brat? On the other side, Jiang Qi suddenly rose. The last time in Jinwu prison, he had wagered against Xiao Chun and suffered a humiliating defeat. A memory he found hard to bear. Oh, brother Jiang Qi, you know this person? Feng Zitong inquired in surprise. Jiang Qi replied coldly, how could I not know him? He is quite the renowned figure at the Dragon Martial Academy. For 2 consecutive years, he has ranked first in the annual examinations. This year, unexpectedly securing first place. He was subsequently expelled. One might ponder whether I should acknowledge this. Jiang Qi's statement cannot be deemed a fabrication. Indeed, in the past, Xiao Chun languished at the bottom of the rankings, yet this year experienced a remarkable turnaround. However, this transformation bears no direct correlation to his expulsion. Yet, upon Jiang Qi's utterance, it appeared as if Xiao Chun had resorted to cheating, only to be discovered and expelled. As anticipated, Feng Zitong, unaware of the underlying circumstances, immediately expressed his disdain, exclaiming, Lianyi, how could you choose such a person as your teammate? He is nothing but a burden. Meanwhile, Shinsini, though silent, wore a furrowed brow. Who is this? Is that not Xiao Qi? I advise you to temper your words, lest you find yourself at a loss next time. Turning to Jiang Qi, Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and asked, what did you say? Jiang Qi, incensed by his tone, bristled with anger. Just then, Zhou Lianyi sighed and interjected, all right, let us all refrain from further remarks. Regardless of past grievances, from this moment onward, we are teammates. Until the conclusion of the Longwu trial, let us not engage in infighting. Hearing this, Jiang Qi huffed. Fine, I shall grant Lianyi a favor. Xiao Chun similarly frowned, remarking, if certain individuals refrain from foolishness, I shall also choose to ignore them. After all, the immediate priority is to tend to Hua Yulian's injuries. Xiao Chun, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Lianyi. You must have heard of me. Zhou Lianyi addressed Xiao Chun with a degree of courtesy. Oh, the foremost genius of Longwu Academy? It is an honor to meet you. Xiao Chun nodded in acknowledgement. You are acquainted with Jiang Qi, and this is my classmate, Shinsini, whose prowess in swordsmanship is truly remarkable, making her the second most formidable force in our team. As for that individual, he is Feng Zitong from the Xinglin Academy, responsible for the healing of our squad, Zhou Lianyi introduced. Xiao Chun, rest assured, I may not boast of many talents, but I am quite knowledgeable in the art of medicine. During the Longwu trials, no matter how badly you are battered, I will be able to mend you. Feng Zitong looked at Xiao Chun with a mocking expression. Medicine? Perhaps it would be better to refrain from such discussions. You lack the qualifications to speak of it in my presence, Xiao Chun retorted coldly. You. Feng Zitong's expression turned frosty upon hearing this. Enough of this. Zhou Lianyi's brows furrowed tighter. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with frustration. The team had barely begun, yet infighting was rampant. Could such a group truly claim the top spot in the Longwu trials? A question mark formed in her mind. With her intervention, Feng Zitong finally fell silent. However, he had already resolved in his heart that if Xiao Chun were to be injured during the Longwu trials, he would remain indifferent. Let us depart. To prevent further quarrels among the group, Zhou Lianyi led everyone onward. Soon, the party arrived at the Longwu Academy. Look, Zhou Lianyi has arrived. Her team is a strong contender for the championship in the Longwu trials. As soon as they entered the Longwu Academy, Xiao Chun and the others immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Shinsini, she is the stunning genius of the 5th grade. And that one, he is Feng Zitong. a prodigy in the healing arts from Xinglin Academy. Additionally, there is Jiang Qi, a genius in the array arts. The lineup of Zhou Lianyi's team is quite reasonable, much to the admiration of the crowd. At that moment, someone noticed Xiao Chun. Chapter 80. Who are you? The most crucial point is that he has actually joined Zhou Lianyi's team. What extraordinary fortune he possesses. What luck indeed. In terms of strength, Xiao Chun is undeniably formidable. It is said he secured first place in the practical examination for third graders. If that were truly the case, how could he have been expelled? Even if we were to concede that he is indeed the top of the third grade, what does it matter? He still lags 2 years behind the geniuses of the 5th grade in terms of cultivation. Zhou Lianyi's choice of him as a teammate appears to be a significant misstep. The members of Longwu Academy engaged in animated discussions, with the majority viewing Xiao Chun as a burden to this 5-member team. Xiao Chun, did you hear that? Everyone's eyes are quite discerning. Fang Zitong remarked with a smile as he walked alongside Xiao Chun. Such is the perspective of the mediocre, Xiao Chun replied, unfazed. He understood that at this moment, no words could change their opinions. The only way to silence the crowd would be through the demonstration of his strength. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wow, who is that beautiful woman? She is stunning, and her aura is so refined. I don't know. She doesn't seem to be from Longwu Academy. Listening to the commotion, Xiao Chun and his companions couldn't help but turn their gazes in that direction. Kuro? Xiao Chun instantly recognized the captivating girl drawing everyone's attention. Is that junior sister Kuro? Fang Zitong also appeared taken aback. Kuro? Is she the genius fairy from your Xinglin Academy? Jiang Qi inquired with astonishment. Indeed. In terms of medical skills, she ranks just below me. Perhaps, in a few years, she may even surpass my abilities. Fang Zitong proclaimed unabashedly. However, the truth was that since entering Xinglin Academy, his grades had never once exceeded those of Kuro. Brother Fang, since you are siblings in the art, could you possibly introduce us? After all, she is destined to be a significant figure in Tianxiang City. Jiang Qi remarked with a smile. Fang Zitong hesitated for a moment, as he had not interacted much with Kuro during their time at the academy. Just then, Kuro turned her gaze towards Xiao Chun, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she approached. Haha, Brother Fang, your junior sister has come to find you. You must say a few good words for us later. Jiang Qi teased. Even Zhou Lianyi and Xin Sini nodded in agreement. As martial artists, forming a friendship with a medical prodigy would be nothing short of splendid. On the other side, Fang Zitong was momentarily stunned. Is she here for me? He murmured. Of course. She only knows you here. If not for you, who else could she be looking for? Jiang Qi retorted with a roll of her eyes at Xiao Chun. Upon hearing this, Fang Zitong nodded affirmatively and said, Indeed. You all need not worry. I will certainly speak highly of you all, except for one certain individual. Undoubtedly, the individual he referred to was Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, Kuro had already arrived before the group. Fang Zitong immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, Junior sister Kuro, have you come to see me? Allow me to introduce you to a few new friends. Without hesitation, he turned and pointed at Zhou Lianyi, declaring, This is the first genius of Longwu Academy, Senior Zhou Lianyi. And this is Miss Xin Sini, another rare talent from Longwu Academy. Lastly, we have Jiang Qi, the current foremost genius in the realm of formations at Longwu Academy. As Fang Zitong concluded his introduction, Zhou Lianyi promptly smiled and said, Miss Kuro, I have long admired your esteemed name. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today. Kuro was momentarily taken aback, then nodded at Zhou Lianyi, exclaiming, A pleasure to meet you. Fang Zitong chuckled, adding, These 3 individuals are the future luminaries of the Tianxiang Kingdom and dear friends of mine. It would be prudent for you, dear junior sister, to cultivate a closer relationship with them. Of course, the one over there is not my friend. You need not pay him any mind. He gestured towards Xiao Chun. Jiang Qi stifled a laugh, preparing to greet Kuro, only to see her gazing at Fang Zitong in confusion, asking, I was just about to inquire, who are you? Have we met before? At this moment, everyone in the vicinity was left in stunned silence. What was happening? Fang Zitong had spoken so familiarly, making it seem as though they shared a close bond. Yet, how could Kuro not recognize him? Junior sister Kuro, I am Fang Zitong. Do you not remember me? Fang Zitong remarked, his eyelids twitching. After pondering for a moment, Kuro shook her head and replied, I have no recollection of you. Are you also from our Xinglin Academy? I tend to overlook those who are ranked below me. My apologies. However, could you please step aside? You are blocking my way to my friend. Kuro, with a sense of urgency, squeezed past Feng Zitong and approached Xiao Chun, exclaiming, "Young Master Xiao, how delightful. I have been in a state of anxiety these past few days without any news from you. I am so relieved to see you here." Upon hearing this, Feng Zitong was rendered completely speechless, while Zhou Lianyi and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. Kuro had not come to seek Feng Zitong, but rather to find Xiao Chun? How did she know him? Moreover, her tone suggested a familiarity that was quite surprising. "I am perfectly fine, dear Miss Ku. You need not worry," Xiao Chun responded with a slight nod. Suddenly, Kuro appeared flustered and said, "Young Master Xiao, I must apologize for my previous negligence at the banquet. May I inquire when you might have the opportunity to visit my residence again? I wish to make amends." The group was once again taken aback. What was happening? Kuro was actually inviting Xiao Chun to her home. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun pondered for a moment before replying. "Once the Longwu examination has concluded, I shall visit your esteemed residence, and we can address any lingering concerns surrounding you then." Kuro, upon hearing this, playfully stuck out her tongue and declared, "It is settled then. I eagerly await your esteemed presence, young Master Xiao." Her bashful demeanor elicited further astonishment from those around them. Was this truly the proud little fairy of Xinglin Academy, as rumored? Yet her expression. In that instant, countless male gazes converged upon Xiao Chun, as if they wished to rend him asunder. Yininga? What brings you here?" As Xiao Chun turned, he noticed Yininger waving at him, accompanied by several familiar faces, one being Li Tianjue, along with two of Xiao Chun's former classmates. "Hee, thanks to you, we have secured several spots. Therefore, our class has formed a small team, and I have also made arrangements to bring Xiao Rou over as our medical support. In terms of overall strength, we are certainly formidable," Yininger said with a proud expression. "Xiao Chun, it's a pity you have withdrawn from the Dragon Martial Academy. Otherwise, our team would have been even stronger." Li Tianjue looked at Xiao Chun, his face filled with regret. Clearly, he held Xiao Chun's abilities in high regard. Chapter 81. Fury. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "It is what it is. Further discussion is futile. However, you all should be cautious once the Dragon Martial trials commence." Yininger nodded. "We are well aware, even without your warning. Our purpose in participating in the Dragon Martial trials is to gain more experience. If things go awry, we will withdraw immediately." At this moment, a distant bell began to toll. Yininger quickly turned to Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, we must go assemble now. We shall meet again after the conclusion of the Dragon Martial trials." Beside her, Kuro also reminded, "Young Master Xiao Chun, do not forget our agreement. You must visit my home when the time comes." "Yes, certainly." Xiao Chun nodded slightly. Seeing Xiao Chun's affirmation, Kuro felt reassured. As she was about to leave, she glanced at Feng Zitong and said, "Oh, farewell to you as well, Feng. What was it again?" With that, she turned and departed with Yininger and the others. The others. At that moment, Feng Zitong felt a burning embarrassment on his face. How unfortunate that he had just approached them with such familiarity, only to find that in the end, Kuro could not even remember his name. "Xiao Chun, are you quite familiar with Miss Kuro?" At this moment, Zhou Lianyi looked at Xiao Chun with a hint of astonishment. "Well, I suppose it's all right," Xiao Chun nodded. "Humph, you probably just deceived Sister Ku with your sweet words," Feng Zitong remarked coldly. Xiao Chun chuckled, retorting, "That is still better than you. What was your name again?" "You." Feng Zitong suddenly resembled someone who had swallowed a fly, speechless for a while. "All right, we should gather now," Zhou Lianyi said with a resigned shake of her head. Subsequently, the group made their way to the center of the square. Whoosh! As Zhou Lianyi and the others arrived, they instantly captivated countless gazes. Among the multitude of stares, one in particular was chilling, even imbued with a hint of murderous intent. After being swept by that gaze, Xiao Chun turned to look and saw a young man clad in a black cloak, his cold eyes fixated upon him. "Xiao Chun, be wary of this person," Zhou Lianyi whispered in Xiao Chun's ear. Who is he?" Xiao Chun furrowed his brows. "Situ Tian. His prowess has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the 5th grade, although he has always placed below me in assessments. I am aware that he has been concealing his strength. If he truly exerts himself, I cannot guarantee victory," Zhou Lianyi explained to Xiao Chun. "Is that so? But why should I be especially cautious of him?" Xiao Chun queried, puzzled. Zhou Lianyi sighed, gazing at Xiao Chun. "Do you remember the name Citalin?" "Citalin?" Xiao Chun pondered for a moment before realizing. The so-called genius newcomer? I've seen him. He was knocked unconscious by Li Dachui with a single blow." Zhou Lianyi wore a helpless expression, that Situ Lin is Situ Tian's cousin. Situ Tian is a man who harbors a deep-seated desire for vengeance, should you harm his cousin. He will undoubtedly seek retribution. Xiao Chen responded with a serene smile. Thank you, I understand. Observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Zhou Lianyi inwardly sighed, realizing that he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Alas, once the dragon martial trials commence, I shall do my utmost to safeguard him. At that moment, a gasp echoed as three figures ascended the main stage. Wow, that is the venerable old dean of the Dragon Martial Academy. It is my first time witnessing him. Someone exclaimed. But who are the other two individuals? Really, you do not know? The one on the left is Helian Ba, the dean of Blackwater Academy. And on the right is Jin Chun, the dean of Nightshade Academy. It is said that their prowess is equal to that of the old dean, whispered a bystander. Distinguished guests, today marks the day when the nations of Tianxiang, Heiqiu, and Yelon gather for the Dragon Martial Trials. As the host, I extend my warmest welcome to our esteemed visitors. The old dean commenced a lengthy preamble, which Xiao Chun found tedious. He closed his eyes to delve into the martial techniques outlined in the divine martial strategy. It was unclear how much time had passed before he was jolted from his reverie by a resounding applause. Is it finally about to begin? Xiao Chen squinted. One of your tasks is to eliminate as many enemies as possible while traversing the passage. The more you vanquish, the higher your score. This score will contribute to your final ranking. Prepare yourselves. In one incense stick's time, the trial shall commence. With that proclamation, the crowd immediately converged, fervently strategizing their tactics. At that moment, Zhou Lianyi, a voice resonated behind Xiao Chun and the others. Situ Tian? Zhou Lianyi furrowed her brow upon seeing the speaker. In this dragon martial trial, I shall exert my utmost effort. The first place you have held for 5 years will soon be mine, Situ Tian declared, gazing at Zhou Lianyi. That will depend on your capabilities. Zhou Lianyi retorted coldly. Situ Tian sneered, shifting his gaze to Xiao Chun. You are Xiao Chen? He asked icily. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. Excellent. I never expected you to seek your own demise by participating in the Dragon Martial Trial. In this trial, I will ensure that you, like that Li Dachui, pay dearly for your foolishness. Situ Tian's voice was frigid. You mentioned Li Dachui? What have you done to him? Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed at the mention of the name. Not much, really. He dared to harm my cousin. So I merely taught him a lesson and inquired about your whereabouts. However, that fellow proved to be quite resilient. In the end, he refused to utter a single disparaging word about you or reveal your location. As a result, I had no choice but to cripple his cultivation and destroy his hands, rendering him completely useless. Situ Tian stated indifferently. You seek death? Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent upon hearing this. It must be noted that Li Dachui's injuries to Situ Lin were not insignificant to him, given that Situ Tian had now incapacitated him. Xiao Chen felt a sense of complicity in the matter. Yet, he was astonished that Li Dachui had endured without betraying him. An overwhelming wave of anger and guilt surged within Xiao Chen's heart. Scoundrel! In a fit of rage, Xiao Chen prepared to strike. Xiao Chen, do not fall into the trap. You now take action, and our qualification for the Dragon Martial Trial will be nullified. I recall that you desire a certain reward for securing the top position in the Dragon Martial Trial, do you not? If you act now, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Zhou Lianyi immediately positioned herself before Xiao Chen. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he clenched his fists tightly. Were it solely for his own sake, he could unhesitatingly take Situ Tian's life at this very moment. However, should he proceed in such a manner, the healing of Hua Yulian would inevitably be delayed. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen spoke coldly, saying, Situ Tian, you have provoked the one person you ought not to have. I grant you a brief reprieve. This Dragon Martial Trial will mark your demise. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze upon Situ Tian. Situ Tian, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful laugh and replied, Is that so? Then I shall await the outcome.